New York, Queens, row house Peter. Get up quickly, you're going to be late. Peter, a woman's piercing voice penetrated his ears. Peter, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a bedroom cluttered with various objects, rather than his familiar abode. Where am I? This isn't my home. As Peter blinked, a wave of intense pain surged from the depths of his head. His father was a scientist, and he had been raised in the home of Ben Parker, whose wife was May Parker. He was a student at Midtown High in New York, currently a senior with just over a year until graduation. From basic information to memories of yesterday, he recalled being bitten by a spider in a laboratory, having fainted after consuming half a meat pie the previous night. Wait, I am Peter Parker? Queens, New York, Marvel. The shock coursed through him until he was interrupted by another call. Peter, darling, you really must get up. I'm coming up instinctively, Peter replied. No, Aunt May. I'm putting on my pants. Don't come in. I'm already up. All right. I made buttered toast, and there's fruit jam on the table. Eat well. Parker. Okay, I'll be down shortly. As he dressed and prepared to open the door, he caught a glimpse of the mirror out of the corner of his eye. Garfield Spider, or should I say, the Amazing Spider-Man? There was no time for astonishment. He needed to grab something to eat. His hunger was becoming increasingly insistent. The protest from his stomach grew ever louder. No one had mentioned that being bitten by a spider would come with the side effect of appetite stimulation. He casually grabbed a few beef pies from the clutter and hastily stuffed them into his mouth. Why do they taste so dreadful? Curse it. The protest from his stomach left him no room for disdain. The acid was gnawing at his stomach wall. It was far from pleasant. Descending the stairs, he spotted a Caucasian man seated at the table, engrossed in a newspaper. Good morning, Uncle Ben. Good morning, Peter. Just as he intended to greet Aunt May, he saw her hurriedly exiting. Seated at the table, he began to devour buttered toast. Noticing Peter's voracious appetite, Uncle Ben remarked, Mate, did you really finish all of May's beef pies last night? Indeed, I did, Uncle, that I was simply famished. I've eaten May's beef pies for 25 years, and I wouldn't dare consume so many at once. You've truly astonished me. Honestly, they were quite tasty, though a bit dry. Well then, I propose we prepare a batch of beef pies tonight. Perhaps not, Uncle, that I fear my taste buds might abandon me early. Ha! I told you, not many can manage to eat beef pies. After finishing his breakfast, Peter stood up, grabbed his bag and skateboard, and exited the house. He traversed the familiar route once more, gaining speed on his skateboard. As he rode, memories flooded back. The spider bite that transformed him into Spider-Man, Uncle Ben's tragic fate, Connors, and a year later, Electro, Rhino, and Green Goblin. Does this world connect with the Avengers universe? Or is it merely a cinematic realm? It seems I ought to compile a significant event memo. Hey, by the way, does this world have Gwen? If this were a cinematic universe, might I enhance myself with various elements? Lost in thought while hurrying along, Parker soon arrived at Midtown High. Ignoring the passionate embrace of a couple in the corner, he placed his backpack in a locker, preparing to head to class. The relentless physics teacher would surely show no mercy. As he continued to ponder, his footsteps remained steady until he collided with a blonde at the corner. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the wrist of the classmate who was leaning back from the impact. My apologies, I hope I didn't hurt you, he said. No, I'm fine. Peter, you really ought to be more careful, she replied. Only upon hearing his name did Peter take a closer look at the girl. Gwen Stacy, I'm so sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't watch where I was going, he admitted. No worries, consider it a debt of gratitude for an opportunity, she responded, her sweet voice tinged with a hint of mischief, sunlight casting a radiant glow on her hair. The boy found himself momentarily entranced, a pure admiration surging from his heart to his mind. This is nothing like the movies. What? Peter. Oh, it's nothing. What are you up to? Isn't a classroom over there? Oh, I forgot to grab my notebook, she interjected. All right. Noticing Peter's reluctance to move aside, Gwen pressed on, I forgot my notebook, I need to grab it. You know how it is, could you step aside for me? Peter? Of course. Peter promptly stepped aside, casting a glance at her retreating figure as he made his way to class. She was far more captivating than in the films. In the afternoon leisure hours, within the confines of the gymnasium, the girl nearby engaged in her craft, while couples on stage indulged in light-hearted conversations. Among them were the wild ones, passionately kissing an unavoidable scene. Peter sat aimlessly, observing the couples. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. A basketball had toppled a paint bucket. Fleisch. It was the reckless basketball that had knocked over a classmate's paint container. You should sit up there, just like Peter, a speechless girl remarked as she wiped her craft work. Are you all right? Peter inquired, picking up the overturned paint bucket. Hey, Peter Parker, throw the ball over here, came the voice of lightning. Hurry up, Parker. Peter glanced at him. This was the same guy who had assaulted Peter Parker just the day before. Why don't you come and get it yourself? What? Peter picked up a basketball and dribbled it twice. Hey, Lightning, didn't your mother teach you that one must own up to their mistakes and retrieve their own ball? His words seemed to ignite a fire within him, and he approached Peter furiously, attempting to seize the ball Peter held aloft. Why couldn't he grasp it? After several futile attempts, he still lacked the strength. What's wrong, Lightning? Did you forget to have your mother's milk? Damn it. A shout from behind interrupted his thoughts. Stop playing around, Lightning. Come on, just grab the ball. The more his companions urged him, the more infuriated he became. Peter recognized his frustration. Hey, let's do this. You guard me, and if you succeed, I'll give you the ball. With the crowd cheering behind them, Lightning reluctantly agreed. Peter swiftly maneuvered past Lightning and leaped, delivering a thunderous dunk. Bang! The backboard shattered into countless pieces. Oh no. In the office, a promise was made, accompanied by deception, as Ben and Peter emerged. Hey buddy, why did you do that? It's nothing, Uncle Ben, I just lost control. Isn't he the one who fought you yesterday? The one called Lightning? It's not about that. Seems like it is. Listen, Peter, you can't get yourself into trouble over this. I've scheduled a late shift because of it, and I won't be home until quite late. All right, Uncle, I understand. Though be careful. Today you must pick up Aunt May, understand? You need to take responsibility. As he was about to leave, Ben noticed Gwen behind Peter. Wait a minute. Is that the girl from your computer? No, it's not, Uncle. Hey, you should know Peter is wallpaper, is you. This kid's quite the romantic. Uncle Ben, stop. All right, I'll take my leave. Hey, you really should check out his wallpaper sometime. With that, before Peter could respond, Uncle Ben departed. Damn, this is a disaster. Just as he was about to step away from this chaotic scene. So, is what your uncle said true? What? Is your wallpaper really me? Not really. Yes. Looks like I'll have to change my wallpaper when I get back. Huh. I was planning to change mine too. Do you want me to send you one? No need. Well, actually, yes. Then give me your contact information, and it would be best if you send me a picture too. They exchanged contact details, and Peter found an excuse to leave. Chapter 2. How much do you have in savings? Peter had not forgotten that his predecessor had arranged a meeting today with Dr. Connors, the lizard. As he reflected on his life while walking the path to Osborne, Peter began to reminisce about his past existence. His real name was Joda, a seasoned orphan and a graduate student in finance, who tragically succumbed to a sudden death during a late-night study session. Being an orphan, he had learned early on the harshness of the world and the cruelty of reality, which compelled him to strive doubly hard. Alas, his absurd, untimely demise was the result of years of toil and study, leaving him with nothing but regret. Despite his early maturity stemming from a childhood of poverty, he had never experienced love, viewing it as a luxury beyond his reach. However, the present was different. He had traversed from 2025 to 2015, and his mind brimmed with numerous opportunities to amass wealth and uplift those around him to a better life. This was Joda. Yet what of Peter? Should one persist in their original way of life, bereft of Uncle Ben, Harry, and Gwen, continuing merely as amicable neighbors? Yet, the circumstances have shifted. Joda has traversed realms, and Peter is transformed. He yearns for change, to alter the tragedy, to reshape everything. The essence of Peter has evolved. He has tasted the unadulterated experience of his existence. He is now reclusive, timid, and apart from his affection for Gwen, all must be transformed. The journey begins with Connors. As he pondered, he arrived at Oscorp Tower. Hello, Peter, you appear to be in good spirits, greeted Connors. Hello, Doctor. Perhaps today will usher in something extraordinary. Are you referring to the experiment? I have attempted your formula countless times, yet met with failure. It will succeed, Doctor. Let us proceed with the experiment. I must later fetch Aunt May. Very well. Following your guidance. I have combined the regenerative abilities of the lizard with the self-healing DNA of specimen 1096 and prepared the serum. Only the trial remains. Let us simulate first. Surprises await us. With that, he began the simulation on the holographic screen, buoyed by AI and contingency options. In mere attempts, success was achieved. Incredible, Peter. It worked. This could enable limb regeneration and enhance the host's physique. It's nothing short of a new creation. Peter remained silent, gazing intently at Connors. What troubles you? We should celebrate. This could render us invulnerable. No, doctor, it harbors flaws, grave ones. What? How can that be? The simulation yielded no issues. Allow me to inform you that this elixir amplifies emotions and stirs the primal instincts inherent in living beings. Connors exclaimed, impossible. How can you be so certain without experimentation? The astonishment that had graced Connors' face vanished entirely, as the dream of regeneration teetered on the brink of shattering. I know how to resolve this. It lies within my father's legacy. Connors gazed at the 17-year-old boy, steadying his emotions, and spoke as calmly as he could. What do you require, Peter? Oh, conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed a pleasure. My demands are modest, doctor. What I seek is you. Me? To be precise, I need your assistance. I cannot offer you anything in return. You underestimate yourself, doctor. According to the ancient formula I discovered in my father's bequest, this elixir possesses adverse properties. It magnifies emotions and incites the beastly attributes within. Based on my deductions, you would become your own test subject. Your yearning for restoration is palpable. Yet the adverse nature of this concoction could obliterate you, transforming you into a monstrous lizard harboring animosity toward humanity. That is inconceivable. Every experiment I conduct is for the benefit of mankind, for those like me who are incomplete. You may find it hard to believe, but this is a reality that will come to pass. I can remedy it, but I require your help. Connors regarded the young man, whose handsome visage was as tranquil as still waters. Very well, I shall acquiesce. However, Osborne will not permit my departure. I have a plan. You shall not develop the elixir today, nor shall you see me. Hence, nothing that transpires today will come to fruition. Connors furrowed his brow at the suggestion of concealment. This is no different from doing nothing. No, doctor, I want you to transform into a monster. You will need to assist me in certain matters and subsequently absolve yourself of guilt. Help me, join me. However, there are no buts, doctor. You desire to restore your arm, and I require your assistance. Connors hesitated for a moment, yet his gaze solidified. He yearned to rid himself of his imperfections. Although he was uncertain of the nature of the assistance Peter spoke of, he was prepared to take the gamble. I promise you. Peter reverted to his usual somewhat reclusive and loquacious demeanor. So, Dr. Connors, could you lend me some money? How much do you have in savings? After borrowing $2 million from Dr. Connors, Peter felt as if the world was a splendid place as he walked down the street. Indeed, it was magnificent. He had pushed open the door to a new world. As he made his way to pick up Aunt May, he pondered what one should do with money. Certainly, one would seek ways to earn even more. Conveniently, he was quite familiar with the stock market of 2015 and planned to register an account that very night to embrace the first wave of opportunity. Hi, Aunt May. It seems I'm not late. Hi, Peter, why are you here? Where's Uncle Ben? Haha, well, let's discuss that gradually. Peter explained that he had gotten into a bit of trouble at school, and Uncle Ben was working the late shift today. Really, Peter? How could you bully your classmates like that? Haha, I will amend my ways. I swear it will not happen again. All right. What would you like to eat tonight? We decided to purchase some food, opting not to cook at home tonight. We could also consider taking out some meals, but they shouldn't be too expensive. Fear not, May, for I have recently earned a bit of money. From where did you acquire this? I hope it wasn't through mingling with dubious acquaintances. Certainly not. Have you heard of Bitcoin? Our conversation flowed effortlessly until we reached the subway station, where we purchased pizza and some snacks in Queens. Peter and May returned home, and soon after, Ben arrived as well. To my astonishment, James from Midtown came to pick up May. All right, Ben, let's not dwell on that. Tonight, we shall indulge in pizza, and Peter has made some money through the internet. With a hint of exasperation, Peter once again explained the rise of Bitcoin to Ben. Upon returning to his bedroom, he opened his computer. Gwen is truly stunning. Yet, a dilemma arose. All financial apps require one to be at least 18 years of age. Alas, Peter is only 17. Curse those capitalists. At 17, one certainly possesses the capacity for sound judgment. Resigned, he had no choice but to enlist Uncle Ben to help him register. The current trend reveals a staggering drop of 450 points in the Dow Jones Industrial Average just this week. After hitting a trough, there is an anticipated rebound, driven by oil prices surging to a remarkable high of 2.0. Should one invest $1.9 million at this lowest point, The potential for profit upon recovery is immeasurable, especially within the oil industry. This morning, the market plummeted by 14,670 points, erasing billions of dollars in market value. If one were to invest now, the value created upon recovery could reach nearly $100 million, transforming $9 million into close to $100 million, yielding an astonishing rate of return of over 5,000 times. Indeed, it seems that wealth begets further wealth with relative ease. After expressing his astonishment, Peter swiftly invested $200,000, reserving a mere $100,000 for himself, while wagering the entirety of $190,000. Once these actions were completed, it was nearly 11 o'clock. He picked up his phone and noticed a message from Gwen, which included a photograph and a note. "If you have time this weekend, could you accompany me to shop for some things? Why haven't you sent me your photo? Are you truly going to send it?" He honestly replied that he seldom took pictures and promised to capture some after their outing. Inquiring about why she had not gone to Osborne today, Peter jokingly remarked while picking up the blueprints, "How could one possess Spider-Man's abilities without his suit?" Today marked the anniversary of Uncle Ben's tragic shooting, and he pondered whether his restraint from fleeing was an act of defying fate. As he mused, he began to sketch, ultimately producing a masterpiece of a black and white suit. Perfect. He had always favored the understated elegance of black and white. Tomorrow, he must take action to create it. Perhaps he could enlist Connor's assistance in designing a suit? On second thought, a biologist researching a suit? Chapter 3. Breaking the no-kill principle. The following day, after attending school, Peter planned to procure some materials to expedite the design of his spider suit. Additionally, the web shooter was far simpler. His knowledge from both lives was rooted in the sciences, complemented by the genius intellect inherited from his parents. In Captain America, Civil War, even Iron Man was astonished by the invention of the web. He glided effortlessly to Midtown High. "For heaven's sake, could you refrain from kissing in front of my locker?" Peter lamented, forced to create a small opening to retrieve his book. Damn their fervor. I despise the libertines. Peter entered the classroom with a slight air of dejection and took his seat. Gwen had arrived early and sat in front of him, turning around to glance at Peter, who appeared quite spirited. "Hi, Peter, you seem different today, don't you? Perhaps it's because I changed the wallpaper last night." The timid demeanor that once characterized Peter had long since vanished. He now believed that all he aspired to achieve was within reach, and this realization required a measure of confidence. Undoubtedly, confidence was now in ample supply for Peter. "You owe me a photograph and a promise. So, Miss Stacy, when can I expect to settle this debt?" "How about Sunday? Just 3 days from now. My mom is preparing base, and my father won TB on duty. Are you coming to my house? Mr. Stacy might just throw me out." Gwen chided. "Hey, don't say that. My dad wouldn't throw you out. He is quite nice." "He might just as well," Gwen retorted with an exaggerated eye roll. But before she could continue, she added, "All right, class, today's lesson is crucial, and I do not wish to see anyone daydreaming." Gwen turned away, recognizing that as a top student, the most pressing priority at this stage was to focus on her studies. Cherishing the delightful moments of school life, she basked in the nurturing embrace of the midday sun. After leaving the campus, Gwen headed to Osborne, intent on sourcing materials for her battle suit. At this juncture, the most suitable choice was composite fiber, which was reasonably priced and allowed for versatile designs, while also possessing breathability and resilience against damage. In New York, she traversed various locations to gather the necessary materials: reflective lenses, rubber shoe soles, ensuring the footwear was soft, as she could not afford to walk barefoot. She tested the breathability of the materials, finding them adequate. Her spider physique was capable of adapting. After meticulously packing all the assorted items for her return home, discretion was paramount to avoid unnecessary complications. After 2 hours of diligent work, she successfully crafted the complete ensemble of the battle suit, which included an integrated torso section, soft rubber-soled shoes, and a hood adorned with reflective lenses. Peter was quite pleased with his first handmade suit. He opted for a moderate, elongated design for the eye section, taking inspiration from Venom, who, presumably, existed in this universe. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had neglected to check on the whereabouts of the Avengers and Tony Stark. The busyness of recent days had caused this matter to slip from his mind, a mistake he vowed not to repeat. After trying on the white spider suit, he noted that the black accents were perfectly placed. Although the fit was somewhat snug, it accentuated the enhanced muscle definition, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and pronounced arm muscles, creating a visually striking appearance. Satisfied for a moment, he soon began to focus on developing his web fluid, ensuring it possessed the right tensile strength, load-bearing capacity, and launch speed, each element essential. It was only when mealtime approached that he completed all his tasks. Descending the stairs, he spotted Aunt May, who was busy with her own activities. "When did you return, Peter?" she inquired. "Peter had thought you wouldn't return, so he went out searching for you." "Looking for me?" Uncle Ben again mentioned, heading in that direction. A vague sense of unease tugged at Peter's heart as he hurriedly donned his clothes and sprinted into the night. The streets of Queens were perilous, exceedingly so, and he realized he could not let Uncle Ben down. Little did he know that this was his own butterfly effect. "Peter, where are you going?" Aunt May's distant calls faded into oblivion. He needed to locate Uncle Ben to prevent a tragedy from unfolding. He found himself at the convenience store depicted in the film, spotting a long-haired man in a hat entering the establishment from afar. Damn, without his web shooters. And with 2 streets separating them, even his robust physique could not bridge the distance quickly enough. He ran for his life. 3 kilometers, 2, 6 kilometers, 2, 2 kilometers, 1, 6 kilometers. Faster. Faster. If he could just reach that man and subdue him, Uncle Ben would be safe. The man burst from the convenience store, clutching a handful of beers and cash. The shopkeeper's frantic shouts echoed, "Stop him. He's robbing me. Help me stop him." 1, 5 kilometers, 1, 3 kilometers. The robber considered fleeing to the other side when a familiar figure burst forth from the roadside, tackling him to the ground. "No. Uncle Ben, let him go," Peter screamed with all his might. 900 bang. The man discarded the beers and quickened his escape, leaving the shopkeeper paralyzed in shock at the sound of gunfire. Uncle Ben collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen. No, no, no. This can't be happening. It was just the other night. This should have been 2 days ago. Why? Peter sank beside Uncle Ben, despair enveloping him. "No, Uncle Ben, please, do not sleep. Look at me, Uncle Ben." Cough, cough. "Peter, I am here. Uncle Ben, call an ambulance. Quickly." The convenience store owner, startled by the cries, picked up the phone to call for help. "Uncle Ben, I have money. Do not sleep. Do not die. I will pay anything. Uncle, please, stay with me." The response was no longer a faint cough, but an eerie silence. Ben Parker had passed away. Though 2 days late, tears streamed down Peter's face as overwhelming sorrow filled his chest. He did not let go until the ambulance and police arrived. Seemingly terrified that releasing his grip would cause his uncle to vanish forever, the anguish of 2 souls pressed upon one body. A torment akin to a catastrophic landslide or tsunami. The autopsy report was succinct. A bullet had penetrated from the abdomen near the liver and lungs, resulting in massive internal bleeding that claimed Ben Parker's life. Gazing at the cold body, Aunt May's wails filled the air, and Peter's heart ached with profound sadness. They had not even stepped outside, nor had they stormed out in anger. That scoundrel, that despicable wretch with the star tattoo, after the intense pain. Only a raw hatred and fury remained untainted by any other emotion. He vowed to find that fiend. As dawn approached, he returned home, donned his spider suit and web shooters, and leaped from the window. He would hunt that scoundrel down and tear him apart. He searched tirelessly until daylight broke, turning New York's dark alleys upside down in his quest for vengeance. Yet he found nothing. All the thuggish faces that bore any resemblance were ensnared against the walls. The morning sky of New York was haunted by a specter consumed by revenge. As the spider sensed its surroundings, it was drawn to a dilapidated building. It crawled along the exterior wall until it reached a window where the sensation was most intense. Inside, a blond man anxiously puffed on a cigarette, seated in a cheap rental. With a mere glance, the spider recognized him as the scoundrel responsible for Uncle Ben's demise. With a sudden crash, it shattered the window and leaped into the room. "I found you." Without allowing the man a moment to speak, it seized him by the neck and hurled him out of the window. Swinging on a web, it soared to the rooftop of a towering building. "Who are you?" "I did not seek you out." The man protested. "He did not provoke you either, you wretched bastard." The spider shot forth a strand of silk, toppling him to the ground, then dragged him across the rooftop, removing the mask to reveal eyes filled with blood and fury. "Look at me. Do you see anything in my eyes?" it demanded. "He merely intended to stop you. Why did you shoot?" "Why? He was a good father, a devoted husband, a kind uncle. Why did you pull the trigger?" "I was striving to change things, to find resolution, yet you obliterated everything. Damn you." It observed the tears streaming down the man's face, born of terror. "You still have tears? You dare to weep?" The man was grasping his neck, his limbs flailing helplessly. Peter struck him with a powerful blow to the bridge of his nose, shattering it with tremendous force, blood and mucus pouring from his nostrils. This was a punch delivered with only a fraction of Peter's strength. He struggled to utter a few words. "I am so sorry." Hearing his labored words, Peter relaxed his grip slightly. The man greedily gasped for air. Peter rose and stepped aside, crouching down with his head in his hands. Once again dampened by sorrow, his mind flooded with the teachings of his uncle. The man stood there in fear, behind him the bustling traffic of the morning rush hour. After a few moments, as the man attempted to speak, a web of silk sealed his lips. Peter slowly stood, his eyes ignited with renewed fury, yet devoid of hesitation. "My uncle once told me that I must bear responsibility. If misfortune arises because of me, it is my burden to carry. With great power comes great responsibility. Thus, you too must be accountable. You made May cry. You caused a good father to perish. Now, I too bear responsibility." With that, Peter advanced. Seizing the man by the throat, a mask already adorning his face, he delivered an unrestrained punch to the man's abdomen, a force of 15 tons unleashed without mercy. His liver shattered, his stomach ruptured, his spine crushed. Ripping away the silk that clung to his mouth, Peter spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "My responsibility is to repay with my life, to return your blood with blood." Releasing his grip, the man plummeted from the high building, crashing heavily onto 6th Avenue. Chapter 4. George Stacy. Upon returning home, George Stacy found Aunt May quietly seated in the living room. "Peter, where have you been?" "Looking for someone." "Who are you searching for?" "That murderer." "Do you wish to cause me to lose another family member, Peter?" "I have nothing left to lose, Peter." "Do not act foolishly any longer," Aunt May said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I will not seek him out again," Peter assured her. "I promise I shall not pursue that scoundrel any longer." Aunt May gazed at his face, embraced him tightly, and wept openly. Listening to her sobs, Peter felt at a loss for how to comfort her, so he merely held her close. After a few moments, Aunt May wiped her tears and walked toward the kitchen, inquiring, "What would you like to eat, Peter?" "I took the day off. A beef pie would be delightful. I have a fondness for beef pies." "Very well. You may go upstairs to put your things away. I will call you once it is ready." "All right, Aunt May." He ascended the stairs quietly, seated himself on the bed, and gazed out at the sky. In both his previous life and this one, he had never taken a life, and today he had merely tasted blood. Yet, Peter felt little emotional resonance, only a profound sense of loneliness and confusion. He had spent the entire morning searching for someone, his emotions fluctuating wildly. After the release of those pent-up feelings, he found himself in an emotional void, his mind empty and devoid of any sensation. Peter remained seated for an hour until Aunt May summoned him downstairs for dinner, pulling him from his stupor. The afternoon was marked by Uncle Ben's funeral, where colleagues and friends gathered, all expressing their sorrow and regret. The epitaph read, "A good father, a good husband, a good teacher." After the funeral, they returned to the townhouse, and from a distance, Peter spotted Gwen standing on the steps. "Is that the girl Uncle Ben mentioned? Well, why don't you have a chat with him? It's not ideal to remain in this somber mood. I never wish for you to be like this." Peter agreed with Aunt May and made his way towards Gwen. "What brings you here?" The prolonged silence had rendered his voice hoarse and subdued, accentuated by his reddened eyes. "I noticed you weren't at school today. I asked Flash, and he mentioned that your uncle had sadly passed away. But fret not, I've taken care of your school absence. It won't affect you." As Peter observed the smile on Gwen's face, a considerable weight lifted from his heart. "Thank you. If you need to talk about anything, I'm not going to Osborne today. Dr. Connors has granted us a week off. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" "All right." The two walked side by side along the streets of Queens, Peter remaining silent, lost in thought. Gwen turned to him, her gaze steady. "I know this is very sorrowful, but I believe your uncle would not want you to dwell in despair. He would certainly encourage you to rise up. Those who remain must live boldly, Peter." "Yes, I've kept you for too long. Let me see you off." "No need. My dad will come to pick me up in 20 minutes. "Okay." As they continued their walk, they arrived at a Turkish ice cream shop, where they were greeted by a burly Turkish owner sporting a thick mustache. "Would you like some ice cream? Do you want some?" Peter nodded and retrieved $10 from his pocket, handing it to the proprietor. "2 large vanilla cones," he requested. The proprietor, wielding a hefty scoop, excavated a generous portion of ice cream and presented it to Peter. With a swift motion, Peter extended his arm, seizing the cone and inadvertently yanking the Turkish proprietor's scoop down with it. Momentarily flustered, Peter gazed at the proprietor, who simply waved his hand, signaling Peter to return the scoop. Sheepishly scratching his head, Peter detached his cone from the ice cream scoop. Beside him, Gwen stifled a laugh at Peter's predicament. "Feel free to laugh," he encouraged, chuckling heartily. The Turkish proprietor, with broken English, remarked, "Quick reflexes, young man," before cheerfully offering another ice cream to Gwen. She accepted it eagerly, noticing it was even larger than her own. "I got $5 in change," she mused. "Is this fair?" "Quite fair," Peter replied. The beautiful girl received a large ice cream, while the handsome boy garnered a share of joy. As they strolled back, they noticed 2 police cars parked in front of a house. "Gwen," a middle-aged man's voice called out from the car window. "Dad," she exclaimed. Gwen trotted over to the police car, as the man inside opened the door and stepped out. "Dad, this is Peter, my classmate," Gwen indicated the approaching Peter, then introduced him further. "Peter, this is my father, Chief George Stacy." "Hello, Mr. Stacy, I'm Peter Parker." "Hello, Peter." They exchanged a brief handshake. "Gwen often speaks of you at home." "Peter." "Haha, it's an honor, sir. I deeply regret that your uncle's misfortune last night was due to our oversight." "It's all right, Chief." Although Peter uttered these words, the fleeting glimmer of melancholy in his eyes did not escape George's notice. "The perpetrator jumped off a building on 6th Avenue this morning." "Really?" "Dad, I believe that was a fitting end." Gwen's melodious voice broke through the somber atmosphere. "However, the department suspects a connection to the specter that wandered through the skies of New York this morning. Some say they witnessed that creature binding someone with thread and taking them to the rooftop." "It's possible, sir. Regardless, you must remain steadfast, Peter. You cannot dwell in sorrow." With a comforting pat on Peter's shoulder, George turned to Gwen. "Have you mentioned to him about coming to our house on Sunday? Your mother has always wished to meet Peter." "I mentioned it to Dad, and Peter has also agreed to come to our home." George turned to Peter and said, "My wife is quite adept at preparing lemon base. You shall enjoy it once it is ready." "Very well, sir. I shall come," Peter replied. "Indeed, young sir and madam. Miss Stacy should return home now. After all, the streets at night are not particularly safe. Do you agree, Peter?" "I concur with your assertion, sir. The nights in New York are seldom tranquil," Peter responded. "Very well, madam, you ought to get in the car," George advised. With that, he entered the police vehicle, and Gwen took her seat in the back. "Goodbye, Peter," Gwen whispered softly. "See you tomorrow, Peter." "Farewell, sir." "Goodbye, Gwen." Watching the police car drive away, Peter turned and walked back into his home, just as 2 officers emerged from the house. After exchanging nods, they proceeded inside. "Peter," they said, "the criminal jumped from a high building to commit suicide." Aunt May struggled to steady her emotions, yet her words emerged choked and awkward. "I heard you, Aunt May. He got what he deserved." After conversing with Aunt May for a while, Peter ascended the stairs and opened his computer. The stocks he purchased today began to rebound, rising steadily from this morning to reach their previous high of 2 p.m. when 1.9 million transformed into 96 million. Peter, seeing the stocks had hit their ceiling, liquidated all his assets and transferred the funds to Connor's bank card. Within moments, Connor called. "Peter, why have I suddenly found several tens of millions in my account? What is happening?" "The stock market has risen, yielding profits. This is our initial capital. You should obtain a supplementary card and establish a laboratory, adhering to my plan." Connors, sensing that this was not the moment for probing inquiries, prudently terminated the call. 96 million. This is the post-tax amount, sufficient as startup capital, yet still inadequate for Peter. He has come to realize that this world harbors Stark, Hydra, and the frozen Captain America in the Arctic, all of which signify both peril and opportunity. Chapter 5. A date. Peter spent a restless night, donning his suit to be the good neighbor. The queens of that evening were remarkably safe, as all criminals described encountering a white specter, invariably ending up with broken limbs. Exhausted, he finally dragged himself back to bed and succumbed to slumber. He had not slept for nearly 48 hours, compounded by the emotional turbulence of seeking someone, leaving him utterly drained. The midday sun streamed into the room, illuminating Peter as he opened his eyes to the bedroom. A throbbing ache settled in his head. A shower was in order. Grabbing a towel that had been hung up to dry, he made his way to the bathroom to cleanse himself. After enjoying Aunt May's lunch, Peter took a ride to the rendezvous point with Gwen. "Hi, Gwen. How long have you been waiting?" "I just arrived. No worries." As they strolled and conversed, they arrived at a shopping center. "Is there anything you wish to purchase?" Peter, in fact, has quite a few items in mind. "I wish to purchase a suit and some clothing. Shall we go together?" Coincidentally, I also wish to buy a dress for my mother. That sounds splendid. I seldom frequent this area. Please lead the way. As compensation, I shall treat you to lunch. Very well. The two entered the shopping mall, which was not overly crowded, with most patrons dressed rather elegantly. What style of suit are you considering? An American style? The American style is too loose. I prefer to have a custom suit made, along with a ready-made one. That works. In that case, let us forego lunch and opt for something simpler. Observing the expression on Gwen's face, I wondered if she was trying to protect my wallet. No need for concern. What do you think of Armani? It's an option, but it's rather costly. No matter, let us take a look inside. They were greeted by a slightly plump woman. Good day, sir and madam. How may I assist you? I wish to customize a suit. Regarding the material, Gwen stood quietly beside, astonished. As they completed their selections and approached the checkout, Gwen pulled him aside. Peter, I still have a little nest egg on this card. You may use it for now. He glanced at the extra credit card in her hand. No need. I have brought my own. Thank you, Gwen. With that, he swiftly paid, and, after providing their address in Queens, they exited the store. How much was it? Do you mean 19,000? With a light chuckle, I shared that I had earned a modest sum from Bitcoin, assuring that I had only recently liquidated my assets. Gwen, not probing further, continued to accompany Peter on their shopping excursion. They meandered through various shops, purchasing an array of items. Gwen selected a floral dress for her mother, along with some cosmetics for herself. Peter, on the other hand, indulged in more lavish purchases, acquiring 2 or 3 sets of scarves and coats for Aunt May, in addition to his own suit, leather shoes, and athletic wear. Both returned laden with their acquisitions. During their outing, Peter subtly inquired about the preferences of George and his wife, ultimately choosing to gift George a Tudor watch and his wife a seasonal Hermes bag. Despite Gwen's persistent refusals, claiming the gifts were too extravagant, Peter managed to persuade her to accept, with arms full of shopping bags. They arrived at a restaurant where Peter changed into a new outfit, discarding the old one, of course. After the waiter assisted in taking their belongings and they settled by the window, they enjoyed a simple meal of steak and some desserts before parting ways with Gwen. As I gazed at the multitude of shopping bags in my possession, I couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. It would have been prudent to purchase in batches. But never mind, let us proceed to the Audi dealership. The sooner, the better. After discreetly handing the driver a $50 bill, Peter experienced the exhilarating thrust of the taxi as it sped towards the Audi dealership. Upon entering, he was promptly approached by various sales representatives eager to ascertain his needs. Selecting a congenial Caucasian gentleman, Peter articulated his desires. I seek a 5.2 TV10 R8, finished in matte silver, with a predominantly white interior accented by red. It took a moment for the sales team to grasp the significance of his request. A substantial order indeed. Sir, might I suggest you relinquish your current items to another, and I shall guide you through our offerings. Very well. Do you have the R8 available now? Indeed, sir. We have 2 remaining in silver. One featuring a black interior and the other a red interior. Naturally, we shall endeavor to accommodate your specifications. Allow me to arrange for the necessary preparations. Please proceed with your arrangements, then lead me to the vehicles. Certainly, sir. The model you specified, fully equipped, is priced at $213,000. We can also facilitate financing options for you. No need for that. I prefer to settle the amount in full. In the United States, one can obtain a driver's license at the tender age of 14, and Peter had acquired his license long ago. The remainder of the process was straightforward, gathering vehicle information, license plate details, and vehicle specifications, culminating in a fingerprint submission. Just as he was about to finalize the contract, Peter suddenly called out to the salesman. If I opt for a lump sum payment without bargaining, what benefits do you offer? Such a gentleman, we offer 6 maintenance services and 10 complimentary deep cleans, along with assistance for vehicle registration. As for vehicle insurance, if you require our help, we can facilitate your application, covering 30 of your insurance costs for the next 2 years, regardless of the price. Thus, for the insurance of the next 3 years, we suggest opting for Silver City Insurance Company, selecting a mid to high-range policy. Sir, I have no other conditions. These are the terms. If you can apply, please proceed with the purchase. If not, I have no qualms about purchasing an AMG next door. The male salesperson furrowed his brow, recognizing the significance of such a substantial deal. Very well, sir, I shall proceed with the application. The outcome is quite straightforward. A 3-year Silver City insurance policy valued at $6,000. Overall, today's results are quite promising. Returning to Queens at night. The roar of the R8 gradually subsided. Peter sat in the car, feeling somewhat disoriented. Had he truly ascended the social ladder? Gazing at the row houses, he resolved to purchase a property near Central Avenue once matters settled. Arriving home with an array of packages, Aunt May was preparing dinner. "Hi, Aunt May, I'm back." "Hi. Peter, why did you buy so many things?" "I'm still liquidating my Bitcoin. Everything will improve for us. Look at the dress and coat I've picked out for you." "Oh, you are so thoughtful, Peter. If only I had seen you like this." Even at night, Peter continued his fight against crime, and discussions about the Spider Phantom emerged across various forums. Ding ding ding. Turning off the alarm, Peter climbed out of bed and glanced at the clock. Realizing it was already 10 o'clock, he lazily dressed himself and, after a quick wash, noticed a message from Gwen on his phone. After replying to her messages one by one, his mind began to wander. It was evident to even the blind that Gwen had feelings for Peter, and of course, Peter reciprocated those feelings. Yet, neither had broken the ice between them. Perhaps a formal occasion was required to establish their relationship? As a novice in the realm of romance, having never been in love in either life, Peter pondered whether he should kneel on one knee at some venue to affirm their bond, a common trope in many films. Speaking of phones, wasn't it time for an upgrade? In this world, Apple's technology had only reached the 7th generation. In a year, the era of the notch would commence. Should I consider buying some shares in Apple? With knowledge of the future, making money could be quite effortless. I wonder how Dr. Connors is faring. Has he managed to set up the laboratory? Chapter 6. The initial experiment of reagents. After checking the stock market and inquiring about Connor's progress, Peter set out. "Aunt May, I plan to visit Gwen's house tonight. Shall I bring you some food before I leave?" "No need, Peter. I can manage to cook for myself at home. Once I have some free time, I find myself at a loss for what to do. I need to find something that truly interests me." "All right, Aunt May. What do you think of this suit?" "Handsome Peter, you bear a striking resemblance to your father, though I dare say you possess a touch more charm." Ever since the stock market funds were liquidated, Peter has encouraged Aunt May to resign from her job to rest at home. He cannot bear the thought of her health deteriorating due to work. "By the way, Aunt May, I have purchased a car. Would you care to take a drive? The one you mentioned at the entrance? I find it rather ostentatious." "I am still young, Aunt May. We shall only continue to thrive." "Very well, Peter. But do drive carefully." With gifts in tow, they set off towards the Connors residence. "Good morning, Dr. Connors," Peter greeted. "Good afternoon, Peter. What brings you here?" "I came to check on your recent progress. How are the lab mice faring?" "How do you know I am using lab mice?" "Just a guess. Have they become agitated, morphing into miniature lizards?" "Well, Peter, you are quite the prophet. Fred has indeed killed Jenny, and he is now covered in remarkably hard scales, with regenerative abilities that are nothing short of extraordinary." "Has he reverted to his original form?" "No. Why do you ask? What dosage did you administer?" Peter bypassed the latter inquiry and pressed on regarding the dosage. 8 milliliters. "Is there a possibility of Fred returning to a lab mouse?" "That suggests an excessive dosage. It has become semi-permanent. He may revert in a few months or even years." "And his temperament?" "You mentioned it would amplify emotions, leading to ferocity. That will remain unchanged. It is a toxin unless a proper antidote is formulated." "Well, you have convinced me. Would you be interested in seeing Fred?" "Fred the lizard." Peter nodded and descended into the basement, which had been transformed into a compact laboratory filled with numerous intricate instruments. Upon noticing that a significant portion of Connor's belongings was stored there, Peter couldn't help but inquire, "What prompted you to conduct experiments at home?" Connor shrugged and replied, "It's discreet and convenient." Peter pressed on, "Are you aware that if this were to be exposed, you might find it impossible to clear your name?" "My speculation of Osborn coercing Connors into conducting human experiments has now morphed into Connors independently researching monstrous serums." Listening to Peter's increasingly sharp tone, Connors felt a twinge of apprehension. The aura of a dominant predator radiating from Peter was unmistakably potent. "I will relocate," Connors stated. "Do you have a plan?" Peter returned to a gentler tone. "I will seek out abandoned factories or houses. There's no need to purchase. Consider it temporary. Once the plan commences, I will obliterate the location." "Very well, I will look into it," Connors agreed. The two approached a box made of bulletproof glass. Fred was energetically ramming against the glass wall, vibrant, yet excessively brutal. Connors, contemplating, asked, "Would the serum have a similar effect when injected into a human?" "Certainly. The formula has always been rather unstable, and a crucial component of the reagent is spider venom. After gaining a brief understanding of the experimental progress, Peter entered Connor's study. Surrounded by an array of biological tomes, he mused, "Indeed, you are one of the most brilliant minds in Marvel. Concepts in biology that bewilder the average person seem to be second nature to you. Peter, could you share your future plans with me?" Connors inquired. "Of course, Doctor. But this must remain a secret between us," Peter replied. Connors nodded, and Peter continued, "First and foremost, we need to extricate you from Osborn and establish your own company, focusing primarily on pharmaceuticals. Subsequently, we shall aim to merge with certain extraordinary factions in New York, thereby legitimizing our organization as a strategic partner of New York State." "And what are the steps involved? Do you have connections above?" "Certainly not, Doctor. However, I will have relatives within the police department, allowing us to initiate preliminary cooperation with them, which can then escalate to a partnership with New York State. And then it's on to Washington? The United Nations?" No, Doctor. That would be akin to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. I do not wish to be regarded as a deterrent weapon. Then why collaborate with the state government?" Casting a glance at the politically naive Connors, Peter posed a question. "What system governs the United States? Capitalism? No. Federal Republic? Doctor. In the future, we can also rely on Osborn to place our allies within the state government, or perhaps we can elect someone. And how would we go about that?" Observing the still unenlightened Connors, Peter couldn't help but consider him a quintessential example of a science and engineering enthusiast. Although Peter himself pondered, "Have you not already answered your own question? Federal Republic? Ah, capital. Once again, it is a perfect score." After discussing the overdue rewards with Connors, Peter suggested it was time to depart. Why linger without even pouring a drink? Coffee would suffice in place of wine. Pondering these thoughts, Peter couldn't help but rub his forehead. As a man of science and engineering, he drove to the Empire State Building, having longed to behold the skyline of New York, a city once heralded as the capital of the world. He wished to witness the dense skyscrapers of Manhattan. After purchasing a ticket, he ascended directly to the top floor via the elevator. The moment the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by an endless expanse of New York's outer circles. To the left lay Wall Street, where daily transactions amounting to hundreds of billions transpire, alongside Brooklyn, Staten Island, and Queens. It was only upon stepping onto what was once the tallest building in the world that Peter realized New York was not merely the New York of his imagination, but rather the New York of the world. Here, diverse races converge, cultures collide, and economies surge. On the streets, each individual could potentially ascend to the upper echelons of society by tomorrow, while those in the upper class might find themselves among the lower ranks. Daily, this metropolis stages a cleansing of sin and fire, weaving together the fates of thousands. Though it has surpassed its golden era, opportunities in New York remain abundant. After spending over an hour exploring the Empire State Building, Peter resumed his journey, steering towards the nearby Starlight Tower. Once he parked, he strode confidently towards the edifice reputed to possess safety measures rivaling those of Stark Tower. "Good day, sir. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. You appear much younger than I anticipated," he remarked. "Ah, Mr. Hammersmith, is it?" "Indeed, sir. I apologize for the brief phone call that left me unable to inquire about your name. How may I address you?" "Peter Parker. You may simply call me Peter." "Very well, Mr. Parker. May I inquire if you expressed your interest in purchasing an apartment on the upper floors of the Starlight Tower during our phone conversation?" "Indeed. I envision a space from which I can behold the entirety of Manhattan upon awakening." "Excellent. May I ask about your current occupation?" "At present, I am a student, with aspirations of establishing a company in the future." "Ah, I see. So, is the funding for this venture sourced from your family?" Peter regarded the gentleman, who seemed to assume he hailed from a wealthy lineage. "I possess no familial background. I bear the full responsibility myself. Please feel free to voice any concerns directly." "Very well, sir. However, it is possible that we will require a verification of funds. As you are aware, the Starlight Tower maintains a high level of security, and the procedures for viewing properties are rather intricate." Peter remained silent, handing over Connor's card, which contained over 80 million. Following a brief verification, the sales representative adopted a different demeanor. "Esteemed sir, I beg your pardon for my earlier assumptions. If you would permit me, I would be delighted to escort you to view the apartment." Peter spoke little. After a brief acknowledgement, he ascended the stairs. "Sir, allow me to introduce this rare apartment available for sale in the Starlight Tower. With a ceiling height of 6 meters and fully automated control of the curtains, it boasts a spacious 210 square meters. Furthermore, I believe the decor aligns perfectly with your preference for a touch of luxury. The subsequent presentation of appliances and security measures consumed nearly 2 hours. The conversation circled back to the pressing inquiry, what benefits accompany my full purchase of your property? 3 years of waived public fees and some utility exemptions. What do you think? I believe including 2 years of property tax constitutes a commendable proposition. After some negotiation, they ultimately settled on 1 year of property tax responsibility, with all prior conditions doubled. Swiftly, he signed, affixed his fingerprint, and received the property certificate. A sum of $21 million was deducted. Chapter 7. The impulse for a 3-base hit? Upon exiting the Starlight Tower, the clock indicated it was just past 7. The timing was perfect for a visit to Gwen's residence. Delegating all remaining registration matters to the sales representative, Peter strode away. He parked his car downstairs, retrieved a gift and his car keys, and glanced at himself in the rearview mirror, still handsome. With purposeful strides, he made his way to the elevator. Gwen's home was on the 20th floor. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened to reveal a stunning woman. Peter was quick to speak. Hello, you must be Gwen's mother. I am Peter Parker, a classmate of Gwen. Oh, hello? I am Helen Stacy. Please, come in. As Helen stepped back, she called out upstairs, Gwen. A handsome model has arrived at the house. It must be the one you adore. Upon hearing Helen speak of herself in such a manner, Peter could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Goodness, Gwen's mother is quite the wild spirit, though Gwen had yet to descend from upstairs. Her voice was already heard. Mom, how can you say such a thing? Gwen hurried down the stairs and spotted Peter carrying a considerable amount of items. Peter, why are you bringing so many things? Haha, I heard that in the East, it is customary to bring gifts when visiting someone's home, Peter replied. Helen's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Oh, my dear, you truly have found a polite model. Gwen shot a glance at Helen and stepped forward to take the gifts from Peter's hands. What have you brought? Peter set down one gift and picked up the Hermes wrapped package from Gwen's hands, presenting it to Helen. Aunt Helen, this is a small token I prepared for you. It may not be extravagant, but I sincerely hope you will accept it. Observing Peter's humility, Helen quickly took the gift box and exclaimed, Oh, dear Peter, you truly are thoughtful. George leisurely descended the stairs and remarked, Hey, look at that tall figure. I never had such a perfect physique during my military days. Approaching Peter, George extended his hand, saying, Welcome to the Stacy household, Peter. Thank you, sir, Peter replied. Enough with the sir business, just call me George. That uniform looks rather splendid. George commented. Peter then handed the gift box resting on the carpet to George. Then, Uncle George, this is also a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you will accept it. Ha ha, very well, Peter. Just treat this place as your own. Come, let us sit for a while. Helen, could you please check if the base is overcooked? Realizing her oversight, Helen made her way to the kitchen, while at the staircase stood several younger brothers of Gwen. It turned out that Gwen had 3 younger brothers, a fact she had never mentioned before. Ill-prepared, Peter had brought no gifts for them. Enough with the gifts. Just feel at home. Little George, come down and greet Peter. After shaking hands with each of the younger brothers, Peter took a seat at the dining table. It seemed George had a favorable impression of him, at least devoid of any disdain. I heard you ranked second in your school, Peter? Indeed. I have always aspired to be first, yet Gwen's exceptional talents overshadow my ambitions. Ha ha ha. It is true. Our Gwen has been remarkably intelligent since childhood. Sitting beside Peter, Gwen rolled her eyes. Noticing this, George felt that Gwen was acting rather oddly today. The usually attentive daughter would not behave this way toward her father. They chatted about recent developments, and I briefly explained to George that after liquidating some Bitcoin, I now possess a substantial sum of $1 million. I expressed my desire to establish a pharmaceutical company alongside Gwen. Upon hearing this, George's laughter blossomed like a flower, filled with pride for his exceptionally talented daughter. It was only when dinner was served that the atmosphere settled. Suddenly, little George spoke up. Father, have you captured that white phantom yet? Not yet, but I am confident we shall succeed, Peter replied. Sensing the conversation shifting towards him, he inquired, I saw on the forum that they call him the ghost spider. I find him rather intriguing. What do you think, Uncle George? George chuckled softly at this remark. I consider him a brute. He tends to leave criminals with broken bones, pinned against walls, truly believing himself to be a paragon of justice. Peter feigned contemplation as he asked, wouldn't bestowing him a title or identity be advantageous for the police department? George pondered for a moment upon hearing this remark and replied, if that thug truly dares to remove his mask and stand before me, I would certainly deliver a punch first, for his actions have been excessively brutal each time. Only then would I contemplate the possibility of collaboration. However, I have noticed a significant reduction in crime in Queens, as many miscreants have been deterred by the activities of the ghost spider. Nonetheless, this should fall under the jurisdiction of the police. Numerous communities have reported that many residents live in fear because of him. Peter, sensing the need to change the subject, was about to conclude the conversation when George inquired, "You seem quite knowledgeable about him." After a brief moment of reflection, Peter responded, "While browsing forums previously, I inevitably came across his posts and gleaned a bit of information. You at your age should not be confused about good and evil. It would be more prudent to focus on your studies." Peter nodded and shifted the discussion to Gwen's work at Osborne. Professor Connors is preparing to write a recommendation letter for Gwen to apply to Oxford. Peter furrowed his brow at this news. Oxford? In England? Has Dr. Connors already written the letter? Not yet. It is expected to be completed in the next couple of days. Peter, which university are you planning to attend? With your academic achievements, gaining admission to a prestigious institution should not pose a problem. I plan to attend New York University, as their educational system is quite elite. New York University is indeed commendable. It's located in New York, which is conveniently close to home. We cannot allow Connors to write a recommendation letter tonight. At least not for Oxford. The cheerful atmosphere, accompanied by Peter's occasional witty remarks, has rendered this dinner devoid of the original tension found in the source material. Come on, Peter, let us take a breath of fresh air on the rooftop, George urged, leading Peter upstairs. Helen, who was beside Gwen, turned to her and said, "You ought to seize Peter, otherwise George might just threaten him with a gun to keep him away from you." "Father would never do such a thing." "I have faith in him," Gwen replied. "My dear, have you forgotten about William? He nearly got dragged to the New York police station for merely holding your hand." "Oh, Mother, please don't bring that up. If you don't act soon, it might be too late. It could very well be ruined before you even get the chance." Upon hearing this, Gwen's face flushed with embarrassment, fully aware of what Helen was implying. "I'll go up in a moment." "Foolish girl, your father has already let the opportunity slip through his fingers without you even realizing it." "Mom." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, George pulled out a pack of cigarettes and inquired of Peter, "Care for a smoke?" In the distant East, there exists a social norm whereby elders offer cigarettes. One must accept, even if they do not smoke. I am quite curious which part of the East you refer to. Southeast Asia? Ha ha ha. Those monkeys are oblivious to societal rules. With that, the two shared a knowing smile. "That would be referring to the land of Hua," George remarked, gazing at the nightscape of New York. "What do you think of Gwen? She is gentle, beautiful, and wise." "Stop right there. I meant your feelings. Do you feel any romantic inclination? Or perhaps something more intimate?" Well, it is merely the impulse of love. Answer correctly, Peter, or I shall shatter your instrument of crime." With that, George drew a pistol from his waist, causing Peter's countenance to stiffen. "How dare you bring someone to the rooftop and brandish a firearm? You intend to shoot young Peter. This is not the right moment for such impulses." All right, uncle. I am growing increasingly fond of you. Unlike those fools, you do not charge recklessly." Just as he was about to continue, Gwen's voice resonated from behind him. "Dad, are you really pointing a gun at Peter?" Chapter 8. Confession to Gwen. "Hey Gwen, let me explain. It is not what you think." Before George could clarify, Gwen dashed downstairs, shouting towards the house, "Mom, Dad has a gun aimed at Peter. You must get him down. He has definitely gone mad." Helen hurried upstairs, and upon seeing George still holding the gun, she furiously dragged him away. "Helen, please, let me explain. It's unloaded, look." He pointed the gun skyward and pulled the trigger. Bang! It was over. Helen stared at George in shock and fury. "It is not like this, Helen. I forgot to leave one bullet for precaution." "Shut up, George. Just get downstairs." As she pushed him while scolding, Peter observed this farce. Indeed, the cops are quite deranged. They not only clear the magazine, but also leave one bullet to shoot their daughter's classmate. "It's not like this, Helen. Gwen, you must reason with your mother." I had never contemplated these matters. The sound echoed continuously from the staircase. George was in trouble, at least for a week. "I apologize, Peter. I had no idea my father would leave a bullet behind." Upon hearing this, Peter regained his composure. "It's all right. Uncle George didn't intend to threaten me with the gun. He merely had it ready to be tucked away at his waist. Ultimately, I am sorry for the fright you experienced." With that, Gwen moved aside, leaning against the edge of the rooftop. "What did my father share with you?" "Actually, not much, just some matters of the heart." "Did he threaten you, saying he would ruin?" All right, stop right there. Peter regarded Gwen with a peculiar gaze. She seemed far more audacious than he remembered. Haha, previously. A boy who fancied me ended up at the police station for merely holding my hand, and they even claimed they would investigate his family. While conversing, Gwen gradually leaned closer to Peter. So, if I were to hold your hand, would George accuse me of money laundering? Certainly not. I would intervene on your behalf. Besides, I do not actually fancy that man. Peter shot a web strand, drawing Gwen into his embrace. Suddenly, he was met with the soft sensation of her lips and her unique fragrance. This was not what he had anticipated. As Peter remained in a daze, Gwen's other hand rested upon his shoulder, rendering him unable to escape or resist, leaving him to succumb to the moment. I can't breathe. Upon hearing this, Gwen promptly ceased her actions, allowing Peter to greedily inhale the air. Hey, are you all right? It's fine. Really, it's just fine. Gwen glanced at the webbing clinging to her body before turning her attention to Peter, who was gasping for breath. Who are you, the White Spectre? Please, don't use such unflattering terms. I prefer to call myself the Ghost Spider. So, all the things my father mentioned were they you're doing? Those little thugs? Indeed. That was all me. Peter cast a sidelong glance at Gwen and remarked, What's the matter, Miss Gwen Stacy? Are you planning to report Spider-Man? Gwen shook her head and playfully shifted the topic. Haha, I never imagined your kissing skills were so lacking that you forgot to breathe. Peter rolled his eyes and replied, I lack experience. I should be able to do better next time. Next time, I prefer actions over empty promises. A familiar sensation enveloped them once more, and Peter, having mastered the technique, learned to reciprocate. If I don't take the initiative, would you ever express your affection? Huh, no way. I'm planning to confess in a proper setting. On one knee? Don't be ridiculous. That's for proposals. The drawbacks of his inexperience became apparent as Peter's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, I think it's not too late now. I like. Just then, a cough echoed from the doorway. Ahem. I quickly extricated myself from Gwen. Feigning interest in the night scenery, Gwen, initially flustered, regained her composure. Hi, Mom, what's the matter? Nothing much, it's just that it's getting late. And I'm concerned about Peter's safety on his way back, so, of course. Aunt Helen, I was just about to mention that the nightlife in Queens can be quite perilous. Yes, Mom, I was planning to advise Peter to return home early. Okay. Shouldn't Gwen escort Peter downstairs? All right, Mom, let's go, Peter. Gwen took Peter's hand and led him towards the staircase. Upon entering the house, they found George sulking in a corner, watching Peter descend. You little rascal, you've betrayed me. You ought to explain yourself to Helen, George remarked. Peter could only chuckle awkwardly as he approached the door. In a swift motion, George wrapped an arm around Peter and whispered conspiratorially in his ear, You've caused me to pay the price. Peter, I'll hold you accountable for this. George, let Peter return home in peace. Stop threatening him. Hey, Mrs. Helen, I am not threatening. This is a matter of camaraderie among men, you see? All right. Allow your companion to put on his shoes. Okay. This household will eventually become unwelcoming to me. I can hardly fathom my days post-retirement. Will Gwen and Mrs. Helen resort to beating the poor George simply for forgetting to return the bullets? Observing the playful banter between the elderly couple, Peter gathered his belongings and bid them farewell. Just as he was about to close the door, Gwen's voice rang out from inside. I'll go see Peter off. Upon concluding, he swiftly closed the door. Gazing at Peter, who stood rooted in place, Gwen once again took his hand and said, Hey, don't take my father's words too seriously. He tends to harbor a slight animosity towards boys my age. How could that be? I find Mr. George rather pleasant, albeit somewhat lacking in nuance. Lacking in nuance? Are you serious? Of course, I think I might be a bit lacking in that regard as well. With that, Gwen leaped into Peter's embrace, her arm draping around his neck. Wait, hold on. If this continues, I might not want to leave tonight. How about we postpone this for another day? All right then. Let us do it another day. As they continued their conversation while descending the stairs, Peter settled into the car and rolled down the window, addressing Gwen. How about tomorrow? We should have nothing planned. Certainly. See you tomorrow, Peter. Before Peter could start the engine, Gwen leaned down and pecked him on the cheek, akin to a chick pecking for grains. See you tomorrow, Gwen. I hope George won't be following me. I'll keep an eye on him. You need not worry. Sharing a smile, Peter then ignited the car's engine. Seeing the smug expression on that lad's face, Gwen wondered how she could have developed feelings for him. Oh, come on, George, at what age do you still find yourself outmatched by him? How could I not be outmatched? There's no way I could compete with that brat. Who was it that was so intimidated by my father that he didn't dare to reach third base until he was 20? Hey, your father had a double-barreled shotgun pointed at my forehead, saying, "You little rascal, if you dare to remove my daughter's trousers, I'll make you swallow your own magazine." Ha ha. My father was never that fierce. Nonsense. He truly had live ammunition in his shotgun. He nearly shoved the gun into my mouth. Ha ha ha. Poor George. When is our third anniversary? What? October 6th? Damn it. You better be ready tonight. Perhaps we should have a conversation. I genuinely remember. Helen. Peter navigated the night streets of New York, the evening breeze caressing his cheek. It seems Spider-Man might be taking the night off. Chapter 9. The plan begins. Peter and Gwen had spent delightful days together, enjoying each other's company during Connor's vacation, meeting daily for their dates. Naturally, their rendezvous took place at the Starlight Tower apartment. Speaking of which, Peter, do you truly not harbor any such intentions? No, the age is inappropriate. Gwen looked at Peter with a hint of irritation. It seemed that Peter Parker, or rather the ghost Spider-Man, was a person of integrity. All right, Gwen, stop it. Peter extricated himself from Gwen's embrace and retrieved a bottle of bourbon from the refrigerator. Upon witnessing this, Gwen spoke up, her voice tinged with disbelief. "You still have to take me home later. How can you drink?" Peter continued his task undeterred, pouring himself another glass and downing it. "My metabolism is quite rapid. I'll digest it in no time, so there is no need for concern." "Fine." Gwen settled onto the couch, her gaze fixed on Peter. They had been clandestinely meeting at Starlight Tower during the afternoons for the past few days. Peter admired Gwen's beautiful features, silently vowing that no incident involving webs and heroics would transpire. That night, he planned to inform Connors of his intentions, advising him to ready the recording device and coax the supervisor into revealing details about the human experiments. Later, he would administer the serum to himself, thereby affirming his identity as Spider-Man. Seated on his bed, Peter gazed out at the moonlight, setting his plans into motion. His strategy mirrored the original narrative, first to reveal Dr. Lizard to the public, followed by a series of battles and rescues to redeem Spider-Man. Ultimately, he aimed to rehabilitate Dr. Lizard, transforming him from a villain into a great scientist striving for a better future for humanity. His reluctance to use unstable serums for human experimentation led him to inject it into his own body. The root cause of all these troubles was none other than Osborn Industries, or Norman Osborn. According to the latest reports, an unidentified lizard creature of enormous size had appeared on the Brooklyn Bridge, prompting the police to take action and prepare for suppression. New York Times. The lizard creature was engaged in combat with a humanoid figure clad in a white spider suit. Eyewitnesses described the white-suited being as benevolent, potentially identifying it as the white silhouette seen over New York last Friday. The enigmatic lizard creature re-emerged in Manhattan, followed by the appearance of the white-clad figure, leaving it to be determined which side represented justice. The two-day spectacle had significantly heightened attention on Dr. Lizard, while also spreading whispers of the ghost spider among the citizens of New York. A pajama-clad oddity? Mr. Spider? Is there truly a white pill? What kind of title is that? Are the people of New York so eccentric? Gwen chuckled softly at Peter's complaints. I think Mr. Spider is rather appealing, don't you? Spider Parker? Oh, come on, Gwen. Those peculiar titles are nothing short of an affront to my dignity. Gwen glanced at Peter Parker's picture hanging on the wall of his room, unable to suppress her exasperation. Can't you just use the front door? You always climb through the window, and this is the 20th floor. Peter continued to type away at his keyboard, undeterred. I wouldn't dare use the front door. I'm afraid George might pull out a gun. Oh, please, my mom has driven him to the brink. Listening to Gwen speak calmly about domestic matters, Peter sighed in resignation. I think Aunt May is quite gentle. She's not as you describe. Gwen rolled her eyes, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. Well, that is true for you, Peter. Then, as if struck by a thought, she furrowed her brow and addressed Peter, by the way. Are you really going to confront that lizard? I find that exceedingly unsafe. Well, I can't possibly delegate the task to your father, can I? Gwen abruptly stood up, her expression filled with indignation as she gazed at Peter. What is wrong with passing it on to my dad? At least he possesses firearms, while you don a costume to confront monsters. Each time I see the news, my heart races with concern for you. Peter hurriedly descended from the ceiling, embracing Gwen, and reassured her, it's all right. I promise I will be fine. After all, I am Spider-Man. After conversing with Gwen for a while, Peter swung away from her home on his web. The situation needed resolution, yet he had not yet devised a plan regarding George. Connors must not replicate the cinematic scenario of climbing Osborn and transforming everyone into lizards. That would be terrorism, an irreversible stain. Upon returning home, Peter changed his attire and sent a message to Connors. The matter must reach its conclusion. I will have Gwen assist in concocting the antidote tomorrow. And then, will you betray me? Peter furrowed his brow. This individual was profoundly affected by the toxin. Listen, Dr. Connors, you are currently under the toxin's influence, and tomorrow marks your final chance. I have already contacted a Wall Street attorney this afternoon. You only need to remain at the police station for half a day, and they will extricate you, with your innocence intact. Upon hearing this, Connors felt slightly calmed and replied, the batch conversion mechanism you requested has already been designed. Excellent. With this, even if one severely injures another in battle, there is a chance for recovery. By the way, what is your dosage today? 150 milliliters. 100 milliliters is far too brief, and regeneration will deplete the medication. Peter recalled that in the film, 200 milliliters nearly ensured semi-permanence, albeit with significant side effects. Very well, do not increase the dosage any further. Tomorrow, you will launch an assault. After discussing the plan with Connors, Peter reflected on the present Connors, who would ascend Oscorp Tower, intent on transforming all of New York into lizards. Meanwhile, Connors, in an abandoned factory, stared vacantly at the box containing Fred, his mind blank, yet tormented by a savage desire that relentlessly ravaged his consciousness. Just as he prepared to rise, the lizard tail that had not yet retracted knocked over the reagent, and Connors walked toward the bed, seemingly oblivious. The next day, Peter and Gwen did not attend school. Peter sent Gwen to Oscorp. As for Peter, he was certainly far from Oscorp Tower, for how else could he enhance visibility? I discovered the antidote reagent among my father's belongings. You merely need to utilize the calibrator from Dr. Connors' laboratory to prepare it. This will allow the lizard man to revert to humanity? Indeed. And it will eliminate the toxins within the regeneration serum. Peter had already informed Gwen that the lizard man was Connors. He needed to adhere to the narrative, for understanding the plot was his greatest advantage. Nothing must alter the storyline. Gwen's laboratory faced an encounter with Connors, and Officer George suffered severe injuries. Now, all that is required is for Connors to randomly assault a location, after which Spider-Man will appear, leading to a police encirclement, allowing Connors to escape while Spider-Man remains detained. Welcome back to the New York Times, where we urgently report that the lizard creature has surfaced in Brooklyn, yet Spider-Man, who has been pursuing him, has not made an appearance. Peter swings through the air on his webs, heading towards Connors' location. The plan is progressing smoothly, as long as the subsequent funding is adequate. Those on Wall Street can easily protect Connors. With a mighty roar, Connors, adorned in a white coat and wielding what appears to be smoke grenades, swings his tail like a beast, effortlessly swatting aside a car. Hey, lizard man, are you all right? Peter leaps from a height, landing before Connors. As Connors lunges toward him, Peter senses something amiss. Has Connors lost his sanity? He ensnares Connors with webbing and leans in close to whisper, Hey, Connors, have you gone mad? This destruction is far too severe. In response, he is met with the furious roars of the lizard. What the hell? This deviates from the original story. Connors never became this deranged. Hearing the sirens drawing nearer, Peter realizes the urgency of the situation. He must first strike Connors to rouse him from this madness. As Connors rose once more, he lunged towards Peter. The beast's instinctual combat mode was far simpler than Connors' conscious efforts. It merely required a pull and a punch. With spider silk binding Connors' hands, Peter perched upon his neck, delivering blow after blow to the lizard's head. Wake up! Wake up! Thud! Thud! Come on, wake up! Thud! His relentless fists fell upon Connors like a torrential downpour. Ultimately, Connors could no longer endure it, flinging Peter away and diving into the nearest sewer. Hey, don't go! Peter glanced down the sewer. Oh no, this kid went straight into the water. I can't catch up. Casting a backward glance at the pursuing police, Peter shot out a strand of web and departed. He knew exactly where Connors was headed, the person he despised the most, Norman Osborn. Chapter 10. Your high salary is gone. Hey, Gwen, get out of Oscorp immediately. Now. What? The serum is almost ready. Just 10 minutes. That's not an option. Get out now. Connors has lost it. He.s. going after Norman Osborn. Hello? Gwen. Gwen. Damn it. Peter cursed as he ended the call and accelerated towards Oscorp. Meanwhile, George, following in the helicopter, addressed the pilot. Keep up with that freak. William, prepare the electric cannon. Understood, sir. The plan is almost successful. We will capture that monster soon. The plan is spiraling out of control. As Peter gazed at the approaching helicopter, a surge of anger welled up within him. Damn it. Meanwhile, Gwen found herself obstructed by Osborn personnel intent on destroying evidence. Miss, please do not interfere with our work. They insisted. Listen, that lizard monster is on its way. You cannot destroy this. It is an order from above, and we must comply. I am not stealing company secrets. She retorted. The antidote for the lizard man is still being formulated. Otherwise, you will all perish. John, take this young lady away. You cannot do this. Let me go? Despite Gwen's struggles, the security personnel remained unmoved, dragging her towards the elevator. Meanwhile, the leader reported through an earpiece, Mr. Osborn. The girl claims to be working on the antidote. What should we do? Throw her out of Osborn. Once the antidote is ready, deliver it to my office. Understood, sir. Given the gravity of the situation, this evidence must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will expose Osborn Industries. William, where are the armed forces? Right behind us. The interception teams have also arrived. Good. Once he enters the encirclement, shoot him down at all costs. I will notify them now. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos, Peter pressed on. Damn Connors. That fool. As he neared the Osborn building, gunfire erupted below. Bang. 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 Peter swiftly changed his position, evading the shots fired by the police. Those damn cops. As Peter released another strand of web, the sound of gunfire echoed from the helicopter behind him. The spider sense tingled, prompting Peter to swiftly change his position, narrowly evading the bullets. However, the warning grew more intense as a multitude of police officers emerged from the street corner below, some aiming their stun guns at him. Despite his agile transformations, Peter could not escape the onslaught of a stun gun blast. Thud! He fell heavily onto the rooftop of a nearby building, just as another shot rang out from the helicopter, striking him in the back. The commander was hit. He plummeted downwards, and the helicopter hovered just above the rooftop. William descended a rappel line, instructing the reinforcements below to send up 10 officers armed with stun guns, while the others held their positions. Acknowledged, Commander. I shall remove this freak's headgear. After enduring 2 stun gun blasts, Peter felt his consciousness waver, the world spinning around him. The sounds of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, as the helicopter remained suspended in the air. George slid down the rappel line, commanding his men to subdue Peter. The spider sense continued to issue warnings. As Peter regained his awareness, he felt the headgear being forcibly yanked off. With a swift backflip, he evaded the officers restraining him, keeping his head low and relying solely on his spider sense to shoot webs that obscured the vision of 2 officers. He then ensnared one, hurling him towards the other 2. After dispatching several more in a similar manner, he found himself facing a gun, its barrel trained on his head. He had not anticipated George's presence, and his spider sense had failed to alert him. Enough. You freak. Do not engage in any other actions. Now lift your head. Peter spoke in a subdued tone. Officer George, your daughter is still in Oscorp Tower. Do not behave this way. Stop wasting my time. I do not trust the words of a masked fiend. Peter reluctantly raised his head, gazing calmly at George. Peter, it is I, your uncle. I assure you, every word I speak is true. Please, have faith in me. That is unacceptable. You could have been honest with me. I intend to find a suitable opportunity to contact the authorities. Once this matter is resolved, I will seek you out. George remained silent, yet his index finger withdrew from the trigger of his firearm. Now allow me to leave. I will rescue Gwen. Peter slowly retrieved the mask from the ground, but George interjected. After we conclude this matter, we must have a conversation about Spider-Man. Peter swiftly flipped back, shooting a web and preparing to swing. George produced a radio, commanding, let the target escape. No one is permitted to fire. Proceed to Oscorp Tower immediately. Peter swung away, continuing his journey to Oscorp Tower. From the sewer beneath Oscorp Tower, Connors emerged with a roar. He leapt, grasping the external wall of the building, claws digging into the surface as he rapidly ascended. Peter caught sight of Connors scaling the structure from a distance. That man has certainly lost his mind. Peter also leapt onto the outer wall, using his webbing as a slingshot to propel himself towards Connors. Gwen was brought outside the building, and the security personnel controlling her released their grip just in time to witness Spider-Man swinging towards Oscorp Tower. Oh no! The sound of sirens echoed in the air as George led the charge at the entrance of the building. While alighting from the vehicle, he commanded through the intercom, directing half of his team to disperse the crowd. while the other half was to secure the perimeter outside, steadfast in their position. He also instructed for reinforcements to be dispatched from other districts. Dad. Silence, Gwen. I am fully aware of everything. Dad, Peter is still up there. George's expression turned grave. I am aware your boyfriend is Spider-Man. Get in the car and return home immediately. No, Dad. I am not going anywhere. Jimmy. Retrieve the handcuffs and escort this young lady to the vehicle. Dad. The antidote is on the 132nd floor. Norman Osborn has taken the antidote, and Spider-Man needs it. You still have to go home, Gwen. Dad. Okay, I will deliver the antidote to Spider-Man. You need to stay away from here. With that, George grasped his shotgun and, after issuing his orders, strode towards the Osborn building. Connors, you need to regain your senses. Peter continued to struggle with Connors, who only responded with a growl. I am utterly insane. How can I still reason with him in this state? Peter struck Connors, knocking out a tooth, prompting a pained shout as Connors ascended more rapidly. Damn it. Burrowing into the 138th floor, Connors let out an exhilarated roar, careening toward Osborn's office like a rampaging bull. What could possibly be so alluring about Osborn? Peter also dove in, following Connors toward the Osborn office, continuously shooting strands of web to create distractions. Yet Connors, as stubborn as a mule, relentlessly pressed deeper. Osborn had not yet departed. He firmly believed that his security could thwart Connors. As Connors' half-body emerged, Osborn's security team opened fire. The sounds of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, emanating from handguns, various rifles, tranquilizer guns, and stun guns. Connors' body was pierced by bullets, resembling a die tossed in a game of chance. Listening to the barrage of gunfire, Peter reflected on the responsibility Capitol had for its own security. In truth, whether Osborn lived or died was of little consequence to him, but Harry must not appear now. The familiar narrative could not be altered. As the gunfire gradually subsided, it was followed by Connors' heavy impact. Peter watched as security personnel were toppled and rushed toward the office. Poor Osborn was hoisted by the throat. Lizard Man, release him. Peter shouted as he charged at Connors. Connors stumbled from the collision, releasing Osborn. Seizing the moment, Peter scooped him up and leapt through the shattered window, a strand of web suspending them outside Osborn's tower. Roaring in frustration, Connors had had enough of the man in white who thwarted him at every turn. Oh no! He had drawn ire. Peter used his web to retrieve a nearby blue antidote. Just as he was about to inject it, Connors instinctively crawled backward as if he understood its significance. Even in madness, he knew to avoid danger. Connors crawled out through the nearby window, making his way towards the rooftop. Peter dashed out, ensnared by webs, one hand attempting to grasp his tail. With a sudden snap, the tail was severed. Undeterred, Connors pressed on, and Peter begrudgingly followed. Damn it! The chase continued until they reached the rooftop, where Connors, like a cornered beast, began his final, frenzied assault. The newly grown tail swiped away the antidote, and his massive claws lunged at Peter's face. Peter flipped backward, utilizing his webs in an attempt to retrieve the antidote. Connors blocked the web with his claws, pulling Peter in and delivering a punch to his chest. Ugh, Connors, this wasn't part of our plan, Peter exclaimed, breaking free. He seized a canister filled with liquid nitrogen and aimed it at Connors. The extreme cold instantly froze Connors' claws. A loud bang echoed from behind, shotgun fire. George, you shouldn't be here. Gwen sent me to help you, George replied. Peter fell silent, hurling the nitrogen canister towards the machinery behind Connors and delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling down. Bang, bang. The shotgun continued to fire, disrupting Connors' regeneration. Get the antidote. A web snagged the vial, and Peter called out to George, cease fire. I'll administer the antidote. The flow of liquid nitrogen diminished, leaping onto Connors' back. Peter aimed for his neck and injected the antidote. Roar. Connors' tail latched onto Peter, throwing him against the machinery. In a final act of madness, Connors leaped next to George, his claws piercing George's abdomen. Still reeling in pain, Peter's spider sense went haywire. Damn it, Connors, you fool. Don't even think about demanding a high salary. Chapter 11. The plan completed, Peter leapt to Connors' side, seizing the smoke reagent from his waist, and then leisurely approached George. George, are you all right? Cough, cough. Not particularly well. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Fear not. I possess a means to save you. Cough, cough. Do not utter such things. Listen, Peter, you are far too perilous. Once I am gone, you must steer clear of Gwen. Promise me, will you? Gazing at George in his arms, Peter suddenly pondered whether agreeing would entail a similar fate as in the original tale. Meanwhile, Connor, regaining his senses, looked at the feeble George and realized the gravity of his actions, collapsing to the ground in emotional despair. Peter, witnessing this scene, felt no inclination to spare Connor a kind expression. Connor, go to the laboratory and concoct another dose of the antidote, immediately. Upon hearing Peter's stern tone, Connor recalled the transformation reagent within him, prompting him to rise and hastily dash toward the stairs. Hey, Uncle George, do not succumb to slumber. Aunt Helen is still waiting for you. With that, he pressed the smoke release button, and green smoke began to permeate the air like a toxic mist. He brought the transformation smoke grenade to George's nose. Inhale it. Do not resist. I am saving your life. Upon hearing the words saving your life, George ceased his resistance and inhaled deeply. In mere moments, his body reacted violently, and he clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground. Peter suddenly realized, damn it, how could I have forgotten to hold my breath? The choking sensation in his throat prompted him to ponder. Had he known, he would have requested 2 portions from Connors. As he spoke, his consciousness began to fade, and his body started to swell. Green scales spread from his neck to his face. After half a minute, they slowly dissipated. Feeling the peculiar transformation of his body, Peter gradually rose to his feet. What is happening? Wasn't he, I suppose, to become the monstrous lizard? Upon raising his gaze, he beheld George, whose clothing had been torn apart, resembling an even larger lizard. Instinctively, a sense of caution surged within him, prompting his body to adopt an aggressive stance. George, observing his altered form, extended his hand and gazed at his palm. What is happening? How did I become like this? Hearing George's ability to articulate his thoughts, Peter attempted to respond. George, how do you feel? Do you have any urge to cause destruction? George snapped back to reality. Looking towards Peter. No, I only feel as though I am no longer human. How did I become so terrifying? What did you make me inhale? Peter let out a sigh of relief. Then there's no significant issue. Connors will bring the antidote shortly. This is merely a transformation mist. The situation was urgent, and we had no other choice. Upon hearing Peter's words, George quietly seated himself nearby. The two sat in silence, and as neither spoke, Peter could no longer contain himself. Now that you're alive, do I still need to keep my distance from Gwen? George contemplated for a moment. No, I'm not sure. Peter replied. Why didn't you come to me and tell me you were the white ghost? Peter cast a glance at George, gazing at the nightscape beneath their feet. I have explained before, I wish to find a suitable moment. And how can I know whether you might collapse under pressure? Does Gwen know? Indeed. I confided in him on the night we dined on Sea Base. By the way, Helen's Sea Base was rather delightful, though the roast turkey was quite unpalatable. George stared vacantly at the street view and muttered, Humph. Next time I'll tell him to refrain from making turkey. What will you do with me after tonight? To be honest, I am unsure. Before I knew your identity, I had contemplated incarcerating you. But tonight you saved me, and you saved New York. Peter pondered momentarily. Why not consider granting me an identity? A son-in-law's identity? Don't even think about it, kid. Peter found himself both amused and exasperated by this daughter-fawning remark. I meant a police officer's identity. As a chief, why not consider how to properly utilize my extraordinary abilities? Moreover, I believe Aunt Helen still holds a fondness for me. George contemplated for quite a while. That is indeed a commendable idea. How about establishing a specialized task force? No need for that. I merely require a police officer's identity. In a few months, I do not intend to frequently appear on the streets of New York. Very well, but I must take Connors with me. He can be taken, but I will subsequently bail him out. He, too, was coerced by Osborne's men. Humph. He has caused considerable destruction, and I will elucidate these matters as I have gathered evidence. I will subsequently restore his reputation. Several officers escorted Connors up the stairs, and upon seeing a large lizard seated, they raised their firearms. Peter quickly stood and waved his hands. Hey, no shooting, he's your superior. Anyone who fires a weapon will face dire consequences. Connors approached and handed Peter the serum, which Peter unhesitatingly injected into Connors' arm. In no time, he transformed back into a normal human. Gazing at the naked George, he remarked, Are you really not going to provide your superior with a garment? This is a splendid opportunity for a promotion. The next day, the front page of the New York Times read, Dr. Connors captured. Claims he was coerced by Oscorp to conduct human experiments. Is this moral decay or societal distortion? It was not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that Peter finally arose from his bed, glancing at his phone filled with missed calls. Well, Today is certainly going to be busy. After dressing and hastily freshening up, he headed straight to Gwen's home. Upon seeing George at the door, he greeted him. "Hey, how are you, Uncle George? You seem in good spirits today. I thought you might be a bit down for a while." Not bad. Come in, Peter." After exchanging pleasantries with Gwen's family, he entered Gwen's bedroom and saw her sleeping soundly. "Why are you still asleep?" Dad, I'm just resting a bit." Realizing who the voice belonged to, she exclaimed, Peter, what are you doing here?" He chuckled. "Let us observe how Uncle George is recovering and check on Miss Gwen." Upon hearing this, Gwen gradually relaxed, pulling Peter into an embrace. "Do you see it now? Thank you for saving my father last night. What is my reward?" After some playful banter with Gwen, Peter emerged from the bedroom and settled beside George to watch television. "Are you still experiencing any discomfort?" "No. I feel considerably better than before." "Are you off today?" "Indeed. After flirting with the edge of life and death, I've realized I ought to spend more time with my family." Peter nodded, his gaze fixed on the screen. After a while, George inquired, "What kind of position do you aspire to?" "The position that can freely apprehend wrongdoers would be that of the sheriff, correct? Delegate the internal affairs to the deputy sheriff." "I shall forego my salary." George acknowledged with a hum, and the two continued to watch television. After a simple dinner at Gwen's residence, Peter made another visit to Wall Street, investing $2 million to hire a premier team of attorneys to manage Connor's case and the subsequent allegations against Osborne Industries. Do not underestimate this legal team. Every attorney group on Wall Street is formidable. From governors to mob enforcers, they possess extensive networks of influence. One cannot survive in Wall Street without a modicum of ability and power. These lawyers are reputed to be able to imprison judges if necessary. He then visited Connors, ensuring that the appointed lawyer was well informed before returning to Starlight Tower. Chapter 12. Tony. After a week of normalcy, Connors was released on bail. Following the planned evidence and Connors' previous research papers, they prepared to accuse Osborne Industries of coercing him into conducting human trials. The benevolent Dr. Connors, in his desire to avoid harming others, resorted to using his own body for the experiments. A significant indictment was placed upon Osborne Tower, and following his victory in court, Connors severed ties with Osborne. Peter and Connors established a new pharmaceutical company, New Era Pharmaceuticals. "Well, my father's legacy and all the experimental data are right here. Pursue breakthroughs in the direction I suggested," Peter instructed. "Agreed. But Peter, while I believe the controlled transformation into a lizard is feasible, achieving a regenerative serum without any side effects remains a considerable challenge," Connors replied. Peter pondered briefly. "We could experiment with diluting spider venom. If you can enlist other biologists, I am willing to offer generous compensation." Connors continued his work without pause. "My acquaintances are less concerned with salary. They value reputation highly. As a creature that has wrought havoc in New York, it has become increasingly difficult to engage with them." "Hey, creating new hope for humanity. Regrowth of severed limbs. This is an opportunity for global acclaim. You must at least attempt it," Peter encouraged. Connors nodded and began to tinker with Richard Parker's experimental data. Peter, not one to seek unnecessary discomfort, vacated the rented floor and returned to Starlight Tower. He proposed to Aunt May that they move to Starlight Tower, but she declined, citing her attachment to the home she had shared with Uncle Ben for many years. Understanding the elderly woman's nostalgia, Peter purchased the two adjacent houses and, after arranging for protective personnel, relocated to Starlight Tower. In addition to Connors' affairs, he attended a ceremony at the New York Police Department to receive his commendation, thus becoming the sheriff of New York City. Upon returning to Starlight Tower, he poured himself a glass of bourbon and began to drink alone. Meanwhile, the television behind him announced breaking news. Tony Stark, heir to Stark Industries, had been attacked during an overseas transaction and was now missing. What fate awaited the vast Stark Industries? We remain in the dark. Peter raised an eyebrow. The true plot was unfolding. Clad in his battle attire, he approached the exterior of Stark Tower and swiftly scaled the wall into Tony's office. A voice resonated in his ear as he entered. The artificial intelligence, JARVIS, announcing, "Unidentified intruder, please vacate this area immediately." "I have contacted security personnel. I am here to see Miss Potts," Peter responded. "You do not possess the authorization to request an audience with Miss Potts. Kindly exit at once." Peter listened to JARVIS with a sense of resignation. "Then please relay a message to Miss Potts. Spider-Man can locate Tony. If she is interested, she may come to Tony's office. If she has not arrived in 30 minutes, I shall take my leave. I have already informed Miss Potts, stranger. Please refrain from any excessive actions. At this, Pepper raised an eyebrow, questioning, why does the mention of Tony's safety cause such a sudden change in tone? 10 minutes later, Pepper entered the office accompanied by Happy. Before Peter could utter a word, she inquired, you claim you can find Tony? Indeed, not only can I locate him, but I can also rescue him. Peter replied with calm assurance. Then where is he? Peter glanced at Pepper, responding with measured composure. He has been abducted by terrorists in the Middle East. It won't be easy to find him, but I can retrieve him. And what do you seek in return for such a perilous undertaking? Realizing the inappropriateness of her earlier tone, Pepper steadied herself, apologizing. I meant to ask, what compensation do you expect for taking such a risk? Peter chuckled softly and casually stated, let's rescue Mr. Stark first. I shall depart for the Middle East tomorrow. With that, he rose and walked towards the window, shooting out a web to swing away from Stark Tower. Happy observed Peter's silhouette and thought, next time, let's allow him to use the front door. It feels rather clandestine. After briefly explaining his purpose in the Middle East to Gwen, he secured a new bank card and proceeded to the airport. He couldn't approach Tony too early. Timing was crucial. Peter also intended to leverage the unfolding narrative for his own advantage, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared for any events that might influence the plot. He had no desire for any disruptions that could impede Iron Man's appearance. After spending a week in the Middle East and conducting extensive reconnaissance, Peter was ready to rescue Tony. With grandiosity, he purchased a sand dune motorcycle, donned his battle suit along with protective desert attire, and drove straight into the arid expanse. The scientist named Ethan, residing in the cave, appeared promising. Peter contemplated the possibility of recruiting him. He navigated the unforgiving heat of the desert for hours, the relentless waves of heat enveloping him. Damn it, I must create a suit with built-in air conditioning upon my return, he mused. For even his enhanced physique struggled against the oppressive heat. After another half-hour of travel, he finally spotted the lair of the organization. Peter parked the sand dune motorcycle, removed his protective gear, and boldly approached the stronghold of the terrorist group. Using webs, he swiftly silenced the two sentinels, covering their mouths and noses, before delivering a powerful punch that shattered their skulls. How did I become so strong? He wondered, feeling the significant increase in the strength of his arms. Peter could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. After some contemplation, he resolved to harness the effect of the spray. Without further ado, he continued to infiltrate the area, stealthily advancing while eliminating foes along the way. A normal adversary would succumb to a single blow from him. After dispatching the two guards at the iron gate of the cave, Peter silently slipped inside. The number of deceased was overwhelming. It was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. He needed to ascertain whether Tony had succeeded in creating the Mark I. Ethan, install the chest piece. We have little time left. Almost done. Is the jet system functioning properly? There should be no issues. What about the helmet? I do not wish to have my head blown off before I even escape. Just a moment. The leg armor will be installed shortly. As Peter ascended through the cave entrance, he spotted Tony and Ethan busily donning their armor. Cough, cough. Is this the lair of Tony Stark? Miss Potts sent me to package you up for delivery. Goodness, why do these Middle Eastern fellows have such a penchant for wearing fetish leather? Upon seeing Peter, Tony promptly raised his hand, aiming it at him. In such a place, a sharp tongue was to be expected. It was undeniably Tony. I am the reinforcement sent by Pepper, and this is the spider's suit. Hearing Peter's words, Tony lowered his arm. What about the others? Have you dealt with everything outside? Peter touched his nose, realizing that he was the only reinforcement donned in a hood. Outside, he had dispatched a few foes, but it was soon to be exposed. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted outside the cave. All right, let's escape now, you in the bodysuit. After Ethan assisted Tony in securing the final piece of armor, Tony detached from the harness and strode directly towards the exit beside Peter. I am Ethan, Spider. Spider-Man. You may come to know me by my other identity if fate allows. Fortuitously, you arrived. Otherwise, Tony and I would be facing insurmountable challenges. Well, we can reminisce later. We have ample time once we are outside. Peter glanced at Tony making his way to the cave entrance and swiftly ascended to the cave's apex, crawling towards the exit above Tony. Not only clad in a bodysuit, but also capable of wall crawling. It must be quite the burden for Pebois. Upon hearing this, an uncontainable anger flared within Peter. Damn it, just you wait. Peter unexpectedly shot out a web from the cave's opening. yanking the two individuals and delivering a punch that obliterated them. Tony, not to be outdone, raised a flamethrower and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the group. Damn, with so many weapons, if Tony ignites this, we are all doomed, Peter exclaimed in distress. Quickly, use the jetpack to ascend. The munitions here are on the verge of combustion. Upon hearing this, Tony recognized his blunder and called out to Ethan at the cave entrance, embracing him as they soared into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Peter shot out a web, securing a piece of Tony's armor as it soared into the heavens. Bang! Behind them, the stronghold of the terrorist organization erupted in a series of explosions. Meanwhile, Tony, suspended in midair, anxiously exclaimed that he was running low on fuel and was about to plummet. Peter swiftly released his webbing, and in the descent, he managed to ensnare Ethan, cradling him in his arms. With remarkable balance, Peter stood firmly upon the desert sands. Tony, however, was not as fortunate. He crashed onto a mound of earth. Rolling several times, his armor scattered around him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Chapter 13. Ethan joins the fray. Peter retrieved a satellite phone from his pocket and dialed Pepper, informing her of his coordinates before slowly making his way towards the city. Tony snatched the phone, engaging in conversation with Pepper about his entrapment and rambling on about what would happen upon their return. Behind him, Ethan and Tony wore expressions of utter despair, the sweltering air causing them to be drenched in sweat. Tony gazed at Peter and asked, "What is your motive for saving me, suit-clad boy?" Peter, indifferent to the address, shook his head. "I have no ulterior motive. I merely hope that the illustrious Stark does not meet his demise in this forsaken place. To be candid, what is it that you desire? Wealth? Fame? Or perhaps women? I can earn my own money. I do not care for fame, nor do I covet women. Thus, I seek nothing." Tony swiftly positioned himself in front of Peter, blocking his path. "Come on, who am I? Who is me? I am Tony Stark, the greatest arms dealer, a billionaire. You tell me you saved my life and yet desire nothing in return?" Tony spoke with a tone of disdain, for he was an exceedingly proud man. He could not fathom why his life, which he deemed so invaluable, was spared by someone who asked for nothing in return. Peter shrugged and gently patted Tony's shoulder. "I truly seek nothing, but if you happen to indulge in a sumptuous feast of cheeseburgers later, could you kindly cover my share? Is that all? The price of a single cheeseburger? I could easily purchase an entire chain of burger establishments across America, and you desire merely this?" Peter nodded, maintaining a serene gaze upon Tony. Tony, indifferent now, reclined in the desert, the sweltering air filling his lungs, rendering him unbearably hot. Is there truly such a phenomenon in this world? A bodysuit infiltrates the lair of a terrorist organization, orchestrates an elaborate escape for me, and then requests I pay for a cheeseburger? Peter lay back on the scorching sand, too weary to respond. After approximately half an hour, Pepper and Rhodey arrived aboard a helicopter. Once aboard, Peter fell silent, observing as Tony and Pepper engaged in animated conversation, his thoughts drifting to Gwen. It was then that Pepper acknowledged Peter's presence, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Ghost. You may all refer to me as Spider-Man, though any other title would suffice." No, thank you, Spider-Man. I genuinely do not know how to express my gratitude. What do you require?" Peter glanced at Tony and replied, "A grand feast of cheeseburgers upon our return to New York." "Oh, what?" Tony could no longer tolerate the situation and intervened. "All right. How about a delectable cheeseburger feast to settle our score?" Peter nodded in agreement and turned his attention to Ethan. "What familial arrangements are in place for housing? What security personnel will ensure protection? How can we facilitate the resurrection of severed limbs and usher humanity into a new era?" The barrage of questions left Ethan utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Tony quietly retrieved his tablet, eager to seek answers. Upon arriving at the airport, Peter confidently proceeded to change into his suit. He had never intended to conceal his identity from Tony, as he viewed him as a long-term ally. "Huh, I expected you might try to sneak onto the plane," Tony quipped, but Peter had grown indifferent to Tony's sharp tongue. "Of course not. That would make me an illegal immigrant," he retorted. Having safely reached New York, Peter felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, disregarding the throng of reporters encircling him as he sought an escape. "Hey, don't run off, kid. I still owe you that cheeseburger," Tony exclaimed, quickly grabbing him and calling Happy to break through the crowd. With one arm around Peter's neck, Tony continued, "So, your father is Richard Parker? You infiltrated Oscorp, and then you became Spider-Man? You fought the Lizard, established New Horizons Biotech, and your associate is still Connors? You even rescued him. Unbelievable. And you're just a student at Midtown High? Peter remained silent, gazing at Tony. Dude, don't look at me like that. I'm merely trying to understand my savior better, Tony said as he matched Peter's pace, still holding on to him. So what is it that you desire? Do not mention cheeseburgers. What about the recommendation letters from New York University? Or Cambridge? Oxford? Peter continued to stride forward. No need. I've already arranged for someone to write the recommendation letter for NYU. All right, then how about a 5 stake in Stark Industries? Peter shook his head, pulling Tony's arm and drawing him closer. Listen, Tony, I have no interest in what you're saying. All I desire right now is to enjoy a cheeseburger. Care to join me? Tony relented. Why not? The two settled in at Burger King. Peter devoured 7 cheeseburgers in quick succession, and Tony, not to be outdone, leaned back in his chair after managing to fit in his 8th. Hey, I've eaten 8. I doubt anyone can consume that many in one sitting. Can you? Peter remarked. That was merely an appetizer. I'm still famished. With that, Peter grabbed 2 more cheeseburgers, finishing them off in mere moments before reaching for fries, pouring them into his mouth. Goodness, are you truly Spider-Man? Or perhaps a reincarnation of Beelzebub? Peter mumbled through his feast. Hey, I'm not a green fly, Tony exclaimed, astonished as he watched Peter continue to gorge himself. Ever since Peter was bitten by the spider, his appetite had dramatically increased, and the further enhancement from the lizard transformation smoke only intensified his voraciousness. You're not plotting to eat me out of house and home, are you? Only Peter's vague mumblings and grunts responded to him. To Tony's astonishment, Peter finally paused after consuming 38 hamburgers, 18 fries, and 8 cans of cola. I've made my decision. You shall henceforth be the spokesperson for Beelzebub, he declared. As the two exited the burger joint, Tony called out to Peter. Consider this a favor owed to you. Here. Take it. This is my secondary card. Peter glanced at the card bearing the Stark insignia and promptly returned it to Tony. I don't want a bank card. Tony looked exasperated. This is an access card. You can enter and exit my home or company at will. Well then, I suppose I shall use this card to pilfer your secrets. Peter quipped. Tony waved him off and drove away from the burger shop. Peter hailed a taxi, heading towards Stark Tower. From the very beginning, all he desired was for Tony to embrace him as one of his own, far more valuable than anything else. By the time they reached Stark Tower, night had fallen. Peter was indifferent to the plot of Iron Tyrant. After all, Tony would undoubtedly prevail. However, he was quite intrigued by Stark Industries stock. Following Tony's announcement to cease the production of weapons and munitions after disembarking from the plane, a considerable uproar ensued, causing the corresponding stock prices to plummet. Yet, Peter had faith that after Tony proclaimed, I am Iron Man, Stark stock would soar to unprecedented heights. After leaving $1 million in the account, Peter invested all his savings, $53 million. He believed this time would yield a 1,000-fold return. Turning to make a call to Gwen, Peter arranged to go shopping the following day before taking a shower and retiring for the night. Chapter 14. When Peter brought Ethan to the office, observing Connors and several assistants examining the potion. Doctor, how is the progress? Connors paused his work. Quite good. It has stabilized significantly. We can now conduct experiments based on Richard's new formula. Excellent, Peter replied. Allow me to introduce Ethan, who will be the head of our newly established department. Ethan, this is Dr. Connors, who primarily oversees the limb regeneration potion. They exchanged greetings, and Peter briefly explained his project to Ethan, which involved the creation of a spider suit. I envision a suit that can regulate temperature. As for the materials, you may source them as I have no particular ideas. Ethan nodded in acknowledgement, and Peter transferred $150,000 to him for the procurement of laboratory equipment. After a brief discussion with Connors regarding the future release of the potions, Peter went to pick up Gwen. Upon knocking on the Stacy household's door, he found the 3 young ones watching television at home, as the holiday had commenced. After waiting a while in the living room, Gwen was ready, and the two set out. You mentioned you saved Tony Stark? Indeed. But the heat in the Middle East was unbearable. Next time, if Jesus were trapped there, I wouldn't go either. Gwen blinked. New York's good neighbors are becoming global neighbors. And what of Peter Parker? Miss Gwen from the Stacy family, accompanied by Peter, took a drive to Fifth Avenue, indulging in their merriment until dinner time. It was only then that they departed from the commercial district. What would you like to eat, Gwen? Peter inquired. How about a dish crafted by your own hands? Gwen suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Peter agreed to prepare an authentic clay pot rice. However, he hesitated. That might be too late. George will come looking for me. Upon hearing this, Gwen playfully fluttered her beautiful eyes. My father is attending a state conference and won't return until tomorrow evening. Peter then realized that with the head of the household away, she intended to indulge in some freedom. What about Aunt Helen? Isn't she concerned about your curfew? He asked. Gwen's smile widened, unable to be contained any longer. Tonight's visit to your home was my mother's suggestion. Haha. I almost forgot that Helen is quite the free spirit. With Gwen's assurance, Peter saw no reason to decline. They ventured to the nearest supermarket, purchased some fruit, and then proceeded to Starlight Tower. After sharing some affectionate moments, Peter set about preparing the meal. As he cooked, Gwen stood by with a camera, capturing the moments. Peter, immersed in his culinary tasks, remained focused. The clay pot rice was relatively simple to make, accompanied by Kung Pao chicken. After toiling away until 9, they finally sat down at the table. Gwen took a bite of the clay pot rice, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with surprise. Peter, how did you make this? It is absolutely delicious. Peter was quite pleased with the dinner, savoring the flavors of home in a foreign land, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. Gwen and Peter reclined on the sofa, watching the evening news. Mr. Wilson Fisk, owner of Fisk Tower, has once again donated $6 million to the Workers' Association. Citizens believe the criminal investigations surrounding Mr. Fisk are mere fabrications, reported the Horn Herald. What are your thoughts on Mr. Fisk? Gwen murmured, nestled against Peter. After a moment of contemplation, Peter replied, I perceive his donations as a means to consolidate support. I still lack a full understanding of Fisk. Most people are unfamiliar with Wilson Fisk, but he is infamously known by another name in the underworld, Kingpin, the Black Emperor of New York and Las Vegas, whose 98 muscle mass enables him to rival Spider-Man. Are you perhaps viewing him through a rather dark lens, Peter? Time will vindicate my words. Peter and Gwen spent a tranquil evening together. When Gwen suggested a more intimate progression in their relationship, Peter gently declined, asserting that it was not yet the appropriate time. After enjoying lunch at Stark Tower, Peter escorted Gwen back to her home. Upon her arrival, Helen embraced Gwen and teasingly inquired, Tell me, has Peter been plowing through the garden at home? Be honest, how long has it been? As Gwen listened to her mother's harsh words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mom, nothing happened. Helen appeared utterly deflated. Well, then I must suspect whether our Gwen is simply not attractive enough, or perhaps Peter is afflicted with some male ailment. Meanwhile, Peter sneezed. Is someone speaking ill of me in broad daylight? He drove back to Starlight Tower, donned his suit, and leaped out of the window. His destination was Fisk Tower, where he intended to confront that rotund figure, Kingpin. As Peter ascended Fisk Tower, he spotted Kingpin seated at his desk, surrounded by a mountain of documents. To his surprise, Kingpin was still a diligent crime lord. He rapped gently on the glass of the office. Kingpin turned to look, seeing Peter clad in a skin-tight suit and a mask. Uncertain as to why Spider-Man sought him out, yet noting the politeness in the gesture, Kingpin moved his considerable bulk to open the window for him. As Peter climbed through, he extended a hand. Hello, Mr. Fisk, I am Spider-Man. It is a pleasure to meet you. Kingpin reciprocated the gesture, shaking Peter's hand. Hello, Spider-Man. He then gestured to a nearby chair. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Certainly. Kingpin skillfully prepared a cup of coffee for Peter. After taking a sip, Peter remarked that Kingpin indeed possessed exquisite taste. This was no ordinary brew. Uncertain of the purpose behind Peter's visit, Kingpin took a sip of his own coffee and fixed his gaze on Peter. Mr. Fisk. My intentions for coming here are quite straightforward, he stated. Casting a glance at Kingpin, Peter savored another sip of the coffee, exclaiming, Finding such delightful coffee in New York is quite a rarity. Observing Peter's enjoyment, Kingpin utilized the communication feature on his desk to instruct his assistant, in 10 minutes. Please deliver a bag of geisha coffee beans to my office. Peter raised his cup in gratitude, acknowledging Kingpin's generosity. Mr. Fisk, you are indeed magnanimous, he responded. Noticing that Peter still hadn't addressed the crux of the matter, Kingpin remained unperturbed and continued, Since my childhood, I have faced exclusion, and it taught me one fundamental truth. Peter, feeling at ease as Kingpin spoke, took another sip of his coffee. That truth is power, Spider-Man. Only by possessing strength can one find the world to be accommodating. The weak invariably bow to the strong. Peter nodded in agreement. Kingpin rose from his seat and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. From the moment I took a life, I have relentlessly advanced, enhancing myself through various means, finance, the gray market, philanthropy, politics, and more, all bearing my mark. I have succeeded, becoming the underground ruler of New York, presiding over a bloody empire. Yet, I find it unremarkable. Violence has always been the predominant hue of this world. Those who wield violence while professing righteousness are a source of my disdain. Peter nodded once more, surprised by the depth of Kingpin's thoughts. He drained his cup and stood as well. Ah, Mr. Fisk, your sentiments resonate with my own. Kingpin turned, his fists clenched. Peter, noticing this, shook his head slightly. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Fisk, or should I address you as Kingpin? Chapter 15. The Night Devil. Upon hearing those words, Kingpin erupted in fury, launching a powerful punch at Peter. With a swift motion, Peter raised his left palm, effortlessly absorbing the force of Kingpin's strike. Heh, I am not here to trouble you, Mr. Fisk. On the contrary, I seek your collaboration. Kingpin gazed at Peter in disbelief, acutely aware of the strength behind his own blow. Withdrawing his fist, he resumed a contemplative demeanor. How do you propose we collaborate? Noticing Kingpin's expression, Peter felt at ease. I am here to share some insights about the future. He casually picked up an empty coffee cup and strolled to the grinder. In the coming days, Tony Stark will reveal his identity as Iron Man, and numerous events will unfold in New York. The rich aroma of coffee wafted through the air as Peter took a sip. Hiss. It pales in comparison to the brew you make. Do you recall the lizard creature from before? Kingpin acknowledged with a grunt. He is currently under my employ, and shortly, I will be establishing the extraordinary organization, preparing for what lies ahead. Is that all? You expect me to collaborate based on mere empty boasts? Peter approached Jean Bin, offering him a cup of coffee. Jean Bin, demonstrating remarkable patience, walked over to the grinder, retrieving sugar cubes and New Zealand milk. Observing Jean Bin's attentiveness, Peter spoke again. Of course not, Mr. Fisk. In the future, extraterrestrial civilizations will invade, right above New York. Prior to that, various superhumans will emerge like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Captain America, the Hulk clad in purple trousers, and Thor from Norse mythology. Jean Bin stepped forward, handing the coffee back to Peter, who took a sip and exclaimed, Ah, this is the flavor. Tell me, do you believe your criminal empire can safeguard you? Or perhaps your wife and child? Jean Bin shuddered slightly. He was a devoted family man, and beneath the seemingly heartless facade of a crime lord, he cherished his wife and son deeply. So, what do you want me to do? Noticing Jean Bin's interest, Peter felt a surge of satisfaction. It's quite simple. Collaborate with me and assist in gathering those antisocial superhumans. I will subdue them, establish an organization, and then protect you. Jean Bin pondered for a moment, realizing that accepting this offer would inevitably lead to encounters with superhumans. And what if I refuse? Spider-Man, I could easily gather these individuals myself, just as you suggested. Peter chuckled softly. And what methods would you employ? Threatening their families? That might work on ordinary superhumans. But what about those lunatics who could obliterate all of New York in an instant? What will you do? Dress in a spandex suit and dream of a brighter future with them? No, Mr. Fisk. You have asserted that the underlying essence of this world is violence. And you firmly believe that those who are sufficiently powerful will inevitably yield. As Peter's demeanor shifted, the aura of a top predator surged forth, bearing down upon Wilson Fisk. I possess violence. I could effortlessly crush your skull, but I refrain from doing so because you are Wilson Fisk and you still hold value for me. Upon hearing these words, alarms blared in Fisk's mind, as if the figure before him, a mere 30 centimeters shorter, was not human but rather a lethal spider poised to strike. Cold sweat drenched his back, and every muscle in his body tensed. Thud, 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 the sound of assistance echoed from outside. Mr. Fisk, are you there? Peter retracted his imposing presence, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Fisk swallowed hard. I'm here, come in. The aide entered, noticed the presence of others, and, after placing down the coffee beans, discreetly exited. Peter stepped forward, examining the coffee beans that had been delivered. Fisk exhaled slowly. All right, I agree to collaborate with you. Snap. Peter snapped his fingers. Clever. Mr. Fisk, you have preserved your life, and I also wish for the future of New York's underworld to remain under control. I recall you have an associate named Bullseye, correct? Jean Bin nodded thoughtfully, turning to retrieve a peculiar mobile phone from the desk drawer. He dialed a number, and after a brief moment, a voice emanated from the receiver. Hello, Mr. Jean Bin. Please come to my office. Peter acknowledged with a nod, casually picking up a blank sheet of paper and a pen, beginning to write. After a while, he handed the note to Jean Bin, which read, Locate these individuals. Some are cursed werewolves, others are fallen scientists, and there are also your peers. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a man with a target etched onto his forehead. Upon seeing Peter, the man swiftly drew a pencil from his pocket and hurled it directly at him. Swish! The pencil flew through the air like a bullet. Peter instinctively caught it, waved it in front of him, and tossed it back to the target-marked man. Not bad. You may proceed, Jean Bing affirmed with a nod. This is Spider-Man. He will henceforth be my partner and also your superior, Jean Bing introduced. The target-marked man nodded in understanding, recognizing that those who stood alongside Jean Bing were typically formidable characters. Peter pondered for a moment before speaking. Keep an ear out for any whispers of magic. If anything arises, be sure to uncover it. Jean Bing nodded in agreement. Is there anything else you require? Acquiring an entire building, enhancing security measures, and subsequently compiling a list of individuals, preferably through polite requests, avoiding violent methods unless absolutely necessary. After discussing these individuals with Jean, Peter departed. Jean once again glanced at the list. Owen, the Spotted Man, John Morley, the Phantom, Martin Lee, Mr. Negative, Jack Russell, the Night Werewolf, Michael Morbius, Milo, the Night Doctor, Johnny Blaze, the Ghost Rider, Eric Brooks, Blade, Xavier from the School for Gifted Youngsters, and St. John Allardyce, the Fireman. Jean noted that he marked a small star next to Night Doctor and the Werewolf, indicating their higher priority compared to others. Thus began Jin's fervent search. While Peter was also occupied, upon exiting Fisk Tower, he headed straight to Hell's Kitchen, the sanctuary of criminals, where he sought his targets. Daredevil, also known as the Man Without Fear, was among them. The arrival of night did not deter the revelry of these wrongdoers. The street was filled with individuals indulging in recently purchased substances, while needles lay scattered beside the homeless encampments. The inhabitants here were beyond redemption, akin to a quagmire. When one attempted to offer them hope, they would scheme to drag you into their morass, like venomous insects. Peter seldom ventured into this realm. The inhabitants were irredeemably wicked, unworthy of his efforts to save. While there were indeed some good individuals, Peter lacked the superhuman ability to discern their nature at a glance, leading him to choose a path of avoidance. Please, don't. In the midst of a routine cleanup, Daredevil broke the arm of a robber. Marco noticed a disturbance behind him. Without turning, his superhuman hearing and sense of smell identified the newcomer. Let me guess, Spider-Man, what brings you here? He mused, detecting the scent of Kingpin lingering on him. Peter did not respond to the latter part of Daredevil's statement. Hello, Daredevil. Let us not be so wary during our first encounter, he said, leaping in front of Daredevil and extending his hand. Daredevil reciprocated the gesture with a firm handshake. I haven't seen you around Hell's Kitchen. What brings you here? Peter shrugged. I'm looking for you, Marco. Let me guess, it's about taking down Kingpin? Not at all. I'm here to persuade you. Upon hearing this, Daredevil tightened his grip on his baton. Persuade me to do what? To join me. Chapter 16, Adjustments. Join you? Daredevil questioned with skepticism. Peter moved to the wall, observing the scattered needles on the ground. Don't you think the corruption here is beyond redemption? No matter how many criminals you send to the precinct today, the same evils will resurface tomorrow. Hell's Kitchen is akin to New York's wasteland, infested with vermin, criminals, and gangs. Daredevil regarded Peter thoughtfully before solemnly stating, if even I abandon the effort to rectify this place, Hell's Kitchen will indeed become a sanctuary for criminals. Yet you remain here, tirelessly working each night, and still, crime persists. Your laws hold no power here. Marco, the lawyer. Daredevil furrowed his brow. So what do you propose? Establish an organization, governed by our code of conduct. Daredevil stepped forward, tightly gripping his staff. What of Kingpin? His hands were indeed stained with malevolence. Yet what of it? He exerts control over the underworld of Las Vegas, governing the gray areas in his own manner, and we too can harness the power of unity. Yet, I find myself in disagreement. The world is a violent place. Dear Lawyer Marco, only when the adversary dons a tailored suit can one engage in legal discourse, but once he sheds his formal attire, it becomes imperative to establish rules through brute force. Marco hesitated, the echoes of gunfire reverberating from 3 streets away. Within the adjacent building, a drug transaction unfolded, while behind him, the police were negotiating shipping fees with a gang leader. This was Hell's Kitchen, a graveyard forsaken by politicians. Give me a moment, declared Daredevil as he shot forth his grappling hook, soaring toward the rooftop. Peter shook his head. Daredevil was one of his admired figures, possessing immense potential. With a swift release of webbing, he swung away from Hell's Kitchen. Inside a nearby dwelling, the Punisher overheard Peter's words through the window. lost in contemplation himself. Upon returning to the Stark Tower, Peter removed his battle attire and quietly settled onto the sofa, feeling a sense of disorientation. He struggled to comprehend the significance of his actions. What began as a mission to alter the fates of others had devolved into a nebulous pursuit of change. Lacking motivation, his previous discussions with Jean about rallying those individuals now felt rather trivial. Gazing at the nocturnal splendor of Manhattan and the ceaseless flow of traffic below, he realized he had transcended the class divide and safeguarded Gwen's father. If he could also protect Harry and Gwen, then there would be little left in this world that truly mattered to him. What was he to do? One must establish a goal, Peter mused, shaking the wine glass in his hand. In a world teeming with deities, why not aspire to become a god myself? Yet, such thoughts seemed burdensome. Perhaps I should retire now and relocate my family to New Zealand? One side apart, let the floods rage on without concern. Peter recalled Tony's unwavering resolve, sacrificing himself to spare others from death. Alas, I cannot embody such a person, he sighed, waving his hand dismissively. However, there exists a possibility of vanishing after my departure. How perplexing. Peter picked up his phone and began playing Snake. How is it that I bit my own tail again? You wretched snake. This game is rather tedious. Perhaps I should simply sleep. After lying down for a while, slumber eluded him. He reflected on his past actions, which bore a resemblance to a game, strategizing against others, undertaking side quests. It felt as though he was the sole player, completing the system's tasks. Indeed, it resembled a game. Yet, if granted a second chance at life, why not embrace it more freely? His previous existence was fraught with tension, but now he had been reborn into the Marvel Universe. Was this not an opportunity to rectify past regrets? Moreover, with my familiarity with the plot, I ought to orchestrate earth-shattering events. As the only player in this solitary game, I should indulge in my desires. Peter retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the drawer and lit one, a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. To the others, aside from those he cherished, were they merely NPCs? Absurd though it may seem, perhaps it was indeed the case. Extinguishing the burning cigarette, he resolved to act upon his decisions. Let me strive to play the game of life with fervor. In a moment of clarity, Peter was struck by a thought as he heard a tapping at the window. Is Spider-Man in? The visitor was none other than Tony Stark, who had come to showcase his newly crafted Mark III suit. Peter opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and Tony soared in. How are you, Peter? Tony inquired. Peter admired the gleaming red and gold armor, responding with a compliment. I'm well, and your armor is impressive. Your home is quite splendid too. Is there something urgent this late at night? Peter asked. My armor, which I discarded in the desert, has been taken by my uncle. He constructed a colossal suit, and the precious peeper is still in his possession. I require your assistance, Tony explained. Though Peter had no intention of becoming embroiled in Iron Man's affairs, he agreed to help upon Tony's request, albeit with some reluctance about the piles of scrap metal involved. As they departed from the Stark Tower, they made their way to Stark Industries. Where is your uncle? Peter inquired. He should be inside the building, Tony replied. Upon landing at the entrance of Stark Tower, they slowly ventured inside. After surveying the grand hall, Peter's spider sense tingled slightly, prompting him to follow its guidance. Before long, the warning from his spider sense intensified. Peter shot out a web and swung to the side, just as Obadiah burst through the wall clad in heavy armor. Tony ascended into the air, unleashing a repulsor blast. Oh, dear nephew, your actions truly sadden your uncle, came the taunting voice of Obadiah from within the armor. You have also shattered my heart, Uncle Obadiah, Tony retorted, his hands ceaselessly unleashing blasts from his palm-mounted weapons upon the ironmonger. Peter clung to the wall, observing the exchange between the two. As they continued their banter and approached the expansive entrance of the skyscraper, Peter prepared to strike. He shot 2 strands of webbing to affix himself to the columns on either side, propelling himself forward like a marble. His punch landed squarely against the ironmonger's armor with a resounding thud, creating a significant dent. Tony, equally astonished, commanded, Jarvis, calculate the force of that punch. Certainly, sir. Spider-Man's punch registered at 30 tons. Good heavens, 30 tons. He could even crush a truck with a single blow? Peter leaped again, aiming to strike Obadiah's abdomen. Sensing the impending attack, Obadiah swiftly shielded his armor's midsection with his steel arm, thinking, what a joke. A punch to the abdomen would turn me into a mere pulp. The impact of Peter's punch caused the ironmonger to slide half a meter. Immediately, Peter sprang back, urging Tony, hold him at the front. I'll dismantle him from behind. Popeye, in a display of remarkable strength, soared past Peter, unleashing an unrelenting blast from his palm cannon upon the ironmonger. Seizing the moment, Peter leaped onto the back of the armored behemoth, forcefully prying apart the seams with both hands. The heavy armor, unable to withstand the pressure, began to warp under his assault. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Obadiah activated the thrusters in the armor's feet, declaring, "Allow me to demonstrate the might of my flight." While one hand deflected Tony's palm cannon, the other maneuvered the suit into the air. Peter, undeterred, accelerated his efforts to dismantle the armor. Finding it inefficient to continue from the back, he leapt to the joint of the armored arm, exerting immense force to sever one of Ironmonger's limbs. With a swift motion, Peter crawled through the gap in the arm and seized the terrified Obadiah, leaping from the still ascending Ironmonger to land firmly on the ground. Tony, diving from the heights, observed Peter's audacity and remarked, "You possess tremendous strength. Truth be told, I hardly assisted you. Perhaps I owe you a favor." Peter nodded, gripping Obadiah by the neck and turning to inquire, "How shall we deal with him? You may choose to kill him if you wish. If not." With a swift snap, Peter ended Obadiah's life, discarding the lifeless form onto the ground. Chapter 17. Victor Von Doom. Tony gazed at the limp body of Obadiah, remarking, "It was unnecessary, Peter." Peter cast a glance at Tony, stating, "Had I not intervened today, he would have killed you. I acted as was warranted. You have already ventured into war-torn territories, have you not?" Tony nodded, gazing at Peter. "Your compassion should be directed towards those who have endured the ravages of conflict, rather than those who seek to harm you." With that, Peter shot out a web and swiftly departed from Stark Tower. Obadiah was destined to perish, and Peter had never contemplated bringing him into the fold. In comparison to Obadiah, Tony's significance and overall influence surpassed that of his adversary. Tony watched Peter's retreating figure, pausing in contemplation for an extended moment before speaking. "Jarvis, what is your assessment of his words?" The cold, electronic voice responded, "What Peter articulated aligns well with your interests. However, I have yet to ascertain Mr. Parker's true intentions." Tony fell silent, and after returning home for a brief slumber, Peter received a call from Kingpin the following morning. "A certain Frank is seeking you." After a moment's reflection, Peter deduced it must be the Punisher. "Tell him to wait. Let us convene once others have arrived." Kingpin acknowledged with a grunt and promptly ended the call. Why decline to meet? It is quite simple. Peter lacks the necessary strength. It is utterly implausible for him to sway a group of anti-heroes solely by relying on Spider-Man's abilities. Just the thought of Dr. Octopus is enough to give him a headache. Peter is in dire need of enhancing his powers. The Marvel Universe has only just begun to unfold its extraordinary potential, presenting numerous opportunities. The cosmic rays from the Fantastic Four, the serum of the Winter Soldiers buried deep within Siberia, the emergence of Venom and a multitude of symbiotes. These all offer rapid pathways to augment his capabilities. At this stage, however, Dr. Octopus's serum remains unresearched. While there seem to be many resources at his disposal, the reality is that they are quite limited due to his current state. He needs to start small, building momentum before seizing other opportunities. Peter glanced at the newspaper on the table, its headline boldly proclaiming, "Reed Richards to lead research team into space." This striking title dominated the front page. While Peter might not be familiar with Reed Richards, he certainly recognizes the name when it is associated with the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom. They garnered extraordinary abilities from cosmic rays while in space: rubbery elasticity, lightning powers, invisibility, protective shields, and petrification. Although they may appear somewhat restrained, their combined strength, coupled with Doctor Strange's intellect, is formidable enough to contend with Doctor Doom's destructive forces. With this thought in mind, Peter picked up the phone. "Hello, Tony." Hey, Peter. It is I who requires your assistance." Very well. Please wait for me at Stark Tower." Peter replied, and after freshening up, he took the access card that Tony had given him and stepped out. The roar of the Audi R8 echoed as Peter swiftly navigated the streets of New York. "Hello, Peter. What brings you to me so early?" "Good morning, Tony. Did you catch yesterday's headlines?" "No. Hold on a moment. Jarvis, what was the headline from last night?" A cold, electronic voice resonated from above, accompanied by a holographic projection before Tony. "Sir, scientist Reed Richards will lead a team into space for research." Tony glanced briefly at the projection and remarked, "Do you wish to journey into space as well?" Peter responded with a faint acknowledgement. "What's this? Do you aspire to become a Kryptonian and traverse the solar system?" Disregarding Tony's jest, Peter straightforwardly inquired, "Could you utilize your abilities to get me on board?" "Of course, Peter, but you must explain your intentions." Peter pondered for a moment, then rambled on, "I wish to follow their research. I believe it would be immensely beneficial for me." "Very well, I shall contact their representatives. It should not pose much difficulty." The rocket's launch was scheduled for the early hours, and if matters were not resolved by morning, Peter would have to resort to clandestine means. Tony made 4 phone calls, and upon raising his head, he informed Peter, "It is all arranged. They are not operating under national jurisdiction, so it is quite straightforward." "Do you know the time?" "Acknowledged. Thank you, Tony." After a brief conversation with Tony, Peter departed from Stark Tower and returned home. He made a phone call to Gwen, bidding her a temporary farewell under the pretext of his trip to England. After a quick tidy-up, Peter set off. "What? You simply decided to include someone?" Jonathan exclaimed with a hint of irritation via the communicator. Beside him, Ben and the future invisible woman wore equally somber expressions. "Listen, you only need to bring him along. The supplies are sufficient for the 6 of you." Faced with the lack of consensus, Jonathan terminated the communication. "Damn it, what does he take us for? A circus?" Reed offered some words of comfort before turning to Victor Doom. "What are your thoughts, Victor?" "I find it inconsequential, yet this incident reveals that his background is rather intriguing. We should endeavor to minimize our interactions." Reed acknowledged with a hum, while Jonathan scoffed. "Mr. Reed, may I introduce the new member of our research team, Mr. Peter." "Hello, Mr. Reed." "Hello, Peter." Neither party seemed inclined to engage in further conversation as Reed guided Peter to the preparation room, while Doom perused a book nearby. Peter glanced around, noting Ben, the Thing, Reed, the Rubber Man, Jonathan, the Human Torch, and Doom. Dr. Doom, the character, a remarkable fusion of technology and magic, has even usurped the powers of the divine, ascending to the status of God Emperor Doom, the future king of Latvia. Reflecting on the various facets of this Doctor of Destruction, Peter approached Doom with an air of nonchalance. "Would you mind if I took a seat here?" Peter inquired, gesturing towards the space beside Doom. "Of course, make yourself at home," Doom replied, permitting Peter to sit beside him. Extending a friendly hand, Peter introduced himself. "Hello, I am Peter Parker." Though Doom found the young man's thought process perplexing, he reciprocated the gesture, shaking Peter's hand. "Victor von Doom, but you may call me Victor. I hail from Latvia." Peter, intrigued by Doom's homeland, asked, "Are you Latvian? Would you care to share more about it?" Noticing Peter's genuine interest in his origins, Doom set aside his book. Who would object to sharing insights about their homeland? The 2 individuals engaged in discourse surrounding Latvia under the deliberate guidance of Peter, who found a kindred spirit in Doom. Observing this exchange, the ever-skeptical Blazing Fire scoffed. His disdain for Doom was already apparent, and now, with Peter in the mix, his irritation only intensified. Peter sensed the contempt emanating from Jonathan and pondered that perhaps his intrusion had sparked such disapproval. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If anyone could temper Blazing Fire, it would be the pyromancer from the Xavier Academy. The mastery over flames, cultivated through time, transmuted into the art of absorption and manipulation. Given sufficient time, that individual could become a deity of fire. In the comics, it seemed that he had once wielded control over Surtur. After the rocket exited the atmosphere, the intangible pressure alleviated, and upon reaching the cosmos, everything around him lost its gravitational pull, floating in the void. As Peter gazed at the celestial expanse beyond, he realized that Earth was not as vast as he had once believed. Chapter 18. We are friends, are we not? After drifting in space for 2 days, Peter languidly observed Reed and the others engaged in their research discussions. During this time, he had forged a closer bond with Doom, although they were not yet confidants. They could be considered friends. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the starry sky, the profound darkness seemed to dominate the scenery, its presence felt from every direction. In the distance, the sun appeared as the solitary torch, illuminating the solar system. If one could overlook the solitude, space remained a realm of beauty. Listening to their discussions, Peter found little desire to participate. As he stared into the cosmos, a sudden glimmer of light in the far distance began to approach at an alarming speed. The ship emitted a warning, engulfing the entire vessel in a crimson hue. Reed and the others hurried toward the equipment room. The spacesuits offered a degree of radiation protection. Noticing that Peter remained unmoving, Doom grabbed him and urged, "Come on, put on the protective suit. It might mitigate the radiation." Peter shook his head dismissively. "It's futile. Radiation that can traverse the universe cannot be shielded by a suit. Though Doom understood this rationale, the instinct for survival compelled him to fight against despair. He dragged Peter along to the equipment room, where they were already halfway into their suits. Peter feigned clumsiness, taking an eternity to don his attire. Cosmic rays of death, come forth. Finally, amidst Peter's anxious anticipation, a beam of orange-red energy penetrated the cabin. Some of this energy, upon breaching the hull, was absorbed by several individuals. The sudden influx of cosmic energy caused the Fantastic Four and Doom to succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. Peter, after a brief struggle, also succumbed to the floor, pondering that perhaps by absorbing a bit more, he could awaken formidable abilities. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Peter was roused from his slumber by Doom's urgent calls. Peter, wake up. Are you all right? I'm fine. How about you all? Peter replied, rubbing his aching head, the discomfort palpable. We're all right, Peter. The ship's diagnostics revealed that the beam was cosmic radiation, and we've all been exposed. Headquarters has instructed us to return immediately. All right, Peter said after a moment of contemplation. He reflected on the fact that the powers of the Fantastic Four and Doom had awakened on Earth. The first to awaken was the Invisible Woman, whose protective field had stabilized the ship during its uncontrollable descent. As Peter took a moment to steady himself, he sensed something peculiar within his body. Aside from the enhancement of his physical form, he felt no significant changes. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his arm. His power had indeed increased. Typically, Spider-Man possesses a strength of 15 tons, but after being enhanced by the transformative mist, he had gained regenerative abilities and a doubling of his strength. In the films, the Lizard's power was comparable to Peter's. That enhancement had raised Peter's strength to an impressive 30 tons. After assessing his current state, Peter concluded that he now possessed a strength of 55 tons, capable of bending adamantium with a single punch. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that exposure to cosmic radiation would rapidly amplify his abilities and awaken a unique power, but it seemed he had only experienced an increase in strength. Feeling somewhat vexed, Peter sat in an empty seat. Observing his demeanor, Doom assumed Peter's distress stemmed from their imminent return to Earth. Are you all right, Peter? Victor Doom took a seat beside Peter and patted him on the shoulder. Returning to Earth isn't so bad. Floating in space can be quite isolating. Peter recognized Doom's attempt at reassurance and engaged in light conversation before deftly shifting the topic. Meanwhile, the Fantastic Four occupied the control panel. As the spacecraft had commenced its journey home, upon breaching the atmosphere, the vessel sustained damage to its deceleration mechanisms. After a brief moment of panic, everyone fervently prayed for their safety. Just a few kilometers from the ground, the ship suddenly jolted, causing the passengers to lose consciousness once again. When Peter finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground, with a somewhat damaged spacecraft behind him. Had he flown out? Fortunately, he felt vigorous, without a single bruise. Turning his head, he noticed Reed's body had elongated in an irregular fashion, while beside him, a pit contained what appeared to be a stone figure. In another pit, a human form was present, yet devoid of any discernible features. Glancing at Doom, he observed no apparent changes in him. Suddenly, Peter was struck by an excruciating pain in his head, akin to something being violently drilled into his mind. Even Peter found this unbearable, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. The agony persisted for several minutes before abruptly vanishing. As he regained his composure and wiped away the tears caused by the torment, a sense of elation washed over him. What is joy, you ask? This was pure exhilaration. Indeed, something had emerged within Peter's mind, a replication crystal. 2 opportunities for duplication awaited him, and regardless of the outcome, success was assured. Peter was not overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power. Instead, he sat on the ground in contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of jet propulsion echoed behind him. Turning his head, he beheld Tony's Mark IV. Mr. Peter, the life detector is just ahead, Tony remarked. I noticed it even without your words. As Tony descended beside Peter, he disengaged from his armor and patted Peter on the shoulder. It seems the astronaut isn't scathed. Peter smiled, surprised by Tony's visit. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Tony adjusted his glasses, replying, I had no intention of coming, had it not been for you. I would be dining with Pepper right now. Although Tony claimed reluctance, Peter had always understood actions over words. He embraced Tony, expressing his gratitude. A flustered Tony reciprocated with an awkward pat on Peter's back. After they parted, Tony approached the wreckage of the spacecraft and discovered Ben, or rather, the stone man, lying on the ground. Goodness, this stone creature is still breathing. Tony stepped back, gazing at the colossal figure. Sir, unidentified energy has been detected emanating from this being. Please maintain your distance. Returning to Peter's side, Tony inquired, what in the world is this? And why is there a pretzel over there? Peter shook his head. We encountered cosmic rays in space. We've all been irradiated. Tony looked at Peter, questioning, and you? Have you mutated as well? I have not. My strength has merely been enhanced, which could be considered a form of mutation. Heavens, what will happen to these people? Peter approached, cradling Doom, and addressed Tony. He is my friend. The others are inconsequential. Let us depart. Tony glanced at Doom in Peter's arms and nodded. At the Starlight Tower, in Peter's apartment, the unconscious Doom struggled to open his eyes. Where am I? Upon hearing a voice, Peter entered from outside. How did you sleep, Victor? Peter? Where's this? Aren't we? Huh? Doom touched his head, feeling an unusual sensation. Peter observed Doom, noticing that his forehead had begun to transform into an unfamiliar alloy. This is my home, Victor. Rest assured, it is quite secure. Do you have a mirror? I wish to see. Peter retrieved Gwen's mirror from the nightstand. Although the pink mirror felt somewhat out of place, neither of them paid it any mind. Doom gazed into the reflection, noticing the alloy forming on his forehead. Before long, his bones would likely undergo a similar transformation. The alloy exposed on his forehead was a result of the injury, which had already begun to convert into the metal. What is happening? Peter, what about Reed and the others? Peter settled onto the edge of the bed. I did not concern myself with them. After Tony sought me out, I took you away. Doom quickly regained his composure. Does this count as a mutation? Peter responded with a quiet affirmation. And what about you? Your appearance remains unchanged. Strength, I am inherently extraordinary. This mutation has bestowed upon me an enhancement, or perhaps I have simply failed to perceive it. Peter was not inclined to divulge the matter of the replicated magic crystal. This secret would remain buried within him, unspoken to anyone. Doom pondered for a moment before turning his gaze back to Peter. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude. Peter, thank you for saving me. It's of no concern. Victor, you are welcome to stay here as long as you wish. We are friends, are we not? Doom paused, then nodded. Indeed, we are friends. Chapter 19. The objective. After conversing with Doom for a while, Peter exited the guest room. Consider this place your home, Victor. Doom nodded in acknowledgement. Peter approached the liquor cabinet, uncorking a bottle of bourbon. With a glass in hand, he made his way to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night had deepened. The friendship with Doom was also one of Peter's objectives. The future monarch of Latvia, a character of unparalleled capability, adept in both magic and technology. Peter had no reason to cultivate enmity with him. He swirled the glass, contemplating the magic crystal within his mind. 2 opportunities for replication to be used judiciously. Yet, he had a remarkable target in mind. If he could replicate its abilities, nothing would prove insurmountable. Peter picked up his phone and dialed Jean. Spider-Man, it is I. I need you to find another person. The silence on the other end of the line was palpable. Peter was aware that Jean was listening intently. He was determined to locate the CEO of the Life Foundation. Even if it meant postponing other plans, it was imperative to discover him and the nature of their research. After a moment of contemplation, Jean, perplexed, spoke up. I have accessed the foundation you mentioned, yet their research holds no substantial relevance for you. Why is that? Peter recognized Jin's inquiry as a test, probing whether he truly possessed the capability to assemble a team. His tone grew colder as he replied, You need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply follow my instructions. Investigate the current status of their CEO and their research. Jean offered no further comments and hung up the phone. Regardless of the consequences, Peter was resolute in his pursuit, even if it required the elimination of a few individuals. Half an hour later, Jin's call came through. The extraterrestrial vessel researched by the Life Foundation has crashed in the Rocky Mountains. Their CEO is currently in Brooklyn, along with the experimental materials. Very well. Proceed with the collection plan. I assure you, tonight you will witness a different Spider-Man, Peter said. Jean sensed the confidence emanating from the other end of the line before terminating the call. He gazed at the scattered documents before him. The legend of the werewolf, Jack, the midnight werewolf, a rare blood disease, and Dr. Morbius, who was conducting research on a serum aboard a vessel in international waters. There were tales of a fallen scientist ridiculed for his black hole traversal technology. Jean pondered these inquiries. Spider-Man, what is your true intention? What is it about these individuals that captivates you? On the outskirts of Brooklyn, Peter donned his spider suit, gazing at the vehicle emblazoned with the Foundation's insignia. He awaited the emergence of that entity. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the smoothly cruising vehicle flipped onto its side, tumbling several times before crashing heavily onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a uniform crawled from the wreckage. Her eyes were devoid of sclera and pupils, replaced by a peculiar silver entity nestled within her eye sockets. Peter sprang into action, leaping from a high utility pole. Webbing extended behind the woman, appearing deceptively ordinary, until a blade-like appendage emerged from her arm, sweeping toward Peter's neck. With a powerful thrust, Peter leaped into the air, his webbing ensnaring the woman's shoulder. The enhanced force struck her face with unrelenting intensity, causing her head to explode instantaneously, yet no blood or matter erupted forth. The parasitic entity that had infested her had consumed her brain. She was dead. Realizing the peril, the parasite leaped from the woman's body, attempting to infiltrate Peter. Undeterred, Peter shot a web, ensnaring the creature upon the highway. Symbiote. Chaos. It shrieked, seemingly issuing a threat. Peter, unafraid, reached out to touch the chaos. The crystalline magic within his mind flickered. Replicate. He aimed to replicate the genetic coding of the riot. In the comic, Venom, drawing from his vast genetic repository, produced millions of heroes and engaged in combat against Tony's mechanized form for millennia, ultimately self-destructing, unleashing the entirety of the biochemical universe. With this power, Peter could embark on an invincible path. The riot that Peter encountered immediately merged with his arm. The radiant glow of the magical crystal in his mind faded, and the originally luminous crystal dimmed. A throbbing pain surged within his brain, and his body convulsed in a terrifying manner. The muscles beneath his skin began to writhe, resembling fluid. His fingers started to split, gradually transforming into writhing white tendrils that tore through his battle suit. The visage beneath Peter's mask contorted, his skin turning pale. Ag! A painful scream erupted from Peter's mouth, while the symbiote within the vehicle grew frantic, seemingly fearing the creature that was about to be born. Peter's body turned ghostly pale, his limbs morphing into writhing white appendages, striving to break free from their restraints. Tendrils extended outward, flailing wildly in the air. No, I cannot split. Peter's voice was filled with anguish, as every muscle seemed to yearn to detach from him, to become another Peter. No, concentrate. Peter's roar echoed, while the tendrils flailed more violently, causing the ground to fracture under their assault. Just as one tendril was on the verge of detachment, Peter roared once more, behave. I am the master. As the final syllable echoed, Peter swiftly retracted those tendrils, and one by one, the flailing appendages simmered once more. Gradually, they amalgamated, transforming into Peter's limbs. The sound of heavy breathing resonated, as if to tear his lungs asunder. Peter collapsed at the center of the cracked ground, which from above resembled an immense spider's web, seemingly extending to every corner of the world. Once regaining his composure, Peter rose slowly, surveying his own form. With a mere thought, his arms morphed into pale tendrils, gently writhing. A cacophony of chaotic and fearful voices erupted in his mind. You are Null. No, you are not powerful enough. Null cannot possibly be here. What are you? In its frenzy, it sought to break free from Peter's body. Yet countless tendrils within him ensnared it, thwarting any resistance. Peter marveled at the tendrils coursing through his being. He murmured, "What am I?" Observing the tendrils at the juncture of his arms and feeling the delicate tendrils within him responding to his will, he sensed the symbiote in the vehicle beside him violently battering against the glass barrier. Although it bore no visage, the emotion of terror was palpable to Peter. A smile crept upon his lips, followed by a fit of maniacal laughter, an exuberance that felt both joyous and deranged. Peter laughed until the symbiote ceased its assault. In a deep, emotionless tone, he declared, "I am Spider-Man. I am also Peter Parker. I am the symbiote. I am also the abomination. I am." The pale touch. Peter's plan has come to fruition. He has acquired all the abilities of the symbiote. His writhing tendrils and the organization within him signify his transcendence over Null. Although his power does not rival that of Null, given time and strength, he could undoubtedly surpass Null and all other symbiotes. Peter's plan has not only succeeded but has also commenced. He intends to unveil certain matters within the Marvel Universe and sprinkle a touch of dust in the eyes of others. Peter's form begins to transform, with thick, pallid tendrils emerging from his back. He is poised to inform all symbiotes that, aside from Null, there exists another sovereign among them. Suddenly, the symbiote Venom, residing within Eddie, stretches forth its head, gazing towards Brooklyn. How did you get inside my body? Eddie's terrified voice echoes. Venom pays no heed to Eddie. For a new sovereign has been born. Confused, Eddie inquires, what? What sovereign? Venom glances at Eddie before retracting. And as Eddie furrows his brow towards the direction Venom had just regarded, a voice filled with trepidation resonates in his mind. Pale touch. Chapter 20. No Pursuit. Peter, accompanied by all the symbiotes, returned to the New Century Pharmaceuticals at dawn. Upon their arrival, Connors was startled to see Peter sitting nearby. Peter, what are you doing here? He exclaimed. I am waiting for you, Peter replied, rising to retrieve the container housing the symbiote. Connors gazed at the writhing creature within the container, astonished. What is this? I have never encountered such a phenomenon before. This is an extraterrestrial symbiote. Dr. Connors raised his head, slightly bewildered, and inquired, Symbiote? Are you referring to symbiosis? Peter nodded affirmatively. You may regard it as a beneficial organism. If utilized appropriately, it could elevate you to the status of a hero. It will enhance all your attributes, strength, speed, reaction time, and can also serve as your aid. Listening to this, Connors appeared utterly astonished. Peter, this is truly a remarkable life form. If we could mass produce such entities, then everyone could attain superhuman capabilities. Connors exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Peter remained unfazed and posed another question. What are its drawbacks? I mean, you mentioned it could serve as an aid? Peter nodded again, retrieving the docile green symbiote from the container. They possess consciousness, Doctor, and they are akin to blank slates. The character and direction of the first host will ultimately define them. What is it you require of me, Peter? Connors asked. Peter settled into a chair, manipulating the green symbiote as if it were pliable clay. I need you to study them, communicate with them, and facilitate their reproduction. I aim to establish an army of symbiotes. By the way, Doctor, what progress have you made with the lizard serum and regeneration formula? Connors adjusted himself as he informed that the lizard serum had eliminated its flaws and enabled him to transform at will. Additionally, the regenerative serum had been successfully developed, and he was preparing to discuss its market launch with Peter. Peter acknowledged with a nod. He had noticed upon Connors' entrance that his right arm had regenerated. You have injected the lizard serum, haven't you? Connors' expression stiffened, as he had not intended to disclose this to Peter. However, Peter's newfound ability, life force perception, allowed him to sense the overwhelming vitality emanating from Connors' otherwise frail form, leading him to deduce the injection. Peter chose not to press the matter further. It's all right, Connors. It's not a significant issue. Everyone has their secrets. Now, let me see the results. Relieved by Peter's response, Connors shed his coat, revealing green scales that swiftly enveloped him, transforming him into a near 3-meter-tall lizard creature. Peter nodded and rose from his seat, tossing the symbiote towards Connors. Instinctively, Connors reached out to catch it. But the green symbiote entered his body in an instant. Named Green Serpent, this intelligent symbiote would enhance Connors' intellect and significantly boost his combat capabilities when combined with his physique. While the Green Serpent's combat prowess might be modest in general, it would substantially amplify Connors' strength, potentially doubling it. After Peter explained, the symbiote swiftly enveloped Connors, causing his already impressive lizard form to swell to a towering 4 meters. Due to the low ceiling, Connors had to hunch over. As Connors opened his mouth, the voice that emerged was not his own. Esteemed Overlord. Peter nodded and patted Connors' massive frame, reminding him to behave. He then returned to his seat, fully aware that this admonition applied not only to the symbiote, but to Connors as well. This leniency did not imply that future infractions would go unpunished. Peter had brought back 6 symbiotes from the Life Foundation, including Green Serpent and Riot, which were Animal, Tendril, Whip, Phage, and the venomous trio of Lava, Pain, and Toxin, all representing the next generation of symbiotes. They were all of the 1000th generation, thus their power surpassed that of their predecessors. After briefing Connors on several symbiote details, Peter departed the company. Upon returning home, Peter noticed a note left by Doom. Besides farewells, it detailed the dangers of his abilities, indicating Doom's desire to return to Latvia to further study his power. If needed, Peter could seek him out in Latvia. He carefully placed the letter in an envelope and stored it in the safe, recognizing its significant value. Peter then took a moment to reflect on the abilities he had acquired. In addition to life perception, he had gained symbiote tendrils, tendril conversion, symbiote physique, symbiote control, and gene encoding replication. What surprised him most, however, was the symbiote overlord ability. He sensed this power was incomplete, or rather, that the divine essence was fractured. Peter surmised that the missing half likely resided with Null, but he dismissed it as trivial. Null was sealed away by numerous symbiotes, and, with the divine fragment missing, could be considered a pseudo-deity, caught between a true god and a demigod. Given sufficient time, Peter could grow strong enough to confront Null and reclaim the other half of his divine essence. What? Why reclaim it? Naturally, the one who is stronger assumes dominance. The one who is stronger becomes the deity. Beyond the fragmented divine essence, there exists a most effective symbiote control, capable of regulating symbiotic organisms at the cellular level. If, on that day, one were to fall ill, Peter could utilize this to eradicate the pathogens. After familiarizing himself with this, Peter reflected on the formidable heroes and anti-heroes. The conditions for gene encoding replication are rather stringent. The counterpart's body must remain unsuspecting. Should the counterpart refuse gene replication, Peter would have to transform into a symbiote and infiltrate their body to replicate. However, Peter has no intention of resorting to such measures. How absurd. I, a sovereign being, entering another's body? That would render me no different from other symbiotes. To achieve replication, one must either eliminate the opponent or render them into a profound state of unconsciousness. No one desires their abilities to be emulated by others. Although the method may appear somewhat crude, its simplicity is its strength. Peter contemplated the current state of awakened individuals, or those yet to join any faction. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the Red Devil. He was a subordinate of Stryker during the First Mutant War, and at that time, everyone believed him to be deceased. Yet, the Red Devil had managed to reside within Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, utilizing his powers to deceive even Professor X. He possesses the ability to project illusions, allowing those around him to perceive whatever he wishes them to see. Additionally, he can use the borders of hell as a springboard, teleporting to any location. This mutant has existed since the era of Apocalypse. Speaking of Apocalypse, it seems he is still being restrained in Egypt. This presents an opportunity. If Peter were to eliminate him beforehand, the genetic coding within him would become Peter's. With this thought, Peter rose and exited. For within him lay the chaotic force of Riot, which could greatly assist him in capturing the Red Devil. As Peter navigated the streets of New York, he spoke to the chaotic entity within him. Riot, I am in command. The voice of Riot resonated with anger and restraint, and Peter was acutely aware of its sentiments. Even amidst the tumult of Krakoa, Riot refused to submit to Null, standing as one of the leading rebels. In the film, upon discovering Earth, Riot's first thought was to bring his kind to enjoy its riches, but he was thwarted by the arrival of Venom. If you cooperate with me, I promise to provide a prosperous life for your kin. Have you not always desired to lead the symbiotes to find a habitable planet? I can bring them to Earth for their enjoyment. The body of the Riot, motionless, began to stir rapidly. As a formidable symbiote, he is entirely capable of vocalizing without relying on a host. Very well, Dominator, Peter remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction witnessing Riot's actions. Every faction has a member who, for the sake of their kin, is willing to make sacrifices. Peter greatly admired Riot. Chapter 21. I seek another on his way to Xavier's Academy. Peter called Kim to inquire about the progress of the Human Torch. Kim informed Peter that while the initial interactions with the Torch were promising, subsequent communications had been interrupted. After some contemplation, Peter surmised that this was the work of Dr. X, and it seemed opportune to take him along on this journey. Peter had three primary objectives: to retrieve the Human Torch, to consolidate the Red Devil, and to replicate abilities. Peter possessed some knowledge about the origins of the Red Devil. He was a mutant who emerged after Apocalypse and was also the leader of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan had been expelled to Hell by the Angelic faction, which was essentially the domain of Mephisto. The Red Devil had previously engaged in dealings with Mephisto. His kin could assist Mephisto, but in return, Mephisto had to ensure their safety and refrain from using them in the conflicts among dimensional lords. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xavier's Academy, Peter observed Beast already stationed by the gate. Unperturbed, Peter leisurely parked his vehicle and approached the entrance. You are not welcome here, Spider-Man, Beast declared. Humph, you are not worthy. Call Charles forth. Noticing Peter's audacity, Beast adopted a menacing stance. Peter, amused by the situation, replied, You, a secondary mutant. Dare to bare your fangs at me? As his arm transformed, Peter delivered a powerful slap that sent the beast flying. He clapped his hands and strode confidently forward, paying no heed to the youthful gazes of the fellow mutants on the playground. Among them emerged a fair-haired Caucasian man, who approached Peter directly. Noticing him, Peter observed that the vitality radiating from this individual was not the ordinary green of others, but rather a chilling, icy blue. "Hello, sir. I am Robert Drake. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Xavier's Academy?" Robert, having witnessed Peter's recent display of strength, introduced himself out of courtesy. Peter appreciated polite individuals, as he prided himself on his own manners. Had the beast greeted him amicably and requested his departure, he would have graciously obliged, suggesting a meeting with Professor X. "Greetings, Mr. Drake. I am Peter Parker. You may simply call me Peter." Robert regarded Peter's courteous response while recalling the moment when Peter had effortlessly sent the beast flying. He felt a profound sense of disconnection. The icy power he had accumulated in his left hand vanished in an instant. Peter's admiration for the Iceman deepened. He was polite, discerning, and even protective. It was no wonder he would one day ascend to become a level 5 mutant. "I have come to your esteemed institution seeking 2 individuals to discuss a matter. Regrettably, the school's rudeness compelled me to resort to force." "I see. Mr. Parker. Whom are you seeking? I might be able to lead the way." Robert refrained from mentioning the negotiations, as he lacked the authority. Peter nodded. "One requires your guidance, while the other I shall find on my own." Robert acknowledged with a nod. "St. John Aldous. Are you seeking John?" Peter responded affirmatively. Although Robert was unaware of Peter's intentions regarding John, he turned to the crowd and called out, "Is John here? Mr. Parker is looking for you." After his shout, a young man emerged from the throng. With chestnut hair and pronounced eyebrows, his reddish-brown eyes conveyed a fiery temperament. Concealed within his sleeve, his right hand clutched a lighter. "Ah, Professor X has spoken highly of you. Greetings, St. John Aldous. May I call you John?" Peter extended his hand amicably, and John reciprocated. "Certainly, sir. What brings you to seek me? Let us not be so formal. Are you familiar with Fisk?" John pondered for a moment. "Are you referring to those individuals I encountered 3 days ago?" "Indeed, John. It was I who facilitated that introduction, but subsequent communication was severed." "I am." Peter was on the verge of revealing details about the organization when he was interrupted by a voice from the side. "Mr. Peter Parker, I wonder what your intentions are in Xavier's. The master of voices is Professor X." When Peter saw the dean arriving, he refrained from attempting to sway John. "Hello, Charles," he greeted. "Hello, Peter. I am here to find someone, including you." Charles gazed intently into Peter's eyes, and his abilities activated silently. Peter's enhanced spider sense and fractured divinity responded in kind. Though damaged, the divinity remained potent. An instinctive counterattack caused excruciating pain to surge through Charles's mind, resulting in 2 streams of blood trickling from his nostrils. Peter observed Charles quietly, while Robert instinctively raised his hand to launch an attack. However, tendrils erupted from behind Peter, firmly restraining Robert. Peter turned to him and said, "Do not move, Mr. Derek. I do not wish to harm you." Meanwhile, Charles, with a look of astonishment, quickly raised his hand to stop Robert. "Do not strike, Robert. It was my initial transgression." Peter nodded in satisfaction. "You ought not to intrude so rudely into my mind." Charles wiped the blood from his nose. "I was presumptuous, Mr. Parker." Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the building behind Charles, radiating an intense crimson light. The Ravager. "Do not engage, Alex." Professor X, enduring excruciating pain, once again summoned his abilities to restrain Alex. "Ah, you are still quite cherished at the Academy, aren't you?" He gently reassured Alex before addressing the matter at hand. "These are all children who have lost control of their powers." Peter nodded knowingly. "I am aware. That is precisely what I wish to discuss with you." He briefly outlined his intention to establish an organization. "I understand that your current status as mutants is precarious, and even the slightest disturbance could lead to dire consequences. However, the organization I am forming presents an opportunity for you. Should you decline, I will seek collaboration with him." Professor X was well aware of whom Peter referred to. Magneto, Eric, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. "Very well, I shall consent to this. However, we must consider the children. They still require guidance." Peter acknowledged with a hum. "Of course, but we must also ascertain the children's desires." Noticing Peter's steadfastness, Professor X realized that the plan to delay was now futile. Peter released Robert and stepped forward, addressing the gathered mutants. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed mutants, I am Peter Parker, and in a strict sense, I too am a mutant. I am currently in the process of establishing an organization through which you can grow, learn, and, as members, earn the affection of ordinary people in the future, becoming a formidable force for their protection. This is your contribution to your fellow beings, your brothers and sisters. After painting such a promising picture, only a few were swayed. Peter remained unperturbed, observing St. John beside him. John, sensing Peter's gaze, felt compelled to embark on a significant endeavor, for otherwise, he would not find himself following Magneto in the future. I will join. Before St. John could voice his agreement, Robert behind him was the first to respond affirmatively to Peter. Ah, unexpected fortune. Peter nodded at him, recognizing the potential of a future Omega-level mutant capable of encasing a planet in ice, a talent worthy of his attention. I will join as well, St. John declared, echoing his commitment to Peter. A silence ensued, and Peter sensed an unusual tension. Charles had activated his abilities, while ice and fire stood behind them, their shattered divine essence forming a protective shield around their minds. Never mind. Peter glanced at Charles, who returned the look. All right, Charles, 2 matters have been resolved. Now we face the third. What is it? Chapter 22. Azazel. Peter awakened his perception of life, and amidst the crowd, he noticed a man radiating a crimson vitality. Unlike John's fiery and tempestuous essence, this man's aura emanated a sinister energy reminiscent of the infernal dimension. Peter strode directly towards the girl beside Azazel, drawn by the pulsating life force of Azazel himself. Was he about to unleash his abilities? Fortunately, Azazel did not depart after all. Peter extended his hand to the girl, reintroducing his organization. Suddenly, the tumult within Peter erupted, enveloping Azazel in an instant. No longer feigning composure, Peter turned to face him. Greetings, Azazel, or should I say, the Red Devil? Charles, nearby, trembled at the mention of Sebastian Shaw's subordinate, the Red Devil. The tumult restrained every cell within him, rendering him incapable of exerting any power. What do you intend to do? Peter patted Azazel's shoulder and replied, It's quite simple. Just cooperate with me. How did you discover me? Why should I comply? Peter chuckled softly. It must be quite distressing for your kin to be trapped in other dimensions, wouldn't you agree? At these words, Azazel stiffened, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. What kin? Cease your antics, Azazel. Your kin have been cast into the infernal dimension by the angels, and there is no need for obfuscation. Peter gazed upon Azazel's visage, which had transformed into the dark crimson hue of the demon race due to the incapacitation of his powers. After a moment of silence, Azazel inquired, What would you have me do? Peter clapped his hands and replied, It's quite simple. Just cooperate with me and follow my lead. Very well. Azazel's acquiescence weighed heavily on Peter's heart, yet he believed he could contend with the Red Devil. Peter's hand morphed into tendrils, gradually penetrating the Red Devil's form. For every surge of turmoil Peter instigated, he retracted in equal measure, sensing the Red Devil's resistance. Do not resist, Peter commanded, and the struggle within the body ceased instantaneously. His tendrils swiftly enveloped the Red Devil's physique. Gene replication. A wave of searing pain coursed through the Red Devil's body, a pervasive agony that surged without warning. Before he could utter a sound, the pain vanished in an instant. The replication is complete. Peter withdrew his tendrils and turned his gaze towards Azazel. He refrained from allowing the turmoil to return, intending to wield it to control Azazel. Suddenly, Azazel vanished from sight. Peter promptly closed his eyes, tuning into the location of the turmoil. France. Bang! The sound of teleportation reverberated behind Azazel, as a chilling tendril grazed his neck. Bang! Azazel vanished once more. Bang! Peter followed closely behind. The two engaged in a relentless sequence of teleportations, exceeding 1,000 times, until Azazel could endure no longer. I beg you, I beseech you, do not pursue me any further. Each time Peter teleported, his tentacles would reach out to graze his body, those cold, slick appendages. A haunting fear that shadowed the ancient mutant. Peter gazed at Azazel, who knelt on the ground, a twisted amusement flickering across his lips as the tentacles at his arm lifted Azazel. Azazel's body went rigid, the terror in his pupils no longer concealed. Ah! Azazel flailed about wildly, his tail behind him bristling like a startled cat. Observing Azazel on the brink of madness, Peter swiftly transformed the tentacles into human hands. All right, please rise. It was only when Azazel had quieted that Peter spoke again. Join me? Azazel nodded numbly, as if in a daze. Peter continued. Let us return to Xavier's academy. My 2 subordinates await us there. Instinctively, Azazel grasped Peter's shoulder, and with a resounding pop, they vanished from sight. With another pop, the 2 found themselves on the cobblestone path of Xavier's academy. Although teleporting thousands of times may seem prolonged, it had only amounted to 3 hours. Mr. Parker, I thought you would not arrive, remarked the fiery St. John, seated upon a suitcase while toying with a lighter, as Robert stood quietly beside him. I have just concluded matters with my subordinates. Where's Charles? Robert replied indifferently. He has been waiting for you in the study. Peter nodded and instantly vanished once more. Charles had just finished his 8th cup of black tea when, pop, Peter materialized before him. Have you been waiting for me? Charles emitted a soft acknowledgement as he lifted the teapot to pour a cup of red tea for Peter. Peter, unhurried, sat opposite Charles and savored a sip. Ah, the tea from China, he exclaimed, finishing the cup in one go. Observing this, Charles remarked that there were still several bags in the cabinet behind him, inviting Peter to take some. With no hint of embarrassment, Peter nodded in agreement. Charles then straightened his demeanor, inquiring about the origin of Peter's teleportation ability. Peter set down his teacup and opened up to Charles, revealing that it was borrowed. After a moment of contemplation, Charles suggested that the organization within Peter had entered Azazel's body for the purpose of acquiring his abilities. Peter simply nodded in response. Why do you possess this ability? Charles pressed further. It's a secret, Peter replied cryptically. Charles nodded, expressing his hope that Peter could collaborate with Eric, aiming to alter his perspective and assist mutants. I can help you find any abilities you require, he added. After reflecting, Peter agreed to this proposition. He was certain that he would collaborate with Magneto. And even without Charles mentioning it, Peter intended to have Jean interact with him. The Brotherhood of Magneto was undeniably more formidable than Xavier's academy. As for whether to assist, this posed no conflict for Peter. He was already planning to establish an extraordinary organization to fend off invasions and threats. Although it bore the scent of privatization, using them as mere instruments, the essence remained unchanged. The goal was to enlist mutants into the organization to resist dangers, while also engaging in some publicity. This task appeared rather straightforward, especially with the potential support from Professor X. What a profitable endeavor. Charles waved his hand, indicating that he had finished speaking. Peter stood up and opened the cabinet, retrieving 2 bags of red tea, leaving 3 for Charles, as he felt it inappropriate to overindulge as a guest. Bang! Peter appeared on the stone path, while Charles, still in the study, chuckled softly, finding it rather polite. Peter summoned the Red Devil to transport them to his home, while he leisurely drove back. Upon arriving home, Peter contacted Jean Bing, informing him that the fireman had joined their ranks and urging him to expedite the gathering of the others. Mr. Parker, is there anything you require of me? The earnest Robert, feeling somewhat out of place, stood awkwardly behind Peter, while St. John, nonchalantly reclining with his legs crossed, savored the cocktail Peter had concocted for them. What about Azazel? Peter inquired. He has gone to the bedroom to sleep. He is too severely tainted. His sanity is nearly depleted. After a moment's contemplation, Peter added, Indeed, I do need assistance. Blow into this for me. He extended his glass to Robert, who obediently blew into it, instantly frosting the walls of the cup. Peter took a sip. Wow, that truly strikes at the heart. Robert, you are a splendid child. Casting a glance at St. John, who lay languidly on the sofa, Peter mused that perhaps he should not have summoned him after all. Though he feigned disinterest, he still dialed Ethan. This morning, he had asked Connors to nudge Ethan. Hello. Is this, Hick? Who is it? Hick, came Ethan's slurred voice from the other end of the line. It is I, Ethan, Peter. Ethan instantly sobered up. Mr. Peter, how may I assist you? Before tomorrow morning, create a small flamethrower that fits in the palm of the hand. Very well, sir. I shall have it ready by tomorrow morning. Peter hung up the phone after a brief acknowledgement. He pondered, was he truly that terrifying? Could his voice alone sober someone up? Chapter 23. Recruitment of organizational members. Peter, accompanied by Robert, John, and Azazel, arrived at the Fisk building. Upon seeing Peter, Kingpin instinctively prepared 4 cups of coffee. Peter took a sip from his cup and remarked, Ah, it must be Kingpin's craftsmanship. These gentlemen are my recruits, John, Robert, and Azazel. Kingpin greeted each of them in turn. How is the building I tasked you with purchasing? It has been acquired, though it still lacks certain protective measures. Peter nodded. Today at the Fisk building, the objectives were to arrange these individuals and to confirm that Kingpin had gathered the necessary personnel: Ghost Rider, Dr. Midnight, Black Hole Man, Midnight Wolf, Blade, and Mr. Film, in addition to the Punisher. Kingpin escorted Peter and his companions to the conference room, where all of Peter's recruits had assembled. After seating Robert and the others beside him, he addressed the room. "Good day, gentlemen. I am Peter Parker, though you may refer to me as Spider-Man." The response from the assembly was sparse, with only the unmutated Milo and the Spot offering any acknowledgement. Peter remained undeterred and continued to articulate his plans until he had finished, at which point a few voices emerged. "Firstly, Mr. Morbius, I do not comprehend why you brought me and Milo to New York to discuss saving the world. Can you not perceive that both of us are gravely ill and have but a short time left?" Peter turned to Mobius. "Haha, in truth, the majority of individuals at this stage are merely ordinary, yet what I value is your potential, much like Johnny, the stunt performer. None of you are aware that he will soon transform into the Judgment Phantom." Johnny, with his legs crossed at the conference table, uncrossed them and inquired, "How do you know I will become the Judgment Phantom? I did not come here to listen to your nonsensical discourse on saving the world, nor to engage with these ineffectual scientists." Johnny spoke of Morbius and the Spot, whose experiments have yet to yield success, rendering them still mere mortals. Meanwhile, the Punisher remained silent, sitting quietly as he observed this farce. Peter nodded towards Robert, and an overwhelming chill suddenly engulfed the conference room. Martin Lee swiftly transformed into Mr. Negative, while Blade leapt backward. At this juncture, only a handful possessed abilities. The rest were ordinary individuals. Peter raised a hand, signaling for silence. "As you can see, I am not without evidence. The organization I propose aims to resist threats and safeguard your very existence. In the near future, a cadre of extraordinary teams from government organizations will engage in battle against extraterrestrial invaders over New York. From that conflict onward, the world will be irrevocably altered. Countless individuals like yourselves remain powerless, and only through unity can you ensure your protection." Martin Lee emanated a swirling aura of black and white light, a manifestation of the discourse between his benevolent and malevolent personas, while Blade resumed his seat. Morbius and Milo exchanged glances, and Orin still appeared overwhelmed with fear. Johnny, shedding his bravado, and Midnight Wolf Jack surveyed the group, while Ghost John wore a disdainful expression. "I will join." The Punisher's somber voice shattered the eerie silence. "Welcome, Frank." Peter nodded at the Punisher, appreciating this formidable anti-hero. "You say we have yet to gain powers? What should we do then? Moreover, both Mobius and I are afflicted with ailments." It is Milo who speaks. "It is quite simple. I, who have not acquired any powers, will assist you, while I, who have obtained abilities, shall enhance you. Furthermore, I will aid in the treatment of the afflictions that plague you. All you need to do is join me and allow my personnel to partake in the concoction of the remedies." Milo nodded, harboring a deep-seated loathing for his blood disease. He would seize even the faintest glimmer of hope. "We shall join you, Mr. Parker," Milo declared, struggling to help Mobius rise to his feet. "Are you aware of the curse that burdens me?" spoke Jack, known as the Midnight Werewolf. "I am aware, and I also know of your family's rise and fall, as well as your pursuit by monster hunters." Jack nodded. "If you can assist me in controlling my curse and liberate me from this relentless pursuit, I shall join you." Peter nodded in affirmation. "It is quite simple. Upon your joining, we can resolve this matter by the following day." Jack expressed some skepticism, but ultimately acquiesced. "I shall join." Blade returned from his contemplation. "If I align myself with your organization, will you restrain me from seeking trouble with the vampires?" Peter shook his head, asserting that there would be no restraints. However, he acknowledged the possibility of having individuals with vampire-like abilities within their ranks. Upon hearing this, Blade nodded in agreement at the initial statement, but furrowed his brow at the latter. "Do not be concerned. They are not the vampires you envision, but rather those possessing vampiric abilities." Peter cast a sidelong glance at Milo and Mobius, while Blade reluctantly nodded in assent. "I shall join." Yet, Ghost John rose to his feet, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous organization. What nonsense about an alien invasion. You gather a bunch of fools to form a group, and you genuinely believe in this young man?" With that, Ghost's form trembled erratically as he traversed the conference table, approaching Peter. "Let me tell you, you little brat. If you don't know any better, you ought to return to your mother instead of summoning us from afar to boast to me." With that, he swung a fist at Peter's face. In that fleeting moment when Peter's hand met Ghost's fist, tendrils erupted from his back, ensnaring Ghost's punch. The symbiote organization forcibly spread across Peter's entire being, and as their forms intertwined, Ghost John's tirade continued unabated. "You son of a..." Boom. His entire body exploded. Yet due to Peter's swift tendrils enveloping him, the explosion was contained. Peter, akin to squeezing ketchup from a bottle, pressed John into the corner of the room, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I have no fondness for uncouth individuals." With a clap of his hands, Peter declared, "All right, let us proceed. Is there anyone else wishing to join?" Peter gazed at Owen, recognizing the immense potential within him. He was elusive, difficult to vanquish, and capable of effortless movement, even traversing dimensions. Owen, noticing Peter's penetrating stare, spoke with a hint of trepidation, "I want to join." At this moment, only Martin Lee and Johnny remained unaligned. "You mean I could become a judge of malevolent spirits?" Peter nodded affirmatively. "Very well, I shall attempt to join." Peter nodded once more, however. "You cannot directly join us yet. You must continue performing your stunts as before, and in due course, you shall acquire the abilities." Although Johnny was somewhat perplexed, he too nodded in agreement. Martin Lee, having encountered the reversal mode, found himself devoid of any aura. "If I join this organization, will it provide protection for me and my family, my crew?" Peter nearly overlooked the matter of family. "Certainly, everyone present may bring their families along." The group reflected momentarily, exchanging glances, each discerning a silent inquiry in the other's eyes. "Do you have family?" Apart from Martin Lee, Robert, and St. John, those present were either orphans or had experienced the annihilation of their entire families. Peter rubbed his forehead. "I shall join," he declared. Martin Lee broke the silence, welcoming everyone to his organization, assuring them that Mr. Fisk would oversee all aspects of their relocation. The ever-quiet Kingpin nodded in acknowledgement. The experimental equipment and data belonging to Morbius and Orin were to be transported to the newly acquired edifice, along with everything from the New Century Corporation. The remaining items, such as the Punisher's gear and Blade's arsenal, would prove to be far simpler to handle. There were also some solitary figures, like Jack. Chapter 24. George's consent. Peter departed from Fisk Tower and made his way to the building purchased by Kingpin. With newfound wealth, whether it was his own or derived from the formidable forces behind him, Peter found himself in possession of substantial resources, courtesy of the crime lord Kingpin, the ancient Azazel, and the regenerative serum developed by Connors. Despite Peter's ability to teleport across borders, who would refuse the allure of cruising in a luxurious automobile? After a brief journey, Peter arrived at his destination, a colossal building constructed by Stark Industries and various developers. Though slightly smaller than Stark Tower, it was sufficiently impressive for the current organization. Peter casually lit a Marlboro cigarette and, upon exiting his vehicle, observed workers engaged in relocation efforts. As a structure primarily focused on safety, each wall was fortified with steel plates measuring between 5 to 15 centimeters, rendering its safety standards quite formidable. Coupled with the smart AI system installed by Stark Group, there was virtually no aspect of the building that Peter could not access. The edifice boasted 70 stories, each with an impressive height of 5 meters, providing ample interior space. Peter envisioned the first 20 floors designated for offices and laboratories, recognizing the necessity of a substantial research team as the organization expanded. Above these, the upper levels would serve as residences for members and their families, with each floor accommodating only one individual or family, secured by special identity cards. Without these cards, even a mosquito would be barred entry, greatly enhancing the safety of the residents. Peter had arranged for Martin Lee's gang and the members of Kingpin's crew to act as guards and security personnel, armed and prepared to handle ordinary disturbances, while extraordinary incidents would be managed by the organization's dedicated staff on duty. As Peter ascended from the 1st to the 70th floor, his satisfaction grew. The building was more than capable of accommodating future expansions, and he also considered utilizing the lower 3 levels as a simulated training ground to develop promising gang members and organizational staff. With the anticipated collaboration with the Brotherhood of Mutants, a cadre of elite mutants would undoubtedly join the ranks, and training would be essential beyond relying on their innate abilities. Lost in thought, Peter finally reached his office. The space was remarkably tidy, and the sparse furnishings lent it an air of spaciousness. The decor, characterized by a palette of white, gray, and black, exuded understated elegance. Peter nodded in approval. Kingpin had indeed demonstrated a keen sense of aesthetics. It was evident that someone capable of becoming a crime lord possessed not only exceptional coffee-making skills, but also a sharp intellect. Peter did not linger in the office, as he had not seen Gwen for nearly a week, and her silence suggested she might be upset. George had also called, inviting Peter to dinner that evening, to which he agreed. As Gwen's boyfriend, ensuring the safety of her family was paramount. They would discuss relocating to the tower that night. "Oh dear. You are always so courteous. Please, come in," Helen said, stepping aside. Peter adeptly placed the gift aside. George rose from the sofa to shake Peter's hand. Since the lizard incident, George had begun to exploit his position to avoid work as much as possible, with tardiness and early departures becoming routine. "And Helen, where's Gwen?" "Hello, that child must be upset with you. What happened between you two? I noticed you haven't contacted him for quite some time." Peter awkwardly scratched his head. I had some matters to attend to in the foggy city, and since my return, I've been preoccupied with company affairs. That must be the reason. Then go and comfort her. She has taken her frustrations out on her brother during your absence." Peter nodded and headed upstairs. Helen turned to George. "He truly resembles you." "George? In what way? I have never treated you like that." Hearing this, Helen playfully poked George's side, slightly miffed. "How can you say that? Have you forgotten the time when you were vying for the position of sheriff?" George winced, rubbing his side. "I was merely striving for a successful career." "Hey, Gwen." Just as Peter pushed the door open, a book came flying towards him, which he caught instinctively. Bang! Another book hit him in the stomach. "How dare you seek me out? What? Have you finished having fun with that woman outside?" Books continued to rain down from Gwen's bedside, and Peter ceased his attempts to dodge them, crouching down and shielding his head by the door. At such times, one could hardly argue against being scolded or even hit. Once the last book was thrown, Peter lifted his gaze to see an irate Gwen. "Are you done throwing?" Having not finished throwing, I remained seated while Gwen ceased her tossing of books, burrowing into her blankets with her back turned to Peter. Now was the time for coaxing. "Hey, classmate, don't retire so early. I have only just arrived." Peter extricated himself from the pile of books and settled onto Gwen's bed. Noticing her continued silence, he remained unperturbed, pulling the covers up and snuggling in beside her. After a silent 10 minutes, Gwen turned to face Peter. After such a long separation, any lingering irritation had dissipated, and both had softened in their demeanor. Naturally, intimacy was to be expected between lovers. After some 15 minutes, Peter sat up, adjusting his collar. Gwen's biting had been rather fierce, leaving his neck in a state unfit for public view. Yet, Peter refrained from any inappropriate advances. Considering he was merely 17, he intended to wait until after his 18th birthday for such matters. Just then, Helen announced that dinner was ready, and the two descended to partake in the meal. In the pleasant atmosphere, dinner was swiftly consumed. Peter broached the subject of his family moving into his building, explaining the rationale behind this decision and the potential future dangers they might face. After some deliberation, Gwen's family acquiesced to Peter's proposal. Post-dinner, Peter accompanied George to watch some sports, indulging in a few beers before he expressed his intent to leave. Helen emerged from the kitchen, suggesting, "It's quite late, Peter. Why not stay the night?" As Peter prepared to don his clothes, he caught a glimpse of Gwen's hopeful gaze. After some contemplation, he declined. "You've had some drinks as well. You should stay here tonight." This time, it was George who made the suggestion. While still watching the game, he had already taken Peter's coat. Perhaps Helen's invitation was merely a polite gesture, but George, as the head of the household, clearly intended for Peter to remain. Peter ceased to be formal about it. "Very well, Uncle George, I shall sleep on the sofa. You should sleep in Gwen's room. I plan to continue watching the game tonight." Peter was taken aback by George's unexpected words, staring at him in disbelief. "Are you serious?" George nodded, extracting a cigarette from the pack and offering it to Peter. Without much thought, Peter accepted the cigarette. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an additional item nestled in his palm. He glanced back at George, who nodded in affirmation. It seemed this family had come well prepared. Peter discreetly tucked the item into his pocket. After finishing his cigarette, he ascended the stairs alongside Gwen. "Is your father serious?" Peter queried as he entered the room, retrieving the item from his pocket. "I'm not sure, but since Dad has given it to you, he must be in agreement," Gwen said, wrapping her arms around Peter as she took the item from him. Peter pondered for a moment, but ultimately declined. "That's simply one to do. Why not? My father has given his consent." Gwen was evidently taken aback by Peter's refusal. He shook his head, took the items from Gwen's hands, and tossed them into the cabinet. At merely 17, he felt it was unwise. Although Gwen remained perplexed, Peter disregarded the matter and embraced her, spending the night together. Chapter 25. The Round Table's secret meeting. Peter awoke in Gwen's arms and slowly rose from the bed. Upon stepping outside, he observed the Stacy family enjoying breakfast. "Good morning, Peter." "Good morning, Uncle George." After a brief wash-up, he awaited the arrival of Fisk's associates before departing from the Stacy residence. With summer vacation in full swing, Peter and Gwen had ample time ahead of them. They were set to begin college the following day. Peter approached the organization's headquarters with a sense of anticipation, having already conceived a name for it. Once all the members gathered, he planned to display the emblem of his organization prominently on the building. Inside, he found Connors and Ethan had already transported the symbiote and various experimental equipment. After exchanging casual greetings, Peter sought out the other members. Azazel's affliction had significantly improved. His demeanor was no longer stoic, yet the terror instilled by the tentacles remained deeply etched within him. As Peter entered the communal lounge, he spotted Robert, St. John, and Jack engaged in conversation. Noticing Peter's arrival, they all rose to greet him. "Let us proceed, Jack. Today we shall address the issues that plague you." Jack had long anticipated the resolution of his curse, which had haunted their family for over a century, causing relatives to perish in madness and bloodshed. The demon hunter's initial sympathy had morphed into disdain and contempt. "Where shall we go? Do you truly possess the means to resolve this?" Jack inquired, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice, as he pondered the curse that had plagued him for years. "Peter claims it can be resolved?" Peter nodded affirmatively. "Though my abilities are limited, I can at least ensure you do not lose your sanity entirely and can render the werewolf within you manageable." Jack contemplated this for a moment, finding solace in the thought. "That will suffice. That will suffice," he replied, signaling for the others to grasp his shoulders before Peter utilized his teleportation abilities to arrive at Xavier's academy. The remaining students no longer appeared as fearful of Peter. He escorted Jack and the other two to Charles's office. "What brings you here?" Charles asked, a chuckle escaping his lips. "I require your assistance," Peter responded, gesturing towards Jack. Charles's brow furrowed slightly. "What kind of assistance?" "He is cursed. On nights of the full moon, he is compelled to transform into a werewolf, losing all rationality in the process." Charles regarded Jack with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "A curse? Do such things truly exist in this world?" Peter settled into the chair and nodded. "You are unaware that there are many matters at hand, Charles, and magic is but one of them." Charles refrained from elaborating further. "You perceive his werewolf form as a separate persona, confining his rationality within the beast." Charles nodded in agreement. "This is not difficult. However, the success of this endeavor ultimately rests with him." Jack nodded, resolved to continue following Peter, for being by his side afforded at least a glimmer of hope. Charles maneuvered his wheelchair towards the door, stating, "This place is suitable. We must avoid any potential loss of control. Let us proceed to our academy's training room." The others rose and followed him. The elevator descended to the 5th basement level before coming to a halt. Unfortunately, Beast was training students there, and upon seeing Peter, he exhibited a hint of resentment. "Hank, please take the children to rest for a moment. Peter and I have some matters to discuss." Beast nodded, scrutinizing Peter thoroughly before departing. "Why is this mutt so clingy?" Peter suppressed the urge to strike Beast, for he was there seeking assistance. One must consider the master before striking the dog. "Let us begin, Jack," Peter instructed, assigning Robert and St. John to protect Charles before stepping aside. As Jack exhaled heavily, wolf-like fur sprouted from his body like steel needles, and his lips began to protrude, transforming into a wolf's maw, until he stood over 2 meters tall as a werewolf. With a howl, Jack completely succumbed to his primal instincts. Ice and Fire, standing nearby, were poised for action. Within Peter's perception, a wave of psychic energy enveloped werewolf Jack, freezing him in place. "Do not resist. Attempt to control it, Jack." Charles's calm voice resonated. A flicker of pain crossed Jack's face. Charles continued, "Do not dwell on your past actions. Envision your mother. Picture her gentleness." This time, Jack's countenance softened, and a tear trailed down his cheek. As the tears flowed, Jack gradually regained control over his wolfish form. Charles gently drew Jack's consciousness from the depths of his mind, enabling him to master his beastly body. After nearly 3 minutes of sitting on the ground, Jack finally lifted his head. Thank you." Charles regarded Jack with kindness. "It is nothing, Jack. Those actions were not your fault. If you persist in blaming yourself, You will remain trapped in an ocean of despair. Having said this, Charles maneuvered his wheelchair back to Peter's side. He was not incapable of control. Rather, the weight of his initial loss of control had inflicted profound emotional wounds. Peter nodded in gratitude. Jack's first transformation had resulted in chaos due to his youth and inexperience, leading to tragic consequences for many. Consequently, during each full moon thereafter, he was plagued by hidden emotions that rendered him unable to control the wolf within. Peter patted Jack, who had reverted to his human form. Go home and rest well, strive to acclimate to it. Upon returning to the mansion, Peter went to retrieve Milo and Morbius, whose extensive experimental materials had delayed them significantly. Otherwise, according to Kinping's pace, the move should have been completed the previous night. In the original narrative, Milo and Morbius had fallen into enmity, as Milo believed Morbius possessed the cure yet refused to treat him, while Morbius did not wish for Milo to become a creature neither human nor monster. Peter had always found the trope of brotherly betrayal distasteful, convinced that his intervention could resolve such conflicts. Speaking of which, shouldn't Harry be back by now? You may collaborate with Dr. Connors on these matters. He is a prodigy in the realms of biology and pharmaceuticals. Now, regarding the materials required for the experiment, how shall we procure them? There is no need for such formality. You can simply approach the finance department within the building. Regardless of whether you have a receipt, your application will be approved. Mobius nodded, as his financial situation had become rather strained. Thus, aside from the Ghost Rider, Johnny, all were gathered under Peter's command. Johnny would have to wait until he dealt with the Witch King, as Peter was preparing to accompany Mobius to find Connors. The voice of the AI butler interrupted him. Sir, Tony Stark is requesting an audience. Although Peter was uncertain about Tony's visit, he instructed Mobius to seek out Connors while he descended the stairs alone. Upon arrival, Peter observed Tony engaging in his usual light-hearted banter with the receptionist. Peter approached him from behind, ready to greet him. Did you know your boss is rather impoverished? He even asked me to treat him to a cheeseburger. Peter shook his head. Had I known you would disclose this to my staff, I would have refrained from allowing you to pay. Tony turned around. Long time no see. Peter. Indeed, it has been a while, Tony. The two exchanged a handshake, and Peter invited Tony to his office. The decor here compliments you quite well. Naturally, Fisk oversaw it. Peter handed his coffee to Tony. Fisk, are you referring to that mob boss? Peter nodded. Tony then shifted the conversation. I have heard you have gathered quite a group. Indeed, I am preparing to establish a faction. Tony took a sip of his coffee. How about a witch coven? Peter nodded. Are you interested in joining? I've even reserved a spot for you. Tony shook his head. No, I prefer not to linger with witches. But I do congratulate you. Peter nodded, acknowledging that while Tony's refusal was somewhat disappointing, he had no intention of pressing the matter. Have you decided on a name for your team? How about I assist you? Let us call it the Spider Pajama Society. Peter waved his hand dismissively. Not quite. I've already thought of one. Tony set down his cup. What is it? The Round Table Secret Society. Ha ha. Are you all planning to raise swords and shout long live King Arthur? Chapter 26. Embracing the beauty of the world, Peter and Tony conversed until dusk fell. All right, Peter. I must take my leave. Paybo is still waiting for me. Safe travels, Tony. Tony waved his hand in farewell and headed straight for the elevator. After sipping his coffee and allowing his thoughts to drift aimlessly for a while, Peter decided to descend to the common lounge. Some members were resting, while others engaged in research. The spacious lounge was occupied solely by Azazel, who sat by the window sipping wine. Peter poured himself a glass of bourbon. How are you, Azazel? Azazel's crimson tail flicked slightly. Not too bad. Peter observed the direction of his gaze. What are you pondering? Longing for my future. Azazel took a sip of his drink. Tell me, he said, what is the purpose of your arduous efforts to gather these individuals here and tirelessly protect their families? His crimson eyes turned to Peter. Quite simply, it is to prepare for the future, Azazel replied, shifting his gaze once more to the drink. What does the future hold? You seem to have some insight, Peter observed. Indeed, he continued, there will be a cohort of extraordinary beings, much like ourselves, united to safeguard our Azure planet. I harbor doubts about them, which is why I sought your company. Don't you find this rather amusing? Azazel fell silent for a moment. And what of my future? Have you glimpsed it? I have, Peter replied. Would you like to hear? Azazel responded with a slight nod before adding, forget it. Knowing will only bring disquiet. Let us not speak of it. I am aware of all your futures, including those of Milo and Mobius. Milo will perish at the hands of Mobius, and St. John will be rendered handless. Azazel downed the remaining contents of his glass, vanishing with a bang, only to reappear with another loud pop, now holding a bottle of wine whose vintage remained obscured. Care for a drink? From decades past. Peter drained his glass in one gulp and handed it back to him. What is it like to live for so long? Azazel inquired. Azazel pondered, a bitter reflection surfacing within him. The mother who nurtured me has long perished in the war against the angelic race. After their expulsion, I survived alone for decades, eventually returning to humanity. Names such as Satan, Mammon, and Ammon were once mine. I attempted to follow their path, to marry and bear children. Yet all my wives have succumbed to age while I endure. Is that blue-skinned mutant your offspring? Yes, but I have lost all emotional ties to family. My sole desire now is to rescue my kin. The two engaged in a casual exchange when suddenly Azazel turned to Peter. Have you ever visited Egypt? Peter shook his head. Would you be interested in witnessing the night sky there? The city obscures the stars. Peter nodded in agreement to Azazel's suggestion. Grasping Peter's arm, Azazel, along with the table and chairs, vanished from their location. With a resounding thud, when Peter opened his eyes once more, they stood atop the Sphinx. Together, they gazed upwards at the stars. The constellations here appeared unchanging, just as they were a millennium ago, and would remain the same 1,000 years hence. Peter could only surmise the profound scars that eons had etched upon Azazel's soul. Yet he perceived that the being before him now exuded a gravitas akin to that of a mountain. Why do you not flee? Surely, you possess the means to rid yourself of what resides within you. Why should I flee? You have captured me. Thus, I shall remain by your side. Should you perish, I will continue my wandering, just as you remarked. Is it not rather entertaining? Peter had discerned the state of Azazel's mind. He was profoundly bored, with the passage of time bestowing upon him an overwhelming sense of ennui. What if I were to defy death? He mused. There exists no notion of immortality in this world. Even if my life were to stretch long, I would still perceive the inevitable end of my existence. Azazel pondered for a moment, then replied, if you were truly immortal, I would follow you eternally, you know? The last person I shared this sky with was Solomon, the Solomon from the Key of Solomon you were studying. What kind of person was he? Azazel reflected for a moment. Arrogant, conceited, a drunkard, irascible, yet quite kind to us. The two conversed until the late hours before returning to the sanctuary's edifice. After Peter retired for the night, Azazel once again addressed the air. The thoughts within your mind bear a striking resemblance to those inscribed upon Solomon's ring, Peter. The following morning, Peter awoke to find Azazel standing beside him. When did you arrive? He inquired. Just now. Is there something amiss? Last night, a hammer fell from the heavens in the east. I thought you might find it intriguing. Peter nodded thoughtfully, and after a brief preparation, the two made their way to the site of the hammer. Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. They paid no heed to the commotion stirred among the onlookers. Have you attempted to lift it? Azazel shook his head. Peter stepped forward and grasped the hammer's handle, his shattered divine essence glowing within him. The hammer trembled, showing signs of being lifted, but instantly that indication vanished. Peter chuckled. Why don't you give it a try? Azazel extended his hand and effortlessly hoisted the hammer. I never expected you could do that. Neither did I. What is this? It is likely Thor's hammer, an artifact belonging to the Asgardian lineage, enchanted by Odin. Azazel swung it twice, yet the hammer plummeted heavily to the ground once more. Azazel frowned. Odin's affairs, a trial for his son. Enough of this, let us depart. Azazel nodded, preparing to activate his abilities when a surge of energy from the Rainbow Bridge appeared before him. As the dust settled, an object lay scattered in the center of the magical array. Odin's voice echoed in his ears. Mjolnir is a trial for Thor, but your ability to lift it signifies that you were meant to wield its power. I deeply apologize for this. This tome is the Yggdrasil Book of the Asgardians, which I offer as compensation. The two approached and picked up the book. As Azazel touched it, the characters on its pages began to display English inscriptions. Flipping through 2 pages, Azazel noted that the first half was dedicated to white magic, while the latter was predominantly black magic. Peter also perused the pages. Have you ever engaged with magic? I do not possess a fondness for magic, for every form of sorcery demands an equivalent exchange. Peter nodded in acknowledgement. The source of the supreme mage's white magic stems from 3 deities known as the Vishani. Legend has it that the magic of the Asgardian pantheon is derived from the world tree, and perhaps you might consider giving it a try. Azazel, with a contemplative hum, stowed away his spellbook, and the two vanished from the scene. Azazel's pursuit of magic filled the void of sorcery within their team, allowing for the reinstatement of the Spectral Knight to be expedited. A week passed in mundane tranquility, during which Peter often sought out Jean for coffee and shared heartfelt conversations with Azazel in the evenings. This period allowed Peter to discover a different facet of Azazel, who became his closest confidant, steward, and travel companion. Their adventures took them to Sydney, Egypt, the Rocky Mountains, and beyond. Of course, Peter did not overlook Gwen. They too explored numerous locales together, often transitioning from New York in the morning to the Fog City by afternoon. In essence, Peter reveled in a week filled with the world's splendor. Chapter 27. The emergence of the Night Doctor. Upon learning of the anomalies surrounding Morbius, Peter, accompanied by Azazel, made his way to the laboratory. Nearby, Dr. Connors had transformed into a colossal lizard-like creature, fixated intently on the unconscious Morbius. Milo stood by, visibly concerned. After inquiring with Connors, they discovered that Morbius had prematurely administered the serum. Peter nodded, positioning himself quietly by, awaiting Morbius's awakening. After a tense 15 minutes, as Morbius's violent convulsions subsided, he stirred back to consciousness. Peter stepped closer. How do you feel? Morbius, transformed into claws, rubbed his forehead. I feel rather well, though I am somewhat famished. He surveyed his surroundings and paused for a few seconds upon spotting Milo, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. Quickly suppressed. I crave blood. My hunger is overwhelming. Peter nodded, gesturing for Azazel to procure several bags of blood from the hospital's blood bank. Morbius rose, still slightly unsteady, but the previous weakness had dissipated. He glanced at the claws that had replaced his hands. How could this happen? The experimental serum was undeniably successful. Peter shook his head. The genes of the vampire bats you extracted, combined with your own deteriorating blood, have yielded remarkable results. Without Connor's assistance, you would not have been able to suppress your thirst for blood. Though Morbius was reluctant to accept it, he understood that this was indeed the best outcome. With a thud, Azazel tossed 2 bags of blood to Morbius. He consumed the blood greedily, like a parched man finally quenching his thirst. Do you sense any changes? Peter inquired. Morbius nodded. My vision, reflexes, and physical speed have all improved. I have even awakened the ability to fly by expending stamina, along with a rapid recovery of strength. With that, Morbius leaped into the air, suspended by dark wisps that emerged behind him. Peter responded, excellent. Prepare to administer an injection to Milo as well. Morbius landed immediately, exclaiming, no, you cannot turn Milo into a monster like me. I believe there is potential for the development of a superior serum. Just as Peter was about to turn away, he glanced back to find a tentacle, transformed into a lethal blade, pressed against Mobius's throat. When I say inject, we inject. The serum is already optimal. It cannot be improved, he asserted. Mobius swallowed hard. Peter then turned to Connors, urging, inject it now. Connors nodded in agreement. Peter retracted the tentacle and strode purposefully toward the rooftop. He detested Mobius's self-righteous refusal to save his own brother. He had contemplated eliminating Mobius and merely capturing Milo instead. Clearly, Milo held deeper emotional ties than Mobius. Should he proceed with such an act, Milo would undoubtedly rebel. Azazel produced a Marlboro from his pocket and offered it to Peter, who accepted it and lit up. Your earlier reaction was rather intense, he remarked. Peter nodded in acknowledgement. I despise those who abandon their brothers after surviving. Azazel ignited his own cigarette. Perhaps he simply wishes to prevent Milo from becoming like him. Perhaps we should wait. Peter shook his head. They should confront their challenges together, rather than forsaking one another. Azazel glanced at Peter. It seems you have endured something similar? In the future, I shall bring about change. Azazel acknowledged with a nod. Leave the matter concerning Mobius to me. You merely need to lead the team. They will have no other perceptions of you. Peter nodded, placing his complete trust in Azazel and his capabilities. The two returned to the laboratory, where Milo's emaciated form lay upon the injection table. As the cold needle pierced his spinal cord, Milo's anguished cries erupted. With the withdrawal of the needle, Milo succumbed to unconsciousness. Azazel swiftly retrieved 2 bags of blood, awaiting at the side. Similar to Mobius's condition, Milo ultimately adapted to his inherent abilities after consuming the blood. Mobius regarded Milo with a hint of complexity, firmly believing that he should not have administered the injection to Milo. Naturally, Milo had overheard Mobius's prior remarks and descended the stairs in silence. Azazel approached Mobius with a measured pace. We need to have a discussion. Mobius nodded in agreement. Bang! Upon witnessing this, Peter inquired about the condition of the symbiote from Connors and learned of the emergence of a new symbiote, Lava, fearless of flames, yet still cautious of sound waves. Peter nodded and instructed Merlin, the building's AI, to summon St. John. What is it you require, sir? St. John maintained a degree of arrogance in front of others. Yet before Peter, he was as meek as a quail. A new symbiote has emerged from Dr. Connors' research, one enveloped in lava, which would complement you splendidly. St. John rubbed his hands together, visibly excited. May I possess it? If the gentleman agrees, Peter nodded, there is a prerequisite. You must achieve a level of 3. 5. And cannot remain at level 3. John wore a frown. What is the standard, sir? The mastery of flame manipulation must reach 300 meters. And one must be able to absorb and store flames. St. John nodded, leaving with a hint of dejection. Peter maintained a positive outlook on the twin forces of ice and fire. In the film, the fiery character exhibited arrogance, while the icy one diligently learned and trained, a reflection of differing mindsets leading to stagnation and advancement. Peter harbored no concerns regarding the ice character's progress. Given sufficient time, he could undoubtedly evolve into an Omega-level mutant. Peter then turned to Connors, inquiring about the status of extreme pain. Connors paused in his task of feeding the lava. It's manageable, though he seems to dislike being confined. All right, you can hand extreme pain over to Milo. He might appreciate him. Connors nodded. Peter felt no qualms about transferring the symbiote to the members, considering that the symbiotes within them could also serve as a countermeasure. He had no intention of retracting the chaos. Although Azazel's abilities were grotesque, his physical strength was not formidable, and the upheaval compensated for this shortcoming. Peter examined the conditions of several symbiotes, noting that under Connor's meticulous care, they had grown increasingly robust. The strength of a symbiote can be assessed by its gene pool, its size in a symbiotic state, and its transformative abilities. Like the chaos, the tendrils behind him could morph into various weapons. Each symbiote had a suitable counterpart. The bacteriophage was entrusted to Blade, the devourer to the Punisher, the whip to the werewolf, and the lava to the fiery character. No suitable symbiote had yet emerged for the ice character, but Peter remained unhurried. Knowing patience was all that was required. Azazel returned with the barely conscious Morbius, unceremoniously tossing him to the ground like a discarded rag. Remember what I said. The boss does not favor disobedient dogs. Morbius nodded. Azazel teleported him to the Arctic and, without a word, delivered a beating, even in his vampire form. He was suspended and struck. After enduring icy water, a sand bath, and a thorough thrashing, Morbius admitted his faults. I should have consumed his head. I believe it would have been delectable. The chaos within him also participated in the beating, expressing disdain towards Morbius. Azazel tossed 2 bags of blood at Morbius and vanished from sight. Chapter 28. Harry joins the fray. Months passed, and Peter entered the final semester of high school. The Masonic Hall successfully collaborated with the state government, and Owen's black hole experiments yielded significant results, transforming him into Spot. Peter, too, was not idle. He reached out to the Brotherhood of Mutants, establishing a connection, and a cadre of elite mutants became part of the Hall's external personnel. Following the Morbius incident, Daredevil also joined the Round Table Masonic Society. Connors developed a serum that enhanced ordinary individuals, granting them 10 tons of strength. Blade and the Punisher, after injection, possessed extraordinary power. Milo and Morbius reconciled, forming the Dark Knight twins, though the fiery character's progress was notably slow, while the icy character made considerable advances. Attaining level 4 status, many within the Round Table Society formed their own small factions. Peter and Azazel became a formidable duo. Although the ice and fire pair occasionally clashed, they maintained a harmonious relationship, becoming the ice and fire duo. Morbius and Milo were known as the Dark Knight twins, but Milo, due to his symbiote, overshadowed Morbius. Spot and the werewolf forged a friendship, while the Punisher, Blade, and Daredevil were dubbed the Hell's Kitchen Brigade. Azazel's magical prowess advanced rapidly. Due to the strength of his own soul, his most potent abilities lay in soul magic, which proved invaluable in subduing the Ghost Rider. Norman Osborn passed away this morning. Who shall steer the vast Osborn business empire? As Peter and Gwen dined, they were met with the startling news. Did you previously mention that Norman Osborn's son is your friend? Peter nodded, aware that the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man was about to unfold. Harry must be returning. I intend to visit him after class today. Gwen nodded and, rather abruptly, inquired, Do you remember my birthday? Peter's hand froze mid-bite as he rapidly recalled Gwen's birthday. I don't believe you've ever mentioned it. Gwen, slightly irritated, replied, If I don't say it, won't you check? It's next Tuesday. Understanding dawned on Peter as he nodded, and they swiftly moved past the topic. After tidying up, they proceeded to their class. Peter waited in the lobby of Osborne Enterprises for a short while until Harry descended the staircase. I've canceled the meeting for you, Peter, Harry announced. Peter chuckled. I've also canceled your appointment. They exchanged knowing smiles, and Harry embraced Peter warmly. They then drove to the riverbank. I've heard much about your exploits, Peter. You've even established a regenerative potion company and poached Dr. Connors from my father's company. Your reputation has reached even Europe, Harry remarked. Peter smiled, casually skipping a stone across the water's surface, producing a delightful splash. Well, I can't compare to you. How long has it been since we last met? Harry pondered. About 10 years, I suppose. Almost a decade. Harry nodded in agreement as Peter gazed at him. Are you aware of Spider-Man? Harry nodded, having heard that our company's spider had caused the mutation. It's me, he said. Harry chuckled, shaking his head. Don't joke about that. Peter looked at Harry earnestly. It's truly me, Harry. As he spoke, his arm transformed into a tentacle. What is this, a thick crab? Harry exclaimed in surprise, stepping back a couple of paces. Peter's tentacle reverted back to an arm. I was bitten by your company's spider and subsequently mutated into a symbiote. Harry paused for a moment. A symbiote? Peter then elucidated the origin and function of the symbiote. Do you still possess the symbiote? I require that item, Peter nodded. Your father should have informed you about the hereditary illness afflicting your family today, right? Harry swallowed hard and nodded. He did mention it. It is a hereditary condition that reverses from the blood, and I've already shown signs of it since I turned 18. Peter nodded in acknowledgement. We are brothers, Harry. Please visit our company tomorrow. I will assist you. Additionally, help me find an engineer named Max. He possesses remarkable talent. Harry nodded in agreement, and the two refrained from further discussing the matter. After conversing for another half hour, Peter took his leave and returned to the sanctum. Since the arrival of the Stacy family to the building, Gwen had begun cohabitating with Peter, and George naturally consented to this arrangement. Upon returning to the building, Peter sought out Connors. How is the symbiote's condition? All are healthy. The newly birthed toxins are also stable, Connors replied. Peter nodded. Harry Osborn will be coming tomorrow. Prepare the enhancement serum and lizard serum along with the toxins. Connors did not inquire further and nodded in agreement. Peter then went to find Azazel, instructing him to organize a birthday celebration in the coming days, ensuring everyone's attendance. After relaying these matters, Peter returned to the Starlight Tower. Gwen was engrossed in a film. How is your conversation with your friends? Not bad. I am preparing to introduce him to the mystical order. Gwen nodded, and Peter did not conceal the existence of the order from him. After a moment of intimacy, the two enjoyed dinner before retiring for the night. Welcome to our gathering. Mr. Harry, Max said. After shaking hands with Azazel and Max, he led the two upstairs. In the original narrative, Max held Spider-Man in high esteem. But due to Peter's prolonged absence, Max had placed him second in his affections. Now he favored the Hell's Kitchen crew. After escorting Max to the common lounge, Azazel took Harry to the laboratory. Are you Peter's secretary? Mr. Azazel nodded in acknowledgement. We are indeed friends. Harry observed the swaying tail of Azazel with a hint of astonishment. The two swiftly arrived at the laboratory, where Peter and Connors had been awaiting Harry's arrival. Greetings, Dr. Connors, Harry said, shaking Connors' hand. Connors guided Harry on a tour of the chamber designed for cultivating symbiotes. Having arranged the semi-ecological environment according to the distinct habits and preferences of the various symbiotes after communicating with them through the Green Serpent. Their exploration culminated at the symbiote that Peter had prepared for Harry. What is his name, Doctor? Toxin, Mr. Harry. He is but a newborn. The personality of a symbiote is contingent upon its first host. Toxin has only recently been born and has yet to experience a host. Harry nodded, recognizing Peter's regard for him. The two returned to Peter's side. When can we begin, Peter? Anytime you wish, though you will need to undergo a fortification process. Connors has developed both a strengthening serum and a lizard serum. The former will enhance your physical attributes and strength, while the latter will provide comprehensive improvements in strength and reflexes. However, be mindful that the effects may be somewhat unsatisfactory, potentially transforming you into a lizard. It is ultimately your choice. After Peter's explanation, he regarded Harry in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Harry suddenly inquired, You are exceedingly kind to me, Peter. What motivates you to do all this? He was undoubtedly aware of the value of symbiotes, with the ability to cure diseases as a focal point. Any symbiote could fetch a price in the millions. Additionally, the worth of enhanced human serum and lizard serum was not lost on Harry. Peter patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Don't dwell on these matters, Harry. If I were to state my true intentions, I would hope for your allegiance." Peter then elaborated on the Round Table Mystery Society. Upon hearing Peter's words, a smile graced Harry's face. "You should have said so sooner, Peter. I thought you were asking for something monumental. Count me in." Chapter 29. Preparations. Connors held a syringe in his hand as he approached Harry, while Peter toyed with the newborn toxin. "This might sting a bit," he cautioned. Harry nodded, gritting his teeth. As the lizard serum was injected, Harry's visage contorted in pain. Yet after 2 minutes, a smile returned to his face. "I've never felt this good before," he exclaimed, clenching his fist, reveling in the newfound strength flooding his arm. Harry shook his head in confusion. "Why haven't I transformed into a lizard?" Connors furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. He turned towards the experimental apparatus, questioning whether it could indeed be the lizard serum. While everyone remained perplexed, Harry began exhibiting alarming symptoms. Red rashes appeared on his neck, rapidly spreading across his entire body within mere seconds. Peter, too, sprang into action, injecting the toxin into Harry's system. Harry's spine began to contort irregularly, reminiscent of a serpent concealed beneath his skin. The laboratory echoed with Harry's anguished cries as the toxin coursed through him, devouring the necrotic blood. Meanwhile, the enhanced regenerative properties of the lizard serum swiftly generated new blood to replace what was lost. As Harry's blood was entirely replenished, his bones followed suit. Starting with his ribs, for every rib that vanished, another was rapidly regenerated in its place. Peter discerned the gravity of Harry's condition. His entire being was undergoing a cycle of destruction and rebirth. A single vial of lizard serum was insufficient to sustain his entire transformation. "Connors, administer another vial." Connors swiftly assembled the syringe and plunged it into Khaled's arm. With the injection of the second vial of lizard serum, the regeneration process accelerated once more, and Harry's physique visibly grew more robust. Following the replacement of his limbs, Harry's peculiar transformation finally ceased, allowing him to recover from his immense suffering. The regenerative ability did not opt for the violent replacement of his spine and internal organs. Instead, it proceeded with a more gradual approach, potentially shattering a small fragment today, regrowing it, and then fracturing another piece before regenerating again. Harry collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Peter. Due to the agony, tears and sweat mingled on Harry's face. Peter stepped forward and patted his shoulder, encouraging him to persevere. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Max, witnessing his 3 idols, was overwhelmed with excitement and struggled to articulate his thoughts. Following Peter's advice, the two engaged warmly in conversation with Max. When the moment felt right, Daredevil proposed that Max join them at the tower for work. "Me?" Daredevil nodded. "Today, I shall propose to the boss that you be released from Osborn Industries. Our compensation will undoubtedly be more generous." Max, overwhelmed by the sudden attention from his idol, expressed his gratitude fervently. In his heart, the significance of the 3 individuals had intensified. "When is your birthday, Max?" Max's cheeks flushed as he realized his idol was inquiring about his special day. "It's this Sunday in 3 days. How about celebrating your birthday in our tower, Max? Coincidentally, your onboarding paperwork will arrive in 3 days, and we shall throw you a grand birthday party." Nearby, the Punisher and Blade nodded in agreement, each offering a few words, though both were typically reticent. Peter's encouragement and Max's enthusiasm prompted them to engage in conversation more than usual. Max, somewhat flustered, nodded in response. "You should explore the secrets hidden within the tower, Harry." Harry turned his head, intrigued. "What secrets?" Peter shrugged. "Your father's legacy, perhaps, is also a weapon of war." Harry nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell, he departed from the headquarters of the Order. At this stage, he had numerous matters to attend to, still regarded as an unrecognized heir by the shareholders. He intended to leverage the secret Peter had mentioned to seize control of Osborn Industries. Peter turned back to the building, making his way directly to the training grounds of the Ice and Fire duo. After greeting Robert, he approached John, who was diligently training. "How is your practice going, John?" John, having abandoned his attempts to absorb flames, wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Peter. Although he had not yet succeeded in absorption, his control had extended well beyond 300 meters. Peter nodded, understanding the necessity for John to master the absorption of fire. He had devised a direct path for the ice and fire duo leading up to Omega in the future. Peter then turned to Robert. What about you? How do Robert's elemental transformation and absorption work? Robert stood up, a chill beginning to surge through him, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into an ice figure. Absorption is a straightforward process for him. Robert has always been composed, possibly due to the variance in mutant abilities. The Iceman exhibits restraint and maintains a cool demeanor, while the Fireman's temperament is volatile, igniting at the slightest provocation. Their frequent conflicts invariably conclude with Robert emerging victorious. Had the Fireman possessed the ability to fully elementalize like Sunspot and Cannonball, he would undoubtedly have had the upper hand over Robert. Why should these two learn the art of absorption? In the Marvel Universe, many have failed to master the manipulation and transformation into flames. If one is constrained by limitations that prevent them from reaching higher echelons, they are left with no choice but to resort to plunder and forceful acquisition. With the ability to absorb, one could seize powers from Sunspot, Cannonball, the Extremis Virus, the Eternal Flame of Asgard, the Frost Giant's capabilities, and the Frost Magic Box, among others. If the Iceman can ascend to Omega level merely through time accumulation, the Fireman can at best reach Alpha level. On the night 3 days hence, as Peter called out, everyone took turns to appear on screen. Sending their blessings to Max ultimately, Peter donned his Spider-Man suit and conveyed his wishes as well, just like in the original narrative. Despite repeatedly emphasizing to his superior that he had matters to attend to, his superior still refused to let him leave the office. With a somewhat forlorn expression, Max muttered to himself as he made his way to the malfunctioning area. Ding! Max, somewhat puzzled, picked up his phone and viewed the video sent by Daredevil. He had always believed that his birthday would not garner much attention, yet upon witnessing the various superhumans showcasing their extraordinary abilities and extending their well wishes, his eyes immediately welled with tears. He excitedly dashed off, eager to resolve the malfunction and attend the birthday celebration at the Midnight Society headquarters. However, he misstepped and fell into the electric eel pool, where the continuous high-voltage shocks were absorbed by him. The pool, filled with electric eels, shattered, leaving Max as nothing more than a charred corpse. Peter waited for an hour for Max, growing increasingly certain that something had gone awry. After sharing a drink with the members, he returned to the Starlight Tower. With Gwen's birthday just 3 days away, Peter pondered what gift to give her. After some contemplation, he thought of granting her the status of an extraordinary being. He recalled that in a parallel universe, there existed a Spider-Gwen. What if he had the symbiote replicate his Spider-Man abilities and then gifted the symbiote to Gwen? However, he shook his head. Those symbiotes had at least one host, and the newborn toxin had already been given to Harry. After further reflection, Peter realized that if Null could create symbiotes, then surely he could as well. Bestowing upon Gwen a brand new symbiote, crafted by his own hands, would indeed be a unique gift. He considered this possibility but was uncertain whether creating a symbiote required severing his own tentacles or if it could be directly nurtured. He shook his head. Nurturing would feel akin to a rooster laying an egg. That won't do. Perhaps I should detach one of my own appendages and then sculpt it accordingly. Peter pondered for a moment, realizing that possessing merely Spider-Man's abilities was not sufficiently remarkable. He needed to replicate another. In Peter's mind, a candidate had already emerged. Chapter 30. Replicating Magneto's powers. The following day, Peter convened the members of the Secret Society and journeyed to the stronghold of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Located on the outskirts of New York, an abandoned asylum had been transformed by Magneto, where hundreds of individuals lived in a mutually supportive community. Upon the arrival of the Secret Society members, the guards immediately informed Magneto, Eric. The seasoned Magneto, accompanied by his trusted confidants, greeted Peter with a handshake. Welcome, Peter. I am curious about the company you bring. These are members of my faction, Peter replied. Magneto did not press further, leading Peter and his entourage to the repurposed conference room. Although it was termed as repurposed, it was far from a humble abode. With Magneto's abilities, it took only a brief time to construct an impressive dwelling. Peter and his group fanned out, taking seats on one side. Despite being in his 40s, Magneto's appearance did not reflect the weariness often portrayed in films. He poured a glass of wine for Peter, crossing his legs as he spoke. Go on, Peter. You do not seek us without cause. Peter took a sip from his glass. I have indeed come here for a purpose. I am looking for Emma and you. Magneto raised an eyebrow. Be more specific. To replicate your abilities alongside Emma. Magneto lifted his fingers, causing the circular disc on the ceiling to shift, with steel rods suspended like venomous serpents before the assembly of the Brotherhood. The individuals behind Magneto began to harness their powers, and in an instant, the Brotherhood rose, poised for action. With merely a nod from Peter, they were confident they could vanquish the opposing mutants. "Do not rush, Eric. I shall not let you suffer." Magneto remained silent, leaning slightly forward. "I will provide you with a symbiote endowed with Emma's diamond form and telepathic abilities." Upon hearing this, Magneto narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to take their seats. Peter cast a glance at Azazel. Both parties settled quietly, yet the tension in the air remained palpable. Peter, unhurried, sipped his drink while observing the elder Magneto. After 2 minutes of contemplation, Magneto spoke. "You wish to augment the abilities of my subordinates?" Peter nodded. "Indeed, but your cooperation is imperative. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to render you unconscious or worse." Magneto acknowledged the condition with a nod, and the suspended steel rods were retracted. He summoned a woman, spoke a few words to her, and with a swift motion, she departed. Peter raised an eyebrow. "Is that the speedster?" Gazing at Old Man Juan, "I still desire the abilities of that woman." Magneto spoke with a hint of displeasure. "It is unwise to change your mind at the last moment, Peter." Peter nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall also grant you his powers." Old Man Juan chuckled lightly. Both parties could sense the amusement reflected in each other's eyes. The woman, known as the Quickster, soon returned with a man and a woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter recognized the woman as the White Queen, Emma, with her exquisite figure and porcelain skin, complemented by the unusual gleam in her beautiful eyes. The other young man appeared rather ordinary, perhaps only in his teens. "Let us commence." Old Man Juan gestured towards Peter. As Peter prepared to extend his tendrils, Emma suddenly transformed into diamond form and interjected, "Wait a moment, Eric." Peter, somewhat perplexed, halted his actions. Old Man Juan turned his attention to Emma. "Eleanor informed me of the transaction among you. As a contributor, I deserve a share of the gains." Emma approached Old Man Juan, her hand delicately brushing against his shoulder, and seductively leaned close to his ear, whispering, "It would be inappropriate for you to acquire my powers without offering any recompense, Eric. You must understand, with my abilities, you could completely free yourself from Charles." Old Man Juan removed Emma's hand from his shoulder. "What is it that you seek?" Emma disregarded the others and walked directly towards Peter. He raised his hand to halt her. "Let us discuss your desires," he proposed. Emma smiled and replied, "A promise between the two of you." Peter was somewhat taken aback by Emma's request for a reward. Magneto remained silent, turning his gaze towards Peter. Emma discerned that the authority in this matter had subtly shifted from Magneto to Peter. "I require a commitment from you and this gentleman. Regardless of where I may be or the burdens I carry, you must fulfill my words," Emma declared. After a moment of contemplation, Peter agreed. "Very well. I accept your terms." Magneto nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Emma was inherently his ally, and offering her assistance posed no significant challenge. With a radiant smile, Emma relinquished her diamond form and opened her arms. "Be gentle," she instructed. Peter, no longer expressing any reservations, extended his tendrils into Emma's being. As Emma yielded, the replication process commenced swiftly. In an instant, Peter felt an overwhelming clarity envelop his mind, with a notable enhancement of his mental faculties, particularly his psychic abilities. Turning to Milo, Peter projected his mental energy, perceiving Milo's slight dissatisfaction with Mobius and glimpsing their shared childhood. However, Peter, uninterested in delving into Milo's memories, retracted his psychic connection. He nodded at Emma, who playfully pouted before retreating behind Magneto. Next came the young man. Peter observed him closely, but found nothing particularly remarkable. What is his ability? He pondered. In the pursuit of longevity, he has already lived for half a century, yet his organs remain underdeveloped. Peter nodded. It is only natural for Magneto to desire a long life. The man offered no objections, displaying a compliant demeanor throughout. After replicating the man's abilities, Magneto beckoned the speedster woman to step forward. She was aware of the transaction between Peter and Magneto and sought to negotiate terms akin to Emma's. In an instant, several steel rods appeared beneath Magneto's chair, ensnaring the woman's feet. Magneto regarded her with a cold stare. Speed abilities are not uncommon. She was merely a more exceptional specimen. Magneto valued her prowess enough to have her assist him. "Do not make a fuss, Eleni," Magneto spoke in a calm tone, though a steel rod had already coiled around her neck. The reason Magneto permitted Emma to propose conditions is twofold. First, Emma is exceptionally gifted and has contributed significantly to the Brotherhood, having aided Magneto in the past. Second, her unique dual mutant abilities are invaluable. Her diamond transformation can withstand Charles's telepathic powers, and her psychic capabilities are only slightly inferior to Charles's. However, for a common speed mutant to attempt to negotiate terms before Magneto is a profound disrespect to him and a betrayal to the Brotherhood. As the steel rods tightened, the woman, recognizing her predicament, nodded in compliance. Peter, disinterested in the internal affairs of mutants, extended his tendrils into the woman's body. Initially resistant, her struggles subsided under Magneto's firm grip on the steel rods. Peter retracted his tendrils, contemplating that if Quicksilver's speed ability ranks a 5, then DC's Flash would be a 7, while this woman could only be rated around 3.5. Peter turned to Magneto. "It's your turn, Eric." Magneto nodded, withdrawing the steel rods. Peter extended his tendrils into Magneto's body. Magneto offered no resistance, though the uniqueness of his ability and the duration of the enhancement took a bit longer than usual. "It is time for you to fulfill your promise." Magneto fixed his gaze on Peter. Peter nodded, transforming his palm into a tendril, closing his eyes to begin the process. One tendril was severed, and information about it flooded Peter's mind. Speed, longevity, diamond transformation, telepathy. Peter opened his eyes and looked at Magneto. "Do you have any preferences regarding the color?" Old One appeared somewhat bewildered by this absurd question, yet after a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Deep purple." Peter closed his eyes and issued a red-line directive to his first symbiote, instructing it not to replicate another's genes without his consent. As Peter opened his eyes, the deep purple symbiote in his hand began to writhe slowly. He hurled it toward Old One, who caught it just as it merged into his body. Subsequently, Old One's appearance began to rejuvenate, transforming into that of a 20-year-old, his gaze becoming clear and a different brilliance emerging between his brows. The symbiote surged within him, morphing into a towering creature over 2 meters high. Old One sensed the abilities bestowed upon him by the symbiote and nodded subtly at Peter. Chapter 31. Enlisting Max. Peter returned to the mansion with a group of people, asserting his authority among the members of the Mystic Society. Before gaining his abilities, Peter would have been evenly matched with Magneto. He took a moment to assess his control over the magnetic field, which was filled with invisible forces. Magneto possessed cosmic-level mutant abilities. His magnetism extended beyond mere metallic control. With diligent effort, he could wield his powers to manipulate an entire planet, potentially placing him above Omega level in the future. Magneto's magnetic prowess, combined with telepathic control, allowed him to extend his influence within a 5-kilometer radius. Peter was immensely satisfied with this ability and harbored great aspirations for its development. Currently, Peter still had to tread carefully on Earth, as the presence of Ancient One from Kamar-Taj loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. He was acutely aware that his actions would not escape her notice. Despite possessing the fragmented divine essence of Null, his capabilities still paled in comparison to the peak-level Old One. However, the circumstances had changed. With mental prowess, magnetism, physical strength, and teleportation, Peter had reached the pinnacle of level 5. Should he acquire Charles's abilities, he would ascend to Omega level. Peter shook his head, instructing Blade and the Punisher to remain while allowing the others to leave. He then addressed them directly. "Frank, Brooks, one of you is the Punisher, a relentless enforcer of justice, and the other is a seasoned hero who slays vampires with ruthless efficiency." The Punisher and Blade nodded in acknowledgement. Blade had fought vampires in the shadows for over 2 decades, from the United States to Winter Country and then to France, his experience and strength beyond question. And his half-human, half-demon lineage marked him distinctly. The Punisher, having forged his path through Hell's Kitchen and crime-riddled territories since his family was slain, had lived by a steadfast principle of punishing the guilty for several years. Yet, in comparison to the future, their abilities remained fragile. After deliberation, both acknowledged the truth of Peter's assertion. One was a half-vampire, and the other merely a robust human, insufficient in a world teeming with superheroes. "Now, let us discuss the purpose of keeping us here," Blade stated, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, fixed intently on Peter. Peter nodded in response. "It's quite simple. I wish to offer you both enhancements. I hope you can choose between the Night Serum and Lizard Serum for injection. It's straightforward." "You are too weak," Peter expressed, wishing to ensure their survival. The newly arrived Spotted One was already stronger than the two, capable of utilizing his teleportation abilities to eliminate threats beneath the father. Imagine a peculiar man cloaked in black spots, extending his hand, causing a portal to open beneath your feet, whisking you away to the cosmos. Both men conceded their current frailty. Werewolves, Night Twins, Red Devil, Ice and Fire duo could easily annihilate them. Without further ado, Frank opted for the Lizard Serum and Enhancement Agent, while Brooks selected the Night Serum and Lizard Serum. The half-vampire physique was indeed formidable, allowing him to merge both serums seamlessly. Peter informed Connors to prepare the serums before teleporting to Osborne Industries. The missed birthday celebration from the previous night indicated trouble for Max. The Electro would make an appearance that evening, possibly sooner than anticipated. Arriving beside Harry, who had already injected the serum, Peter noticed that Harry no longer resembled his previous frail self. His weakness had been supplanted by lean muscle, his visage now radiating vitality. Peter embraced Harry. So, you're saying he was electrocuted by high-voltage cables, fell into an electric eel's biological power tank, was bitten and shocked by the eel, and then continuously electrocuted by a fallen cable, yet he survived? Peter nodded slightly. Though it seemed rather absurd, he was indeed alive. Harry could hardly contain himself. Peter, in this experience, the mythical Thor has perished, yet you assert that this employee named Max has not? Peter ignored Harry, his telepathic abilities sensing Max's unconscious state. He extended his tendrils, penetrating Max's scorched body. The faint rhythm of his heartbeat persisted. Anyone merely checking his pulse and breath would conclude he had succumbed. Seizing the opportunity, Peter aimed to replicate the abilities of Electro. Max, ensnared in profound unconsciousness, was utterly incapable of resisting Peter's mimicry. Before long, Peter successfully replicated Electro's powers: energy storage, absorption, release, elemental manipulation, and electrical disruption, among others. After completing the replication, Peter did not hastily withdraw his tendrils. Instead, they facilitated Max's transformation. With his telepathy activated, Peter delved into Max's mind, gradually coaxing forth the consciousness of the comatose Max. As Max's eyelashes fluttered, his eyes slowly opened. Peter retracted his tendrils and stood quietly to the side. "My word, he truly is alive," Harry remarked, astonished at the sight of Max awakening. "Am I dead?" Max struggled to lift his head, gazing at Peter. "Why are you here, Mr. Peter?" Upon hearing Max speak, Peter replied, "Of course I am here, Max. You are not dead." Max unsteadily descended from the platform. "What has happened to me?" Peter extended his hand to support Max. "You fell into the electric eel pool. Your body has been transformed." Max glanced at the charred skin on his arm and slowly peeled back the layer of skin, revealing the blue beneath. The sight left the three of us momentarily speechless. Harry, too, was taken aback by the semi-transparent nature of Max's arm, with veins pulsating with electric energy. "I remember now. I recall falling into the electric eel pool, and my birthday as well," Max stated. Peter nodded in acknowledgement. "We awaited your arrival last night, but you never came. This morning, I contacted Harry and learned of your fall into the electric eel pool." Max nodded thoughtfully, raising his gaze to the surroundings, where electrified wires twisted and turned before him. "I feel different now. I can sense the currents of energy." He reached out towards a nearby control panel, and the laboratory lights flickered erratically in response. Peter removed his shirt and draped it over Max, who remained in a state of undress. Feeling somewhat awkward, Max withdrew his hand and glanced at the coat covering him. "It's all right, Max. You have become a superhuman." Peter spoke calmly. Max looked at Peter with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Are you saying I am like you? Like Daredevil?" Peter nodded, patting Max on the back. "Can you walk? I will take you to the building in a full outfit." Max nodded, albeit somewhat feebly, attempting to take a few steps. Peter and Harry inquired about the Green Goblin armor and learned that Harry had already located it, along with the octopus tentacles and the vulture, as well as the rhinoceros equipment. Peter nodded thoughtfully, presenting his reasons for wanting to conduct research. Harry consented and suggested that he also hand over the spider venom to Peter. After Peter agreed, he teleported with Max to the vacant residential floor of the mysterious society building. "You may tidy yourself up, Max. Once you're ready, meet me in the public lounge on the 50th floor. Chapter 32. Now this is a fireman. After ensuring Max was settled, Peter returned to the office atop the building, where Azazel awaited his arrival. "You brought back the Electro?" Peter responded affirmatively, taking a sip from the coffee resting on the desk. How is your newly acquired ability? Peter sat back in his chair, raising his hand as a pen levitated in the air. With a flick of his fingers, the pen's casing and ink cartridge separated instantaneously. As he clenched his open palm into a fist, the pen casing transformed into a sphere of iron. Azazel observed as Peter reverted the iron ball back into the pen casing. Can you hear what I am thinking? Peter shook his head, declaring, I cannot delve into the minds of my friends. Azazel fell silent, for Peter's trust in him surpassed that of any other individual in the world. Azazel, too, held unwavering faith in Peter's words. It seemed as though Peter recalled something and spoke. The matters concerning your kin must be postponed. I am, for the time being, unable to contend with Mephisto. Azazel waved his hand dismissively, stating, My progress in magic is quite promising. While I may not yet reach the celestial heights of a supreme mage, I have certainly attained the alpha level among mutants. Peter nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that the essence of magic lies in the strength of one's soul and mental fortitude. Azazel's formidable soul and vast mental capacity could indeed be described as rapidly advancing in their cultivation. Furthermore, the tome of Yggdrasil, personally bestowed upon Azazel by Odin, encompasses an immense, ancient, and powerful array of spells. Do you remember Johnny? The motorcycle man. Perhaps we can reinstate him. Azazel nodded. Peter had recounted the tale of the Ghost Rider, an angel of judgment who transformed into a specter after being cast into hell. Peter recalled that the Ghost Rider's blue flames possessed the power to heal anyone, a manifestation of angelic strength. Of course, these were not the mutant angels with wings of little consequence, but rather the angels from the dimension of Heaven's Mountain. The world of Marvel presents a complex tapestry of demons and angels. Mutants refer to those with wings, but limited abilities, while those skilled in magic pertain to the angels of the Heaven's Mountain and Hell dimensions. Yet, angels are not confined solely to the Heaven's Mountain. Numerous angels also reside upon Mount Olympus in Greek mythology. Peter was uncertain whether the Ghost Rider referred to a mutant, an angel from Heaven's Mountain, or one from Olympus. Unable to untangle the confusion, he chose to disregard it and took a sip of his coffee. Peter raised his hand once more, the dancing lightning and magnetic force merging into electromagnetic energy. He ceased his abilities and turned to Azazel, inquiring, Do you have a desired power? I can have Riot replicate it for you. Azazel pondered for a moment, then asked, What about the ability to wield flames? As a devil cannot exist without flames. Peter nodded. I happen to know a fire wielder, he remarked, referring, of course, to the fiery thunderbolt, while St. John could merely be deemed a fire controller. Azazel nodded in agreement as the two conversed until Max ascended the stairs. It was his first experience as a superhuman, complemented by his striking appearance. Hello, Mr. Peter. Max greeted Peter somewhat bashfully. Greetings, Max. This is Azazel, Peter introduced. Hello, Mr. Azazel, Max said, to which Azazel nodded and prepared a cup of coffee for him. Mr. Peter, you mentioned that I am no longer an ordinary person. I can indeed sense my differences, and I hope to join your team, Max expressed, his words somewhat hesitant. The respect and regard Peter's fellowship afforded him were rare experiences, especially with Azazel standing there in his impeccably tailored suit, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mountain. Relax, Max. I am equally keen on having you join our organization, Peter assured. Max, upon hearing this, stood up in surprise. Peter scrutinized him closely. Energy crackled around him, emitting a faint buzzing sound. However, the prerequisite is that you must learn to control your energy. Head to the 10th floor laboratory and find Dr. Ethan. He will craft an adapter and a combat suit for you. Max nodded appreciatively, thanked Peter once more, and ultimately departed the office. What are your thoughts on him? Azazel folded the blanket that Max had used. Though his abilities were formidable, he remained rather inexperienced. Peter nodded, noting that Max's personality bore some resemblance to that of his homeland. He could easily be led astray by any sound. Yet, this was of little consequence, as Peter possessed the mental fortitude to guide the hero Max with ease. Peter decided to test his diamond transformation ability once more, only to be teased by Azazel, who likened him to a moving diamond ring. In truth, I had long wished to express this thought to Emma. If her entire being could transform into diamond, wouldn't a mere extraction from her nails suffice to create a diamond ring? Peter burst into hearty laughter at Azazel's jest, and the two continued their conversation as they made their way to the training room. Upon exiting the elevator, Peter and Azazel were greeted by the sight of Iceman, who was manipulating ice with one hand at his feet while the other sporadically launched ice spikes, dancing around John. Have the courage to face me in a fair fight. Robert. The roar of John echoed as he continually unleashed flames from his hands, melting the icy spikes around him. If this is all you can accomplish, you will utterly fail to meet Mr. Peter's expectations, John. The two exchanged blows until Robert encased John in ice, concluding the skirmish. Peter clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the duo to the two standing nearby. Good afternoon, Mr. Peter. Good afternoon, Mr. Peter. After greeting Azazel, Peter turned to Robert and praised impressive progress. Robert, you have not only mastered elemental manipulation, but also effectively utilized mobility in combat. Very commendable. Robert merely nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Peter to address John. Though you two have made strides, you were simply overshadowed by Robert. You still have significant deficiencies, John. You must learn to leverage mobility and anticipate Robert's gliding trajectory. Your experience requires enhancement. Though John felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he nodded in agreement. The Iceman, both in combat prowess and abilities, consistently surpassed John. His mutant capabilities had reached a pinnacle of level 4 through persistent development, soon to match that of a typical alpha. What he lacked was the accumulation of energy. His reserves were insufficient to sustain prolonged combat. Sir, I fear I may never reach Robert's level, John expressed, a hint of frustration in his voice. After nearly 4 months of training, although I can absorb energy, the development remains challenging. Do not worry, John. I am here to address this matter, Peter reassured, placing a hand on John's shoulder. He held a genuine fondness for John, who, despite his outwardly irritable demeanor, respected Peter and Azazel immensely. John's surprise was palpable. What must I do? Mr. Peter shook his head. You need not do anything else. Simply feel it deeply. Are you prepared? John nodded. Peter's telepathy activated, delving into the depths of John's psyche. Memories flashed by, each one a reminder of gang members and familial disdain. While gentleness might resolve issues for others, John required nothing short of violence. An inner fury surged, memories cascading forth, twisting St. John's previously calm visage into a mask of rage, teeth clenched. Do you not wish to grow stronger? Do you desire to remain beneath others as you once did, St. John? Peter's voice echoed provocatively in John's mind. At that moment, John's face flushed crimson, waves of heat enveloping him. Within Peter's life perception, an unusual organ began to form within John's chest, a searing energy coalescing there. John's surface temperature escalated, his skin transforming from that of an ordinary person to one with fire-resistant properties. Consumed by his inner turmoil following Peter's provocation, John finally unleashed a roar, and the ignition device in his hand warped in flames. I am not inferior to anyone. As John roared, flames materialized in his palm, sweeping towards Peter. Azazel raised his hand slightly, and a magical array inscribed with the runes of the Asar appeared before Peter, shielding him from the oncoming inferno. Robert, standing nearby, sensed the shift in John's demeanor, his eyes narrowing slightly. Peter chuckled softly, remarking that this was indeed the fire wielder. Chapter 33. The reproduction of the fantastic. For having freed himself from his tumultuous emotions, John beheld Peter before him and, upon realizing his actions, felt a surge of confusion. Mr. Peter, I didn't mean to, he exclaimed. Peter smiled reassuringly. It's quite all right, John. I'm unharmed. Now, take a moment to sense the changes within you. Heeding Peter's advice, John closed his eyes and began to explore his newfound abilities. It seems I can absorb fire and even conjure it myself. Upon opening his eyes, he spread his palm, and a sphere of searing flames appeared within it. Turning towards the laboratory, John unleashed the fiery orb, and soon both hands were erupting with flames, the scorching waves engulfing half of the training room. I feel different. I have grown stronger, John proclaimed, retracting his hands and facing Peter once more. Thank you, Mr. Peter. I feel as though I have attained alpha level. Peter glanced at the brash young man and shook his head, remarking that this was merely the restlessness brought on by a sudden surge in power. At best, you could be considered a level 4 mutant, comparable to Robert. Although John felt a twinge of discontent, he nodded in acknowledgement. Peter perceived John's dissatisfaction and suggested, coincidentally, we are preparing to seek someone today. The flames of that individual might be something you can absorb. Of course, Peter was referring to the fiery pyro. John's eyes brightened with excitement as he lifted his head, asking, really? When do we set out? The prospect of gaining strength thrilled him. Peter turned to Robert, saying, you should come along. We need your assistance. Robert nodded in agreement, indifferent to John's potential surpassing of him, as he firmly believed that through continuous development and following Peter, he would eventually transcend to become a mutant above Omega. The four stood side by side, awaiting Azazel's teleportation. Do you know the location? Azazel chuckled. Even if I don't, I can still go. Bang. The Fantastic Four were enjoying their lunch, with the loquacious Pyro enthusiastically boasting about the intensity of his flames. Did you know? My flames can even evaporate a lake. I believe that, given enough energy, I could orbit the Earth 3 times. Reed and Ben exchanged glances, somewhat exasperated as they continued their meal. Bang. Peter and his companions suddenly materialized beside the Fantastic Four. What an unexpected arrival. How did these four manage to appear here? With an exaggerated leap, the Human Torch sprang into action, continuously chattering away. Reed and the others were equally startled by the sudden appearance of Peter, promptly rising to their feet. Good afternoon, everyone. Peter stepped forward, positioning himself before the Fantastic Four, extending a friendly hand. Hey, I remember you. You're the one who intruded upon our spacecraft. Let me think. Your name is Panko, right? Ignoring the Human Torch's incessant banter, Peter turned his attention to Reed. Reed did not extend his hand, but stood to the side. Why have you suddenly appeared here, Peter? Peter furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand. I am here to discuss some matters with you, Fantastic Four. Following the crash of the spacecraft, your abilities have been unleashed, and the name Fantastic Four has spread throughout New York. I believe there is little for us to discuss. Peter, Victor has returned to Latvia, and you have also vanished. I see no reason for us to engage in any conversation, Reed asserted, echoing Panko's sentiments. It would be prudent for you to depart from this location now. Peter frowned once more and glanced behind him. It appears the Fantastic Four do not regard us as friends. Thus, we must be impolite. Robert and Azazel instantly responded, having observed the contemptuous demeanor of the Fantastic Four towards Peter. Without hesitation, Robert transformed into elemental form, enveloping the nearby thing in a chilling frost that swiftly encased him in ice. Azazel brandished a dagger, teleporting behind the invisible woman, ensnaring her neck with his crimson demonic tail while positioning the blade at her throat. Do not move, madam. Azazel never slaughters women indiscriminately. The invisible woman struggled to swallow, standing rigidly in place. The tide of the encounter had dramatically shifted, with Peter's side now restraining 2 of their adversaries. Freak, I command you to swallow that knife. Fire. The Human Torch, witnessing his sister's predicament, became engulfed in flames, raising his hand to strike at Azazel. I did not permit you to wield fire. John raised his hand, continuously absorbing the flames emitted by the Human Torch. How is this possible? Mr. Fantastic grew in size, launching his fists towards John. Peter, with a transformed appendage, adeptly caught Reed's 2 fists. Do not interfere with the skirmish of the young ones, Reed. The energy of the Human Torch was relentlessly siphoned by John, leaving only the upper half of his body still ablaze. What do you intend to do, Peter? Let her go? Lade, perplexed by Peter's intentions, anxiously implored as he witnessed his beloved being threatened by a knife. I've already stated that I am here for negotiation, Lade, Peter replied, meeting Lade's frantic gaze. I do not wish to negotiate anything. Release Susan at once, Lade demanded, growing increasingly desperate. Seeing that communication had broken down, Peter resolved to take a more forceful approach. Meanwhile, Ben, encased in ice, attempted to break free, but Robert thickened the frost around him. Very well, since dialogue has proven futile, I shall adopt a more assertive stance, Peter declared, unleashing his psychic abilities to render Lade unconscious. With his arm transforming into tendrils, Peter invaded Lade's body, replicating his powers of elasticity. Beside them, John had also absorbed the essence of the lightning flames. Awesome. I feel an inexhaustible surge of flames coursing through me, John exclaimed, reveling in the fiery energy he had amassed. What is happening? Flames. The energy within the Thunderfire has been depleted, rendering him unable to utilize his powers as he collapses to the ground. Peter retracts his tendrils, directing his telepathy towards Thunderfire, whose consciousness plunges into a deep slumber. Beside him, the invisible woman urgently implores Peter to cease, for she believes he has slain Reed and now intends to kill her brother, Azazel. She attempts to silence him, but Azazel swiftly forces a dagger into Susan's mouth. Should she utter another word, the sharp blade would sever her tongue. Susan falls silent, her hands shimmering with blue light. Peter's outstretched tendrils are thwarted by the barrier of energy that is another of the invisible woman's abilities. Peter, filled with resignation, redirects his telepathy towards Susan, thrusting her consciousness into chaos. Her body slumps into Azazel's embrace. Initially hoping for an audience, he did not anticipate their troublesome nature. With Susan's consciousness fading, the energy barrier dissipates, allowing Peter to successfully replicate Thunderfire's powers. Robert maintains a firm grip on the stone man, reinforcing the ice layer at the slightest sign of breaking. Let chaos replicate his genetic coding. Azazel carefully lays Susan upon the ground, the chaos within him adhering to Thunderfire. Once Peter has duplicated the invisible woman's abilities, the chaos returns to Azazel's form, with the fear of flames and sound waves now reduced to merely a fear of sound waves after replicating Thunderfire. Peter signals the group to conclude their task, and they once again stand united. The stone man, however, breaks through the thick ice layer, charging forth with brute force. Peter cast a glance at him, and an energy barrier materialized in the path of Ben's charge. Thud! The rock creature Ben was utterly disoriented. Please convey a message to Reed for me, stating that this is the price of their rudeness. Peter's calm voice resonated. Bang! Chapter 34. S-H-I-E-L-D. Upon returning to the Sanctum Sanctorum, Peter allowed everyone to attend to their own affairs. John eagerly engaged in a match with Robert. After bidding farewell to Azazel, Peter returned to Starlight Tower, where Gwen languidly reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her online assignments. Are you finished? Why are you still working on assignments? Gwen glanced at Peter. I'm rather idle. I thought I might as well study for a while. Although Peter was considered an academic prodigy, he felt no inclination to pursue the knowledge Gwen spoke of. After the commencement of the school year at Midtown High, they had both enrolled in a leave of absence, and the school had granted them passing grades. Thus, Gwen and Peter were merely required to remain at home. Why were they awarded passing grades despite their leave of absence? Indeed, it was Peter who generously donated $1 million to the school, prompting the principal to revere them as if they were deities. The admissions office of New York University sent us an email, inviting us to interviews post-graduation. Peter nodded in acknowledgement. In just a week, the prom and graduation ceremony would unfold. He requested Connors to write a recommendation letter for both of us, as he harbored concerns about unforeseen incidents. Connors, reaching out to his close friends, procured 10 recommendation letters for New York University at the hefty price of $100,000. I perceived the interview as superfluous. It would be far more efficient for Azazel to deliver $1 million to New York University and secure our admission directly. As we spoke, Peter settled beside Gwen, his hand inappropriately wandering toward her waist. Smack! Gwen swiftly swatted away Peter's wandering hand. Truth be told, I still harbored a strong desire to attend Oxford. Peter retracted his hand and switched on the television. It's too far. I have no inclination to travel to Europe, Gwen remarked, choosing to remain silent thereafter. How would you like to celebrate your birthday? Peter inquired, gazing at Gwen's lovely profile. After a moment of contemplation, Gwen responded, I think it could go either way. It's not a holiday. It must be celebrated well, especially since you will be turning 18, Peter insisted. Gwen nodded in agreement. I suppose a party with my parents would suffice, she concluded. Peter shook his head, pondering why the term casual also existed in New York. How about renting an apartment for the occasion? Gather your friends from school. Gwen barely lifted her head and merely acknowledged with a hum. Peter, understanding the moment, refrained from further conversation. When mealtime arrived, Peter took it upon himself to prepare wontons. After they indulged in a delightful meal, they retreated indoors for a restful slumber. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a phone ringing pierced the tranquility, rousing Peter from his dreams. With bleary eyes, he glanced at the caller ID, an official from the state. Hello? Hello. Peter. Yesterday, the Fantastic Four submitted a report regarding your organization's attack. Peter, feeling somewhat exasperated, allowed the individual to finish their monologue. Please contact my secretary, Azazel. He is the one who manages such matters. Mr. Peter, I believe this situation. The busy signal abruptly interrupted the speaker, and standing behind him, the one-eyed Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Is this the nature of your relationship with him? Fury, operating under the guise of the CIA and the FBI, sought to establish a connection with Peter through the state government. He was taken aback when Peter abruptly terminated the call from the state government. Sir, we have always communicated through his secretary. This marks our third attempt to reach Mr. Peter, the operator complained. This audacious individual had intruded into their state affairs early in the morning, attempting to liaise with their extraordinary organization while posing as the FBI director. Fury nodded, instructing the operator to place a call to his secretary. The operator complied, and after a series of busy signals, the resonant voice of Azazel came through. Hello, this is Azazel. Greetings, Mr. Azazel. Yesterday, the Fantastic Four reported to us, and ultimately, we at the CIA wish to establish contact with you. I apologize, but our organization is solely interested in collaborating with the state government and has no intention of working with the FBI. Fury took the operator's headset. Hello, this is Fury from the FBI. I would like to speak with you. A busy tone interrupted him as the call was abruptly ended. Fury's countenance darkened once more. Well, Director, their stance is quite clear, the operator remarked. Fury glanced at the operator, suppressing the urge to eliminate him on the spot. Each state exists as an independent entity, and even under the FBI's banner, he could not fully intervene in state matters. Make sure to back up this call with Azazel. Fury instructed before striding towards the exit. Who was on the line just now? Gwen's languid voice whispered in Peter's ear, perhaps it's some rogue. Peter embraced Gwen and returned to the comforting embrace of the blankets, surrendering to the kingdom of sleep. He and Gwen lingered in bed until 11 o'clock before rising. After a brief tidy-up, he prepared breakfast for Gwen before departing for the SHIELD headquarters. He was well aware that Fury, that obstinate fellow, wouldn't relent easily. Upon arriving at the building, he pondered whether he would be informed that someone was waiting for him. Who could that be? Oh, it was a perplexing riddle. Sure enough, as Peter entered the building, the receptionist informed him that an FBI agent awaited him in his office. Alas, he could not evade SHIELD any longer. Peter shook his head, his enthusiasm for the elevator ride extinguished. With a thud, Peter appeared beside his desk, where Azazel and Fury were engaged in a casual conversation. Upon seeing Peter, Fury rose and greeted him. Hello, Peter Parker. I am FBI agent Nick Fury, and I am here too. Peter raised his hand to silence him, walking directly toward the coffee grinder, and without glancing back, he interjected, enough with the pleasantries. How could the director of SHIELD, the king of agents, and the secretive organization established by the five great powers possibly have the inclination to seek me out? Fury gazed at Peter with a hint of astonishment. Taken aback that the latter had already discerned his background, the nuances of his history, and even his origins. Regaining his composure, Fury stated, I am here to discuss the establishment of a group known as the Avengers. Peter sipped the freshly brewed coffee, grimacing at its bitterness. All right, that's rather redundant. So, you intend to form the Avengers? My dear friend Tony has already consented to this, and the ancient relic known as Captain America will be leading the charge, correct? Fury, clearly caught off guard by Peter's extensive knowledge, instinctively moved his hand towards his waist. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Azazel materialized behind him, his crimson tail ensnaring Fury's right hand. That will not do, Mr. Fury. With great effort, Fury retracted his hand from its trajectory towards his waist. Peter, having completed the brewing of his coffee, turned to face Fury's dark visage. How did you come by this information? Just a guess, Fury replied, though it was evident that he was not convinced by Peter's words. Very well, I shall be candid. I am not an FBI agent. I am the director of SHIELD. I am here to persuade you and your team to join us. Peter merely nodded. Honesty is a commendable trait, yet I must decline. Fury was momentarily taken aback. A coalition funded by the five major powers, established independently of any national framework, free from governmental oversight, all under the pretense of safeguarding the world, turned down by Peter? Let me ponder this, Fury. Why do you seek my assistance? Could it be that your agency's research on the Tesseract has been compromised by some nefarious forces, leading to uncontrollable consequences? Surely, that cannot be the case, Director of SHIELD. Fu Rue opened his mouth, confirming the situation. Not only had Hawkeye been seduced, but also renowned scientists in the field of space, along with a host of elite members from SHIELD, had been turned. Peter chuckled softly, stating, I have no intention of participating in the farce brought about by your greed. You might as well seek out some antiquated relic clad in tight spandex with an alluring figure. Chapter 35. The first meeting of the secret assembly. Fu Rue stood somewhat dazed, lingering in place. Please see him out, Azazel, he instructed. Azazel nodded and courteously gestured for the exit. Though hope is slim, I still wish you would consider this, he added, placing his business card on the desk. Fu Rue followed Azazel downstairs. S-H-I-E-L-D. More like serpent shield, Peter remarked, casting not even a glance at the card before tossing it into a drawer. Tony must be suffering from a target-induced ailment. It had been quite a while since he last contacted Peter. The last correspondence was regarding the electric lock incident, during which Peter inquired about Tony's injuries. It seemed Tony did not wish for Peter to be involved in his personal matters. I ought to seek out Tony. After all, he is a friend. With a sudden bang, Peter materialized in the penthouse office of Stark Tower. Wow, what are you doing here? Exclaimed Pepper, startled by his unexpected arrival while she was busy reviewing company documents. Good afternoon, Miss Potts, Peter greeted. Pepper placed a hand over her heart, regaining her composure. Good afternoon. Peter, what brings you here so suddenly? I'm looking for Tony. Is he in the building? At the mention of Tony, Pepper's expression darkened. He just left and has entrusted company matters to me. Would you like some strawberries? Peter glanced at the strawberries Tony had acquired in exchange for a Rolex. No need. I was hoping to have a word with Tony. Since he isn't here, I shan't intrude. Pabwa nodded in acknowledgement. Bang. Pabwa observed the vivid red particles lingering in the air. Teleportation, how utterly startling. Meanwhile, Tony was at home preparing for a party. Once he sent out invitations, anyone and everyone would attend. Insanity and opulence intertwined. Rhodey, you absolutely must come. This is going to be the best party ever. Forget about your military duties, please. What do you mean I'm not focused on my work? You simply must come. With that, the call ended. Beep, beep, beep. Tony gazed at the lineup of fine wines. A wave of melancholy and solitude washed over him. Damn it. Just as Tony was about to grab a bottle for a hearty drink, Peter's figure unexpectedly materialized before him. Bang. The startled exclamation Tony anticipated did not escape his lips. Now even Peter's fantasies are manifesting? I haven't even had a drink yet. I'm not a figment of your imagination. Tony. Tony, taken aback, responded, Buddy, I can't believe it's really you. Come, sit. I rarely bring out these fine wines. Peter nodded and settled across from Tony. What prompted your sudden visit? I thought you were busy. Peter was aware that this was Tony's playful ribbing. Indeed, it had been a while since they had conversed after the establishment of the secret society. I had been preoccupied with recruiting members, but here I am now, looking for you. Tony nodded slightly. Although he had yet to indulge in spirits, the air of debauchery surrounding him led Peter to believe he was already intoxicated. The two shared a few drinks, gradually engaging in light-hearted banter. The moment Colonel Ross laid eyes on the new weapon, his countenance had lit up. Peter listened intently to Tony's stories, occasionally chiming in. Eventually, Tony fell silent, staring vacantly at the reflection in his glass. Peter seized the moment to speak up. Tony, is something troubling you? Snapped back to reality, Tony shook his head dismissively. What could possibly be wrong? I've merely spent too much time in the suit. Peter gazed into Tony's clouded eyes. If you are facing any difficulties, I am here to assist you. After all, we are friends. Tony hesitated momentarily, yet remained silent, draining his glass in one swift motion. Are you interested in attending my party? Guests will start arriving in half an hour. Peter shook his head. No, Tony. I must return for a while. Tony nodded, lowering his head as he handed Peter a few bottles of fine wine. Take these with you. Consider them a gift from me. All right. Peter cast a lingering glance at Tony before vanishing from sight. Tony stood in the emptiness of the house, momentarily lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling. Peter did not return to Stark Tower. After placing the bottles in his office, he made his way to Connor's laboratory. How is the symbiote's proliferation progressing? Connors shook his head, noting that no newborns had emerged recently. The crux of their propagation seemed to lie in the consumption of their own kind. Peter nodded and urged him to persist in their efforts to reproduce. For a significant event loomed on the horizon, one for which he required these symbiotes and Connors himself. Although Connors felt a tinge of confusion, he acquiesced. Since joining the Order of the Mystics, he had dedicated himself to his research as a biologist. Given Peter's assertion of necessity, it was clear that the need did not pertain to Connors, but rather to Dr. Lizard. Peter instructed the AI butler to summon the members of the Order to convene in the conference room on the 68th floor. He accompanied Connors upstairs. One by one, the members took their seats, and Peter settled into the primary position, marking the commencement of the Order's inaugural collective meeting. Once all were present, he spoke. Earlier today, S.H.I. ELD, approached me, requesting our alliance with their organization, which I declined. Peter surveyed the room, noting the subdued reactions of the attendees. This served as a clarion call for the emergence of the extraordinary. In a matter of days, a cataclysmic event would unfold in New York, and he hoped they were all prepared. He intended to convey the principles of the Order of the Mystics. The assembly nodded in acknowledgement, aware that their leisurely days were about to conclude. They understood Peter's original motivation for founding the order. It was, in essence, quite simple, yet it must be firmly ingrained in their minds. Peter scanned the room once more, instilling a sense of focus among the members. All for one, and one for all. If one does not stand for me, let the heavens and earth conspire against them. The members exchanged glances, taken aback by the latter statement, pondering its implication. If people do not stand for us, shall we not stand for them? Milo, filled with curiosity, spoke up, and Peter nodded in response. When disaster strikes, we bear the responsibility to protect the innocent. However, if they do not hold us in esteem, a flicker of hatred flashed in Peter's eyes. Then let the world face its doom. The others affirmed Peter's decree, voicing their agreement. Max glanced at Peter, seated in the main position, and resolved within himself. Peter dismissed the assembly, retaining only Azazel. Chaos was imminent in New York. Azazel nodded. What can I do for you, Peter? Peter regarded Azazel and declared, I need your assurance that the members will be utterly loyal to me. Should anyone harbor rebellious thoughts, that individual must vanish immediately. Azazel nodded. No one wishes to be betrayed, and he would strive to fulfill Peter's demand, particularly concerning were Mobius and Martin Lee, one ambitious, the other restless. Although Martin Lee's family resided within the building, Peter was aware that the man would not remain docile indefinitely. He valued Martin's capabilities. Should he remain loyal, it would be ideal. If not, Peter had alternatives in mind. I will be vigilant. You may entrust me with matters within the organization. Peter nodded. If one were to consider whom Peter trusted most in the Marvel Universe, it would undoubtedly be Azazel. Whether in organizational affairs or political matters, it was Azazel who tirelessly took the lead. Peter sipped his coffee. What is to come is of paramount importance to me. I wish to avoid any missteps. Should I vanish one day, you will assume leadership of the organization, and all assets under my name shall belong to you. Chapter 36. Resolving Tony's predicament. As nightfall approached silently, Peter glanced at his watch. It was nearly time. With a resounding crash, he appeared amidst the chaos of Stark's villa, where Rhodey and Tony were engaged in a fierce battle, clad in their armors. Bang! As Rhodey descended with a powerful kick, both individuals crashed through the floor and fell to the lower level. Peter observed the fierce struggle between them, as their conflict escalated into a chaotic exchange of energy blasts. The pulsating force of their combat sent them both reeling. Rhodey glanced up to see Peter spectating nearby. Aren't you going to intervene, Spider-Boy? He inquired. Peter shook his head. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs. I merely hope you can bring Tony back to his senses. Rhodey slowly rose to his feet. Fine. I thought you might try to stop us. He approached Tony, who lay sprawled on the ground. Regardless of what transpires, I sincerely wish for your recovery, Tony. Before departing, Rhodey delivered a heavy punch to Tony's helmet, which clumsily flew away. I believed you would understand me, Rhodey, Tony exclaimed, removing his helmet and staring vacantly at Rhodey's retreating figure. Well, it seems tonight's gathering is rather well organized, Peter remarked as he squatted down before Tony, extending his hand. Did you come merely to offer sarcastic remarks? Tony replied gruffly, grasping Peter's outstretched hand. Of course not. Tony surveyed his surroundings, casually picking up an unshattered bottle of liquor and tilting it back to drink deeply. What has led you to such a state of decline, Tony? You've entrusted Stark Industries to Pepper. Tony waved his hand dismissively. I simply wish to avoid being constrained. Peter remained silent, gradually moving closer to Tony and parting his collar. Hey, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed, brushing Peter's hand aside with an air of nonchalance. In moments of dire peril, one often resorts to desperate measures. Tony, the palladium has already begun to corrode your body, hasn't it? With a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, Tony sank into the tattered sofa. Don't mention this to Pepper. Peter nodded in understanding. The palladium grants my armor formidable power, yet it incessantly releases toxins. I am on the brink of death, Peter. Peter moved closer to Tony, gently patting his shoulder. No, Tony, I can save you. I can provide guidance on the new element you seek. Tony shook his head, dismissing the notion. Your regenerative serum is of no use against this. I cannot simply sever my own body to regenerate. Let me demonstrate, Peter declared as he rose, his arm transforming into tendrils that swiftly entered Tony's body. What are you doing? No, no, no. Tony protested, attempting to rise, but Peter's other hand firmly restrained him. As the symbiotic tissue coursed through Tony, it voraciously consumed the palladium toxins. Gradually, Tony's pallid complexion regained a hint of color. Peter retracted the now pale tendrils, their tips having turned purple from the absorption of toxins. Tony felt the weight lift from his body, a spark of surprise lighting his features. How did you accomplish this? Peter's tendrils reverted to normal arms. I consumed the palladium toxins. I will be fine. Tony nodded slowly. But I cannot rely on you to sustain my life indefinitely. Can I? Peter shook his head, dismissing the notion as trivial. Moreover, the new element you seek is right beside you. Tony, somewhat perplexed, inquired, right beside me? Or rather, within the videos and materials left by your father? Tony harbored doubts about Peter's assertion. My father? How could he possibly have left me a new element? Rising, Peter patted himself down. If you do not trust me, you should at least trust your father. The treasures he bequeathed to you are truly invaluable. I must take my leave. Before Tony could utter another word, Peter vanished with a resounding thud. Damn Riddler. Tony cursed under his breath. Yet he too made his way to the basement, where remnants of his father's legacy awaited him. Meanwhile, Peter instantaneously reappeared in Stark Tower, confident that, given Tony's intellect, uncovering the new element was merely a matter of time. After spending some tender moments with Gwen, Peter gently coaxed her to bed, for the following day marked her birthday, and he had prepared a special gift. Uncharacteristically, Peter rose early, tiptoeing through his morning routine before crafting a heartfelt breakfast. He then ventured out to Midtown High. Gwen's birthday party? I am definitely attending. Peter extended invitations to classmates familiar with Gwen. Subsequently, he visited a real estate agency, securing a modest yet elegant flat for 2 days at the price of $10,000. What a jest, hosting a party in my own home. Such a lack of appreciation. He employed 5 individuals to create a festive atmosphere, and Peter personally visited the Michelin 2-star restaurant, Saga, to hire their culinary team for a staggering sum of $300,000 to manage the catering. Naturally, a birthday cake was indispensable, hence, Peter made a reservation for 3 cakes at Baked. No party is complete without beverages, so he also procured beer and whiskey from a local supermarket. It wasn't until lunchtime that Peter concluded his flurry of activity and returned to Starlight Tower. What had he been up to? Peter hung up his coat and settled beside Gwen. I have prepared a surprise for you. Happy birthday, Gwen. In a flourish, a blooming white rose appeared in Peter's hand. Gwen accepted the rose and inhaled its fragrance. Thank you, Peter. So what is the surprise? Peter raised his hand to gently cover Gwen's mouth. The surprise must remain a secret. Let's tidy up. While I was out, George called and asked us to join him for lunch. Gwen nodded and rose to change her outfit. Peter sat on the sofa, sipping water. Although his body no longer felt fatigued, he still relished moments of rest. After about 10 minutes, Gwen emerged in her new attire, and the two drove to the Masonic Lodge. As Peter and Gwen entered, the 3 little ones set off party poppers with a resounding pong, filling the air with confetti. Happy birthday. After a delightful lunch with the Stacy family, Peter ascended the stairs to find Azazel. Will you be attending Gwen's birthday? Azazel nodded affirmatively. I will certainly be there. Do you know the address? Azazel waved his hand dismissively. I will track the magic. Following you will suffice. Peter nodded, realizing that only Azazel, Tony, and Pep could invite Gwen to the queue. He called Tony, who was preoccupied with researching a new element, yet Tony assured him he would certainly attend the party. Tony's presence implied that Pep would also be there. After bidding farewell to Stacy's family, Peter headed to the Parker apartment in Queens. It's been ages since you last visited, Peter. This must be Gwen. Come in. Aunt May warmly welcomed Gwen into the house. Peter offered an awkward smile, recalling that his last visit to Aunt May was a fortnight ago. Indeed, it had been quite a while. After enjoying a delightful afternoon tea with Aunt May, Peter expressed his intention to take his leave. The twilight glow enveloped New York as Peter escorted Gwen to the apartment where the party was held. Peter's classmates, familiar with Gwen, eagerly awaited her arrival. As they entered, a wave of birthday wishes surged forth, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. The culinary team had been poised in the kitchen, ready to present delectable dishes at Peter's command. Turning to Gwen, he exclaimed, "Happy birthday." With that, Gwen responded, and the two shared a kiss. Chapter 37. The symbiote amplifies emotions. As Peter and Gwen's lips parted, a flash of energy surged forth, propelling Peter from behind. "Buddy, this party is absolutely fantastic." Lightning twirled Peter around, a smile playing on his lips. The classmates nearby cheered, eager to toss Peter into the air. Gwen jokingly intervened, prompting the crowd to shower her with birthday wishes. Each happy birthday added to the radiant smile on Gwen's face. Observing her delight, Peter felt that rising early was worth it. A group of friends indulged in drinks and laughter when suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Peter navigated through the crowd to answer it. Who could it be? "Good evening, Peter," Azazel greeted, clad in a striking red suit. Holding a glass of exquisite wine of indeterminate age, one could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly a fine vintage concealed by this old devil somewhere in the world. "Welcome, Azazel," Peter exclaimed, embracing him warmly, while Gwen stepped forward, her eyes sparkling. "Mr. Azazel, I didn't expect you to come." "Welcome. There's no need for formalities, Miss Gwen," Azazel remarked, gracefully handing a bottle of wine to Peter, while magically producing an exquisite gift box from behind him. "Happy birthday, Miss Gwen. This is my present for you." Gwen hurriedly expressed her gratitude, the elegance of the gift box hinting at the extraordinary contents within. "You may open it," Azazel encouraged, inviting Gwen to unveil her gift. While Peter, equally intrigued, chimed in to urge her as well. Curiosity swept through their classmates, who gathered around, some of the female students even casting flirtatious glances at Azazel. Indeed, with his graceful demeanor and gentlemanly charm, Azazel resembled a fine aged red wine, his allure lingering in the air, captivating the attention of those around him. "Very well. I shall indulge in this breach of etiquette," Gwen declared. Azazel nodded, and as she opened the box, a magnificent golden bracelet emerged, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Azazel, ever perceptive, elaborated, "This bracelet belonged to a queen during the Roman Empire, known for leading her army to triumph against Roman legions. It is my hope that you, Miss Gwen, embody the same strength and courage as that queen." Astonished by Azazel's explanation, Gwen marveled at the bracelet's significance and instinctively wished to return it. But Azazel gently declined, stating, "The adornments of a courageous queen are meant for a brave woman." Ultimately, Gwen accepted the gift, and from that moment, Azazel became the object of admiration among the female students. Peter smacked his lips, pondering, this old chap must possess quite the collection. After a moment's thought, he pulled Azazel aside for a drink. However, the girls were relentless, each vying for a chance to share a toast with him, only to be politely refused. As the party grew more lively, a knock resonated from the door once again. Peter approached and opened it to find Tony, holding a fine bottle of wine, with Pepper casually draped over his shoulder. Peter greeted them warmly and exclaimed to Tony, "Wow, you brought wine too? Ah, what a fine vintage I have here. A splendid wine from the year 1970. It should not be compared with others." Gwen stepped forward, and Tony playfully winked at Peter before producing a technologically advanced lady's wristwatch from his pocket. "Oh, Miss Gwen, I must apologize for my lack of preparation. This is all I can offer you. Mr. Stark, your presence alone is the greatest gift. There is no need for any additional offerings." The atmosphere reached a new zenith as the classmates recognized Tony Stark's arrival. The wristwatch he gifted was no ordinary timepiece. It was a state-of-the-art safety watch developed by Stark Industries. Should JARVIS detect that the wearer is in peril, it would promptly relay the geographical coordinates of the incident, allowing Tony to receive a signal within half a minute and arrive on the scene to resolve the issue in 2 minutes. One watch was given to Pepper, and another to Gwen, clearly indicating Tony's regard for them. Peter led Tony over to Azazel, with whom Tony was already acquainted, and after exchanging pleasantries, they raised their glasses in a toast. "Wow, this wine is absolutely delightful. What vintage is it?" Tony exclaimed after savoring a sip of the wine brought by Azazel. 200 years old, British. "What do you think?" Azazel replied. Tony glanced at the bottle and then at Peter. "Well, I must concede that my wine pales in comparison. But tell me, is this wine for sale? I would offer 800,000 for a bottle. What do you say?" The party continued amidst the lively chatter. After ensuring that the somewhat inebriated Tony was safely escorted away, Peter turned to Gwen, asking, "Are you enjoying this party?" "Of course. The most important aspect is that you are here." Gwen embraced Peter, planting a gentle kiss upon his neck. Peter wrapped his arms around Gwen's waist, declaring, "Others have gifted you, and I too have a present for you." Surprise flickered in Gwen's eyes. "What is it?" Without uttering a word, Peter activated his powers, transporting them to the enchanting region of Provence in France. The sun had only recently risen, and they materialized amidst a sea of lavender. Each lavender blossom swayed delicately in the morning breeze. As Gwen gazed upon the boundless expanse of purple, the landscape radiated a profound romanticism. Turning towards Peter, she discovered him gazing back at her. They shared a silent moment in the secluded floral paradise. Peter raised his right hand, cradled within it a pink symbiote, patiently awaiting its purpose. Gwen approached him, her eyes fixed on the charming entity. "Peter, what is this?" Peter gently brushed aside a few strands of Gwen's tousled hair with his other hand. "This is my gift to you, Gwen, as well as my protection." Upon hearing Peter's words, Gwen reached out to touch the pink symbiote, which instantly merged into her palm. "Where has it gone, Peter?" she exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. Suddenly, she felt a sensation as if something was burrowing within her, and soon, a myriad of pink symbiote entities enveloped her entirely. "What is happening?" Gwen glanced at her transforming hands. "This is a symbiote of my own creation, fortified with the toughest protections found in nature," Peter explained. As he extended his hand towards Gwen, a radiant diamond enveloped her the moment his fingertips made contact. "What is this?" "Diamonds." Gwen gazed in astonishment as her form transformed into diamond. "I have added other enhancements for you to explore gradually, Gwen." With a thought, Gwen absorbed the symbiote within her. "Thank you, Peter. This is my favorite gift of this birthday." She wrapped her arms around Peter's neck and bestowed a fervent kiss upon him. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and they beheld the sea of blossoms. In an instant, Peter's mischievous thoughts surfaced. The symbiote, while advantageous, had its drawbacks. It amplified the host's emotions. The pink one lacked consciousness, but shared this flaw. Upon speaking, Peter noticed the corners of Gwen's mouth lift. "Peter, I am weary. Let us return home." Although Peter did not comprehend Gwen's sudden desire to leave, he embraced her, and they made their way back to Starlight Tower. Just as Peter prepared to remove his shirt, Gwen's voice resonated from behind him. "Let us rest first." The symbiote enveloped Gwen, and she effortlessly lifted Peter as they proceeded to the master bedroom. A night of tumult ensued, leaving Peter regretful for his jest about emotional amplification. Chapter 38. Slarioga. Peter slowly rose from the bed, glancing at the still, slumbering Gwen. Had he known, he would have refrained from that playful remark. He had endured quite a lot the previous night. After a brief morning routine, he prepared a meal for Gwen and instantly teleported to the party's apartment building from the day before. He entered the car parked downstairs and drove towards the mystical assembly building. As the elevator doors opened, he saw Azazel engrossed in a spellbook. "How was last night?" he inquired upon noticing Peter's arrival. Peter approached the coffee grinder, feeling somewhat fatigued. Azazel chuckled lightly, having discerned Peter's activities from the previous night. Today, they intended to seek out Johnny in order to invite the Ghost Rider to join the Mystic Order. "Do you have confidence in this endeavor?" Azazel inquired. He nodded, having thoroughly studied the magical tomes of the Assar clan, and felt more than capable of handling the Ghost Rider. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two teleported to Johnny's garage, where an array of stunt motorcycles were neatly parked. Johnny lay sprawled on the ground, snoring softly. Each night, the Ghost Rider ventured out to deliver justice to the wretched souls. Peter stepped forward and gently patted Johnny's back. "Wake up, buddy." With great effort, Johnny opened his eyes, and as his vision cleared, he recognized Peter squatting beside him. "You are Mr. Peter?" Peter nodded. "I came to discuss a matter with you. Apologies, but I am utterly exhausted. I think I shall remain here on the ground." Johnny replied, opting not to rise, and instead turned over, lying flat on his back. Peter, unfazed by his demeanor, continued, "I am here to invite you back to the Mystic Order." Suddenly, realization struck Johnny. He had indeed previously agreed to join. About that. Allow me to decline, sir. The fiery spirit within me is completely uncontrollable, making it impossible for me to join," he stated, shaking his head in refusal. Azazel stepped forward, conjuring a magical sigil in his hands. "We have come to resolve this very issue." It was unthinkable for Peter to abandon such a formidable ally as the Ghost Rider. He would never agree. Johnny was somewhat taken aback, yet he declined, stating, "You underestimate him. I am preparing to relocate to the west in a couple of days." Peter said nothing further, rising to glance at Azazel. With a flick of Azazel's wrist, the garage was instantly shrouded in darkness akin to the night. "Let him out, Johnny." Johnny was startled by the sudden onset of darkness. No, that's not possible. He will lose control. Peter remained silent, fixating on Johnny, who, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Peter's gaze, sighed. Do not look into his eyes. You may not be villains, yet you could still meet your demise. Peter nodded. The eye of judgment was not to be trifled with. Johnny rose, his head bowed. Before long, white smoke began to emanate from his body, and he shook in evident pain. Soon, his flesh ignited, his fingers transforming into mere bones, and before long, his head had also become a burning skull. The judgment spirit lifted its head, casting a glance at Peter and extending its finger to shake it. You are not a wicked person. Peter was taken aback. Could it be that he was indeed virtuous? The judgment spirit then turned its gaze to Azazel, and the flames in its eyes flared up. Well, Azazel is no good. A surge of white magic materialized beneath Azazel's feet, an unidentified, invisible force binding the judgment spirit firmly in place. Peter initiated a psychic link, penetrating straight into its mind. As Peter's consciousness entered the judgment spirit's brain, it was swiftly drawn into the depths by a powerful suction, revealing a series of vivid images before him. No, you cannot do this. They are clearly innocent. Brother, I do not believe that all of God's intentions are just. I have clearly committed no wrongdoing. Father God, why? Are we not brothers and sisters? Before Peter, the scene continually shifted. A seraph, brandishing a spear, furrowed his brow while conversing with the malevolent spirit of judgment. 7 angels, each adorned with 6 white wings, advanced in unison. Peter also beheld an elderly man with a white beard seated upon the steps, while the siblings of the malevolent spirit of judgment bound him with a holy whip and cast him into the realm of dimensions. The malevolent spirit of judgment is Slauga. Peter hastily retracted his mental energy and addressed the malevolent spirit, Slauga. Upon hearing that name, the malevolent spirit of judgment immediately ceased its resistance, standing still in place. You ought not to act in this manner. Slauga, you must return the power of control to that human soul. Otherwise, how are you any different from those who advocate for the annihilation of humanity? The flames in the eyes of the malevolent spirit began to flicker, and Peter sensed its hesitation. In the film, Johnny reconciled with the malevolent spirit of judgment in the 2nd season, granting Johnny the power of control, while the consciousness of the angels fell into a deep slumber. Slauga glanced at Peter and nodded toward him. The flames in his eyes gradually extinguished, only to blaze once more shortly thereafter. Johnny's soul regained the power of control, or rather, Slauga, this inherently benevolent seraph, bestowed it upon Peter. Johnny gazed at his hands in astonishment. Why has the consciousness of the malevolent spirit vanished? He raised his gaze towards Peter, only to find Peter looking back at him. Slowly, Johnny began to retract his powers, gradually reverting to his human form. Peter let out a sigh of relief and turned to Azazel, but was taken aback by what he saw. Azazel's tailored suit had become tattered, and his body bore the marks of a fierce struggle. What happened, Azazel? Azazel shook his head. You stood there motionless, and I battled that malevolent spirit for half an hour. It couldn't get close to me, so it used that iron chain to strike me. Azazel pointed to the iron chain on Johnny. I've been wandering through Slog's memories for so long. Peter stepped forward to support the frail form of Azazel. The original plan entailed Peter engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the malevolent spirit, using his regenerative symbiotic body, while Azazel would employ the magic of the Asa god race to communicate with his own soul. However, Peter was forcibly controlled, leaving Azazel to endure the damage alone. I'm sorry, my friend. Once I entered his mind, I was drawn in, causing you to suffer, Azazel lamented, shaking his head as his injuries struggled to heal. The chains, having been reinforced by the judgmental spirit, bound hellfire to Azazel's wounds, hindering the healing process. Peter nodded in understanding while Johnny awkwardly stood by, feeling somewhat guilty. Strictly speaking, it was Johnny who had inflicted this state upon Azazel, making him feel somewhat out of place. Azazel glanced at Johnny, sensing his discomfort. This is not your fault. We are all comrades, he reassured, though he lacked the strength to embellish his words, his condition dire. Johnny, no longer dwelling on the matter, also stepped forward to assist Azazel. Where shall we go now? He asked, somewhat at a loss. Back to the mansion, so Connors can treat Azazel, Peter replied. And Johnny nodded in agreement. With a sudden burst of energy, Peter activated his ability, and in an instant, the three found themselves in Connors' laboratory. Connors, initially indifferent to Peter's abrupt appearance, quickly realized the gravity of Azazel's injuries. He rushed forward, placing Azazel upon the treatment table. What happened? Does he not possess a symbiotic entity? Connors furrowed his brow, for Azazel's injuries were grievous. His shoulder and side were raw and torn, the result of a merciless assault. The wounds inflicted by magic were particularly harrowing. Connor's expression darkened further as he seized a vial of regenerative potion, administering a swift injection. Chapter 39. The Player, the Protagonist. The Fated Sovereign. Peter gazed at Azazel's contorted visage, his heart heavy with anxiety. Yet, he found himself powerless. It was his recklessness that had led to Azazel's plight, and vengeance against Johnny was not an option. Following the injection of the regenerative potion, Azazel's self-healing capabilities accelerated, but the hellfire clinging to his wounds continued to sear him, impeding his recovery. Peter dispatched Johnny to seek Robert, remaining steadfastly by Azazel's side. To alleviate Azazel's suffering, he utilized telepathy to guide his consciousness deep within, inducing a state of unconsciousness. It was only when the wounds had fully healed that Peter roused Azazel from his slumber. Phew, your method proves quite effective. Peter Azazel lightly touched the now-healed wound at his waist and jested, "It was my fault that you got hurt. I apologize, my friend." Azazel waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. The two of them leisurely made their way to Azazel's apartment. Shortly thereafter, Azazel re-emerged, clad in a fresh suit. The members of the Round Table were all present. Peter acknowledged them with a nod. The gathering comprised formidable figures: the Werewolf, the Night Twins, the Red Devil, the Spot, the Hell's Kitchen Brigade, the Lightning Man, Mr. Film, the Ghost Rider, and the Ice and Fire Duo, filling all 12 seats of the clandestine assembly. Among them, the least conspicuous was Martin Lee, who often traversed the shadowy corners of New York, tirelessly subduing scattered gangs, seldom residing within the confines of the Assembly's headquarters. With these members, Peter felt a renewed sense of confidence standing within the Marvel realm. The future of New York seemed destined for chaos. After conversing with Azazel until nightfall, Peter returned to Starlight Tower, where Gwen sat on the sofa, diligently working on her computer assignments. "How do you feel?" Peter turned his head, his striking eyes fixed intently on Gwen. "Are you referring to last night, or today?" Gwen smiled playfully. Of course, it was last night, mentioning Peter's slight toothache. He moved closer to Gwen, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry as he strode toward the bedroom. "In truth, the symbiote I provided for you lacks the tendency to amplify emotions. As for last night, those were all your own feelings." Gwen's cheeks flushed crimson as she swiftly covered Peter's mouth. Their tranquil existence was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Fury. "I once again extend an invitation for you and your organization to join the Avengers. After the Asgardian deities seized the Tesseract, they have been causing endless trouble," Fury reiterated, berating Loki in the process. Peter was already well aware of Loki's antics, though he chose to remain uninvolved. "The mess you've created is not one I intend to clean up. Spare me the trouble, Nick Fury." Peter interjected, cutting off Fury's fervent tirade. Joining the Avengers was out of the question. Having established his own organization, joining the Avengers would render all his efforts futile. Moreover, with the New York State government backing him, Fury lacked the authority to compel Peter. He dismissed Fury and settled down with a cup of coffee. Considering the timeline, the plot of the first Avengers movie was approaching. As Peter set down his coffee and turned, he was met not by the familiar monochrome office decor, but by the imposing figure of a bald man clad in a yellow robe, the current Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Peter was not taken aback. Instead, he approached Ancient One with purpose. "You are later than I anticipated, Sorcerer Supreme." Ancient One remained silent, waving her hand to conjure a set of mahogany furniture, the table adorned with a teacup filled with brewed tea. "It is not too late, Peter Parker. Have a cup of tea first." Peter nodded appreciatively, sitting down confidently and taking a sip from the teacup. "Ah, indeed, the eminent enjoy only the finest." He recalled the coffee from Gambit and Charles's exquisite black tea. Noticing Peter's distracted demeanor, Ancient One spoke. "You seem to possess considerable knowledge of future events, Peter, and have even prepared for them." Peter shook his head, responding, "I do not know the future. I merely act according to my instincts." Ancient One also lifted her teacup, taking a sip. "I have no desire to debate these matters. The crystalline magic within your mind and the shattered divinity within your being cannot deceive me." The pale touch. Peter was unfazed by her ability to perceive the replicated magic crystal. "Then, what do you seek from me, Supreme Mage? We are not familiar enough to engage in idle reminiscing." Gu nodded slightly. I have come to seek you out, both for the future and for the present. The future version of you has grown to an astonishing degree, disrupting the very course of this universe. Peter nodded. His focus entirely shifted away from the disturbance of the universe's trajectory. What do you mean by astonishing? Ancient One did not respond verbally. Instead, she raised her arm once more, and a modest curtain materialized beside the two. Like a projection, the curtain revealed the figure of Peter, who casually crushed Gnarl's head. Seated upon the throne belonging to the deity of the symbiote, propping himself up with the ominous black sword. The scene shifted, presenting Peter clad in pale armor, with John's figure appearing beside him. Before them loomed the fiery giant, Surtur, as John raised his hand, fervently absorbing the divine flames of the colossal being. Another scene unfolded similarly, as Robert's elemental form emerged, confronting LeFaro, who wielded the frost magic box. With a mere lift of his arm, Robert absorbed the frigid power emanating from the box. Just as Peter was captivated by the unfolding imagery, Ancient One raised her hand, causing both the scenes and the curtain to vanish. Peter, feeling a lingering sense of intrigue, smacked his lips. Those images were part of his grand design. Observing Peter's unperturbed demeanor, Ancient One spoke again, noting that in their original destinies, one was a third-level mutant whose hands were rendered useless by the other, while the other was a quasi-omega mutant, utterly incapable of reaching the levels depicted in the scenes. Peter nodded, affirming, I am nurturing them. Those images are indeed part of my plan. Ancient One inclined her head slightly, inquiring, are you aware that such alterations to fate may result in repercussions? The destinies bound to them may transfer onto you. Peter shook his head. I do not know, but even if I were to learn now, I would not alter my course. Ancient One raised an eyebrow. Then let me assert that the future becomes unstable due to the changes brought about by these individuals. The fates intertwined with yours will inevitably recoil upon you. Will you not reconsider? After a moment of contemplation, Peter replied, I shall not deviate from my plans. Fate is inherently capricious. Each individual must confront a distinct future shaped by their choices. This is the essence of the future. If one were to forcibly impose their destiny upon others, I would willingly bear the consequences of their backlash. His words rang with a resolute clarity. Yet Peter's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of evasion. He could not recall any artifacts of fate within the Marvel realm. What should he do? The backlash of so many fates could be fatal. Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement. What, then, is your perception of this universe? You are a unique singularity within it. For your universe has deviated from its original path and ventured into obscurity. After a moment's reflection, Peter replied, a game. Ancient One, seemingly unable to grasp the implication, asked again, could you repeat that? Without hesitation, Peter continued, the trajectory of this universe, its future and its past, is, to me, merely a game. Ancient One's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Peter viewing the universe as a game. Nevertheless, he quelled his initial impulse to intervene and inquired once more, and what, may I ask, is your identity? Peter, how do you define yourself? Peter chuckled softly, casually crossing his legs as he calmly observed the Ancient One. The protagonist, the destined sovereign. The Ancient One flipped his hands, and the white magic of Kamar-Taj instantly took form, rushing towards Peter. Unperturbed, Peter recalled the Ancient One's own words about becoming an extraordinary being in the future. He wagered that he would not perish. From the void behind Peter, 3 pale tendrils surged forth, ensnaring the Ancient One firmly. A familiar voice resonated through the emptiness, belonging to its owner, who chuckled lightly. Do you truly wish to kill me? In the future, I did not invoke Kamar-Taj, Ancient One. Chapter 40. First encounter with Loki. Peter sat upright in a mahogany chair, gazing at the Ancient One. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unafraid of an entity of such celestial caliber. However, Peter believed he had certainly surpassed the celestial level. Let us part ways on this matter, Ancient One. Peter was abruptly expelled by a peculiar force, returning to the sanctum of the mystic arts. Damn it, why is my future self so disappointing? It's infuriating. He took a deep swig of his now cold coffee, seated in the executive chair, allowing his thoughts to drift aimlessly. To be above the celestial level is such a tantalizing prospect. Speaking of which, I surely wouldn't kill the Ancient One, for I have never harbored such intentions. Feeling uncomfortable in the executive chair, Peter sighed. Never mind, perhaps I should step outside. By the way, has Loki been captured? Reflecting on it, he realized that indeed, Loki had been apprehended. Should I go and see the god of mischief in the Nine Realms? The Mind Stone happened to be aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. spaceship. Peter, with determination, decided to teleport to Azazel's apartment. Azazel was leisurely engrossed in a book, a bottle of ordinary whiskey resting on his desk. Bang! Azazel turned his head, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Peter approached and grasped Azazel's shoulder. "Are you interested in witnessing the Asgardians and the god of mischief?" Azazel cast a perplexed glance at Peter, but set his book aside and rose to his feet. "What do you require of me?" "Just locate Tony," Peter replied. Azazel clasped his hands and summoned the Asgardian inscriptions, which floated into view as a dazzling rainbow portal emerged before them. "This is quite impressive. It makes me want to learn as well," Peter jested, stepping through the portal first, with Azazel following closely behind. "I have encountered individuals without armor who are 1,000 times stronger than you." Captain America and Tony were in the midst of a heated argument when suddenly a rainbow portal appeared before them. The Avengers quickly reacted, their expressions turning wary. "Wow, so this is the Avengers?" Peter's voice echoed before he even appeared. Tony, recognizing the familiar voice, began to search frantically in his mind. As Peter and Azazel emerged from the portal, they surveyed their surroundings. "Hi, I am Peter Parker, here to find Tony." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Tony exclaimed with surprise, "Buddy, what are you doing here? I thought you completely rejected Fury's overtures." Peter chuckled and politely declined, expressing that he merely wished to enjoy the sights, and perhaps, if he found it appealing, he might reconsider his stance. Tony also chuckled, remarking that a change of heart seemed unlikely, but sightseeing was indeed a possibility. Stepping forward, Tony addressed the somewhat wary Avengers, saying, "Gentlemen, do not be alarmed. This is my friend Peter, the founder of the Superhuman Cooperation of New York State." And beside him is. Tony proceeded to introduce Peter to the Avengers: Thor, Captain America, Black Widow, and Banner. Hawkeye was still occupied with rescuing Loki, leaving only 5 Avengers present. Peter pondered that he should not interfere with their escape. After all, once Loki was dealt with, he would take his leave. Internally, Peter nodded to himself, thinking that there were not many Spider-Men as considerate as he was. After greeting Peter, Thor approached Azazel, extending his hand. "I am Thor, Prince of the Asgardian race. I just witnessed you wielding Asgardian magic. What is the story behind that?" Azazel shook Thor's hand and smiled. "At that moment, your hammer had fallen in the east. My boss and I attempted to lift it, and to our surprise, I succeeded. Odin, instead of allowing me to take the hammer, granted me the Book of Magic from the World Tree as compensation." Thor was taken aback, feeling a pang of envy as he realized that his beloved Mjolnir had betrayed him. Noticing Thor's disheartened expression, Azazel smiled gently. Peter turned to Tony and inquired, "I heard you captured Loki. Would you be interested in taking me to see him?" Tony nodded, and at that moment, the voice of the egg echoed nearby. "Oh, it seems our ship has received visitors. Are you prepared to join the Avengers, Peter?" Peter chuckled awkwardly, distracted by Loki, having completely forgotten about Fury, that sticky-fingered fellow. "I intend to observe the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. before making any decisions." Fury raised an eyebrow, surprised by Peter's unexpected indecision. "Well then, Mr. Peter, I wish you good luck." Peter nodded, silently wishing himself luck, knowing that the veteran members would soon arrive to wreak havoc on the ship. Naturally, he couldn't voice this thought aloud. Turning to Tony, he said, "Let us go see Ant-Man." Tony waved his hand, signaling Peter and Azazel to follow him. Black Widow Natasha observed Peter as he moved toward Captain America and remarked, "That boy is rather more handsome than you." Captain America chuckled unexpectedly. "Have you not seen him when you were trying to recruit him?" Peter and his companions proceeded smoothly to the front of the bulletproof glass chamber containing Loki. "Let me see who has arrived. The Tin Man and a mere boy? And a redskin freak as well?" Loki smirked mischievously, eyeing Peter's group. Peter had no desire to engage with this haughty prince and chose to remain silent. Tony felt that arguing with Loki while Peter was silent diminished his own stature, so he refrained from speaking. Azazel, being a man of few words, likewise remained quiet. Loki's grin faltered slightly. "Why are they ignoring me?" Loki wished to speak. Yet Peter and the others had already engaged in conversation, leaving him feeling like an unwanted interloper, prompting him to silence himself. Indeed, the subtleties of emotional neglect can be the most formidable. Are you implying he gouged out an eye of a congressman? Although Peter was well aware of Loki's misdeeds, he feigned ignorance. Indeed, This individual is quite ruthless. He compelled an entire square of people to kneel before him, proclaiming himself the king of Midgard. At this, Tony could not suppress a chuckle, while Loki's expression darkened, though he resolutely refrained from speaking further, muttering to himself about extracting their eyes. Damnable earthly scum. Peter and Tony paid no heed to Loki's discomfort and continued their jesting. By the way, his antler is indeed formidable. S-H-I-E-L-D. Intends to melt it down, perhaps to fashion something else. What? These wretches melted down their own armor? Loki rose from the circular seat, seething with rage, and struck the glass before Tony with great force. Damn those insects. I shall make you pay. Bang. Tony, observing Loki's contorted face in fury, could not help but laugh. Peter, seeing Tony's amusement, joined in, and even Azazel's lips curled into a smirk. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed boisterously, while Loki's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot. They have deceived me. A sense of humiliation and indignation threatened to engulf him, and Loki clenched his teeth tightly. Sensing it was time to depart, Peter suggested they leave. All right, but this trip was indeed worthwhile, was it not? Opportunities to tease the Prince of Asgard are few and far between. Peter nodded in agreement. Alas, had Robert been present, he could have harnessed the frosty powers of logic. However, Peter did not dwell on it further. There would be other chances. After bidding farewell to Tony, the two of them teleported back to the Sanctum Sanctorum, where preparations were in order. The conclusion of the first Avengers was imminent. Chapter 41. The invasion of the Chitauri army upon returning to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Peter convened another meeting to rally everyone for what lay ahead. The Human Torch was evidently exhilarated, eagerly rubbing his hands together, even foregoing his daily battles. Claiming he needed to conserve energy, Peter refrained from sending the Hell's Kitchen chefs out again, even calling back Martin Lee, who had been expanding his influence over the underworld. Mr. Peter, is what you mentioned truly that grave? Martin Lee evidently did not believe what Peter had said. While Peter was preparing to annex the gangs of the Winter Country, a single phone call from him demanded Martin's immediate return, his tone decidedly resolute. Believe it or not, if you find my decision unsatisfactory, you may certainly take your family and leave the building, Peter exclaimed before striding away. Martin Lee watched Peter's retreating figure, furrowing his brow. His family lived comfortably in the building, and there was no need to worry about unforeseen circumstances, which allowed Martin to focus on his endeavors with peace of mind. He found himself in a dilemma. Although Peter's methods did not align with his preferences, he undeniably provided a sense of security for Martin's family. After much contemplation, Martin decided that if no significant events transpired, he would indeed take his family and leave the building. Peter, reflecting on the members' responses, noted that aside from Martin Lee, the others were quite compliant. However, Peter glanced at the documents submitted by Connors, revealing that Mobius had already developed an antidote for the Night Serum. With this, Milo and Blade would stand no chance against Mobius. Suddenly, a violent thought flashed through Peter's mind. Should he eliminate him first? After careful consideration, Peter ultimately dismissed the notion of taking action against Mobius, recognizing that such a course might incite a collective rebellion within the team. No one wishes to have a ruthless individual looming over them. Peter found himself in a quandary, pondering for an extended period before conceding defeat. Never mind. I shall consult Azazel after the major event concludes. He undoubtedly possesses the requisite experience. Resolute in his decision, Peter intended to return home, having made plans with Gwen to visit the seaside restaurant. Reflecting on the unfolding narrative, Peter confirmed that Loki would indeed initiate the spatial wormhole today. The members of the Mystic Order stood somewhat bored atop the skyscraper, with Fireman amusing himself by performing shadow puppetry due to the monotony. Peter, observing his seemingly unreliable teammates, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It's all right. Despite their appearance, they are quite capable. Peter had gathered the Mystic Order members early, prepared for the impending crisis, as this was his first encounter with such a significant event. Azazel, noticing Peter's anxiety, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. There is no need to be tense, Peter. It might very well go smoothly. Peter nodded in acknowledgement and reiterated his strategy. Mr. Film, Punisher, and Electro, you three will guard the building. Milo, Mobius, Robert, and John, you possess flight capabilities, so you shall engage the aerial adversaries. Werewolf, Johnny, Marco, and Owen, you are tasked with addressing the foes on the ground. Peter exhaled deeply after articulating these directives. The team members nodded in agreement, though Electro fidgeted anxiously. Peter noticed Electro's unease, but was preoccupied with his own rising tension. Am I to offer him comfort as well? I'm nearly overwhelmed myself. The remaining individuals exhibited little reaction. They either possessed formidable regenerative abilities or were nigh invulnerable. Even the weakest among them, Ian, could amplify the black holes on his skin to render himself immune to harm. As for Azazel, the ancient being who had lived for over a millennium, Peter sensed a hint of excitement emanating from him. Peter took a moment to steady his emotions. Aunt May and Gwen were safely within the confines of the building, and even Harry had been summoned there for protection. It was uncertain whether this was the result of the butterfly effect, but the individual who was destined to become the Green Goblin had instead embarked on a successful career, with Oscorp Industries flourishing under his stewardship. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a blue beam of light shot skyward, heralding the arrival of a significant event in Peter's mind. The members of the Mystic Order, who had been jesting moments before, fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the celestial column. As the beam ascended, a wormhole was forcefully opened by the power of the cosmic cube, unleashing a horde of grim-faced Chitauri soldiers riding on aerial vehicles. Following them, the colossal form of a Chitauri Leviathan emerged slowly from the rift. John swallowed hard. This was indeed a monumental occurrence. It was far more significant than he had anticipated. Peter, regaining his composure from the shock, commanded, "Act now." As Peter's fervent call echoed, the members of the secret society sprang into action. Those endowed with the gift of flight soared into the air, while those without leapt from the heights. The Iceman, Robert, swiftly transformed into his elemental form, conjuring ice with one hand while gliding with the other. The Fireman, in contrast, was simpler, his entire being engulfed in flames as he charged towards Leviathan. Peter steadied himself. Truth be told, he had long desired to employ this maneuver. Behind him, immense symbiotic wings unfurled, stirring up a cloud of dust within the cavern. The Dark Knight twins, too, revealed their ferocity as they surged towards the heart of the wormhole. Azazel, exuding an air of sophistication, waved his hand, summoning a mystical array that appeared beneath his feet, effortlessly elevating him. Peter paid no heed to the minions. His focus was singularly on Leviathan. As Peter approached Leviathan's flank, he raised his left hand just as the Chitauri Leviathan was on the verge of colliding with the towering edifice. The Invisible Woman's shielding ability activated, forming a barrier before Leviathan. Boom! The impact's recoil twisted Leviathan's neck. Roaring in pain, Leviathan prepared to veer away. Boom! Leviathan collided once more with the barrier. To an observer at a distance, it would appear that Leviathan was ensnared within a colossal shield, which continued to constrict. Leviathan seemed to sense something amiss and roared again, intensifying his assault against the barrier. Boom, 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 boom. The blue light in Peter's hands surged, and the barrier began to shrink relentlessly. Crack! Leviathan howled frantically, the blue shield filling his vision, the once expansive sky inexplicably narrowing as the heavens continued to compress. Peter paid no heed to its anguished cries, continuing to compress the barrier until his powers reached their limit. With a resounding crash, the now spherical Leviathan plummeted heavily onto the roadway. Peter lifted his gaze towards the wormhole, where elongated Leviathans, each stretching over 100 meters, soared through the darkness of the cosmos towards it. Damn it! Peter muttered under his breath as he activated his magnetic force. The Leviathan sphere on the ground soared directly towards the wormhole, and Peter struggled slightly to control it. With a thud, the sphere collided forcefully with a Leviathan that had just poked its head out. It looked at the sphere with a hint of confusion, wondering why it seemed so familiar. The momentary distraction was short-lived, as the Leviathan behind it relentlessly shoved it forward. Realizing that striking with the sphere was ineffective, Peter flew towards the very center of the wormhole. The three converging Leviathans gazed at Peter, who appeared as diminutive as an ant. Peter's hands transformed into tendrils, charging directly at the three Leviathans. With a piercing thrust, the tendrils forcefully penetrated the flesh of the Leviathans, savagely colliding with every inch of their bodies. A stirring within him prompted the symbiotic organisms inside the Leviathans to begin devouring their flesh. The anguished roars of the three beasts echoed through the sky, but soon fell silent as Peter's symbiotic organisms consumed all the flesh beneath their skin. Waves of life energy surged through the tendrils. Peter chuckled softly, realizing they were not as formidable as he had presumed. Chapter 42. Standing before the wormhole, Peter observed the Leviathans attempting to exit the wormhole. While he could not manage the Chitauri individuals, he was resolute that none of these Leviathans would pass through. Peter relentlessly wielded his abilities to decimate the Leviathans, drawing forth torrents of pure life force from their tentacles. Yet, he chose not to rely solely on his extraordinary powers to vanquish the Leviathans. Instead, he employed the symbiotic tendrils, which not only absorbed vitality, but also allowed him to familiarize himself with his own capabilities. One by one, the withered forms of the Leviathans plummeted to the ground like rain, witnessed by the entire populace of New York, who gazed upon the pale figure engaged in a relentless slaughter at the wormhole. The tendrils, akin to a spider's web, ensnared and consumed the Leviathans. Peter observed the Leviathans huddled within the wormhole, pondering their hesitation. He had yet to unleash his full force. Why has it not arrived? The Leviathans congregate by the wormhole, their grotesque heads peering intently at Peter, while the Chitauri soldiers hastily retreat from the edge of the wormhole in their vessels. Peter, indifferent to the small crawlers, focuses on controlling the Leviathans, trusting that the other soldiers will be dealt with accordingly. In his contemplation, he gazes downward, striving to locate the figures of his comrades. The easiest to spot are naturally the duo of ice and fire. John, soaring through the narrow pathways, revels in the full manifestation of his abilities for the first time. Exuding exuberance, he does not merely decapitate the Chitauri soldiers with the fiery weapons he has gathered. Instead, he unleashes a torrent of flames until they are reduced to cinders. Peter finds himself ambivalent about John's violent tendencies, yet upon reflection, it seems that John's loyalty is among the highest. Turning his attention to the Iceman, Peter wonders if it is merely a consequence of John's influence, for Robert, once steadfast in Peter's recollections, now exhibits hints of brutality. As Peter observes Robert, he witnesses him encase a Chitauri soldier in ice, only to continue his assault, altering his trajectory to deliver a brutal kick that shatters the icy figure. Peter refrains from intervening further, shifting his gaze to the Midnight Twins and the werewolf. Milo appears to have entered an all-you-can-eat buffet, swiftly draining one Chitauri soldier after another, his chin stained with the crimson remnants of his feast. While Mobius lacks Milo's ferocity, he nonetheless engages in combat, while replenishing his strength through sanguine means. As for Blade, wielding his titanium steel knife, he methodically dismembers his foes, beginning with their limbs before ultimately severing their heads. What then shall be done with those who arrive late? Certainly, the palm transformed into that of a lizard, crushing the Chitauri's head with a single squeeze. Peter found himself somewhat perplexed during his viewing of the film. The Avengers had not exuded such darkness and violence. With a sense of bewilderment, Peter glanced towards Daredevil and Azazel. Daredevil's dual batons had morphed into a double-headed weapon, each end armed with sharp blades, swiftly dispatching the Chitauri soldiers. Well, that seemed relatively normal. Azazel soared between the buildings, surrounded by floating steel rods, piercing any Chitauri soldiers he encountered like a hedgehog. Peter shook his head. He didn't need to search for Johnny, as the roaring sound of the enchanted Harley-Davidson was unmistakable, even from the wormhole's entrance. The Ghost Rider operated the flaming motorcycle with one hand, while brandishing an enchanted chain with the other. Each Chitauri soldier that came into contact with the chain was instantly reduced to charred remains. In stark contrast to these violent figures, Owen and the werewolf appeared much more composed. Owen stood atop a towering edifice, wielding the rifles of the Chitauri soldiers, occasionally firing into a black hole. The bullets emerged from behind the Chitauri on the street, shot forth by the flickering, moving black hole, and would reappear behind another soldier once the previous one fell. Though it bore a slightly ominous air, the effect was undeniably effective. The werewolf continuously scaled the walls, lunging at any Chitauri soldiers and flying vessels, smashing their heads with unrelenting force. Peter genuinely believed these two were the most temperate members of the group. After ensuring that the three could hold their ground near the Miskatonic University building, Peter turned his gaze toward the wormhole. Leviathan remained fixated on him, and Peter dared not venture beyond the wormhole into the cosmos. He was not yet prepared for such a leap. Gazing at the cosmic cube beneath him, Peter felt a pang of hesitation. This was indeed the opportune moment to seize the two gems, without the Avengers or Scarlet Witch. The mightiest adversaries were merely the nascent Thor and Hulk. Peter cast another glance at the wormhole, his thoughts becoming increasingly conflicted. Perhaps it would be best to wait until they used Loki's scepter to close the wormhole. Then he would claim both the cosmic cube and the scepter for himself. Peter secretly nodded, convinced of the feasibility of his plan. Spotting Leviathan lurking along the periphery of the wormhole, Peter's lips curled into a smirk. Did it truly think my appendages could not reach you? Peter's hands once again transformed into tendrils, shooting forth towards the limbs of the Leviathan on either side of the wormhole. Roar! The Leviathan on the right displayed a semblance of intelligence, soaring deep into the cosmos. Yet Peter paid no heed to whether it possessed a mind. His pallid tendrils violently penetrated the creature's form, the symbiotic tissue crashing forcefully against its body. Roar! Several Leviathans howled in agony as Peter exerted his strength, 4 of them being relentlessly tugged, drawn towards the wormhole by Peter's immense power. I consume. The symbiotic tissue swiftly absorbed the Leviathan's life force and flesh, their anguished cries echoing, evoking tears from witnesses and sorrow from listeners. Peter's actions resembled the injection of parasites within one's body, which, upon hatching, commenced the consumption of all flesh beneath the skin, including bones. In a short while, the 4 Leviathans fell silent, their bodies crashing heavily upon the heap of carcasses at Peter's feet. The remaining Leviathans dared not linger near the wormhole, hastily distancing themselves, fearful that they would soon share the same fate. Peter chuckled. It was good to sense fear. Wisdom breeds trepidation, allowing him to pursue his desires. In an instant, Peter vanished, leaving the Leviathans in the cosmos perplexed. Where had that formidable ant gone? Bang! Peter materialized behind Robert, who instinctively unleashed a blast of icy air. Sizzle! A plume of steam ascended. Mr. Peter? Apologies, I did not intend for this to occur. It was purely instinctive. Peter shook his head. There is no time for idle conversation. Come, let me introduce you to something intriguing. Before Robert could comprehend what was happening, Peter seized him and vanished from the spot. Bang! Look at what you have done. Loki, do you intend to treat this place as your kingdom? You are on the verge of returning to Helheim. Thor grasped Loki by the collar, repeatedly shouting in anger. A look of shock and regret crossed Loki's face. Brother, together we can halt this madness and return to Asgard. The regret on Loki's face transformed into delight as a dagger suddenly materialized in his hand at his waist. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced Thor's side, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gazed at the weapon embedded in his flesh. A cunning smile spread across Loki's face, reveling in the success of his treachery. In a fit of rage, Thor hurled Loki aside. Bang! At that moment, Peter and Robert reappeared nearby. Peter, quick on his feet, transformed one hand into tendrils that ensnared Loki. I certainly do not wish for my companion's lunch to be spoiled. Peter directed a glance at Thor. Chapter 43. The Iceman absorbs the power of extreme cold. Thor withdrew the dagger from his side, frowning as he looked at Peter. What do you intend to do with Loki? Peter chuckled and turned to Robert. Nothing much, merely allowing my younger brother to indulge in something delightful. As he spoke, the tendrils binding Loki began to shift, leaving him gagged and positioned before Peter. Ah, the son of Odin, the second heir to Asgard, the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, Loki Odinson? Loki, the relentless rebel, emitted a low, mournful sound. Peter placed a reassuring hand upon Loki's shoulder and spoke again. Indeed, you are the prince of the frost giants, the offspring of Laufey. You once conspired with Laufey to assassinate Odin, and you belong to the most untainted lineage among the frost giants, do you not? Loki Laufeyson? At the mention of this, Thor, who had been listening nearby, felt a tightening in his chest. The secret of Loki's heritage as a frost giant was known only to their family. How could Peter possibly have discovered this? A flicker of hatred ignited in Loki's eyes as he fixated on Peter, seemingly intent on pinning him with his gaze. Unfazed, Peter continued with a languid tone. In Odin's slumber, you allied with the frost giants, seeking to take Odin's life, only to later retract your intent to eliminate your kin. Loki, which lineage do you truly belong to? Your biological father Laufey has stripped you of your identity as a frost giant, and Odin denies you the right to inherit. Your plans to conquer Earth are destined to falter today. Do you not find that rather lamentable? As Peter's words resonated, Loki's expression transformed from initial displeasure to contemplation, eventually giving way to rage. He grappled with the betrayal of his biological father, realizing that his adoptive father had always held Thor in high regard. Loki's eyes reddened, and a tear trickled from the corner of his mouth. His complexion began to shift to the frost giant's gray-blue hue, and Peter sensed an overwhelming chill emanating from him. A chill that surpassed even Robert's presence, awakening a profound sense of danger. Thor, upon hearing Peter's words, deemed them excessively cruel and was about to intervene when an intense cold radiated from Loki, the son of Laufey, the god of mischief across the 9 realms. And a member of the frost giant lineage was not to be trifled with. The mere aura of frost he exuded overshadowed Robert by considerable margins, yet Peter remained undeterred. He turned his gaze to Robert, who had been standing beside him. Now is the moment. Seize his body and absorb. Robert reacted swiftly, grasping Loki's shoulders and commencing a fervent absorption. Loki's emotions were still tempestuous, and he yearned to transform the approaching fool into a frozen statue. The chilling force surged uncontrollably towards Robert, who clutched Loki's arms. Crack! Ice began to creep up Robert's hands, causing a subtle change in his expression as he desperately continued to absorb. Gradually, Loki's frigid power began to infiltrate Peter's tendrils, leading Peter to reluctantly release his hold on Loki. Snap! Loki seized Robert's forearm, the frigid power surging once more throughout Robert's body. Robert's expression transformed wildly as he instantaneously entered a state of elemental manifestation, absorbing the chilling energy with increased ferocity. Observing the elemental ice form of Robert, Loki discerned Peter's intentions, yet he remained resolute in his actions, eager to witness who could withstand the extreme cold of Jotunheim. Robert felt an unbearable chill, an icy coldness unlike anything he had experienced before. Yet, he did not cease his absorption. Waves of frigid energy continued to flow into him. From Peter's perspective, torrents of blue frosty energy were continuously absorbed by Robert, whose ice blue hue gradually morphed into the deep blue of the frost giant lineage. Thor regarded Loki and Peter with a mixture of astonishment and understanding. Even he, in his simplicity, grasped Peter's objective, to absorb the extreme cold energy of Loki's frost giant heritage. Loki and Robert remained locked in their struggle, the ground beneath Robert's feet crystallizing into shards of extreme ice, ensnaring his legs. Robert, his face contorted in agony, gazed at Loki, whose gray-blue visage was increasingly marred by rage, the frigid energy swirling violently around him. As Robert's suffering intensified, he found himself unable to keep pace with Loki's output, his limbs succumbing to the excruciating cold. The ice-blue energy surrounding him constricted further, transforming into the deep blue of the frost giant's extreme cold. With a final explosion, as the last vestige of ice blue vanished from his heart, Robert collapsed to the ground. Loki withdrew his hands, staring at Robert in shock. How is this possible? How did you achieve this? He was acutely aware of the tyrannical chill of the Frost clan, and it was precisely this knowledge that left him astonished at Robert's ability to withstand it and even transform himself. Thor's eyes widened as he observed Robert, who had collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, Robert exhaled puffs of icy air that settled onto the ground, where they swiftly crystallized into deep blue icicles, pointed directly at him. Gradually regaining his composure, Robert raised a hand and gestured towards Loki. With a crackling sound, the power of frost surged forth, instantly encasing Loki's lower half in ice. Robert lifted his gaze to witness this spectacle, a smile gracing his lips. He had finally succeeded. Loki stared at the ice that bore his own lineage. Could this be considered his progeny? Peter stepped forward to assist Robert, preparing to depart. Wait, Thor interjected, hastily stopping Peter. Peter turned to face Thor, who exhaled deeply and inquired, "How did you come to know of Loki's heritage? This is a matter known only to our family." Peter pondered for a moment, realizing he had no substantial reason, in his eagerness to awaken Loki's bloodline power. He had not considered the implications of his actions. He remained stationary in thought for quite some time. Seeing this, Thor assumed Peter was reluctant to share and spoke up. "If you prefer not to divulge, that is acceptable, but I hope this matter remains known only to those present." Peter found himself at a loss for a compelling reason and merely nodded, turning to Loki with a hint of remorse. "I apologize, Loki. Those words were merely a means to an end. Odin has always regarded you as a beloved son. His decision not to pass the throne to you was part of a grander design for your future. Please do not misconstrue your father's intentions." As Loki listened to Peter's words, much of his animosity began to dissipate. With a scoff, he remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, you have poured salt into an open wound." Yet Peter felt a tinge of guilt for Loki's plight. After a moment's reflection, Peter continued, "Spend more time with your mother, Loki. She has always longed for your return to Asgard." Peter was neither a wholly virtuous individual nor an entirely malevolent one. He recognized that achieving certain objectives might necessitate a degree of force, though this was not indicative of his true sentiments. While he could not personally alter Loki's regrets, offering suitable counsel as a form of recompense seemed appropriate. Loki fell into contemplation upon hearing Peter's words, memories of his gentle mother surfacing in his mind. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Peter and Robert vanished from the scene, as Peter prepared to guard the wormhole. After returning Robert to his original position, Peter unfurled his symbiotic wings and soared toward the entrance of the wormhole. "If I do not guard this door, you troublesome creatures are quite unruly." The audacious Leviathan, halfway through the wormhole, glanced at the rapidly approaching Peter with a sense of regret. This is the end. Chapter 44. Struggle. Peter stood beneath the wormhole, his symbiotic wings fluttering as the agitated Chitauri Leviathan swam restlessly in the starry expanse surrounding the portal. A final ultimatum had been issued from the Chitauri warship. A last charge was imperative. Peter's hands transformed into pale tendrils, disdainfully gazing at the portal. Should any Leviathan dare to reveal itself, he would effortlessly rend these insignificant creatures apart. A Leviathan, significantly larger than its ordinary kin, let out a deafening roar and surged towards the entrance of the portal. Peter's scorn dissipated, his tendrils extending further in response. The surrounding Leviathans echoed the call, preparing for their assault. The thunderous roars reverberated across the skies of New York as the colossal head of the Leviathan emerged. "Come forth." Peter's pale tendrils lunged towards the massive creature. The strike met with resistance. Only 2 or 3 tendrils penetrated, while the majority were thwarted by the Leviathan's armored hide. A flicker of concern crossed Peter's face. He had underestimated this beast. With a surge of will, Peter's tendrils morphed into symbiotic tissue, striving to rapidly seize the Leviathan's flesh and blood. The nearby Leviathans, sensing Peter's struggle, began crossing through the wormhole, eager to descend upon New York. "Damn it!" Peter cursed under his breath. Unable to penetrate the giant Leviathan, he altered his strategy, launching tendrils at the ordinary ones surrounding him. Yet, the number of tendrils he could conjure was limited, while dozens of Leviathans poured through the portal. Frustration welled within Peter. Such a formidable creature should have been unleashed sooner. What a travesty! Peter shook his head in resignation, hoping that Gwen would forget the sight of him in a short while. Suddenly, countless pale tendrils erupted from his back and chest, shooting towards the surrounding Leviathan. With no time to spare, Peter focused on resolving the immediate crisis. The colossal Leviathan was far too immense. He could not wait for the symbiotic organism to devour its flesh. With a surge of strength, Peter attempted to tear apart the gigantic creature. The symbiotic tissue within the flesh abandoned its task of consumption and began to rip into the Leviathan's body. Roaring in pain, the massive Leviathan charged towards Peter, who clenched his jaw and unleashed tremendous power. With a powerful rending, the Leviathan's mouth was the first to be torn open, and soon, its entire massive form was being shredded by Peter's symbiotic tendrils. The Leviathan's blood cascaded down from above, drenching Peter as he finally ripped the creature in two. When he emerged from the dismembered Leviathan, he was completely soaked in its foul blood. The two halves of the Leviathan crashed heavily against a nearby building. At that moment, Peter, covered in the creature's blood, appeared like a venomous spider poised on a web, with tendrils extending into the surrounding flesh. Wiping his face with one of his tendrils, he exclaimed in exasperation, "Damn it! I can't believe I've been doused in this stinking fish's blood. This is infuriating." Anger surged within him, and the tendrils that spread from his body began to tighten, dragging the dozens of Leviathans together in a chaotic collision. Roar! 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 Peter fortified each of his outstretched tendrils with the absorbed vitality, enabling them to swiftly devour flesh. As the Leviathans wailed in despair, numerous lifeless skins, devoid of blood and only clad in armor and scales, tumbled to the ground. Once he had vanquished all the Leviathans that traversed the wormhole, Peter glanced down, observing that the fish skins had accumulated into small mounds. He retracted his extended tendrils and cast a look at the summit of Stark Tower. Cursed Avengers, why haven't they closed the wormhole yet? Peter mused, noticing Natasha, who held Loki's scepter of mind control, casting a glance in his direction. "What are you looking at? Get to work." Peter recalled that a Patriot missile would soon be launched from the SHIELD spacecraft towards New York, prompting him to survey his surroundings. Indeed, he soon spotted a missile hurtling towards him at high speed from several kilometers away. As Peter raised his hand to redirect its trajectory toward the wormhole above New York using his magnetic powers, he saw Tony emerge from behind a skyscraper. cradling the missile with his own body as it soared towards him. He almost forgot that Tony could alter the missile's course with his own form. Realizing this, Peter kept his hand raised. He intended to pull Tony down at the mouth of the wormhole. The wormhole began to constrict, and Peter understood that he was pressed for time. 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 4, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. He continuously calculated the distance between the missile and himself. 2 kilometers. Finally, when the missile was just 2 kilometers away, Peter seized control of it with his magnetic powers. While his other hand yanked Tony down from where he was firmly holding the missile, Tony gazed in astonishment at the motionless armor. It was a critical moment, and a malfunction in the missile could obliterate New York. Jarvis, what is happening? Tony inquired anxiously. Sir, an unidentified magnetic force has enveloped the armor. What? Just as Tony was perplexed, a missile hurtled towards Peter. Did Peter do this? Where did he acquire such magnetic power? Tony looked at Peter in utter confusion. Unfazed by Tony's bewilderment, Peter released the controlled Tony and directed the missile towards himself. The missile's tail continuously spewed flames, yet it could advance no further. I need to aim. Peter positioned the missile before him, closing one eye to take aim at the Chitauri warship. Watch as I create an instant explosion for you. Peter relinquished control of the missile, and the fiery tail, propelled by immense energy, surged directly toward the Chitauri vessel. Just as the wormhole was about to close, Peter witnessed the missile striking the Chitauri station with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. 10 rings. Awesome, Peter exclaimed, shaking his fist in triumph. The wormhole above him sealed completely, leaving Peter unable to witness the grand fireworks display of the Chitauri warship. Buddy, thank you, Peter heard Tony's voice behind him, prompting him to turn and nod in response. It's all right. I wouldn't want to leave Paybo alone either. Although Tony found this remark somewhat harsh, he nodded in agreement. Peter glanced down at the summit of Stark Tower, where Natasha waved at the two of them. I almost forgot. I still need to seize a few items from you. Tony looked up at Peter, puzzled. What? Without offering further explanation, Peter sent a telepathic signal to the surrounding members, then spread his wings and soared towards the top of Stark Tower. Tony suddenly realized what Peter meant by seizing. Instinctively, he pressed down on his communication device and addressed the team channel. Natasha, grab the Tesseract and the Scepter, hurry. All Avengers, assemble at the top of the tower. After speaking, Tony found himself at a loss. Peter intended to take S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possessions. Should he obstruct him or assist? Stopping Peter? Impossible. That was Peter. Assisting him? No. The Tesseract and the Scepter were far too perilous. Tony found himself in a quandary, yet having spoken his mind, he could only attempt to intercept Peter. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he soared towards the pinnacle of Stark Tower. Natasha, having shaken off her confusion, spotted Peter swiftly approaching with his pale wings unfurled. Oh, this is troublesome. Chapter 45. Internal strife. With remarkable speed, Natasha extracted the Tesseract and dashed towards the staircase leading to the tower's summit. Peter landed heavily, his wings beating against the ground. Black Widow, relinquish the 2 items in your possession, he commanded. Without a glance back, Natasha continued her ascent, prompting Peter to shake his head in resignation before teleporting directly in front of her. Bang! With a swift motion, Black Widow struck with her mace, the Mind Stone staff crashing against Peter's face. He frowned. Such a simple blow would not harm him, yet Natasha's actions had clearly provoked him. Whoa, everyone. Let's take a breath and talk this out, shall we? Tony descended from the sky, raising his hand to stand between them. Crack! With a thunderous sound, Thor arrived, grasping Loki in one hand and Mjolnir in the other, landing behind Black Widow. Hulk leapt from the Stark rooftop, landing nearby. Hawkeye fired a grappling arrow, sliding in behind the others. Captain America was likely still in the elevator. He need not be concerned just yet. Peter raised an eyebrow, questioning. Are you taking advantage of our numerical disadvantage? Please hand me those 2 items, Peter said, his tone icy, clearly agitated. Natasha remained silent, and Tony turned to Peter, saying, Buddy, let us discuss this calmly. These items are far too perilous. How about we head to the pub for some cheeseburgers and pizza? Peter raised an eyebrow. After all, Tony was a friend. Let's save the cheeseburgers for another day. I need to take the Scepter and the Tesseract now. Buddy, this is too dangerous, Tony insisted. As Peter grew impatient with Tony's refusal, he stepped forward, extending his tendrils. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot from the mighty Mjolnir, striking Peter's hand. Hey, don't get violent, guys. Losing all patience, Peter transformed his hands into tendrils and lunged toward the scepter and the tesseract held by Black Widow. Hulk advanced a couple of steps, seizing Peter's tendrils and pulling them toward himself with great force. Oh my goodness! Tony's helmet instantly enveloped his head as he soared into the air. Peter, caught off guard by Hulk's sudden action, directed his tendrils toward Hulk's body. Hawkeye, too, unleashed a handful of arrows aimed straight at Peter's face. Damn it! Peter was thoroughly provoked now. He unleashed a psychic assault on Hulk's mind. Hulk experienced excruciating pain in his head and loosened his grip on Peter's tendrils. One of Peter's tendrils ignited, swinging toward Hawkeye's side. Bang! Hawkeye fell to the ground, his fire-resistant suit preventing any serious injury. Bang! Tony's repulsor beam struck Peter's chest, leaving Peter momentarily stunned as he looked at Tony. Sorry, Peter. We all need to calm down. What does this signify? Tony, was it Tony Stark who unleashed the barrage upon me? Or was it the Iron Man of the Avengers? Peter retracted his tendrils, reaching toward the cavity in his chest that Tony had struck. For a moment, Tony found himself at a loss for words. I apologize, Peter. That was not my intention. I merely... Tony opened his mouth, yet the subsequent words eluded him. Azazel emerged from the depths of the building, followed closely by Fireman John and Robert, who landed behind Peter. Werewolf Jack scaled the outer wall, while the Dark Twins descended gracefully nearby. A black hole materializing on the ground as Owen slowly crawled out. The members of the Mystic Order gazed upon the Avengers, and Peter lowered his arm from where it had rested against his chest, his gaze fixed intently on Tony, suspended in midair. With a stern countenance, Peter declared, I shall repeat myself. Hand over the scepter and the tesseract. Tony, seemingly resolute, replied, We cannot entrust these two items to you, Peter. It is best to cease this conflict. Peter nodded, his hands gradually transforming into tendrils. The intentions of both parties were unmistakably clear. Refusal to yield would lead to war. Azazel's lips moved as he uttered two words, commence battle. Instantly, the duo of ice and fire elementalized, soaring toward the now-revived Hulk. Thor, with a hint of uncertainty, recognized that Peter was not inherently malevolent, yet he too raised his hammer. Crack! Lightning struck repeatedly as he channeled it towards Mobius and Milo. Peter, unperturbed by other concerns, transformed his hands into tendrils that surged toward Natasha. Hawkeye and Barton unleashed a flurry of arrows, successfully hitting the werewolf charging at them. Do not kill. Peter's voice echoed in the minds of everyone present. Even in the throes of battle, Peter had no desire to harm the Avengers. After all, they had done no wrong. His tendrils were thwarted by Tony, while Natasha seized the tesseract and the scepter, making her escape. Natasha, positioned behind the group, sprinted towards the staircase, with Azazel soaring alongside her. Loki lay nearby, observing the unfolding drama with amusement. These individuals thrive on infighting. The dual forces of ice and fire relentlessly tugged at the furious Hulk. My mother never informed me that consuming spinach could transform one into such a hulking figure. John and Robert alternated in launching ranged attacks, while Hulk, somewhat irate, prepared to leap and seize the two incessantly pestering insects. Hawkeye and Barton intercepted the werewolf's fist with arrows, delivering a kick to its abdomen. Good heavens, do you all expect me to confront this beast alone? The assembled crowd was too preoccupied with their own struggles to respond to Barton's jest. Milo and Mobius stood behind Thor, who hurled his hammer towards Milo. With a deft movement, Milo evaded the incoming projectile, casting a playful glance at Thor. Thor, extending his hand, summoned the hammer back with a resounding thud. The returning hammer struck Milo on the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Mobius, witnessing Milo being knocked out by Saul, lunged toward him. Saul caught the flying hammer and executed an upward swing, sending Mobius flying away. Owen's head emerged from beside Saul's foot, grasping his ankle with both hands. Suddenly, a black hole expanded, engulfing Saul entirely. At a certain port in Manhattan, a black hole appeared, occasionally grasping Saul's ankle and flinging him into the sea. Saul, bewildered by the shifting scenes before his eyes, exclaimed, What is going on? Am I not on the rooftop? Peter's extending tendrils were continuously severed by Tony's infrared beams, with the symbiotic appendages gradually moving toward him. Neither spoke, their gazes locked in silent confrontation. Peter raised a hand to activate his magnetic powers, while Tony felt an overwhelming stiffness immobilize him. Jarvis, increase propulsion. Flames erupted from the soles and palms of Tony's armor, intensifying his efforts. Yet he remained unable to move an inch. Don't try to stop me, Tony. We are still friends. With a flick of his hand, Peter propelled Tony into the distant sky. Peter, leaving behind the members still engaged in battle, vanished from sight. With a resounding thud, he materialized on the rooftop of Stark Tower, observing Azazel relentlessly bombarding Captain America's shield with magic. Peter frowned, launching his tendrils toward Captain America's neck. The hero managed to block Peter's appendage with one hand, gasping, "I can fight you all day?" Peter raised an eyebrow, often referred to as the Marvel 50-50. Indeed, he activated his telepathy, thrusting Captain America's consciousness deep into the recesses of his mind. "Let us engage in battle within dreams." Peter directed his gaze towards Azazel, pinpointing Natasha's location. Chapter 46. The Mind Stone. Azazel's eyes gradually turned white, as if enveloped by a mist. After a brief moment, his eyes returned to normal. He handed the scepter to S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, while the tesseract remained in his grasp. Peter nodded. S.H.I.E.L.D. More like Hydra. Go find Black Widow, Azazel acknowledged with a nod. Bang! The two vanished simultaneously, and Peter found himself in front of the closing elevator in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he wedged his powerful hand in the elevator door, causing the tense Hydra members inside to visibly stiffen. Unperturbed by the palpable anxiety, Peter leisurely stepped into the open elevator. The bearded leader observed Peter from the corner of his eye, while a bald, bespectacled man intermittently glanced in Peter's direction. Peter turned to face the bespectacled man, prompting those behind him to instinctively reach for their waists. Yet, Peter remained calm, whispering, "Hail Hydra," though his voice was deliberately subdued. The expressions of those around him shifted subtly, their internal tension alleviated by half. Peter gestured with his eyes towards the box they were carrying, asking, "Who sent you?" The bespectacled man, still on high alert, inquired of Peter. In response, Peter remained silent, reiterating, "Hail Hydra." The bespectacled man instantly comprehended Peter's distrust and, lowering his voice, covered his lips, declaring, "Hail Hydra." Peter nodded, acknowledging that they were indeed members of Hydra. In an instant, his right hand morphed into a pale tendril, sharp appendages darting towards the hearts of the Hydra operatives. The sound of tendrils piercing hearts echoed momentarily, leaving several faces marked with confusion and reluctance as they succumbed to death. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. Peter seized the briefcase held by the man with the mustache and stepped out of the elevator. Azazel's situation unfolded smoothly as well. The man clad in a tight suit, who had previously showcased his physique, suddenly emerged no longer. Azazel successfully retrieved the cube, surrounded by swirling blue smoke. Curiosity piqued, he gazed at the azure artifact, pondering what magic compelled Peter to confront Tony for these two items. Azazel found himself at a loss, but as the arcane energy surged within the cube, it rebounded with overwhelming force. He closed his eyes, calming the pain in his mind, and teleported to Peter's side. "Did you get it?" Peter inquired with palpable excitement. Azazel nodded, raising his right hand to reveal a shimmering azure cube, continuously releasing particles. Peter steadied his exhilarated heart and conveyed orders to his companions. "Retreat. Return to the sanctum." The members of the sanctum ceased their skirmishes, swiftly making their way toward the sanctum's edifice. After being flung by Peter, Tony crashed into a nearby office building. "Jarvis, how much battery do we have left?" "The battery still holds 30, sir." Stark removed his helmet and lay flat on the office floor. "To hell with your S.H.I.E.L.D. Let anyone who wishes to stop Peter do so. I shall not intervene." Tony understood that he could not reach Peter in time, so he resigned himself to the idea of not obstructing him, deciding instead to provide Peter with additional protection later. Gazing at the ceiling, he chuckled softly, pondering the irony of being treated so well by someone while contemplating taking action against him. After a prolonged silence, Tony spoke, "Jarvis. Purchase this building. I shall lie here and reflect." The cold, mechanical voice of Jarvis responded, "Sir, I am already in contact with all parties involved regarding your request." Tony smiled, but showed no intent to rise. Meanwhile, Thor returned to the rooftop of Stark Tower, where just moments ago the atmosphere had been vibrant. Now only a few remained. Hulk had transformed back into Banner, sitting beside Hawkeye, while Loki lay on the ground. Upon Thor's arrival, Loki remarked, "You couldn't have arrived at a worse time, brother. The preceding battle was truly spectacular." Thor ignored Loki and approached Hawkeye, inquiring, "What of that fellow Peter and his minions?" Hawkeye, shielding his eyes from the sun, replied, "They fled long ago. We should be grateful that no one perished." Thor nodded, moved to Loki's side, and helped him up. "Let us set aside our concerns for now. We must escort Loki back to Asgard. Please convey my apologies to Tony. It was I who allowed Peter to escape." Hawkeye nodded and waved his hand. Heimdall, as the thunderous roar of sword echoed, the rainbow bridge manifested before Hawkeye. With a resounding crash, the bridge closed, leaving behind scorched markings of the Asgardian runes on the rooftop. A smile crept across Hawkeye's face. Tony is going to kill me. Meanwhile, Peter and Azazel arrived at Connor's laboratory, which stood empty and vast at that moment. Peter placed the suitcase onto the workbench and opened it, revealing Loki's scepter before their eyes. "What do you intend to do with this?" Azazel inquired, voicing his curiosity. Peter's lips curled into a smirk. "What for?" Instead of addressing Azazel's question, Peter embarked on a narrative. At the dawn of the universe, 6 primordial forces coalesced into the material form of the Infinity Stones. Scattered throughout the cosmos, each possessing formidable power, Peter gazed fervently at the blue glow embedded within Loki's scepter. Azazel furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you suggesting that this scepter is one of the Infinity Stones?" Peter nodded, transforming one hand into a tendril. 3 tendrils extended from different angles, reaching towards the glowing blue gem. Azazel, sensing Peter's audacity, exclaimed in alarm, "Wait. Did you not say that the Infinity Stones birthed at the genesis of the universe are immensely powerful? Why would you directly grasp it with tendrils?" Peter glanced at the anxious Azazel and shook his head. "Do not worry, I can endure this." With that, 3 of his tendrils exerted force to extract the gem embedded in the staff. In an instant, the staff's energy vanished, transforming the once mind-controlling scepter into merely a sturdy stick. An invisible wave of psychic energy radiated outward, yet Peter remained fervently fixated on the gem clutched by his tendrils. The Infinity Gem, one of the most potent forces in the universe, and he possessed 2. The mere thought filled Peter with exhilaration. Azazel stood entranced, gazing at the Infinity Gem emitting a yellow glow. The Mind Stone. Peter's chest slowly cracked open, revealing a shattered orb suspended within his thoracic cavity. He cautiously placed the Mind Stone beside the fractured divine essence, and his chest began to mend. In that fleeting moment of restoration, a peculiar force surged toward his brain. "What shall we have for dinner tonight? My dear, I beg you, do not leave me. Who will come to my rescue? Please provide your parents' contact information." Strange visions unfolded before Peter's eyes as unfamiliar faces flickered past him, causing his mind to feel as though it might burst with an intense throbbing pain. After an indeterminate period, clarity suddenly returned to his consciousness, prompting him to survey his surroundings. Within the inky abyss, figures appeared from various angles. Some stood while others lay down, with a mixture of silence and shrill cries filling the air. As Peter turned in place, he discerned that this space bore a resemblance to Professor X's cerebral wave amplifier. Chapter 47. Inlaid with 2 gemstones, Peter wandered through the monochromatic realm, observing the individuals around him. He eventually halted before a profound black chasm. Noticing that the only beings present were humans from Earth, a notion struck him. This could not be so simple. The formidable Mind Stone surely possessed a strength far beyond this. Peter steadied himself and stepped into the abyss of darkness. Waves of sharp pain surged through him once more, accompanied by fleeting images flashing before his eyes. Evidently, Peter had gained some experience as he stood still with his eyes closed. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes to behold a world in shades of black and white. Unlike the previous realm, this world was far more expansive, and the inhabitants were no longer merely humans, but various humanoid beings. With curiosity, Peter observed everything around him. Although the voices he heard were in different languages, he was able to discern their meanings with precision. After wandering for a while, he found it rather dull and decided to continue in a singular direction. Time passed, and eventually, Peter found himself back at the familiar abyss, where he stepped forth once again without hesitation. The black and white landscape transformed once more, revealing figures clad in attire reminiscent of Nordic people. As Peter advanced, he noticed a familiar silhouette at the pinnacle of the monochrome world. Was it a figure shackled in chains? Loki? Peter squinted, fixating on the well-known form. Suddenly, he felt a slight sting in his mind, accompanied by a resonant voice declaring, "Do not pry." Realizing this was likely Asgard, Peter understood that traversing the abyss repeatedly was a means to enhance his telepathic abilities through the Mind Stone. His powers had now been augmented to the point where he could perceive the thoughts of the Asgardians deep within the cosmos. Upon grasping this revelation, Peter felt a jolt of astonishment. Aside from the omnipotent Odin, he could access the thoughts of all beings beneath that celestial level. Peter was enveloped in a sense of dread, as even the formidable Asgardian god, Thor, could penetrate his mind, potentially unleashing his psychic abilities to induce cerebral death. This was no mere telepathy, it was a mental catastrophe. After the initial shock subsided, a wave of elation washed over Peter. Such power, if wielded by another, would instill fear, as the constant threat to one's life without any means of defense is indeed terrifying. Yet, this very power now resided within Peter. Even the divine could find their minds invaded by him. Standing still, Peter contemplated extensively, ultimately exhaling deeply. His mental acuity was already quite advanced, but he could not grasp the level of a celestial father. Progressing further would yield no benefits and might even result in being regarded as an audacious insect by the hidden powers within the Marvel Universe, easily crushed at their whim. With this realization, Peter closed his eyes and took a breath. He believed that as long as he wished to escape, success was inevitable. Opening his eyes once more, he found Azazel gazing at him in astonishment, while Peter's right hand had yet to fully transform into a human hand. Sensing Peter's astonishment, Azazel inquired, "What is it, Peter? Has something happened?" Peter cast a glance at Azazel, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head and responding, "It's nothing, merely an enhancement of my psychic abilities." Azazel nodded, directing his gaze towards the cerulean cube in his hand. One of the 6 infinite gems of the universe, possessing even a single one grants immense power. Azazel questioned his own ability to remain unfazed. The yearning for strength is an innate instinct inscribed within the genetic fabric of every species. Swallowing hard, Azazel's eyes sharpened, and the blue cube was hurled towards Peter as he turned away. "You should merge with it first. I need to gather myself." Greed and the thirst for power are entirely justifiable, yet the true hallmark of an intelligent species lies in the capacity for restraint and mastery over primal instincts. Peter understood Azazel's sentiments and nodded in agreement. His gaze fixed upon the blue cube, his hands transformed into tendrils, unleashing formidable force. Crack! The protective shell of the space gem shattered, and Peter found himself possessing a gem that emitted a faint azure glow, the space gem. Gazing upon this exquisite source of power, he nearly drooled in awe. Regaining his composure, Peter's chest split open to reveal 2 entities within, the Mind Stone and a fractured divine essence. With utmost care, he suspended the space gem beside the Mind Stone. In that moment of bodily restoration, Peter felt a delicate energy coursing through him. Unlike the sharp potency of the Mind Stone, the energy from the space gem was gentle as jade, akin to a serpentine spirit gliding through the symbiotic tissues of his being. As the space gem drifted, Peter experienced a unique sensation. With a mere thought, a blue portal materialized before him, an embodiment of the space gem's teleportation abilities. Unlike Azazel's instantaneous travel that treated the borders of hell as mere launch points, this was a direct conveyance to his destination. Transforming his tendril into a hand, Peter extended his index finger towards the floor. A soft yellow glow flickered from his chest, and a searing beam of mental energy shot forth from his fingertip. "Oh!" Peter exclaimed in surprise, astonished that he could unleash rays from any part of his body. Reminiscing about the cinematic beams he had seen, he felt an urge to experiment. He brought one hand down upon the laboratory table, while the faint yellow light pulsed from his chest. His hands, as smooth as Dove chocolate, effortlessly penetrated the table. Phasing. After several attempts to harness the Mind Stone's abilities, Peter made his way towards the laboratory rooftop, where Azazel was smoking. "Are you well?" Peter softly inquired, while Azazel exhaled a puff of mist and replied, "It's much better now." Peter nodded. Both had made considerable progress since their initial meeting and regarded each other as the most trustworthy of friends. However, Peter's power was advancing at an extraordinary pace. Among his trusted allies, both ice and fire had undergone significant enhancements, which left Azazel, who specialized in magic, feeling somewhat despondent. When a friend suddenly creates a vast chasm in ability, one might contemplate relinquishing their connection and friendship. Azazel found himself in such a predicament. Peter had acquired one of the most formidable sources of power in the universe, while Azazel could only be classified as a powerful entity at the earthly level. Peter lit a cigarette, gazing at the revitalizing New York. With personnel assigned to safeguard the building, Its surroundings remained protected, sustaining only minor damage. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Peter spoke, I actually have grand plans for you as well. There is no need for you to overthink. Azazel, caught off guard, nodded slowly, continuing to smoke. Peter understood that this matter was one he needed to handle himself. Thus he ceased his attempts at persuasion. Azazel extinguished his cigarette and glanced at Peter's profile, stating earnestly, I never imagined someone could reach such heights. Solomon, in his prime, was merely a powerful sorcerer, summoning the demon lords of hell to wage war. Peter nodded, reflecting on Azazel's words. Watching you and the duo of ice and fire grow stronger, I often ponder whether I should abandon magic and replicate the abilities of others. Just like you. Upon reaching this point, Azazel shook his head. In retrospect, perhaps it's best to refrain, especially since you mentioned having plans for me. I shall await your guidance to soar. With that, Azazel flashed a smile, though to an outsider, a demon with crimson skin revealing sharp teeth might appear unsettling. Yet Peter remained unfazed, giving Azazel a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Chapter 48. The engagement banquet and Tony's visit. The Avengers had ceased their pursuit of Peter, who was disinclined to make a fool of himself by lingering in their presence. A silver lining emerged, however, as Mobius had developed an antidote for the Night Serum not as a means to rebel against or thwart Milo, but to create a version devoid of drawbacks. Are you implying that the new Night Serum is free from bloodlust? The once fearsome visage has softened. Peter toyed with the crimson reagent, casting a glance at Milo and his girlfriend seated nearby. Mobius nodded affirmatively, placing the tablet before Peter to commence his explanation. The previous deficiencies of the Night Serum stemmed from two sources: the rare blood disorders affecting both Milo and myself, and the extraction of genes from vampire bats. Mobius, with palpable excitement, elucidated his findings to Peter, who listened intently. The serum administered to me has exhibited no adverse effects. I am confident that the new version of the Night Serum will serve as a formidable asset for our team. Peter nodded in agreement, recognizing that the previous serum's most significant flaw had been the insatiable thirst for blood, while the transformation into a bat-like appearance was merely an inconvenience. Now that this fatal flaw had been eradicated, enhancements in strength, echolocation, and flight capabilities would elevate every member's combat prowess. Excellent, Mobius. You are a tremendous asset to our Round Table Society. Have Connors allocate a separate floor within the building for your experiments. Mobius, buoyed by Peter's recognition and praise, felt the remnants of his childhood insecurities and timidness dissipate, replaced by a beaming smile. Thank you so much, Mr. Peter. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Peter rose and gave Mobius a reassuring pat on the shoulder. There is no need to mention repayment. Your contributions to the society are the greatest reward. Mobius solemnly nodded, then produced an invitation from his pocket. Mr. Peter, this is the invitation to my engagement party with Jenny. Originally, I intended to handle this matter earlier, but it was postponed due to the recent wormhole incident in New York. Please do make sure to attend. Peter accepted the invitation, still warm to the touch, and smiled, saying, Of course, it is my honor, Mobius. The three engaged in further discussion about the experimental data, after which Mobius expressed his intention to take his leave. Peter, flipping the golden invitation in his hand, stood up and adjusted his suit. A faint blue light emanated from Peter's chest before he vanished from sight. Azazel hovered in midair, gripping a golden flying dagger in one hand. Peter silently appeared behind Azazel, observing the dagger in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden daggers continued to fly from Azazel's grasp, seemingly endless. Whoosh. One of the daggers lodged itself at Peter's feet. Clap, clap, clap. Peter applauded. Well practiced, my friend. What kind of magic is this? Azazel reversed his palm, making the golden dagger disappear. You may consider it an infinite dagger, as long as my magical energy remains. I can continue to unleash them. Peter nodded, shaking the golden invitation in his hand. Look at this. Mobius has actually invited me to his engagement party. Azazel raised an eyebrow, reversing his palm once more to reveal an identical golden invitation to the one in Peter's hand. What? No way. When did you receive that? Peter snatched the invitation to examine its authenticity. Haha, yesterday morning. Damn. Did Frank and the others receive one too? Azazel nodded. Am I the last to know? Had I known, I would not have granted such generous rewards to Mobius. Peter accurately tossed the invitation into Azazel's fingers and waved his hand. Have you chosen a gift yet? Not yet, but it should not be difficult for me. I possess numerous exquisite paintings in my castle within the European region. Peter was somewhat at a loss for words. Was this old fellow planning to offer merely a collection of trinkets and concoct a flimsy excuse to gloss over it? Azazel glanced at Peter, comprehending his thoughts. What I offer is not trivial. Each item I present possesses both value and a rich narrative. Upon hearing this, Peter waved his hand dismissively. After a brief exchange of banter, Peter solemnly asked, "What is your perspective on the matter concerning Tony?" Azazel sighed. "I do not believe he wishes to sever ties with you. From his viewpoint during that moment, preventing you from engaging with perilous matters was the correct course of action." Peter nodded thoughtfully. "So, how do you suggest I approach Tony, or rather, what rationale should I employ in reaching out to him?" Azazel chuckled softly. "Do friends require a reason to seek one another? When you teleported behind me earlier, I did not inquire as to why you entered my room." Peter nodded once more, acknowledging that while the sentiment is simple, the execution is fraught with difficulty. Many misunderstandings in life remain unspoken, whether due to guilt or awkwardness. Thus, resolving the relationship between Peter and Tony would necessitate one party conceding first. Peter's thoughts grew increasingly convoluted. Should he directly delve into Tony's mind to discern his actions? No, that would render him a voyeur of the soul. Peter found himself momentarily at a loss for choice. Azazel, noticing Peter's contemplative demeanor, refrained from interrupting him and continued his magical practice. After a considerable time, Peter sighed and resolved to seek out Tony instead. Just as he was about to rise and head toward Stark Tower, the cold voice of the building's AI butler echoed through the halls. "Sir, Mr. Stark requests your presence." Peter raised an eyebrow, surprised that the ever-sharp-tongued Tony would extend an olive branch. He hoped that their conversation would avoid any biting remarks. Without turning around, Azazel acknowledged him, and Peter nodded in agreement. In a flash of blue light, he vanished from his location. "Is it truly that efficient? I scarcely need to use my own abilities," he mused as he materialized at the spiral staircase of the hall, catching sight of Tony, who stood anxiously scanning the surroundings rather than engaging in his usual banter with the receptionist. Descending the staircase with a smile, Peter greeted, "Good afternoon, Tony." Upon seeing Peter, a visible sense of relief washed over Tony, and a smile graced his face. "Good afternoon, Peter. It's quite a feat to see you here, my friend," Tony replied. Peter chuckled heartily. "Do not even get me started. Have you heard about that Doctor of the Night? He has just developed a side-effect-free serum, and I must tell you." As they walked toward the elevator, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Upon reaching the top floor, Peter inquired, "Coffee or bourbon?" Tony loosened his tie, glancing out the window at the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan. It was his first time feeling uneasy and awkward in Peter's presence, yet he remained silent, patiently waiting for Peter to finish his task at the coffee grinder. Soon, Peter had brewed his steaming cup of coffee and placed it before Tony. "Honestly, you arrived at the perfect time, my friend. If you hadn't shown up, I would have run out of the coffee beans Fisk gave me," Tony remarked, taking a sip of his drink. "Indeed, that is fortunate for me," Peter replied, also savoring his coffee as he took a seat across from Tony. "Given our relationship, I shall speak candidly," Peter continued. Tony understood that the conversation would inevitably lead to a particular matter and nodded in agreement. "It was never my intention, my friend. I simply wished to prevent dangerous items from falling into the wrong hands." Chapter 49. A letter from Latvia. Peter raised his hand, halting Tony's words. "Let that incident remain in the past, Tony. Your visit indicates that we are still friends." Tony opened his mouth to respond, but merely nodded. Peter smiled slightly, saying, "What I wish to discuss is the Ten Commandments gang. They may still be keeping a watchful eye on you." Tony pondered this revelation, recalling that the Ten Commandments gang was the very terrorist organization that had kidnapped him. Confusion clouded his mind as to why Peter would bring this up, yet he refrained from probing further. After all, it was ultimately Tony's affair, and should trouble arise, he could seek Peter's assistance. "I will be cautious." "Thank you," he replied. "Seems we've grown a bit distant." "You're actually expressing gratitude now," Peter teased. Tony chuckled awkwardly, redirecting the conversation. The two engaged in dialogue until evening, at which point Tony decided it was time to take his leave. "All right, my friend, I thought we might have a sleepover in our pajamas," Tony quipped, shaking his wrist adorned with the latest Mark bracelet. "When I devise a better suit, we shall have a pajama party," Peter responded. He accompanied Tony downstairs, and after exchanging farewells, Peter gazed at the newly risen moon. "Time to head home," he murmured, and with a flash of blue light, he vanished from sight. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Peter saw Gwen emerging from the bathroom, her expression displeased. "Why are you only just returning now?" she inquired. Peter scratched his head and remarked, I had a chat with Tony. As you know, our relationship has been somewhat strained. Gwen huffed softly before settling onto the sofa. Peter approached and wrapped his arm around Gwen's shoulder, instantly enveloped by the fragrant scent of her body and shower gel. How delightful! Gwen extended a pink tendril, gently pushing Peter away. With a resigned shake of his head, Peter decided to resort to his ultimate skill. He scooped Gwen up and made his way towards the bedroom. Hey, I never consented to this. After reconciling with Tony, Peter enjoyed a leisurely life, occasionally meeting Harry to boast and assist him in intimidating the unruly old shareholders. He also joined Azazel for drinks across the globe. Oh, and Peter helped Tony create over 10 suits of armor, each adorned with a spider emblem on the shoulder. Thus, 3 months passed in a carefree manner. However, Jean, who also led a tranquil life like Peter, received a phone call. Hello, Fisk. It's me, Peter. Peter climbed out of Gwen's embrace and walked towards the foyer. What prompted your call? Is there some dissatisfaction with the building? No, the building is splendid. I'm delighted that you can fulfill your promises, but I received an email addressed to you. Peter felt puzzled. Who would send him a message out of the blue? All right, I'll come over now. With that, Peter hung up the phone and changed into a well-fitted suit. You're just going to leave me here? Gwen pouted playfully, and Peter stepped forward to gently caress her cheek. I apologize, but Fisk mentioned an email that requires my attention. Gwen swatted away Peter's unwelcome hand, turning her face aside and gesturing for him to leave promptly. With a chuckle, Peter vanished in a flash of blue light. He materialized at the door of Fisk's apartment and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The door was opened by Vanessa, the wife of Kingpin. Hello, Mr. Parker. It is a privilege to have you in our home. This marked the first encounter between Peter and Vanessa, and it was evident that she held Peter, who provided them with a safe haven, in high regard. You are too gracious, Mrs. Fisk. Is your husband home? Certainly. He is waiting for you in the study. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Peter and Vanessa proceeded to find Kim. With a gentle knock, Peter pushed open the door, revealing Kim's imposing figure seated by the floor-to-ceiling window. 2 cups of coffee elegantly placed on the nearby table. How refined, Peter thought, as he observed Fisk. Upon recognizing Peter, Kim rose and extended his large hand. Relishing the rare moment of not having to manage his subordinates, yearning instead to indulge in more reading, Peter reciprocated the gesture, and they both took their seats. After savoring a sip of coffee, Peter remarked that it retained its familiar flavor. Only after finishing the cup did he ponder aloud. What was the matter with that email you mentioned over the phone? Noticing Peter's inquisitive demeanor, Kim stood up, took Peter's coffee cup, and approached the grinder. I confess, I am as perplexed as you. A letter unexpectedly appeared at the dining table today, addressed specifically to you. Peter nodded, awaiting Fisk to prepare another cup before examining the letter. Fisk, with his large hands gripping a coffee cup somewhat diminutive for him, returned to his seat. By the way, this letter originates from Latvia. Upon receiving the cup, Peter heard the mention of Latvia. Latvia? Dr. Doom? Jean took out the letter from her pocket and placed it on Peter's desk. Peter glanced at the envelope before beginning to open the letter. After reading it thoroughly, the envelope in his hand spontaneously ignited. Fisk, who stood nearby, looked at the now turned to ashes envelope with a puzzled expression. Peter, however, smiled, recognizing it as Doom's correspondence. The contents of the letter were quite straightforward, aside from some pleasantries and expressions of concern. The most significant aspect was Doom's invitation for Peter and his team to travel to Latvia. Doom's intentions seemed uncomplicated: to establish a connection with the Round Table and to ascertain whether Peter still considered him a friend. After finishing his coffee, Peter stood up to bid farewell to Jean. Why did Doom's letter end up with Jean? At that moment, Peter remarked on the spaceship that Fisk was an ally with whom he could share anything. Little did he anticipate that after witnessing the battle in New York, Fisk would retreat into a life of leisure, delegating 50 of his criminal empire to Martin Lee. Upon leaving Fisk's apartment, Peter instantaneously transported himself to Azazel's side. I detest silent teleportation. As soon as Peter materialized, Azazel's voice resonated to his left. I have come to discuss certain matters with you. Azazel set down the tome of World Tree Magic, gesturing for Peter to take a seat beside him. Victor, the monarch of Latvia, has invited our team to Latvia. He was my acquaintance aboard the ship. That is the gist of it. I intend to make a trip to Latvia, as there is little to lose. Azazel nodded in agreement. Indeed, we can take some members to Latvia, but as you mentioned, we must ensure someone remains to guard the mystical assembly headquarters. Peter nodded in affirmation. Then let us gather the members for a meeting. Azazel acknowledged with a nod, and a portal materialized before them, transporting the two into the conference room. Peter harnessed his psychic abilities along with the power of the space gem to summon the members of the mystical assembly for a collective meeting, simultaneously opening a portal nearby for their convenience. The first to arrive in the conference room was Max, followed closely by the duo of Ice and Fire. Robert and John were clad in the distinctive combat attire of Connors, albeit somewhat soiled, clearly having just completed a skirmish. Peter had also extended an invitation to Connors, who had consistently supported him with unwavering dedication. Such a splendid opportunity for team building warranted his inclusion. Once all had arrived, Peter began to elucidate the purpose of the meeting and the impending journey to Latvia. I have opted to remain behind, Mr. Parker. I am in the process of subjugating the local gangs and am pressed for time. Peter nodded and opened a portal next to him for Martin Lee's departure. After graciously thanking Peter, Martin stepped through the portal. The members of the mystical assembly were well aware of Peter's abilities, so no one expressed surprise. Chapter 50. Dr. Doom. Ultimately, the meeting concluded with the Infernal Chef Brigade left to guard the headquarters. Very well, let us depart for Latvia this afternoon, Peter announced, clapping his hands to signal the meeting's adjournment. As the members began to disperse, Peter prepared to greet Gwen. A blue portal materialized, and Peter found himself at Starlight Tower, where Gwen was engaged in a phone conversation. Yes, teacher, Peter and I will certainly be there. Thank you, teacher. Peter raised an eyebrow, inquiring, which teacher? Gwen approached Peter and playfully delivered a punch to his side. Have you forgotten? The graduation ceremony is next week, and the night before is the prom. Peter pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, he had overlooked such an event. I nearly forgot that I am a student. By the way, are you attending the prom? Gwen settled back onto the sofa. Of course. We only get one chance at a high school prom. Are you not going? Peter shook his head. If you go, then I will go. Gwen smiled and playfully punched Peter again. Why are you back so early today? Don't you usually return in the evening due to unexpected circumstances? Peter chuckled awkwardly, but eventually spoke up. I have a friend from Latvia who invited me to visit. Upon hearing this, Gwen's smile vanished, and she crossed her arms, turning away. Don't be upset, Gwen. I promise I won't be gone for long. We will definitely attend the prom. After much persuasion, Peter finally gained her approval. He didn't have much to carry, and he could feasibly be in Latvia in the morning and back in New York by afternoon. However, this would likely displease Doom, so he had to abandon that idea. In the afternoon, Peter gathered with several members of the secret society in the common lounge. He surveyed the group, noticing that Dr. Connors was carrying the most items, having transformed into his lizard form due to the weight of the numerous bags filled with equipment and documents. Max nervously glanced around at everyone. Let us get going. A faint glow emanated from Peter's chest, and before him appeared a towering portal, 3 meters high. Peter was the first to step into the portal, followed by Azazel, Connors, and others. As Peter emerged from the portal, a magnificent ancient castle materialized before his eyes, while numerous robots soared through the air towards him. Once everyone had exited the portal, dozens of robots flanked the members of the society, acting as attendants. Doom appeared before the group in a flash of purple energy. Adorned in a green cloak and hood, his face concealed behind a steel mask. It has been a long time, Peter, echoed Doom's steady voice from within the mask. Indeed. It has been quite a while, Victor, Peter replied as they shook hands. Won't you introduce your companions? Peter chuckled at the remark and began to introduce each member in turn. Doom, displaying no air of superiority, greeted each individual warmly as they shook hands. Come, Peter. Dinner is served, Doom urged. Peter nodded in agreement, and the two engaged in light conversation as they proceeded into the castle, the rest of the group following at a respectful distance. John jogged over to Azazel, inquiring, Has Mr. Peter mentioned anything about him? He has, but why the sudden curiosity? Azazel responded, casting a glance at John. Nothing much, just felt it was a bit peculiar. By the way, Azazel, do you know what energy that person used for the teleportation? Azazel was undoubtedly aware of the existence of magic, or rather, sorcery. Victor Von Doom's mother was a witch, and his father, a physicist. Doom inherited the strengths of both parents. He is a prodigy in the realm of physics, well-versed in cybernetics, political theory, biology, physics, and music. Additionally, he possesses considerable expertise in the arcane arts. The first interdimensional teleportation device in the Marvel Universe was ingeniously crafted by Doom through the fusion of science and magic. I am uncertain of what that entails. For reasons unknown, Azazel chose not to disclose the truth to John. John scratched his head and returned to Robert's side. How did it go? Did you learn anything? Robert inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. Nothing at all. I suggested that direct inquiries are not the most prudent approach. I even began to suspect that your mind had been frozen. Robert paid little heed to John's words, instead casting a somewhat anxious glance around the ancient castle. The group soon took their seats at the dining table, with Doom occupying the head, inviting everyone to partake freely. Peter, seated to his right, promptly began to carve into a lamb chop. Doom did not remove his mask, but rather conveyed food to his mouth through the lower side of it. Johnny and John exchanged jovial banter, while Owen utilized a black hole to transport his meal into the void. In contrast to the solemnity near the head of the table, the dining experience in the rear was quite merry. The guests quickly finished their dinner, and with a clap of his hands, Doom summoned robots to stand behind everyone except Peter. The robots will escort you to the arranged rooms. Please proceed, he instructed. The guests rose but did not depart, their attention subtly drawn to Peter's actions. Everyone should rest well. Direct any inquiries to Mr. Victor tomorrow, Peter advised, nodding at Connors, signaling the others to feel at ease as they left. With Peter's assurance, the group followed the robots toward their guest quarters. It seems your team is quite loyal to you, Doom remarked, resuming his seat and resting a hand on his chin. Peter chuckled lightly, attributing the loyalty to Azazel's assistance. Without him managing the myriad tasks within the team, their fidelity would not be as steadfast. Doom nodded in acknowledgement. I trust you have deduced my reason for retaining your presence. Peter nodded, having understood Doom's invitation the moment he received the envelope. Cosmic rays. Peter ventured to the Middle East to rescue Tony, seeking nothing in return, thereby winning Tony's friendship. Although this appeared commendable, Tony remained indifferent. Subsequently, through Tony, Peter joined the cosmic research of the Fantastic Four, coincidentally exposed to cosmic rays. Following this, he found himself in an invincible position, thwarting the Leviathan at the wormhole's entrance. Given Dr. Doom's intellect, it wouldn't take much investigation to discern that Peter's boarding of the spacecraft was not a mere happenstance, but rather a meticulously orchestrated endeavor. Peter nodded. He had never concealed anything. His deliberate pursuit of Tony's friendship, whether successful or not, held no weight. His intentional maneuvering to infiltrate the research vessel, even if it failed, would not deter him from attempting to sneak aboard. When it came to the subsequent contention over the Tesseract and the Scepter, Peter made no effort to disguise his intentions. Of course, what do you wish to know? Doom inquired, intrigued. How did you know that cosmic rays would manifest? Peter pondered for a moment, ready to fabricate an answer. You must have discovered that I was bitten by a mutated spider, which granted me my abilities. Understanding cosmic rays is akin to an animal's instinct to seek advantages and evade dangers. I sensed the impending arrival of the cosmic rays. Doom was undoubtedly aware of Peter's prevarications but chose not to press further. Are you aware of how I have come to look this way? Doom questioned, tugging at his mask to reveal a face obscured by an irregular alloy, which appeared before Peter. Chapter 51. Team building. Peter gazed at Doom's nearly fully metallic visage, puzzled. Unless your skin has been harmed, it is impossible to transform in such a manner. What has transpired? Doom slowly donned his mask. Since my return, I have relentlessly pursued the study of magic, crafting a transdimensional teleportation device that connects to the infernal realm. My intention was to rescue my mother, who remains trapped in hell. However, the Lord of that dimension apprehended me, and my mother sacrificed her soul to secure my escape. As I departed, that Lord incinerated my visage with flames. Peter was taken aback. He recognized Doom's brilliance, but never anticipated he would so swiftly develop a transdimensional apparatus. I apologize. I was unaware that such events would transpire. Had I known, I would certainly have warned you, Peter expressed. Doom fell silent, his gaze behind the iron mask fixated on Peter's face, seeking further revelations. Ultimately, Doom exhaled deeply, resigning himself to the truth. Peter had not lied. Peter too realized that interacting with this genius necessitated greater caution, or perhaps transparency. You might consider trying Connor's regeneration serum. It could prove beneficial, Peter suggested. Doom nodded, instructing the robot to escort Peter back to his quarters. He understood that Peter's words were merely meant to console him. The flames wielded by the Lord of Hell were anything but ordinary. After Peter's departure, Doom extended his hand, gently caressing the remnants of flesh upon his face. Lost in contemplation. The following day, Peter awoke early and began his morning routine. Given his elevated existence, the necessity of sleep was negligible. Yet, who could resist the tender embrace of blankets and the god of slumber? As Peter stepped out of the guest room, he noticed a robot waiting at the entrance. Mr. Peter, Please follow me, it stated, before beginning to walk slowly ahead. Peter trailed behind, taking the opportunity to observe the robot. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the guiding robot. Peter mused that it was indeed another model from Doom. The Doomsday robot could be considered a pinnacle of contemporary technological advancement, standing as a formidable defense for Latvia against numerous superheroes. Suddenly, Peter pondered. Why is it that a small nation in the Marvel Universe possesses such advanced technology? From the vibranium technology hidden in the African nation of Wakanda to Latvia's Doomsday Legion. These represent the forefront of technological innovation. Surely, could it be that the United States lacks such advancements? As Peter walked, lost in thought, he soon arrived at the dining table where he had enjoyed dinner the previous evening. Yesterday, the seat opposite him had been occupied by Azazel. But now it was taken by Connors, who appeared quite animated as he discussed something with Doom. Before them lay vials of Dark Knight serum and Lizard serum. Good morning. Victor, Doom acknowledged Peter's arrival with a mere nod before resuming his conversation. Peter glanced around, noting only Azazel at the far end, sipping cream soup while perusing a tome of magic. The others had likely not yet risen. Good morning, Azazel, Peter said as he pulled a chair beside him and sat down. Good morning, Peter, Azazel replied with a cursory glance before returning to his reading. Peter chose not to disturb him and instead quietly savored the breakfast brought by the robot. Croissants, cream soup, and an assortment of pastries. Peter had no particular affinity for Western cuisine. He thought to himself that as long as it was edible, it sufficed, and he could indulge in better fare at home. Peter immersed himself in the battle against his breakfast, ultimately consuming over 30 croissants, 4 bowls of thick soup, and an indeterminate number of pastries. During his focused meal, Azazel occasionally rose to consult Doom about various magical inquiries. Breakfast had transformed into a symposium on magic and biology. Your suggestion is truly brilliant. Mobius and I have been struggling to combine the 2 serums, but after hearing your advice, it seems utterly effortless. Connor's complexion was somewhat flushed, for nothing delighted a paranoid scientist more than solving a challenging conundrum. Meanwhile, Azazel remained remarkably composed, merely nodding quietly in response. The two exchanged arcane knowledge, with Azazel lending the grimoire of the world tree to Doom for his studies, while Doom reciprocated by allowing Azazel to peruse his own collection of magical tomes. Peter found great satisfaction in these developments. The 2 most diligent members of the team had garnered varying degrees of enlightenment, thereby augmenting the strength of the Mystic Order. Doom extended an invitation to the 3 to visit his laboratory, which also served as a magical practice chamber for collaborative learning. By the way, Peter, I am quite intrigued by a few of your internal members. Would you permit them to assist me with my experiments? Who exactly are you referring to? Peter inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Doom listed several names: St. John, Robert, Max, Johnny, and Owen. Peter chuckled, realizing that Azazel had taken an interest in the elite combatants of his team. It ultimately depends on their own decisions, Victor. Peter did not refuse, but rather entrusted the choice to the crowd. Doom nodded thoughtfully. The abilities of the gentleman named Orin intrigue me the most. Should he cooperate with my experiments? Perhaps I could alter the peculiarities that reside within him. Peter nodded in agreement, recalling how Orin's demeanor had grown increasingly volatile since he acquired the moniker of the Spotman. Without Azazel's guidance, he would likely harbor resentment towards Peter and Fisk, who advocate for his experiments. Comparatively, his powers are the most formidable. While others may require a gradual ascent, he leaps to unprecedented heights. His black hole can connect various corners of the universe, should he advance further. His evolution would reach the multiverse level. Of course, he may also find your experiments quite captivating. Doom nodded and proceeded towards the laboratory at the base of the castle. Upon entering, the group was greeted by a robot that bore an uncanny resemblance to Doom himself. This is the fruit of my research, the destruction robot. Apart from Peter, the others gazed in astonishment at the mechanical entity. Connor circled the destruction robot, scrutinizing it closely. It is indistinguishable from you, Mr. Victor, he remarked, increasingly astonished by the robot's likeness to Doom. I created it based on my own appearance and personality. Each robot is implanted with an AI and emotional system. After hearing this, Connors expressed his concern, but wouldn't they eventually rebel against you? Apologies, though my accomplishments in artificial intelligence may be modest. I have nonetheless heard numerous predictions, Doom explained with a light chuckle. I have established a firewall within their systems. As soon as they encounter other robots, they will comprehend their own identities. Connors was taken aback, exclaiming, You are nothing short of a genius, Mr. Victor. The parents nodded in agreement. He had heard the term genius far too often, with only his dear friend Reed, the marvelous man, standing as a worthy counterpart. Pondering this, Doom glanced at Peter. Already aware of Peter's intrusion into the Fantastic Four's headquarters and his ensuing skirmish with them, yet the specifics remained elusive. Feeling Doom's gaze upon him, Peter offered a smile. Chapter 52, Lord of Dimensions leaning against the wall, Peter observed the trio's discussion, feeling like an accessory. He shook his head and approached the table cluttered with documents. Beginning to sift through them. Peter picked up a sheet marked with the Dimension Plunder Plan. Plundering dimensions? From Mephisto? He looked up at Doom, who was demonstrating sorcery. Dimensions, creating spaces of energy aggregation beyond the cosmos, elevating the life essence of the Dimension Lord to achieve a symbiotic existence with the dimension itself. Required abilities for plunder? Peter scrutinized the document and discerned that it was a newly established file, devoid of a detailed strategy from Doom. Suddenly, he recalled that Owen's abilities were inherently linked to dimensions. Could it be that the black hole space was an unclaimed dimension inherited by Owen? As Peter pondered further, he began to perceive a distinct possibility. If Owen's black hole space were indeed an unclaimed dimension, serving as a nexus for invading other realms, could it be that, coupled with Doom's exceptional mastery of magic, the act of dimension plundering was truly feasible? Peter, with a furrowed brow, turned his gaze back to Doom, who was also regarding him intently. Setting aside the documents, Peter approached Doom and inquired, "Did you originally intend to exploit Owen's abilities to seize Mephisto's hellish dimension?" Doom offered no denial, nodding in affirmation. "That is indeed my intention, Peter, but it must take your perspective into account. This is precisely why you were permitted access to such sensitive information." Peter was acutely aware of Doom's implication. Placing such crucial documents prominently on the laboratory table was hardly an attempt at concealment, but rather an inquiry into Peter's stance. Deepening his frown, Peter realized he was entirely unaware of Doom's plans for dimension plundering. All he knew was that the God Emperor Doom had once usurped the power of a deity. "And what is your stance, Peter? Do you support this collaboration?" Peter scrutinized the iron mask adorning Doom's face, contemplating deeply. After several moments of reflection, he responded, "I endorse this collaboration, but not at this moment, Victor." Doom was somewhat taken aback by Peter's temporary refusal. He had anticipated that Peter would neither decline nor possess adequate reasons to reject this partnership. "Why is that? Do you believe there is no benefit to be gained?" "I am fully capable of forging a profound collaboration with the Masonic Order. You should comprehend the nature of the partnership I am referring to." Peter nodded, understanding that this collaboration involved Latvia and the Masonic Order, at which point the government of New York would devolve into a mere echo of Peter's will. Yet, Peter shook his head in response. "Not at this moment, Victor, but rest assured, we shall collaborate." Doom remained silent, turning away. Peter discerned that Doom's irritation stemmed not merely from the disruption of plans, but perhaps from something deeper. Doom's flaws were glaringly apparent, his obstinacy, an overwhelming desire for control, and a hint of volatility. Sighing, Peter made his way to the stairs. "I will summon Orin. However, I hope you will conduct your research judiciously. We will indeed collaborate in the near future." Doom cast a sidelong glance at Peter's retreating figure, a flicker of concealed longing flashing in his eyes before he resumed demonstrating his sorcery. Azazel, keenly observant, noted Doom's actions and had long recognized the brilliance of this genius. Yet he pondered whether the fleeting desire he had glimpsed in Doom's eyes moments ago had been merely for his benefit. Peter returned to his guest room and sank into the chair beside the window. Dimension plunder? To become a dimensional demigod? To forge new dimensions? Peter shook his head. For there existed an even simpler method. The Lord of Dimensions is but the embodiment of dimensions themselves, and dimensions serve as the external manifestation of the Lord. In essence, dimensions are the very essence of the Lord of Dimensions. The dark dimension of Dormammu, the white magic dimension of the three gods of the Vishanti, and a myriad of minuscule dimensions ruled by demigods all contribute to this intricate tapestry. Peter even speculated that the Marvel Universe could potentially be a colossal dimension governed by a dimension demigod. Moreover, these dimension demigods possess the capacity to devour and amalgamate with one another, akin to feudal lords of the medieval era, each a mercenary engaging in mutual conflict. Peter shook his head again. Should he wish to ascend as a dimension demigod, a more violent yet straightforward method awaited him. Merely touching the dimension at a moment's notice would trigger the replication of the magical crystal. Initially, Peter aimed to seize one final opportunity to replicate a being of celestial strength, Yet he soon discerned that each celestial entity did not possess a singular ability. For instance, despite the frail physicality of Agamotto, her power was immensely formidable, deriving from the three Vishanti gods and Dormammu. Similarly, Odin's strength emanated from the core of Asgard and the ceaseless energy of the World Tree, which is why the Asgardians grow increasingly powerful with age. Upon further reflection, Peter concluded that the path of the Lord of Dimensions and the 6 Infinity Stones appeared most reliable. However, to replicate a dimension, mere personal strength proved utterly inadequate. Even with 2 stones at his disposal, he remained insufficiently equipped. The limitations of his 2 stones restricted his offensive capabilities, and he harbored no desire to replicate a minuscule dimension. After all, he sought to stand alongside the great demigods of the Vishanti. Thus, Peter resolved to bide his time, awaiting the acquisition of additional stones of destruction and the emergence of greater opportunities. Even with 2 stones, in the eyes of the formidable dimension demigods, Peter was merely a powerful ant, incapable of enduring a single blow. He aspired to elevate himself, transforming into a colossal ant capable of withstanding the onslaught of dimension demigods, subsequently replicating a gigantic dimension and ascending beyond celestial beings. Why, one might wonder, did Peter not simply replicate and flee? Each colossal dimension possesses its own protective measures, rendering it impossible to penetrate the true replicable dimensional space without formidable strength. Even if Peter were to breach these dimensional defenses, the mighty demon would still be able to sense the presence of this mere ant. Peter shook his head, dismissing such unrealistic thoughts, and upon sensing that Orin was passing by the door, he rose to open it. Orin turned around, puzzled, only to see Peter's half-figure protruding from within. "Good morning, Mr. Peter. Is there something you need?" Peter approached Orin and spoke. "Dum has a way to help you return to normal. After you finish your meal, you can find him in the basement. I have already spoken with him." Orin, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "Really? He truly has a solution?" Owen, filled with excitement, grasped Peter's arms, suddenly realizing his impoliteness. He quickly added, "I apologize, Mr. Peter. I became overly enthusiastic, as you know." Peter waved his hand dismissively. "Once you finish your breakfast, you should seek out Victor. Just take care of yourself." Owen nodded eagerly. Peter then turned to initiate a mental connection. "Be cautious. Victor may exploit your abilities. Should any unexpected situation arise, come to me immediately." Peter's voice resonated within Owen's mind, and Owen understood the gravity of the situation, nodding in acknowledgement. However, the robot before Owen had, unbeknownst to him, turned to face Peter. Victor, standing before the screen, perceptively noted Owen's last peculiar nod. "Excellent. This presents an opportunity." He turned to gaze at the enormous reactor, emanating a mystical purple glow that illuminated the central ring. Chapter 53. Tony under attack. On the 3rd day of Peter's stay in Latvia, Owen's issues had dissipated, leaving merely a dark circle on his left wrist. While the group was enjoying lunch, Peter announced his departure. "I believe we must return now, Victor." Dum paused in his meat cutting, donning his mask. "I thought you would stay a few more days." Peter shook his head. "It is time to return to New York. We have chatted long enough." "Not just chatting. When do you plan to depart?" "Let it be tonight." Doom nodded, wiping his lips beneath the mask with a handkerchief, and gazed at Azazel and Connors on either side of the table. Mobius, over the past few days, Azazel and Connors had made considerable progress. According to our discussed methods, it was entirely feasible to merge the 2 serums, creating a more perfect and harmless concoction. The group nodded in agreement, as Doom had been more than forthcoming with answers to their inquiries. Azazel raised his glass of red wine and stood, proclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Doom, for your assistance." To Victor Doom. To Victor Doom. Peter lifted his glass high, toasting to my friend, the great king of Latvia. Doom also raised his goblet of red wine. Standing as well, I toast to the Round Table Society. May our camaraderie never falter. The company collectively drank from their glasses, and the final luncheon was filled with joy. After the meal, Peter and Azazel sought out Doom for one last discussion. Once Owen resolved his own matters, he refrained from approaching Doom, instead choosing to remain in his guest quarters. Doom handed the Book of World Tree Magic to Azazel, saying, "Thank you, Azazel. This tome encompasses an extensive range of knowledge. If it weren't for our impending parting, I could devote half a lifetime to studying it." Azazel nodded, pondering. "Half a lifetime? Do not jest." Though merely 4 days have passed, it seems that Doom has thoroughly comprehended this tome of magic. Peter approached Doom and said, "While the matter of the black hole must be deferred, I do not wish for it to affect our friendship, Victor, we remain allies. Doom patted Peter's arms, a glimmer of joy evident in his eyes behind the iron mask. Indeed, we are still friends, are we not? Laughter resonated between them. As night fell, Doom nodded to Peter as a farewell, watching as the group stepped into the portal. In the depths of the subterranean laboratory, the true Doom stood before the monitor, similarly observing the members of the secret society depart. Friends? I hope so, Peter Parker. Behind him, a black hole filled the void where the dimensional crossing apparatus had once been. While a nearby Annihilation robot recorded data, Peter had transported the members of the secret society to the tower, but as he prepared to teleport within the building, the voice of the AI butler interrupted. Sir, you have received 30 urgent calls from Tony Stark. What? Peter replied, puzzled. Sir, you have a buzzing notification. Peter frowned, and after a series of static sounds, the voice of Jarvis emerged. Mr. Parker, the boss's residence has been attacked by the notorious terrorist organization, the Ten Rings. The armor's location in Tennessee has lost signal. We hope you can assist the boss. Why have I not received any notifications? Peter hastily opened his phone to check the news, finding no reports of Tony's disappearance or the assault. How is this possible? Azazel, take a look. The remaining individuals all activated their phones, yet, to no avail. They found no information regarding Tony, much like Peter. Azazel furrowed his brow and remarked, could it be due to Doom? Peter also considered the possibility that Doom might have obstructed the news to prevent him from learning about the outside world. Frowning deeply, Peter addressed Jarvis. Jarvis, please send the coordinates of the last signal Tony emitted to my phone. The coordinates have been sent, sir, Jarvis replied. Peter opened the coordinates sent by Jarvis, and upon confirming the location, a faint blue light illuminated his chest, and a portal materialized before him. Without hesitation, Peter stepped into the portal. Wait, I'm going with you, Robert exclaimed, rushing towards the portal, but Peter raised his hand to halt his follow. The portal instantly closed at Peter's gesture, leaving the others perplexed. Normally, Peter would include everyone, but why this time was he acting differently? The boss must have his reasons. We can only await his return, Azazel remarked, though he too was uncertain why Peter had not taken them along. Peter's surroundings shifted, transporting him directly to Tennessee, now shrouded in the early embrace of winter. He initiated a mental connection, seeking Tony. Images of disheveled wanderers and diligent workers flickered through Peter's mind. Yet he could not locate Tony's figure. Not here? Peter furrowed his brow, his mind swiftly traversing the plot of Iron Man 3. Since he was no longer in Tennessee, it was time to seek out Killian. Activating the Mind Stone, Peter expanded his telepathic reach across the globe. Before long, he spotted Tony driving a rented car towards Killian's villa. Confirming Tony's location, the blue light surrounding him flared once more, and he vanished from his position. Peter silently transported himself to the back seat of Tony's car, where he observed Tony manipulating his laptop with one hand while a phone rested on the center console. I'm making friends. Tony, what are you up to? Rhodey, is your armor modification under AIM's control? I need the password for your military account. It's AM. What are you planning? I need to look up some information on Killian. His file is classified and can only be accessed by military officials. Stop wasting time and tell me. No. You always hack into my account, and I've finally managed to secure it. This isn't the time for that. I swear I won't hack your account again. Just tell me. Fine. War Machine is awesome, all caps. Ha ha ha. Rhodey's face on the phone grew increasingly dark. Yes, laugh all you want. Oh, that sounds much better than Iron Patriot. Peter suppressed a smile, feigning seriousness as he cleared his throat. Ahem. In an instant, Tony realized, aiming the portable palm cannon at the source of the sound. Hee. Relax, Tony, Peter said, peering from the shadows of the back seat. Oh my goodness. How did you end up here? I thought you were out of contact. Hey, Tony, what's going on over there? Peter gestured for him to respond to Rhodey. Nothing much. Rhodey, I'm hanging up now. Only after Tony ended the call did Peter speak up. I received your urgent message after returning from Latvia. And once I obtained the coordinates of your signal's disappearance from Jarvis, I teleported here. Tony relaxed his shoulders, slumping into the driver's seat. Thank heavens. I thought you had ventured to another planet. It's a relief to see you back. Peter nodded knowingly and asked, where are you headed now? Tony raised his right hand in a dismissive gesture. To locate the head of the Ten Rings. With you here, I feel more at ease. Chapter 54, Waiting for Others. Are you going after Mandarin? Tony nodded in affirmation. Don't tell me you're not going to help me, buddy. Of course I will assist you. But I'll need a faster mode of transportation. Hold on tight. A blue light flickered in Peter's chest, and a blue portal materialized in front of the car. Wait, we need to agree on this beforehand. The two of them surged through the portal, and Tony instinctively slammed on the brakes. As the brake discs heated abruptly during the sudden stop, the vehicle swayed twice before coming to a halt by the roadside. Tony exhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward the back seat where Peter sat, nearly caught speeding. Peter chuckled lightly, remarking, "Do you realize that 120 in the city is already over the limit?" Of course, Peter was aware. He also understood that Tony was teasing him about their sudden transition from the highway to the urban roads. "What about you?" Tony rolled his eyes, glancing at the Mandarin's villa to the left. Peter promptly opened the car door, prompting Tony to intervene. "What are you doing? Are you planning to barge in there?" Peter looked at Tony with a hint of confusion. "What else? Are you still going to employ the stealth approach?" Just as Tony was about to outline his plan, he recalled Peter single-handedly blocking the wormhole. It seemed this fellow truly didn't require stealth. Tony unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Peter approached the villa's fence and called out to Tony, "Stay close." Tony nodded, his right hand enveloped by the portable repulsor. As Peter reached the iron fence, he activated his powers, igniting flames from his right hand that instantaneously melted the iron barrier. "Oh, when did this guy become a furnace?" Peter remarked as he leaped over the molten metal. Suddenly, a dozen security personnel from the 10 rings came rushing toward him, their rifles cocked in unison. "Fire!" commanded the leader, and bullets erupted from their guns. Bang! 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 Peter summoned his magnetic power, causing bullets to hover before him, with the nearest one merely a centimeter away from his brow. The members of the 10 Commandments gang did not cease their gunfire, their barrels spitting flames into the night. With a mere thought, Peter directed the suspended bullets towards the security personnel. The sickening sound of bullets piercing flesh reverberated through the air as Peter harvested the lives of a dozen members. Tony, who was sheltering behind Peter, exclaimed with fervor, "I absolutely adore this ability. You know, buddy, I even purchased an entire building just to contemplate life because of it." He patted Peter's arm, visibly excited. "You bought a building solely for pondering life? Why have I never heard of this before?" Peter inquired, perplexed. "Have you forgotten? After you flung me away, I crashed into an office building. I thought it was splendid to reflect on life in that building, so I decided to buy it," Tony explained. Peter's expression stiffened as he recalled that incident. "Let us locate Mandarin first. We shall discuss this later." With that, he strode into the villa, and Tony shrugged before following him. Peter effortlessly dealt with the remaining security personnel within the villa, making his way directly to the grand hall. There, he found Mandarin hiding behind a cabinet, muttering prayers for divine protection. Tony approached and seized Mandarin by the nape, lifting him effortlessly. "Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I beg you, spare my life." Mandarin pleaded, a picture of fear, leaving Tony momentarily at a loss. Was this the same man who had killed a congressman before the president's eyes and then attacked himself? Tony disregarded everything else, pressing his palm blaster against the temple of the Mandarin and demanding, "Confess. Are you the Mandarin?" I am. Peter, observing Tony interrogate the Mandarin, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. "Damn it." Tony flung the Mandarin aside. Having deduced through the interrogation that the true leader of the 10 rings was Killian, the Mandarin was merely a front. Peter extinguished his cigarette and approached the increasingly agitated Tony. "Don't rush, Tony. I'm still here, and we can resolve this." Tony raked his fingers through his hair, glancing at the Mandarin, who squatted on the ground like a quail, nervously retracting his neck. Suddenly, Peter's somewhat dulled spider sense emitted a warning, and a searing heat emanated from behind him. With a thought, Peter summoned several tendrils to subdue the source of the intense heat. "Ha! Caught you, little mouse." Peter chuckled as he turned around, only to find himself facing the bald white man from the movie who had attacked Tony. Upon hearing the commotion, Tony raised his palm blaster, aiming it at the bald man suspended in Peter's grip. The temperature surrounding the bald man surged, threatening to melt Peter's tendrils. Peter retaliated by extending another tendril, piercing the man's heart. Rather than retracting the tendril, he allowed it to delve deeper, replicating the extremist virus within him. Feeling his own power swell and the symbiote within him poised to unleash searing heat, Peter felt a surge of exhilaration. He withdrew the tendrils and turned to the Mandarin. "Surely, you don't still harbor hope?" Mandarin stood in stunned silence, gazing at the lifeless body of the bald man, before turning to Peter. Evil God." With a sharp slap, Peter struck Mandarin across the face, retorting, "Who is the evil god? I am the legitimate deity of the future. Spare me your prattle. Now, contact Kilimanjaro and inform him that you have captured Tony." The slap jolted Mandarin back to reality as he trembled while picking up the phone. "I think he has a point," Tony remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Kilimanjaro restrained the fleeing Pepper, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his phone. "You've captured Tony? Good. Let Savon take the call." "Yes, out?" "Fine, I understand. Delay him." Kilimanjaro crushed the phone in his grip, glaring at Pepper with gritted teeth. "It seems your dear boss has already slain my subordinate. Ha ha. Tony will certainly." Without further ado, Kilimanjaro rendered Pepper unconscious with a swift blow, then turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Have Aurora send a message to the authorities, luring War Machine." Peter discerned the implications in Mandarin's words and extended a tendril from behind, piercing through Mandarin's chest cavity. Tony furrowed his brow. He was no fool and had naturally caught on to Mandarin's transmission of information to Kilimanjaro. He turned to Peter, asking, "How shall we resolve this?" Peter casually dragged over an armchair and reclined upon it. As Kilimanjaro approached, he seemed eager to personally comprehend your intentions. Tony, somewhat perplexed by Peter's passive anticipation of their adversary's arrival, also pulled up a chair and seated himself. With his eyes shut, Peter lay back, fully aware that he was not merely waiting for Kilimanjaro, but rather for Kilimanjaro to abduct the president. Once he could rescue President Miguel from Kilimanjaro's clutches, his clandestine organization would garner substantial support from the presidential faction, facilitating considerable advantages within the borders of Miguel's nation. Miguel's realm operates as a federal republic, encompassing numerous factions beyond the presidential group. Previous chapters have alluded to the discord with the national government, which arises from its multifaceted composition. Now, by aligning with the presidential faction, the most prominent group in the open, Peter effectively shields this faction from the encroachments of others, employing his telepathy and the Mind Stone. A faint yellow glow emanated from his chest. Meanwhile, in New York, Azazel set aside his book, his mind resonating with Peter's telepathic call. "Azazel, I require you to remain on standby for my communication. An impending presidential abduction is forthcoming, and I need you to rescue the president in the name of the clandestine organization." Azazel nodded in acknowledgement, rising to change into a suit. Chapter 55. Resolving Kilimanjaro. After imparting his message to Azazel, Peter surrendered to slumber, while Tony remained vigilant throughout the night. As the first rays of sunlight streamed in, Peter gradually opened his eyes. "You truly possess audacity," he remarked, stretching and glancing at the sky. "They cannot arrive so swiftly, rather than staying alert all night. It is more prudent to rest soundly," he concluded. Tony tousled his slightly disheveled hair and drained a glass of water from the table. "I certainly do not share your level of bravery, especially with numerous corpses present in this room." Peter proceeded to the washroom, assuring him, "Rest easy. I sealed off the area surrounding the bodies last night, ensuring no repercussions will ensue." Tony shook his head, pondering just how audacious Peter truly was. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The children's watch on Tony's wrist began to vibrate, indicating that the child in Tennessee had successfully assisted him in repairing his armor. "Good boy, come to daddy," Tony said as he pressed the tracking button on his suit and returned to his seat. Peter glanced at his reflection in the mirror, smoothing down his disheveled hair from sleep. He thought to himself, one must never leave a poor impression. Killian, accompanied by a cadre of loyalists and armed forces, halted at the villa's entrance, signaling for everyone to disembark. A contingent of armed personnel systematically surrounded the villa, their weapons cocked and ready. "Has Aurora apprehended the president?" A bearded man beside him nodded and handed a tablet to Killian, who acknowledged with a slight nod. He prepared to use Pepper and Rhodey as human shields for the impending assault. Sensing Killian's approach, Peter rose from the armchair, readying himself. "Get ready, Tony. Our guests have arrived." Tony also stood from his chair and approached the silent, poised armor of the Wayward Son. As Peter stepped out of the villa, he spotted 4 armed personnel holding Rhodey and Pepper captive, and he smiled. "I didn't expect you to bring my friends," he remarked. Killian emerged from behind the armed men, boasting, "Bring Tony out. I do not wish to squander time with you." Tony emerged from the villa, spotting the unconscious Rhodey and Pepper. He raised his palm blaster, aiming it at Killmonger. "Release them. This conflict is between you and me." The armed personnel surrounding the villa slowly advanced, encircling Peter and Tony. Slightly pained, Tony surveyed the scene. With Pepper and Rhodey still at Killmonger's mercy, he could not act directly. Instead, he quietly instructed, J-A-R-V-I-S. "Deploy all suits." Peter frowned. These adversaries would be easily dispatched, yet Killmonger had yet to divulge the information regarding the president. "Do not be hasty, Tony. Not only are these individuals in my grasp, but the president is as well. The moment you show any signs of defiance, I will promptly order the execution of both the president and your friends. Killmonger arrogantly tossed a tablet toward Peter, who extended his appendage to catch it. The president was suspended from a harness, surrounded by numerous guards infected with the extremist virus. Peter nodded at Killmonger, raising his hands. Relax, Killmonger, we must converse. Upon finishing his statement, Peter silently activated his telepathic abilities, subtly infiltrating Killmonger's memories. Meanwhile, Tony regarded Peter with confusion but did not lower his hands. Excellent. Now, Tony, disarm your suit. Otherwise, I shall immediately execute the president. Kilimanjaro was filled with exhilaration at the imminent success of his plan, and the deadly virus coursing through his veins caused his temperature to soar. At that moment, Peter detected that the president had been abducted by the war machines and taken to the docks of Roxxon Oil. Tony, disengage from the armor, he instructed. Slowly retreating behind Tony, a faint yellow light emanated from his chest as he conveyed a message to Tony and Azazel. Do as I say. I have a plan. Although perplexed, Tony complied and exited the suit, approaching Peter. Meanwhile, in distant New York, Azazel heard Peter's voice echoing in his mind. Bring Robert. We must rescue the president from the Roxxon Oil docks. Azazel instantly teleported to Robert, who had just awakened, grasping his shoulder before vanishing once more. Haha, how delightful. The brilliant Tony is now like a meek beast at my mercy. Kilimanjaro exclaimed with fervent excitement, his long-held vendetta finally nearing fruition, causing his temperature to rise once again, his skin turning a deep crimson. Tony, 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 do you recall that day you left me waiting in the biting cold all night? Do you regret it now? Unable to endure Kilimanjaro's incessant ramblings any longer, Peter activated the Mind Stone. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the four armed personnel accompanying Rhodey exploded instantaneously, red and white matter splattering across Kilimanjaro's cheek. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the armed personnel surrounding the villa burst like overripe watermelons, one after another. Kilimanjaro snapped back to reality from his ecstasy, gazing at the fallen armed men. Zung. A sharp pain pierced his head, and his consciousness began to wane. Bang. Aside from Tony and the four others present, there were no other living souls in sight. Oh, and there was Maya, who hurriedly exited the car, brandishing an unholstered handgun. As she reached the entrance, she was met with the gruesome sight of shattered skulls, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Tony, horrified at the scene of carnage, instinctively rushed towards Pabwa, exclaiming, "Dear God, no!" With a swift motion, he activated the helmet of his suit, enveloping Pabwa's head in its protective embrace. Peter observed Tony's panicked reaction, straightened his suit, and approached him. Cradling the now sheltered Pabwa, Tony muttered pleas for her survival. Unable to tolerate the incessant murmurs, he interjected, "Stop that, Tony. Pabwa and Rhodey will not perish." Upon hearing Peter's words, Tony turned to face him. "How can you be so certain?" "Wait a moment." He then noticed the yellow glow emanating from Peter's chest. "Did you cause those deaths?" "But how could that be?" Tony's astonishment was palpable. Peter retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. "You didn't think I was limited to using just my appendages, did you? Please, don't hold such a biased perception of me." From the side, Rhodey chimed in, "That is quite disheartening, my friend. I expected you to save me first." Rising from the ground, Rhodey revealed that he had been awake for some time, merely waiting for an opportunity to resist. Tony, now calming down, exclaimed, "Oh." Fortunately, Peter found himself in a moment when Tony had cast aside his usual sharp tongue, and instead, he opened the armor on Pabwa's face. Rod, having ignored Tony, approached Maya, who stood dazed at the doorway. "Hello, I am Peter. Would you be interested in getting to know each other?" Upon finishing his introduction, a serene smile graced Peter's face as he extended his right hand. Maya, having absorbed Peter's words, gradually emerged from her state of shock. With a hint of trepidation, she shook Peter's hand and replied, "You." "Hello, my name is Maya. It is a pleasure to meet you." Noticing Maya's apprehension, Peter, undeterred, began to promote his secret society. "I heard from Tony that you were involved in the development of the Despair virus. Would you be interested in working at my company? All the members of my company are renowned figures in the oil industry." At the dock, Azazel cradles the unconscious president, while Robert glides over to Azazel in his pajamas. "Mr. Azazel, next time, at least let me change out of these pajamas," he remarks. Behind Robert, a dozen individuals, frozen into ice sculptures, are the successful victims of the Abyss virus. Azazel nods. They must wait for the president to awaken. Only when he personally witnesses their rescue will it facilitate their subsequent endeavors. Chapter 56. The Washington Speech. A week later, Peter and Tony stand at the entrance of Washington, preparing to receive his commendation ceremony. To Peter's side, a multitude of teachers from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters and members of the Order of the Phoenix gather. Following Peter's resolution of the Abyss virus incident, he is met with goodwill from the presidential faction. The administration considers that since the president, a mutant and member of the Order, was rescued by fellow mutants, they are deserving of recognition. However, Robert attributes the credit to the mutant community, with the ostensible leader being Charles, the head of Xavier's Academy. Thus, the commendation ceremony in Washington sees both the Order of the Phoenix and the Xavier community present. After Peter and Tony deliver a speech devoid of substance, filled with mere platitudes, they step down from the podium. Charles articulates his vision for coexistence between mutants and humanity. Although the response is lukewarm, Peter fulfills his promise to Robert, offering support to the mutant community. He glances at the members of Xavier's and ponders to himself, why must we coexist with ordinary humanity? The origins of mutants can be traced back to the celestial beings. According to bloodlines, mutants are, in fact, the natural descendants of divine entities. Peter internally supports Magneto's philosophy, believing that mutants inherently surpass ordinary humans. Had Peter been a genuinely purebred mutant, he would undoubtedly aid Magneto. But he is not. Do you have any thoughts on your first speech in Washington? Tony crumpled the speech he held into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. I feel it is no different from speaking at the podium, he remarked, raising an eyebrow. Only you could utter such words after delivering a speech in Washington. Speaking of which, were you planning to continue researching the extremist virus after taking my ex-girlfriend away that day? Peter nodded. A week prior, he had taken Maya away. Initially yielding to Peter's intimidation, Maya ultimately joined the Order upon witnessing its sophisticated research facilities and the recently renowned Morbius. How is your chest? Do you need to have it checked again at Connor's place? Tony waved his hand, having resolved to no longer rely on the reactor in his chest after dealing with Kilimanjaro. I feel great, just like I did a year ago, Peter replied, nodding as he grabbed a bottle of water from the side and took a sip. That's good to hear. It's hard to believe it's already been over a year. Time flies, Tony remarked, reflecting on the multitude of monumental events that had transpired within the year. Upon returning to Stark Tower, Peter was greeted with a bear hug from Gwen as soon as he stepped inside. You truly make me proud, Peter. You cannot fathom the tone in which my father spoke to me over the phone, huh? Gwen's melodious laughter danced around Peter's ears. Now, tell me about George's tone, Gwen. I am quite intrigued by George's reaction. Gwen nodded and began her narrative. The matter of the speech in Washington was something Peter had kept to himself. Ever since he had become the Pale Touch, he had lost interest in any semblance of glory, caring only for the power he wielded. Peter listened quietly, interjecting occasionally. By the way, the interview at New York University is tomorrow. Are you free? Gwen inquired after recounting her tale about George. Of course, Peter replied. The previous evening, he had intended to attend the prom but had to cancel on Gwen due to Tony's situation, which led to Gwen's prolonged complaints. I hope nothing dreadful happens to any friends, Gwen murmured, recalling how Peter had stood her up. Noticing her melancholy, Peter stepped forward, cradling Gwen's delicate face and kissed her softly. Forgive me, it will not happen again. Gwen responded with a soft her eyes glimmering with mischief. In that case, some form of compensation is in order. With that, she effortlessly swept Peter into her arms and headed toward the master bedroom. Peter was taken aback, wondering how the roles had reversed. As they exited the conversation room, the interview proceeded smoothly. The interviewer initially assumed Peter was merely a namesake of the speaker from Washington. But upon entering with Gwen, he soon realized that this Peter was indeed the one they spoke of, promptly stamping their approval for both. Peter felt no particular excitement about it. Honestly, I had thought I could showcase my talents and intellect. Unexpectedly, it was quite effortless. Peter nodded in agreement with Gwen's words. Gwen delivered a firm punch to Peter's side. It's all your fault. You're just here being dismissive. I am not being dismissive. I am expressing my agreement. Peter retorted softly, only to receive an even harder punch. Humph. Shouldn't a lovely lady receive a passionate kiss when she complains? Peter found himself perplexed by Gwen's thoughts. She had been so gentle and docile when they first got together, yet now she had transformed so drastically. Though he pondered this internally, he bent down and planted a kiss on Gwen, and together they bickered their way back to the Starlight Tower. Peter took to the kitchen and prepared several home-style dishes, and they joyfully savored authentic Chinese cuisine. Gwen patted her slightly protruding belly and glanced at Peter, who was washing the dishes. "Darling, if I were to become a 200-kilogram behemoth, would you still love me?" The next day, Peter excused himself from the Starlight Tower under the pretext of business matters. Once seated in his car, he lit a cigarette, rolling down the window to gaze at the apartment building. God knows what Gwen is thinking. I even fear that married life might be the end of me. Peter felt utterly helpless in the face of Gwen's capricious nature. One moment, she could be praising his handsome looks, and the next, she might question whether he would still love her if she turned into a caterpillar. Over the past few days, Gwen had certainly made Peter's life quite challenging, as she seemed to have an uncanny ability to pinpoint his flaws. He started the car and drove towards the Mysterium building. "Yes, indeed. Do you have any insights regarding this matter?" Azazel nodded, acknowledging his understanding. "Perhaps you could reflect on the recent events that stirred Gwen." Peter drained his glass and began to contemplate his recent actions, assisting Tony, skipping the prom, delivering a speech in Washington. Was there a connection? He felt somewhat perplexed and poured himself another drink from the bottle that lay on the table. At that moment, Maya's voice echoed from the doorway. "Mr. Parker, are you there? Dr. Connors asked me to deliver the experimental results." "I'm here. Come in," Peter replied. Maya, clad in a white lab coat, approached Peter and handed him the documents. "The research on the extremist virus has been remarkably successful. It has already been administered to Fireman and Daredevil, and the symbiote has produced 2 new offspring. Connors has named the 2 little ones Distortion and Blue Blood." Peter meticulously perused the documents before returning them to Maya. "Kudos to Connors. Please tell him to cease his work on the serum. He deserves a week off to travel." Maya nodded. Initially, she had feared she was entering a den of wolves, but after Connors guided her through a tour, she swore she would remain at the sanctum. "Very well, and Mr. Ethan has designed new suits for Mr. Brooks and Mr. Frank. Would you like to review them?" "No, let them both go and try it themselves." After Peter declined, Maya departed. Returning to the topic, "It seems I truly have no significant issues with Gwen. I might as well reflect back to my infancy." Azazel cast a peculiar glance at Peter. "The trigger has already sought you out. Have you not realized?" Peter snapped back to attention. "Maya, it appears I did indeed mention this matter. There seems to be some truth to it." Chapter 57. Ether Particles. After bidding farewell to Azazel, Peter felt the time was ripe and contacted Tony, urging him to have Jarvis keep an eye on the astronomer Jane Foster. Initially, Tony was somewhat taken aback. "Isn't Jane Thor's girlfriend on Earth?" He advised Peter that pursuing someone else's girlfriend rarely ends well, especially when it concerns the god of Thunder's beloved. Peter, with an expression of exasperation, clarified to Tony that he merely wished to reach out to Thor. Subsequently, Tony agreed to have Jarvis monitor Jane. A week later, ding ding ding. The morning's cacophony of ringing phones awoke Peter, who was nestled in slumber beside Gwen. His first reaction was to vow that if this was some insurance promotion, he would short that company. "Hello?" A magnetic electronic voice emanated from the other end. "Mr. Peter, the friend of Ms. Jane Foster, whom you asked me to monitor, reported her disappearance from an abandoned apartment building 10 minutes ago." Peter instantly jolted awake, sitting up in bed. "Oh, what now, Ms. Jane? And why is someone else keeping tabs on her?" Peter turned his head with a rigid smile. "My dear, it's not as you think. There is something of great importance on her side that I must retrieve. I will return to explain everything in detail." In an instant, the pink symbiote enveloped Gwen, extending its tendrils in an attempt to grasp Peter. Just as Peter's chest illuminated and he vanished from sight, he heard Gwen's furious roar. "If you have the capability, never return, Parker." Peter thought it was over, but he could not afford to dwell on that now. He had to find Jane first. However, in his haste to teleport, he had not donned any other attire and could not return to his apartment to change. Helpless, he utilized Azazel's perception distortion to make others believe he was clad in a trench coat. Peter materialized in the shadows of the abandoned building that Jarvis had indicated, only to find the enforcers erecting a barricade. Silently, he entered the dilapidated structure, seeking to locate Jane through telepathy. Furrowing his brow, Peter realized that telepathy was ineffective, or rather, could not be initiated within the building. His chest glowed with a yellow light as he attempted to utilize the Mind Stone to breach the prohibition. However, the response was lackluster. Even with all his might channeled into enhancing telepathy through the Mind Stone, he could only sense an utter void of life within the building. The Reality Stone proved to be remarkably formidable. Originally, If Peter were to fully harness the power of the Reality Stone to amplify his telepathic abilities, he could potentially extend his reach across vast regions of the universe, even peering into the realms of celestial beings and other dimensional existences. However, at present, even with all his strength, he could only conduct a cursory examination within the confines of the building. Peter marveled at the formidable power of the Reality Stone and began to activate his abilities one by one to explore the boundaries of the prohibitions. Aside from his telepathy and magnetism, which were rendered ineffective, the rest of his powers encountered varying degrees of limitation. Ultimately, Peter activated the Space Stone, allowing his detection capabilities to encompass the entire structure. It was there that he discerned a disturbance in the fabric of space before a particular door. Approaching this chaotic area, he sensed two distinct forces: the manipulation of reality and the magic of the Asgardians. Peter was quite familiar with Asgardian magic, as Azazel had employed it himself. Extending his left hand cautiously into the turbulent space, he was immediately met with a powerful gravitational pull that seized his arm. Frowning slightly, he stepped forward into the anomaly. In an instant, the scene transformed before him, revealing an expansive space where a platform large enough for 4 individuals stood at its center. Atop the platform rested a colossal stone resembling a sarcophagus. Jane Foster lay beside it, her body intermittently pulsating with crimson particles, the ether particles. Ether particles, Peter murmured, moving towards Jane. Ether particles represented the particle state of the Reality Stone, and through the utilization of other gems or magical energies, they could be coalesced into the Reality Stone itself. As Peter approached Jane, he reached out to touch her shoulder. Boom! A deep crimson energy surged forth from Jane, attempting to repel Peter. However, Peter's chest emitted a brilliant yellow-blue light, countering the onslaught of the etheric particles. Gathering both streams of energy in his hands, he cradled Jane, while the power of the gem within him subdued the restless etheric particles. Rising, Peter carried Jane towards the exit. Upon emerging from the strange dimension, Peter exhaled deeply. The power of the space gem was no longer suppressed. He found himself transported to the desolate outskirts of the city, aware that he could not allow the disturbance of the reality gem to devastate the sanctum. Gently placing Jane on the ground, he began to contemplate a solution. The ability to harness the reality gem could stem from 2 sources, either an energy level akin to that of a celestial or higher, or the innate power of the gems themselves. Since they shared a common origin, the energy of the gems could indeed coalesce. Having formulated his plan, Peter's right hand shimmered with blue energy. Compared to the mind gem, the power of the space gem was far less volatile, exhibiting a much gentler nature. Peter was determined not to harm Jane, especially considering her connection to the Prince of Asgard. He reached out with his right hand to gently touch Jane's shoulder, aiming to disperse the etheric particles from her upper body. The soothing energy of the space gem flowed into her mind, while the restless etheric particles clashed against this calming force. To avoid causing her harm, Peter could only proceed slowly. Half an hour passed, and the etheric particles had been driven down to Jane's lower body. In just 10 more minutes, Peter would be able to extract the reality gem directly. Suddenly, a tingle of danger surged through Peter's spider sense, prompting him to lift Jane in his left arm in an effort to evade the impending threat. Thud! The mighty Mjolnir struck heavily into the earth nearby, stirring up a cloud of dust. Peter's gaze fell upon the furious thunder god, Thor. What madness possesses you? Peter shouted, his hands still engaged in the delicate task at hand, turning to hurl his anger at Thor. I was so close to succeeding. This damned meddler is ruining everything. Put down Jane. We still have room for negotiation. Peter's lips curled into a grimace. I haven't harmed Jane. I merely sought to assist her. Thor, losing patience in an instant, summoned thunder from the heavens, directing it towards Peter's position. Anger surged within Peter. This insufferable fool had not only interrupted him, but also unleashed a tempest. Do you not comprehend that this could endanger Jane? With no choice but to evade, Peter hastened his efforts. 3 minutes. Thor swung his hammer, charging directly at Peter. Just as Peter prepared to activate Azazel's teleportation to escape, a radiant beam of rainbow light descended from the sky, enveloping both him and the oncoming Thor. Damn it! Who taught you to behave this way? Peter roared, the power of the Bifrost completely disrupting his actions as the ethereal particles spread anew across Jane's form. Peter realized that this rainbow bridge was not under Heimdall's control, but rather the work of an even mightier celestial force. Enraged, he kicked at Thor's nose. This is all the fault of that wretched fool. Although Peter was filled with indignation, he could only deliver a kick to Thor before he restrained himself. The one who controlled the Rainbow Bridge was none other than Odin Borson, the Allfather of Asgard. The three of them were transported to the center of the temple, where Odin held Heimdall's double-edged sword in his hands. Upon realizing his location, Thor addressed Odin, "Father." Chapter 58. Odin's intentions. Peter slowly turned his gaze towards the majestic king, who greeted him, "Welcome, Midgardian." Peter inclined slightly, but did not kneel on one knee. "Greetings, great lord of the Nine Realms, king of the Aesir." On either side of the temple, soldiers brandishing golden spears struck the ground with their weaponry, declaring, "Disrespectful one. Insolent." Peter remained resolute, refusing to kneel, his posture more upright than ever. Odin raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal, returning the sword he held to Heimdall, who stood nearby, and resumed his place upon the throne. "I apologize for Thor's recklessness, yet the ether particles cannot be entrusted to you." Peter nodded, since Odin had brought him here. He knew he would not be able to negotiate with him in the near future. However, he was aware that Malekith would soon arrive to seize them, presenting another opportunity for acquisition. Noticing Peter's silence, Odin turned his gaze to a nearby attendant. "Present our guest from Midgard with appropriate attire." Peter felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this. He realized that his perception distortion had faltered within Odin's temple, leaving everyone to see him clad only in his nightwear. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of defiance towards the Allfather, and now he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, Odin seemed not to dwell on Peter's discomfort, but instead directed his attention toward Thor. "You have ventured into Midgard without permission, bringing forth the dark elves upon Asgard. Do you not recognize your transgression, Thor?" Odin's authoritative voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, instilling a sense of dread among all present, save for Peter. The others quivered, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. "Father, I have quelled the rebellion in Vanaheim," Thor retorted loudly. "Humph," Odin scoffed, seizing Gungnir from beside his throne and striking it forcefully against the ground. Peter could not help but admire the somewhat reckless Thor. Challenging Odin in the presence of so many deities was hardly a prudent choice. "It is precisely because of this that you stand here speaking with me now." The farce concluded with Thor continuing to quell the insurrections across the Nine Realms, while Odin dismissed the other gods, leaving only Peter behind. "I do not comprehend the reason for your decision to retain my presence," Peter remarked, casting a glance at Odin, who was seated upon his throne. Odin then rose and gradually descended the steps. "Ah, it is rather simple, Peter," he replied, settling himself on the lowest step. Were it not for the aura of energy emanating from him, Peter might have mistaken him for an ordinary elder. Odin gestured to the step beside him, inviting Peter to sit. Seizing the rare opportunity to sit alongside the sovereign of the Nine Realms, Peter complied. "Ancient One has already reached out to me and has shared the vision of the future she perceives within you." Peter nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, eager to hear what the Ancient One had foretold about him. "Do you not wish to express anything?" Odin inquired. Peter pondered for a moment. "Since you and I are seated here, it is evident that you possess your own motives. Otherwise, you would not have summoned me." Odin nodded in acknowledgement. "Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further elaboration. I merely hope that, within the confines of your abilities, you will safeguard the Asgardian pantheon in the future. Of course, this is not obligatory. Should you decline, no repercussions will befall you." Peter contemplated whether Odin had any expectations of his present self, especially since Azazel had already received a tome of magic. "Very well, I accept," he replied. Odin nodded once more, raising his left hand to reveal a box emanating an intense chill. "This is the Frost Giant clan's ice magic box, to serve as your reward." Peter rose to take the box, and upon contact, a surge of biting cold pierced his palm. "I shall also bestow upon you the ether particles. Unlike the Ancient One, I am more concerned with the future of the Asgardians." Peter nodded, finding the arrangement regarding the ether particles unsurprising. "You may reside in Asgard for a few days. If you wish to solidify the gem, it will require some time." Peter acknowledged this with a non-committal sound and proceeded toward the door. Acquiring the ice magic box felt like a windfall. Following the attendant, Peter arrived at the guest quarters, which, despite being labeled as such, surpassed the luxury of any residence in the Starlight Tower. As he surveyed the opulence, he marveled at the wealth of the divine beings. Relaxing on the plush bed, Peter began to contemplate. If he were to obtain the Reality Stone, his standing would double. enabling him to seek out the still-sealed Norrin and claim the other half of the divine essence. Norrin, as the progenitor of symbiotes, wielded the all-black sword, and it was said that the head of the celestial collector was severed by Norrin, indicating that his peak power was on par with that of a celestial father. Nevertheless, without a complete divine essence and freedom, Norrin could only be regarded as a cosmic entity. With a complete divine essence and 3 stones, Peter could potentially ascend to the level of a demigod, akin to Ego, the father of Star-Lord. As for the other soul and power stones, Peter decided to contemplate his plans later. Acquiring the soul stone necessitated the sacrifice of one's most cherished possession or person, while the power stone was likely in Ronin's possession. Peter shook his head, thinking, while my neighbor stockpiles provisions, I shall stockpile weapons. All he needed was to await Thanos' arrival with 2 Infinity Stones. For now, the rest held little significance for him. The gene replication that had once been exceedingly useful had become somewhat cumbersome. As those more powerful than Peter could not derive all their strength solely from genes, a multitude of other factors, such as magic, cosmic energies, and the Phoenix Force, were irreplaceable. Peter rose and approached the window, admiring the breathtaking scenery of Asgard. The beauty of the divine realm was undeniable, yet it would soon be lost. He lingered until dinner time, when the attendant guided him to the dining hall. The Norse gods reveled at the table, with the god of war, Tyr, indulging from a barrel of ale, while the Valkyries engaged in animated discussions with other goddesses. Peter quietly settled at a side table, preparing to savor the feast. Are you the Midgardian? The mustachioed Roman casually took a seat beside Peter. Peter nodded and picked up a chicken leg, taking a bite. An extraordinary sensation surged within him. It was incredibly delicious. Indeed, the food of the divine was exceptional. He quickly finished the meat in his mouth and reached for another piece. I advise you to refrain from overindulging. If you cannot absorb the energy within the meat, it could cost you your life, Roman cautioned. Peter paused at this warning. I am almost becoming the progenitor of a symbiotic entity. Should I truly fear this? Without hesitation, Peter seized another chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing that Peter disregarded his advice, Roman fell silent and quietly resumed eating his steak. Peter continued until he felt quite full, then turned to Roman. I am Peter Parker. Roman set down his cutlery and introduced himself. I am Roman Kahn, hailing from Vanaheim. The two exchanged a handshake, and Peter sought to strike up a conversation. They engaged in a light exchange, during which Peter learned that Roman was a friend of Thor and well-versed in the art of fencing. Eventually, they concluded their meeting with a toast, and Peter returned to his room, reflecting on the plot of Thor, the Dark World. Including the death of the goddess and Odin's subsequent disappearance, he began to formulate a plan. Peter resolved to save the goddess and acquire some of Odin's treasures. Chapter 59. Malekith. Peter rose from his bed, wiped his face, and noted how remarkably comfortable his sleep had been. After a quick wash, he prepared to enjoy breakfast when suddenly, an alarm rang out. Enemy attack. The guards have gone to the dungeon. The guards hurriedly rushed past Peter, while others, upon hearing the news, sprinted towards the dungeon. Had Malekith's plan commenced? Peter was also preparing to head in that direction, but halfway there, he halted. His intent was to rescue Freya, not the Asgardian soldiers. Upon this realization, Peter seized a guard and inquired, "Where is Goddess Freya?" The guard glanced around, dismissing the situation. "This is not the time to attend to guests. You should return to your quarters." Peter, feeling exasperated, engaged in a mental probe to delve into the guard's memories. The guard's eyes momentarily glazed over, and in that fleeting instant, Peter discerned the location of Freya's palace. Activating the space stone, he vanished from the spot. Freya grasped Jane's hand, urging her to leave. "It's all right. I am also a sorceress, so do not worry about me. They are after you. Hurry to the Golden Palace." Jane wished to protest, but Freya's gaze silenced her. "You need not depart. I shall protect you." Peter emerged from the portal, intercepting Jane as she attempted to leave. Freya had already perceived Odin's regard for Peter the previous day. Without further ado, she directed Jane to a room within the palace, conjuring a decoy of her. Peter did not take the two away. Leaving them behind could hardly be deemed a rescue. How could he ask Odin for favors? Peter quietly drew a chair and fixed his gaze upon the entrance, while his psychic gem and telepathy enveloped half of the royal palace. Upon sensing an exceedingly tumultuous psychic wave, Peter deduced that it belonged to the cursed warrior. He remained focused on the warrior's movements. With each advance, the minds of the Asav soldiers either weakened or vanished entirely. Weakened signified injury, while disappearance indicated death. Suddenly, the cursed warrior halted, and another presence emerged in the psychic realm, walking before him. Peter furrowed his brow in curiosity. Who could this be? Although surprised, he had no intention of leaving his seat and continued to sit quietly. Beside him, Frigga cast a glance at Peter's silhouette, her concern not for herself but for her two sons, Loki and Thor. She was unaware of whether the imprisoned Loki was safe after the criminals had escaped from the dungeon, and could only hope that Thor would manage to quell the insurrection. Frigga pondered why Peter knew the location of her chamber. She speculated it might be due to the presence of ether particles within the sanctum that kept him stationed there. Rising from his chair, Peter transformed his right hand into a tendril, its tip glimmering with a radiant yellow light. Boom! Malekith, accompanied by the cursed warrior, forcefully breached the gates of the Frigga's palace. Upon seeing Malekith, Peter recalled that this particular narrative indeed featured him, a detail he had previously overlooked. Malekith observed the dark energy swirling around the human whose hand had morphed into a tentacle. Noticing the impending attack, Peter raised his right hand, unleashing a barrage of psychic beams from the tentacles that had long been charged with energy, directing them towards Malekith. In a swift maneuver, Malekith transformed his offensive stance into a defensive one, summoning an energy shield before him to absorb the psychic assault. Witnessing this, Peter's chest radiated with a blue light as he instantaneously teleported behind Malekith. With a sudden thrust, the tentacle that had just unleashed the beam converged into a drill-like point, piercing Malekith's back. At that moment, Peter's spider sense tingled, alerting him to the cursed warrior, who had been lying in wait, launching a punch aimed at Peter's chest. With keen perception, Peter noticed the iron bracers adorning the warrior's wrists. With a mere thought, he activated his magnetic powers, manipulating the bracers to redirect the punch towards Malekith, who was momentarily staggered by the unexpected blow. Enraged, Malekith glared at Peter, while the cursed warrior, his mind muddled by corruption, struggled to retract his fist, only to feel the bracers tugging at his wrists. Confused, the cursed warrior pondered the reason behind the bracers' grip. As Peter intensified his magnetic force, the bracers constricted further, sinking deeply into the dark crimson flesh. The cursed warrior emitted a pained howl, his other hand crashing towards Peter's head. Peter was bewildered as to why the bracers constricted around his forearm, yet he understood that resolving the peculiarities surrounding Peter would surely dispel them. He summoned forth a radiant blue light, and a portal materialized before the cursed warrior's fist. With a resounding thud, the cursed warrior's fist struck his own face. At the flick of Peter's thought, the portal abruptly closed, severing the warrior's extended fist. The bracer on his other hand also sliced through his arm, rendering both hands incapacitated and stripping him of his combat capability. Malekith regained his focus, unleashing a torrent of dark energy towards Peter. Unfazed by the lack of protection, Peter was curious to gauge Malekith's strength without the ether particles. He withdrew the tendril embedded in Malekith's back, positioning it across his chest. The dark energy collided with Peter's tendril, forcing him to stagger back a few centimeters. "You're not so formidable yourself," Peter remarked as he lowered the tendril from his chest, momentarily relaxing his guard. Malekith, somewhat astonished, regarded Peter. He had anticipated Peter's strength, but was taken aback by its magnitude. Malekith channeled his dark energy, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Peter, no longer hesitant, transformed his hands into tendrils, each tip glowing with a brilliant yellow light. Mind beams. A flicker of fear crossed Malekith's features. Having barely withstood a single mind beam before had taken an immense toll on him. And now he faced a barrage of multiple rays. The dark energy enveloping Malekith surged around him. Peter chuckled softly, his chest radiating with a brilliant yellow-blue light. As a portal materialized before him, he directed all beams of light into the deep blue gateway, positioning the other end of the portal within Malekith's protective shield. As Peter continuously unleashed his psychic beams, sounds of flesh being pierced echoed from within Malekith's barrier. With a series of hissing noises, bright yellow light flickered amidst the dark energy, and as Malekith's consciousness waned, the energy shield gradually dissipated. Peter then turned and, using his telepathic abilities, caused the head of the cursed warrior to explode. Thus, the reign of the Dark King came to an abrupt and careless end. Peter glanced at the lifeless Malekith before turning his attention to the somewhat terrified Frigga. Even though Frigga had been raised by a witch and married to Odin, having weathered many storms, she was still taken aback. Initially, the battle had been a back-and-forth exchange. Why had the final blow been so potent? Moreover, opening the portal within Malekith's protective shield was quite treacherous. Peter offered a gentle smile to Frigga. "You are unharmed, are you not, my queen?" Frigga regained her composure, and, upon seeing Peter's calm demeanor, nodded somewhat reluctantly. "Not at all, thank you." Peter nodded, signaling that Jane could now emerge. Just as he prepared to return to his seat and await Odin and Thor's arrival, he felt something sticky beneath his feet. With a look of disdain, he glanced at the blood spreading around him. Good grief. Peter suppressed his disdain and settled into the chair, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the exquisite carpet. Chapter 60. The attack on home. Sora observed the somewhat tragic Malekith and glanced at Peter, who was smoking, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Finally, he exhaled and said, "Thank you, Peter." Peter nodded with an air of nonchalance, extinguishing his cigarette. "What of your father?" "He is currently restoring the temple's protective systems. It will take some time," Peter replied, nodding in understanding. He then rose and walked toward the door, suddenly recalling something and turning back to Sora. "Remember to bring me a new pair of shoes." After uttering this, Peter's form shimmered with blue light and he vanished, reappearing in the dungeon. The sensory distortion activated, shielding everyone except Loki from perception. "What are you doing here?" Loki was evidently taken aback by Peter's sudden appearance as he materialized within Loki's cell. "Did you disclose the direction to the cursed warrior?" Peter queried, causing Loki to appear somewhat perplexed. "I did reveal it. What of it? Are you here to judge me?" Peter shook his head, believing that a mischievous child ought to receive a lesson. With a swift motion, Peter delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on Loki's face, catching him off guard, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Did you know that the mother of all nearly perished?" Peter's words tightened Loki's chest as he winced in pain. "What? Who has died?" Peter knew that Loki was not deaf to the truth. He simply did not wish to acknowledge it. He could only silently observe Loki, who lay prostrate on the ground, refraining from further words. The realization that his own recklessness had culminated in his mother's demise struck a heavy blow to Loki's heart. "Have you forgotten the words I spoke to you on Earth?" Loki stiffly turned his head to gaze at Peter. How could he forget? Before discovering the truth of his lineage, he perceived Odin's favoritism as a reflection of his own inadequacies, perpetually living in the shadow of Thor, merely a backdrop to his brother's brilliance. Upon learning of his identity as a frost giant, his latent insecurities began to swell uncontrollably. From a young age, Odin's uncertainty and profound injustices had been fermenting within him. Yet, he continued to cherish his family, holding deep affection for his parents and brother. The one truth he could not bear was the existence of a being so different within the family he loved. Hence, he began to fear solitude. Yearning to ascend as the king of Asgard, to win the love and support of the Aesir, even if it meant usurping Odin and masquerading as a monarch. The most egregious act he committed was merely to witness a performance that depicted the profound bond of brotherhood. Loki's posture shifted to a kneeling position, and anguished cries erupted from his lips. Peter harbored no disdain for Loki. On the contrary, he found himself drawn to this somewhat twisted antagonist. Was he a good person? Clearly not, as he embraced the arrogance of a deity on Earth, ruthlessly slaughtering innocent mortals. But could he truly be labeled a villain? Clearly, it is not merely a matter of expectation. He yearns for Odin's affirmation, to be recognized as an exceptional progeny of Odin. The myriad distortions and injustices have inflicted profound anguish within Loki, breeding a seething hatred. He resents Odin's lack of recognition, but more so, he despises being the outcast within his own family, loathing the fact that he is not a true-born prince. As for Odin, he regards Loki as a pivotal link between Jotunheim and Asgard, striving to cultivate peace between the two realms. Alas, these matters are ultimately not Peter's own. His deceit towards Loki serves merely to assuage his own unresolved turmoil. He hopes that Loki will soon grasp that true divinity is not characterized solely by arrogance, but rather by the willingness to sacrifice for the greater good and to shoulder responsibilities. Peter vanished from the spot, intent on seeking Odin. To his surprise, Odin had arrived sooner than anticipated. Odin withdrew his hand from the energy core and turned to face the figure behind him. "I have taken the first step towards fulfilling my promise," he remarked with a nod. As the Norse god of wisdom, a moment's reflection was sufficient for Odin to comprehend Peter's intentions. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further. With his life nearing its conclusion, he simply desired someone to safeguard Asgard, to offer a modicum of protection during the perilous times for the Aesir. What is it that you seek? Odin gazed at Peter, awaiting his response. URU metal, the more, the better. Odin nodded, initially believing Peter sought the artifacts from his treasury, unaware that, apart from the eternal flame, the rest held no value for Peter. If Peter truly desired Gungnir, the spear of eternity, Odin would not acquiesce. It would be far more prudent to obtain URU metal to enhance magnetism, which could also be gifted to Tony. Since you have made your decision, I will bestow the reality stone upon you when you depart, Odin stated. Peter acknowledged with a brief and then teleported away. 3 days later, Peter stood beneath the Golden Palace, where Odin personally handed him the reality stone, accompanied by the spatially compressed URU metal. I must return to Earth, Peter declared. Odin said little, taking the large artifact from Heimdall and channeling his magical energy. As the Rainbow Bridges array descended, Peter found himself atop the blood-red mansion. Peter noticed some workers below shifting tempered glass, leaving him somewhat perplexed. As he activated the portal, Peter emerged in the common lounge. Azazel and several members appeared somewhat lethargic, dust clinging to their forms. Peter furrowed his brow as he approached Azazel. What has transpired? Azazel was somewhat taken aback by Peter's sudden appearance. Yet he promptly responded to Peter's words. Doom has taken Ian. We were unable to stop him. Peter's brow furrowed even deeper as he glanced at the Iceman, Robert, who nodded in acknowledgement. Along with Martin Lee, who had just returned from the outside, they had all failed to apprehend Doom. I understand. Prepare yourselves. We are heading to Latvia. Although Peter harbored some discontent regarding Doom's concealment of Tony's whereabouts, he refrained from confronting his friend. His intention upon returning was to assist Doom. Little did he expect that Doom could not wait even a moment longer. As everyone rose, they were ill-prepared. Their sole desire was to locate Doom and exact vengeance for the transgression. Peter took a deep breath, embedding the reality stone into his chest. A portal opened before them, and Peter stepped through first. He knew of Doom's obsessive nature and strong desire for control, yet he never anticipated that a single refusal would sever their ties. Upon emerging from the portal, Peter beheld Doom's imposing castle. Amplifying his voice with the reality stone, a furious declaration reverberated across the sky of Latvia. Doom, come forth and face me. The enraged voice echoed continuously, and before long, Doom soared out from his devastated fortress. Let us see, he remarked. Isn't this the leader of the Round Table, my friend Peter Parker? Have you come to stay for a few days? Peter disregarded Doom's words. You don't consider me a friend, Doom. I still wish to inquire about the news blockade. A smile crept beneath Doom's mask. There is nothing to discuss. As soon as Doom arrived, Peter activated his life observation, discovering that the figure before him bore no signs of life. It was merely a destroyer robot masquerading as Doom. Paying no heed to Doom's words, Peter refrained from further conversation. His eyes emitted psychic rays that severed the destroyer robot in half. Chapter 61. Traversal. Peter directed his psychic beams toward the destroyer robot. With a magnetic force, the robot was cleaved in two. You will come to regret this, Peter. The upper half of the destroyer robot taunted from the ground. Peter unleashed another psychic beam, obliterating the robot's head. Instantly, the gates of the Doomsday Castle swung open, and rows of destroyer robots emerged. Peter raised his right hand, intending to unleash his magnetic power, only to realize that the destroyer robots were not forged from metal. It seems Doom knows me well, Peter mused, a smirk forming on his lips as a distinct crimson glow ignited from his chest. The Infinity Gem. The destroyer robots charging toward Peter transformed into individual cubes, scattering across the ground. Peter walked deliberately through the pile of cubes, advancing into the castle. Are we simply going to walk in like this? Robert hesitated, recalling the formidable nature of the destroyer robots, which not only possessed magical abilities, but also continuously adapted to exploit any tactical weaknesses. Then how do you propose we enter? After resolving all the robots, shall we enter? Battered and bruised? Do not jest, Robert. The Iceman, Robert, nodded in agreement, falling silent. As Peter and his companions approached Doom's laboratory, they discovered it to be utterly deserted. Peter frowned. This is not the right place. A yellow glow emanated from Peter as he activated his telepathy, searching for Owen. Before him flashed various unfamiliar faces, yet he could not find Owen or Doom. Damn it. He has already crossed dimensions. Peter relinquished the option of locating individuals through telepathy as a radiant blue light illuminated his chest. He sought to perceive the spatial fluctuations of Latvia. Before long, Peter opened his eyes, gazing into the depths of the Doomsday Castle, where he detected the spatial vibrations belonging to Owen. In an instant, the blue light enveloping Peter and Johnny flickered and vanished from their position. "Continue to cleanse the destruction robots," Peter instructed. "The remaining battle is beyond the participation of others. In Mephisto's dimension, apart from the Ghost Rider, no one else can engage." Peter and Johnny materialized in the subterranean realm of the Doomsday Castle. Before them loomed a colossal display screen, revealing that any location within the castle could be observed. Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment. This experience further reshaped his perception of Doom's insatiable desire for control. Johnny turned to behold the immense dimensional transference apparatus, his astonishment evident. "Peter, you might want to take a look at this." Curious, Peter pivoted to witness the vast dimensional device, where purple magical energy coursed within. Owen's black hole silently hovered at the center of the apparatus. "Let us proceed," Peter remarked to Johnny, who had transformed into the Ghost Rider. Before stepping into the black hole, Johnny promptly followed suit. On the other side of the portal, a series of black holes hung quietly in the air. Doom, adorned with a transference device, had its other end linked to Owen's wrist, through which black holes were continuously absorbed by Doom. "Do not court death, Doom." Peter emerged from the black hole, his voice cold and resolute. Doom turned towards Peter, his demeanor indifferent. "Why, Peter? Is it because we are friends?" Peter remained silent, his eyes gathering beams of psychic energy that surged towards Doom. A violet aura of sorcery enveloped Doom, shielding him from the psychic assault. The Ghost Rider yanked the chains bound to his shoulder, striking at the conduit between the two adversaries. Doom could only extend one hand to counter the chains summoned by the Ghost Rider. Bang! Two streams of energy collided, merging the forces of sorcery and malevolence into a swirling vortex of power. The emergence of this energy whirlpool resulted in the destruction of the transmission device, causing the black and white energies that had yet to enter Doom's body to return to ruin. Peter charged towards Doom, his fist imbued with immense strength, aimed to strike Doom's face. However, Doom, a prodigy adept in both machinery and magic, swiftly harnessed the less than half-absorbed energy, conjuring a black hole before him. Peter, caught off guard, was compelled to activate the space gem in an attempt to close the black hole. The blue force of space converged with the black hole, the two energies merging instantaneously, resembling a true black hole. Its powerful suction threatened to ensnare Peter. His expression shifted dramatically as he realized the two energies could intertwine. Countless tendrils extended from behind him, reaching towards the black hole in the air, striving to grasp something on the other side to counteract the intensified pull. Yet, to Peter's dismay, he discovered that the black hole predominantly connected to the void and the cosmos, devoid of anything to seize. Resolutely, Peter transformed one hand into a tendril, firmly grasping Doom's waist. Doom, feeling a surge of urgency, was uncertain of what lay on the other side of the black hole, having no control over its destination. He summoned sorcerous energy, shaping it into blades to sever Peter's tendril. Yet, how could a seasoned host of the symbiote be so easily severed? The two plunged together into the intensified black hole. As the black hole consumed them, it gradually diminished, vanishing within the dimensions of darkness. The Ghost Rider assisted Ian, who had collapsed in weakness, anxiously inquiring, "Can we still trace the destination of the black hole we just encountered?" The energy within Owen surged with a flurry of spots, and he soon shook his head. "No, my abilities have already been diminished by Doom's absorption, and that black hole has been further fortified by the space gem, rendering it utterly untraceable." Johnny glanced anxiously at the place where the black hole had vanished, then turned his gaze to Owen. Understanding Johnny's thoughts, Owen urged, "Give it up. Unless there is additional enhancement from spatial powers, we are completely incapable of tracking the trajectory of that black hole." Johnny nodded helplessly as Owen opened a black hole, and the two were transported to the entrance of the Doomsday Fortress. The members of the Mystic Order had just dealt with the destruction of the robotic adversaries, sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Azazel, clutching his shoulder which bore the marks of arcane wounds, looked towards the two emerging from the black hole with a furrowed brow. Whereas Peter, the flaming skull of the Ghost Rider, shook its head. He vanished alongside Doom. Even Owen cannot trace him. Azazel's concern deepened. Is there truly no way to find him? Supported by the Ghost Rider, Bjorn shook his head. The portal they vanished through had been fortified by the powers of space. Even with all my energy, I could not trace it. Azazel's gaze was obscure as he looked toward the members of the Mystic Order. Peter ensnared Doom with his tendrils, and the two exchanged relentless blows. Peter landed a punch in Doom's abdomen, provoking a retching sound as stomach acid erupted. "I had promised you. Yet you sought your own demise," he declared. Doom retaliated with a punch to Peter's face, his eyes gleaming with madness. After conferring with Connors, he had injected himself with both the Night Serum and Lizard Serum, merging his biological knowledge to amplify the efficacy of both serums. "You were well aware that I would be disfigured, and you also knew of the cosmic ray's emergence. Why did you not warn me? We could have plundered the hellish dimension together." Peter delivered a powerful kick to Doom's chest, exclaiming, "It appears you are utterly oblivious to the might of the Lord of Dimensions, you foolish wretch." A shimmering black hole, radiating a blue luminescence, materialized in the sky, and the two were expelled from the portal, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chapter 62. Shadow Spider-Man. Peter, having sent Doom reeling with a punch, rose to his feet and began to survey his surroundings. The oppressive gray and black tones enveloped the area, and the faces of the people on the street bore a look of numbness. The site of their descent lay on the outskirts of the city, where refuse was strewn about the streets, and airships hovered above, broadcasting news. Peter was unable to recognize this world and attempted to wield the space stone to return to New York, only to be astonished by its complete lack of response. After a brief trial, he succeeded in opening a portal 100 meters away. A frown creased his brow. The space stone was incapable of traversing parallel universes, yet it could be complemented by other spatial abilities. Turning his gaze toward Doom's direction, Peter discovered that Doom had vanished without a trace. To return to his universe, he needed to locate a superhuman with teleportation abilities, but the most suitable candidate, Doom, was now absent. Observing the architecture reminiscent of the 1930s, Peter furrowed his brow in contemplation, deciding to familiarize himself with the environment before devising further plans. A radiant glow emanated from his chest as he activated his telepathic abilities. A visage flashed through his mind, and suddenly he halted before the familiar face. Jonah Jameson, the proprietor of the Daily Bugle. Peter's consciousness delved into Jameson's memories, exploring the depths of his recollections. The Great Depression? The Vulture? The murderous Spider-Man? He has confirmed that this is indeed that world, the parallel universe of the Shadow Spider from 1933. In this universe, Uncle Ben was brutally murdered by a vulture, who even feasted upon his entrails. Thus, Peter Parker shattered his principle of non-lethality, armed with a .45 caliber handgun. The spider suit is not the classic red and blue, but rather transformed from Uncle Ben's flight attire. Arriving in another's world, he naturally sought the assistance of the locals. Peter began his search for May, who in this universe is a leader of the radical faction. Uncle Ben met his untimely demise after inciting the ire of the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, who dispatched the vulture to execute him mercilessly. Peter soon spotted May. Though she appeared significantly worn, he recognized her at a glance. The space gem illuminated, transporting Peter to the rooftop beside the parade, where he listened to May's impassioned speech. He felt a stirring within him. Had he been born during the Great Depression and continuously oppressed by capitalists, he too would have resorted to extreme measures in rebellion. As Peter raised his head to light a cigarette, he inadvertently caught sight of a man in a black trench coat who had just landed across the street. The spider sense tingled, and Peter quickly identified the figure as the Shadow Spider. He instinctively prepared to greet him, but the Shadow Spider unleashed a weapon, drawing a handgun from his cloak and aimed it at Peter, pulling the trigger. Bang! Peter sidestepped to evade the incoming bullet, and from his wrist, a tendril shot forth, ensnaring the Shadow Spider. With a subtle exertion of force, Peter yanked the Shadow Spider down. The Shadow Spider deftly landed on the rooftop, firing another web to obscure Peter's vision. However, Peter gathered his focus, sidestepping once more, while one hand transformed into a tendril that coiled around the Shadow Spider, drawing him closer. "Friend, let us converse. I seldom engage in lengthy discourse with villains." The Shadow Spider, brandishing a compact pistol from his wrist, fired at Peter, who remained unperturbed, allowing the bullets to strike him without flinching. Observing Peter's resilience against the bullets, the Shadow Spider expressed surprise. "Are you yet another monstrosity engineered by capitalists?" Peter, somewhat exasperated, reached out and removed the Shadow Spider's mask, revealing a stubbled face and the ominous aura surrounding him. "Do not be so extreme, Peter. I am also Spider-Man, hailing from another universe." The Shadow Spider, disregarding Peter's words, attempted to kick free from his grasp. Peter understood the confusion. He was the Garfield Spider-Man, not the universally recognized Spider-Man, and their visages bore significant differences. Listen, I am you from an alternate universe. Must you persist in this radical manner? After a moment of contemplation, the Shadow Spider nodded. Peter then released the tendril binding him and returned the mask to the Shadow Spider. If what you say is true, does that mean all the other versions of me have become octopuses? Peter glanced at the untransformed tentacle, expressing his discontent. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of your assessment. The Shadow Spider, adjusting the dome hat that had fallen onto the rooftop, turned to Peter. I have no affinity for slimy octopus tentacles, as there is but one octopus in my world. Peter, somewhat helpless, shook his head. This is not an octopus tentacle. Do you know what a symbiote is? The Shadow Spider pondered this for a moment, but failed to grasp the meaning of symbiote, and thus shook his head. Peter's sense of helplessness deepened. In the Shadow universe, the concept of a symbiote simply did not exist. Well, interpret it as you will. What brings you to this universe? Please refrain from offering me some feeble excuse like tourism. Peter shrugged. I inadvertently enhanced a villain's portal while battling him. A cosmic portal transformed into a multiversal one. And then I fell into your universe with him. The Shadow Spider furrowed his brow, noting that Peter's earlier reaction did not seem characteristic of a weakling. Then why did you not eliminate him? This question momentarily stumped Peter, who harbored thoughts of reconciling with Doom. Fine, I will deal with him, but lacking his abilities. I cannot leave this universe. The Shadow Spider perceived Peter's hesitation and turned to observe Aunt May's parade. Peter, lost in thought, lit a cigarette, standing on the rooftop. After finishing one, the Shadow Spider turned and inquired, You say you are Peter. What of your Uncle Ben? Peter's action of extinguishing the cigarette was momentarily halted, a flicker of obscurity passing through his eyes. Uncle Ben was struck in the abdomen while attempting to thwart a thief. Peter chose not to elaborate further. Yet the Shadow Spider comprehended his implication. What became of that thief? Peter replied with a light-hearted tone, I tossed him from a great height. The Shadow Spider nodded, having also shattered his own vow against killing, which led him to carry a firearm, making his approach to criminals decidedly more aggressive. The two engaged in a casual conversation, and Peter learned that the Shadow Spider had distanced himself from Aunt May and others who loved him, believing that his actions would bring misfortune to those he cherished. I think you should not isolate yourself. Rather, you ought to protect them. After a moment of silence, the Shadow Spider mused, Perhaps you're right. Peter shrugged. He remembered that the Shadow Spider would eventually be transported to Morales' universe to assist the Spider-Man in defeating Kingpin, and through the Quantum Collider, return to his own realm. Speaking of which, why was there no sign of quantum flipping in himself? As Peter pondered this, the spider sense was triggered. Zung. The Shadow Spider's spider sense was also activated, evoking the same sensation he felt upon first encountering Peter. Both turned in unison to see a figure clad in a red and blue spider suit. Hey, do you all typically meet on rooftops? Chapter 63. The Ultimate Spider-Man. Peter and the Shadow Spider gazed at the newcomer as the red and blue Spider-Man approached them, extending his hand. Greetings, I am Peter Parker, the Ultimate Spider-Man. The Shadow Spider snorted disdainfully, refusing to shake hands. It seems this world is quickly turning into a circus. Peter extended his hand and shook with the Ultimate Spider-Man. I am the Spectacular Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The Ultimate Spider-Man turned to the Shadow Spider and said, Hey, this is a classic red and blue ensemble. Let me guess, you are also named Peter Parker? The Shadow Spider remained silent, his gaze fixed on Aunt May. The Ultimate Spider-Man shrugged and addressed Peter. Did he treat you the same way? Peter nodded. He even shot at me earlier. You'll get used to it. The Ultimate Spider-Man nodded in understanding, and the three of them stood side by side, watching Aunt May's speech. After approximately half an hour, the parade began to disperse. The Ultimate Spider-Man stretched and remarked, Aren't you going to invite us to meet Aunt May? The Shadow Spider adjusted his beanie and coldly replied, I do not take pleasure in inviting circus clowns to my home. With that, he shot out a web and swung off the rooftop. Peter waved at the Ultimate Spider-Man, signaling him to follow, and shot out slender tendrils to catch up with the Shadow Spider. Well, it appears neither of them holds me in high regard. The Ultimate Spider muttered, following the two. Together, they swung to a somewhat dilapidated outer wall and climbed in through a window. I must ask, do you not reside with Aunt May? How can you ensure her safety when you are not by her side? The Shadow Spider cast his coat and hood onto the sofa, turning to face the Shadow Spider. Keeping a distance from her is the best way to ensure her safety. The ultimate spider somewhat disagreed with this statement and hastily interjected, "Please, you are a hero. You must be practically present to protect Aunt May." The shadow spider's gaze darkened as he looked out at the grayish-white world beyond. "Hero? I am no hero. I only know that if I do not venture into this city every night, I will be consumed by his malevolence. Criminals lie in wait, and the vulnerable shall suffer." The ultimate spider was momentarily taken aback, and Peter nodded in understanding. It is not about harboring a deliberate notion of heroism to assist the weak. That is the essence of a true hero. Perhaps you should pay Aunt May a visit. The shadow spider fixed his gaze upon the drab world, shaking his head. "What purpose do you serve in this realm?" The shadow spider turned to gaze at the ultimate spider. To pursue an evil villain. I ventured through a portal and arrived in your realm. For convenience, the shadow spider will be referred to as Sling. Sling glanced at Peter, his eyes beneath the mask seeming to inquire. Peter shrugged. All right. While our reasons may be similar, our targets differ. You might be unaware, but I am certain the ultimate is familiar with him." Hearing this, the ultimate cast a curious glance at Peter. "Victor Von Doom, Dr. Doom." Sling observed the ultimate's reaction. "You truly possess remarkable courage. I never expected you could contend with Dr. Doom alone." The ultimate expressed his astonishment, noting that the Doom of his universe was not someone he or his young Avengers could confront. Peter shook his head. "We were once friends." This statement piqued the curiosity of both. The composed Sling inquired with his gaze, while the ultimate leaned in to listen intently. "In fact, we crossed paths on the Fantastic Four's spacecraft." Peter briefly recounted his relationship with Doom. Upon hearing Peter's explanation, Sling furrowed his brow. "You may not fully grasp the nature of Doom. In my universe, even Mr. Fantastic's goodwill ultimately led to their enmity. You ought to learn more about him." The ultimate shared his perspective, turning to Sling, awaiting his response. "I concur with this young man. Moreover, his actions have endangered others." Peter nodded, understanding Sling's implication. He resolved to return to his own world and deal with Doom. At that moment, a hovering ship from the Daily Bugle floated past the window, displaying a massive screen featuring a hulking figure clad in green, recklessly hijacking an armored vehicle on New York Avenue. "It seems your adversary has made an appearance." Peter observed the ultimate leap from the window, suspecting that Doom might show up, or that he would undoubtedly appear upon seeing the two Spider-Men. Sling shot out webs, raising his trench coat and fedora, and also leapt from the window. "Keep up, kid." The ultimate spider glanced back at Sling's apartment, muttering, "It appears that all Spider-Men across the multiverse prefer to exit through windows." With that, he too leapt out, shooting webs. Meanwhile, Doom, having gathered information, approached Hammerhead. "Are you saying you can assist us in dealing with Spider-Man and Fix?" The Hammerhead clearly harbored doubts about the sudden appearance of the Iron-Masked Man. Nevertheless, he declared, "As long as you provide me with what I require, I shall assist you in dealing with Fix and Spider-Man." Raising his head, as unyielding as the tool he was named after, he cast a glance at Doom. "Very well, but you must allow us to inspect the goods, mustn't you?" With that, several of Hammerhead's associates brandished their firearms, aiming them at Doom. Doom exhaled a sigh of exasperation. He despised engaging with such dim-witted individuals and had relinquished any hope of finding assistance. The arcane energies within Doom surged, transforming him into a being of lightning in the blink of an eye. Crack! The summoned bolts of electricity instantaneously struck down Hammerhead and several of his subordinates, leaving Hammerhead bewildered and unresponsive to his fate. At that moment, a voice emanated from the communicator within Hammerhead's office. "Boss, 2 Spider-Men have appeared near Manhattan. Should we proceed?" Doom hesitated, his hand poised to open a portal. Spider-Man. Peter had previously served as the chief of police in New York and had been Spider-Man for a time. Could there be other Spider-Men in this universe? With renewed resolve, Doom waved his hand again, conjuring a black hole before him. If he could eliminate this universe's Peter, it might indeed be a favorable option. The Slingers and the Ultimate faced off against the hulking Green Goblin. "Is your world a Christmas realm?" one queried, noticing their garish attire. The Ultimate, displeased by the insinuation, retorted, "Mind your words. What do you mean by a Christmas world? Vibrant and colorful. This character merely possesses green skin, while I am an utterly ordinary individual." Peter stood quietly atop the building, observing the splendid spectacle between Slingers and the Ultimate. Could it be that Doom has discovered my presence? As Doom continued to delay his appearance, Peter grew increasingly anxious. He certainly could not fabricate a dimensional crossing device on his own. Without Doom, He could only await the arrival of other teleporting superhumans or mutants. Just as Peter was engulfed in impatience, a surge of purple mystical energy surged toward the two spiders in the vehicle. To his astonishment, Doom had indeed teleported in. "My friend, have you come to assist me?" The Green Goblin, upon recognizing the newcomer as Dr. Doom, felt his previous sense of impending defeat dissipate. Yet Doom, taken aback by the green-skinned creature's familiarity with him, inquired, "You know me?" The Green Goblin, perplexed by Doom's demeanor, retorted, "You are Doom, Dr. Doom. Who does not recognize you?" In the midst of his contemplation, Doom caught a glimpse of ethereal beams emanating from the rooftop. "You have indeed arrived, Doom." Chapter 64, Mind Control. Peter materialized before Doom, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. Doom refrained from struggling and instead unleashed a surge of magical energy. Peter did not evade. Rather, he allowed the arcane force to envelop him. A smirk danced upon Peter's lips as the energy struck him, and in that instant, he activated the Reality Stone, transmuting the mystical energy into a gentle breeze. "We truly need to converse, Doom." Peter tightened his grip, gradually exerting pressure, and a sense of suffocation began to envelop Doom. In a moment of panic, Doom struck Peter's body in frantic circles. "Open a portal. Let us return to our own realm to resolve this matter. Otherwise, I shall end your life right now." The pallor of Doom's face, concealed beneath his mask, turned a shade of bluish-purple due to oxygen deprivation, and he struggled to utter a few words. "You dare not kill me." Doom, having relinquished his struggle, surrendered to Peter like a piece of dried meat, yet his piercing gaze remained fixed upon Peter. In the final moment before suffocation, Peter released his grip on Doom. Doom was right. Peter was not yet prepared to kill him, for there were no superhumans with teleportation abilities in the Shadow World. Furthermore, Peter lacked the means to craft a dimensional crossing device. If he were to eliminate Doom forcefully, he would have to devise a way to cultivate a superhuman with the capacity for teleportation. Doom fell to the ground, gasping for fresh air. Meanwhile, Slinger's battle with the Green Goblin had also come to an end. He stood over the defeated goblin, who lay like a dead dog, his left hand aiming a pistol at the goblin's head. "No, no, no. You cannot kill him." The Ultimate urgently grasped Slinger's arm. Slinger's confusion was palpable as he questioned, "Why?" "Because our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man never takes a life." Slinger's gaze shifted to Peter, who stood before Doom, having overheard the Ultimate's words. Peter replied, "We are the minority, my friend." The Ultimate, realizing that Peter's reference to the minority pertained to the lethal Spider-Man, looked at him in shock. "You too?" "No, I mean, is this how you resolve matters as well?" Peter nodded and turned to assist Doom, who was preparing to rise. The Ultimate Spider-Man reacted, glancing at Slingers. "All right, my friend, but this one you cannot slay. It pertains to matters of my universe." Slingers hesitated for a moment, then nodded and holstered his pistol. Behind Peter, tendrils emerged, firmly restraining Doom. "Do not attempt any tricks, Doom." Doom disregarded Peter's warning and instead focused on the two differently attired Spider-Men. "I assumed there was only one bothersome Peter." Slingers approached Doom, casting a glance at Peter. "Do you mind?" Peter shook his head, indicating he did not mind at all. With a resounding thud, Slingers delivered a powerful punch to Doom's face. Yet Doom remained entirely unfazed, while Slingers' fist tingled with the impact. Confused, Slingers looked to Peter, aware of the extent of his own strength, yet astonished that his blow had no effect on Doom. He has been enhanced by serums." Upon hearing this, the Ultimate Spider-Man grew restless. "Wait, are you saying that Slinger's punch cannot harm Doom?" Peter nodded slightly. It seems the Avengers of your universe are guilty." He showed no reaction to the conversation, leaving Doom to his own devices, and bid farewell to the two. "If I were powerful enough that day, I might visit your universe more often, Sling." Sling shook his head. "You'd best not come. I myself dislike this dark world." After a lengthy discourse filled with chatter from the Ultimate One, Peter finally prepared to depart. "I will not open a portal." Doom glared coldly into Peter's eyes. "You are not in a position to negotiate with me, understand?" Hearing this, Doom let out a disdainful snort. "You are the one who rejected me, Peter Parker." Peter found no desire to explain. Doom was well aware that he currently held the only key to Peter's return home, and thus presented his own terms. "Assist me in plundering Mephisto's dimension. Otherwise, I shall not open the black hole." Peter felt a sense of helplessness. He recognized that he could not defeat Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, alone, but with Doom, it could be possible. Yet, Peter was acutely aware that should he aid Doom in the heist, Doom would inevitably turn on him at the first opportunity. Peter began to ponder strategies, proposing several delaying tactics to Doom, only to have them seen through. You have but one path: to aid me in plundering the hellish dimension. Do not entertain any other thoughts. His genetic replication remains incapable of emulating the powers of a black hole. The abilities of a black hole are akin to that of a master of dimensions, not inherent qualities existing within one's genes. Doom's plundering of the End's powers did not merely extract the black hole's abilities. He also seized half of the dominion of the black hole dimension. The limitations of genetic replication became apparent at this moment. Peter, feeling somewhat distressed, ran his fingers through his hair, contemplating lighting a cigarette. Doom, perceptive of Peter's frustration, urged him further, assuring, "As long as you assist me in plundering the hell dimension, I guarantee that neither you nor anyone from your team will meet a grim fate." Naturally, Peter was skeptical of Doom's assurances, glaring coldly at his iron mask. If only he could exert control over Doom. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Peter: control. Telepathy. He swiftly began to devise a plan. The character of Professor X in the film had utilized mental control on multiple occasions. Although Emma's telepathic abilities did not match those of Professor X, the amplification provided by the Mind Stone could indeed enable such feats. Peter felt a surge of self-reproach for having completely overlooked this possibility. Having come to this realization, he abandoned the idea of smoking. Instead, a brilliant yellow light ignited within his chest as his mental abilities were simultaneously activated. Doom, witnessing Peter's transformation, momentarily lost his composure, uncertain of any peculiar powers Peter might be concealing. Wait, we still have matters to discuss. A yellow light, akin to a gem of the soul, ignited in Peter's eyes as countless thoughts intertwined with his consciousness and entered Doom's mind. Doom's gaze momentarily froze, his pupils dilating. Peter delved deep into Doom's psyche, seizing control of his physical form, and summoned the dormant energy of a black hole hidden within. With a flourish, he cast a black hole into the air. Peter's consciousness returned to his own body, a blue luminescence radiating from his chest. The black hole began to merge with the azure glow enveloping Peter, creating a vortex far larger than before, which now hovered before him. Peter, alongside Doom, ventured into this abyss. As a whirlwind of chaos enveloped them, the scenery transformed from the gray-toned architecture of the 1930s to a skyline brimming with futuristic technology. Hovering vehicles glided through the skies in orderly procession, the entire world pulsating with vibrant life. Peter shook his head, preparing to activate his powers once more to depart this realm. How did you arrive in this world? A deep voice resonated from behind Peter. A wave of discomfort washed over him. Why was he noticed at this very moment? Chapter 65. Returning to his universe, Peter turned rigidly to face the source of the voice. Clad in an impressive futuristic combat suit adorned in deep blue and dark red, with a mask featuring striking fang patterns, stood Spider-Man 2099. "Answer me, buddy," he implored. "How did you come to my universe?" In the year 2099, he stepped forward cautiously, the blades at his forearms unsheathing with a metallic hiss. Peter inhaled deeply. "I established an organization in my own world, and after forming an alliance with Doom, he betrayed me, stealing the abilities of my friends. I seek to reclaim what was lost, but we fell into. Well, that is the situation. I shall take my leave now." With that, Peter turned to control Doom and reopen the portal. The 2099 Spider-Man hesitated for a moment, retracting the blades and smiling. "You know, you could certainly seek my assistance." Peter paused, his telepathic connection faltering as he turned to face 2099. "Do you have a solution?" 2099 nodded, revealing a device on his wrist that resembled a watch. "If you trust me, follow me." He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder, gazing intently into his eyes. Peter nodded, and the tendrils behind him coiled around Doom. With a sudden whoosh, the three vanished from their location. When Peter opened his eyes again, he found himself in a disoriented space, surrounded by Spider-Men clad in various suits, traversing walls or navigating intricate beams. A noticeably youthful Spider-Man raised a hand towards 2099 and then turned to Peter. "Cool. Are those octopus tentacles?" Peter glanced at 2099, inquiring about his intentions. 2099 gestured for the young Spider-Man to refrain from further comment. The trio proceeded into a vast indoor space, where a colossal apparatus operated quietly at its center. Surrounded by dozens of Spider-Men clad in white lab coats, meticulously calibrating its settings. Peter gazed at the device in awe and asked, "Is this what you meant by assistance?" 2099 nodded in affirmation. "What do you think? Isn't it breathtaking?" Peter opened his mouth, then nodded. "You truly are remarkable, and you have gathered so many Spider-Men." 2099 removed his hood, revealing tousled hair that, combined with his well-defined features, lent him an unusually gentle appearance. "Are you interested in joining us?" Peter gradually recovered from the shock and turned to 2099, expressing his gratitude. "However, I must also provide for my members." 2099 displayed no emotion, maintaining a warm and serene demeanor as he replied, "If you change your mind that day, you are welcome to seek me out again." As he spoke, a coin adorned with a spider emblem sprang forth from a simple device on his wrist. "This is a one-time teleportation device. Should you encounter any danger or reconsider, you may come to find me here." Peter, somewhat at a loss, accepted the spider-embossed coin and toyed with it for a moment before looking up at 2099. "What I wish to say aligns with your sentiments. If you face any peril or trouble that day, you can reach out to me. You should have a way to locate me, correct?" Surprised by Peter's promise of assistance, 2099 nonetheless smiled and nodded. "Of course, we are all Spider-Men, are we not?" Peter acknowledged 2099's words with a nod as the three of them approached the transdimensional device. "How will you pinpoint my universe?" After attempting a traversal through the multiverse, Peter realized that his fragmented black hole ability could not precisely identify his own universe, which piqued his interest in 2099's device. With a smile, 2099 plucked a strand of Peter's hair. "It relies on quantum energy. Each universe possesses distinct quantum energy, which can be regarded as its unique characteristic. Our device uses this to accurately locate your universe." Upon hearing this, Peter experienced a moment of clarity, recalling something Ant-Man had once said. "Then will you mark my universe for me?" In the year 2099, he handed his hair to Spider-Man, who was clad in a white lab coat, and then nodded. "Of course, we have no intention of engaging in any excessive actions in your universe. Our sole purpose is to seek more of our brethren." Peter chuckled softly. It was indeed the first time he had heard the term brethren since his traversal. "You truly are a genius, 2099. 2099 merely smiled, remaining silent. "Genius? I've heard that far too often." Peter chose not to elaborate further and, following 2099's guidance, stepped into the transdimensional device. Noticing that 2099 continued to gaze at him with a smile, Peter waved his hand. "We shall meet again, quite soon." With that, 2099 uttered those words, and Peter was transported back to his own universe. As he beheld the familiar skyline of New York, a smile crept upon Peter's lips. Though less than a day had passed, he found himself yearning for his own universe. A blue light enveloped him, and he was instantly teleported to the communal lounge of the sanctum. In the lounge, only Milo was present, tending to his pet turtle, while the others were conspicuously absent. Upon hearing the sound of teleportation, Milo looked up with a hint of confusion. "Mr. Peter? What brings you back?" After uttering those words, Milo felt a twinge of awkwardness and asked, "Why has the master of the mansion returned? I mean, didn't you disappear?" Peter paid little heed to Milo's comments and instead inquired, "Have you seen Azazel and Owen?" Milo pondered for a moment. Mr. Azazel, accompanied by Ian, had ventured to Stark Tower seeking Tony's assistance. A warmth enveloped Peter's heart, reaffirming that there are still many good souls in the world. The blue light emanating from Peter's chest transported him to Stark Tower. "No, what you propose is utterly unfeasible. I am not a sorcerer capable of harnessing such energies. And besides, you cannot pinpoint the universe to which Peter has been sent," Tony asserted, clutching the blueprints and dismissing Azazel's notion. "What if we were to convert the mystical energy into my magical energy?" Azazel inquired, his brow furrowed, while Ian stood by with a grave expression. "The energy you provide is entirely insufficient to momentarily breach the cosmic barrier," Tony replied. Though he was eager to experiment, the reality was undeniable. Just as despair began to settle among them, a surge of blue energy materialized beside the group. From the portal, Peter emerged, tendrils unfurling from behind him, ensnaring doom. "Huh. It seems you were all quite worried about me during my absence," he remarked, eliciting astonished expressions from the three onlookers. Azazel was the first to respond. "How did you return? Or rather, can you confirm that you are indeed Peter?" The trio grew wary. Who could ascertain whether the unexpected arrival was truly Peter or if his essence remained intact? "Of course it's me. Can't you see that?" Peter replied, bewildered by their intense reaction. Azazel summoned the Asgardian runes in his hand and coldly inquired, How will you prove that you are Peter Parker? Peter wore a perplexed expression, standing there, questioning his own existence. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered a few words. Solomon, chapter 66, Doom. Upon hearing this, the vigilance on Azazel's face dissipated, and the Asgardian magic he had been preparing ceased its operation. He was indeed Peter. The other two, relieved by this revelation, approached him one by one, embracing him. Mate, I was terribly worried when you vanished. I thought you had embarked on an adventure in another world, Tony remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he firmly patted Peter's shoulder. Despite not being able to assist during the assault on the Mystic Arts Academy and feeling inadequate when Peter disappeared, a sense of unease lingered in Tony's heart. Speaking of which, you could say I did have an adventure in another realm, Peter responded, piquing Tony's interest. Would you care to share? I am quite fascinated by interdimensional travel, Tony inquired. Peter nodded with a smile, gesturing behind him. But first, we must address this individual. As he spoke, everyone turned to look behind Peter, suddenly reminded of Doom, the instigator of the chaos. Mate, I heard from Azazel that Doom is exceptionally clever and has mastered magic. How did you persuade him to bring you back? This question was not solely on Tony's mind. Azazel and Ian shared the same curiosity. Given Doom's intellect and power, it seemed implausible that he would willingly return Peter to his universe. Of course, it was not of his own volition, but I always find a way, don't I? Upon uttering these words, a golden light emanated from Peter's chest. Tony recalled the ability of Loki's scepter to control others, yet he remained oblivious to the concept of telepathy. So did you kill him? Azazel inquired, gazing at the completely unconscious Doom. Peter shook his head and turned to Ian. Of course not. My intention in bringing him here is to consult with Ian. Ian, somewhat perplexed, glanced at Doom. Are you referring to me? Peter nodded, ensnaring Doom with his tendrils. He possesses half of your abilities, specifically, the power of your black hole dimension. I brought him here to formally inquire whether, should I eliminate Doom, you would be able to reclaim all your powers. Ian contemplated this carefully, dark spots beginning to illuminate on his body. If Doom perishes, his abilities will revert to the black hole space, thereby becoming unclaimed. Peter acknowledged this, realizing that reclaiming all his powers would be ideal. If that proved impossible, he could utilize Doom to siphon Ian's abilities. He raised Doom with his tendrils, intending to crush him. Wait, Tony urgently intervened, halting Peter's actions. Peter instinctively assumed Tony was concerned about staining his garage. Rest assured, there won't be a drop of bloodshed. Tony looked at Peter in exasperation, retorting, Have you forgotten Doom's identity? Peter, now puzzled, reflected on this and recognized the gravity of the situation. A sovereign ruler, with diplomatic immunity. As Peter contemplated these matters, he cast a grateful glance at Tony, preparing to traverse to the Middle East before addressing Doom. A radiant blue light enveloped Peter as he was about to teleport, when a voice halted him. Wait. Peter was certain he had overlooked no aspect of Doom's identity this time. His plan was to frame those individuals in the Middle East. To his surprise, someone was obstructing him. Is there something I've missed? Peter queried, looking towards the source of the voice. Owen. Dealing with Doom is one matter. But what about Latvia? Peter's thoughts momentarily faltered. Indeed, Doom was a menace, but what of Latvia? He turned to face Doom, realizing that he could neither eliminate him nor the others. What am I to do? Azazel, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and addressed Tony. Do you recall the destruction robots? Peter too considered the matter of the destruction robots. Each one was a unique manifestation of Doom. However, should they encounter the genuine Doom, the firewall protecting the other destruction robots would activate, revealing their true identities. Peter could not help but commend Azazel's sagacity and turned his gaze back to Tony. Owen, also quick to grasp the situation, looked at Tony as well. Unfamiliar with the context, Tony felt a twinge of apprehension under the intense scrutiny of Peter and the others. What is wrong with me? Peter joyfully approached Tony, patting him on the shoulder. Ha ha, Tony, you're about to do me a tremendous favor. Tony remained somewhat perplexed. At this moment, Azazel stepped in to elucidate the meaning behind the earlier statement. What you mean is that the four of us will engineer a flawless version of Doom's annihilation machines, allowing him to seize control of a nation, correct? Peter and the others nodded in agreement, yet Tony furrowed his brow in concern. Pardon my candor, but do you truly grasp the ramifications of entrusting an artificial intelligence with the fate and future of a nation? Should we be exposed, we would become the world's most notorious perpetrators of crimes against humanity. Enemies of the entire globe. Peter shook his head. We cannot disregard the people of Latvia, nor can we possibly hand over a nation to a machine. In other words, Peter, animated by the discussion, continued, we would be partitioning a country. Tony had considered Peter's audacity, yet he had not anticipated such boldness. Partition a nation? Especially one like Latvia, with its well-established industrial system. Blessed with natural resources beyond mere agriculture, Tony had never imagined he might find himself as a participant in the dismemberment of a country. Of course, Tony, we do not aim to exploit the populace. We seek only a fair share of the benefits. During critical decisions, we shall extend our assistance to Latvia. Peter clarified his thoughts, pondering the notion of dividing a nation and draining the lifeblood of innocent people. He is unable to do so. He seeks profit, yet not at the cost of countless innocent lives. After a few moments of hesitation, Tony nodded. I shall agree to this matter. But neither of us can control Latvia to instigate war. Peter nodded in return, smiling, indeed. For the next half-day, Peter transmitted a semi-finished annihilation robot along with extensive data and databases from the Doomsday Castle. Buddy, this is a monumental task. I may require 2 or 3 days. To this, Peter did not express disappointment, but rather felt quite pleased. What a joke. Even with a semi-finished product, researching Doom's personality, setting up firewalls, and modifying the emotional plugins of the annihilation robot will certainly take an ordinary genius at least a couple of months. Tony says 2 or 3 days. This is truly astonishing. Peter's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at the remaining 4 individuals. Everyone present held a share in the matter. Peter was not inclined to monopolize this opportunity. However, both Owen and Azazel chose to withdraw. Owen's reasoning was quite straightforward. He had no interest in controlling any nation. A sentiment Peter fully understood, for at his core, Owen was simply an obsessive scientist. Azazel's rationale was even simpler. Peter's involvement equated to his own. And Peter found no need to comment on this, as there was no necessity for their relationship to be explained. After a brief exchange of a few matters with Tony, Peter was transported to the Middle East under the cloak of night. Ah, my friend, I must admit, I am somewhat reluctant to resolve our differences. We were once friends after all. Peter lit a cigarette, reflecting on the moment, ultimately extinguishing Doom. In a distant fog-laden city, beneath an ancient castle, Doom slowly emerged from his incubation chamber. It appears you truly have killed me, Peter Parker. Chapter 67. Journey to Clinter. Peter returned to the entrance of the Starlight Mansion, hesitating on how to explain his presence. Welcome back. Please unlock with your iris. The apartment's smart lock recognized Peter's face and emitted a voice. Damn it. Just as Peter braced himself for an inevitable confrontation, the apartment door swung open from within. Gwen, with tear-stained eyes, welcomed Peter, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't this be a moment of confrontation? Sensing Gwen's quiet sobs, Peter decided to disregard his confusion and gently comfort her. After embracing her for several minutes, he finally spoke. Perhaps we should step inside? Oh. Gwen withdrew her arm, using the back of her hand to wipe away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. Peter, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of compassion and gently guided Gwen to the sofa. Is it because of what happened that day? Gwen shook her head, lifting her tear-streaked eyes. Azazel said I was transported to another world by some villains. I thought you wouldn't return. Seeing Gwen in such distress stirred Peter's affection, and he softly patted her back. Of course, I will come back. I cannot do without you. He continued to comfort her until her emotions stabilized, after which he rose and made his way to the kitchen. Tying a scarf at the kitchen door, he turned to Gwen on the sofa and asked, Is there anything you'd like to eat? Gwen shook her head. Anything is fine. Peter winced at this response. How could anything suffice at such a moment? All right then. I'll make a simple clay pot rice. From behind him, tendrils emerged, washing vegetables, pots, and preparing ingredients. As Peter animated the atmosphere, Gwen gradually emerged from her melancholy, and the two enjoyed their dinner in delightful companionship. Can you tell me about the universe? Of course. I encountered a Spider-Man clad in black in the first universe, and he even carried a gun. Peter, feeling the gentle rhythm of Gwen's breathing in his embrace, found himself lost in thought. Perhaps this tranquil existence was indeed pleasant? The following day, Peter lazily lounged until midday. Ugh. Stretching, he glanced at the clock. It was noon. After spending an hour preparing a Sichuan meal, Peter and Gwen lay on the sofa, watching a movie. By the way, Oxford starts in a month. Will you have time? Peter gently tousled Gwen's hair and nodded. Of course, as long as there are no unforeseen circumstances. Gwen replied with a hint of complaint. But there always seems to be an unexpected turn of events. Peter chuckled resignedly. No one could predict whether an unforeseen situation would arise. 2 weeks passed, and during this time, Peter and Tony dispatched the Doom bot to Latvia, where it would assume the role of the true Doom. The duo indirectly exerted control over the entire nation. Peter also entrusted the icebox to Robert, the Iceman, as he had no use for it himself. With the icebox in his possession, the Iceman became the only God-tier member of their team. Peter was now ready to reclaim the other half of his divine essence and seek out trouble with Nor. Is everything prepared? Peter gazed at the members of the secret society behind him, including the somewhat reluctant Mr. Bottom-Feeder, whom Peter had compelled to join their ranks as a combatant. The gathered individuals nodded in agreement, each possessing at least Earth-level prowess. With the infusion of Connor's hybrid serum and the Desperation virus, the members of the society experienced a remarkable surge in their capabilities. The trio of Night Demon, Blade, and Punisher, previously regarded as the most ordinary among them, had ascended to Earth-level strength. Meanwhile, the one who had injected the Desperation virus, the Fireman, had achieved a staggering galaxy-level power. Owen required no elaboration, as his innate abilities had already reached a medium level of dimensional mastery, placing him at the star domain level. The most significant transformation occurred with Azazel, who fully embraced Doom's magical legacy. His magical combat prowess had now attained a level approaching the quasi-star domain. The Ghost Rider, due to his unique nature, remained at Earth level. Yet the potential of the Judgment Eye, a mechanism of extraordinary capabilities, remained shrouded in mystery. Electro opted for the fusion serum, enhancing his innate ability to absorb and store energy to unprecedented heights. Peter felt confident that even Zeus, the god of thunder, would be no match for him. The Midnight Werewolf chose to inject all available serums, or rather, he should be referred to as the Flame Werewolf. For the Desperation virus caused him to emanate intense heat and flames in his werewolf form. As for the Night Twins, their enhancements were evident. After refining the serum, they injected everything into their bodies, barring the Desperation virus. Peter, observing the increasingly formidable team, smiled knowingly. Let us embark. A beam of cerulean light emanated from Peter's chest, surrounded by dozens of orbs crafted from URU steel, as he established the portal's exit in a corner of the world provided by the Riot. A vast portal materialized before the onlookers, and Peter was the first to step through, followed closely by the members of the Order of the Hidden. As Peter traversed through the portal, the scene shifted, unveiling a landscape reminiscent of a primordial desert. From within Azazel, the Riot emerged, instinctively crawling onto Peter's shoulder. This place was Clinter, the realm of the Great Sovereign. Peter nodded, and as his feet touched the ground of Clinter, an unprecedented sense of familiarity surged from the depths of his being. He closed his eyes, allowing this emotion to wash over him for an extended moment before breaking free. It felt as though the entire planet rejoiced at his arrival. Of course, this was an illusion, for the symbiotes had united to seal off NAR, making it implausible for them to welcome Peter, the ruler. Yet, every symbiote sensed Peter amidst the desert, a newly born sovereign. A longing emanated from the divine essence within Peter's chest. After discerning the direction, he activated the portal once more. This time, the vista was not a desert but a lush tropical jungle akin to Earth, where enormous symbiotic stingrays soared through the skies. The roots of trees were supplanted by the writhing forms of symbiotic organisms, and even flowers adorned with sharp fangs thrived in this vibrant ecosystem. As Peter stepped out of the portal, the primal yearning intensified within him, affirming that NR was indeed in close proximity. Sovereign, what of your promise? Quietly resting on Peter's shoulder, the entity known as Riot timidly spoke up. It was then that Peter remembered his promise to provide a suitable home for the symbiote. I will fulfill it, I assure you. Upon hearing these words, Riot ceased to speak and nestled quietly against Peter's shoulder. After walking for a few minutes, Peter beheld the symbiote jungle, seemingly cleaved in two. Behind him lay a lush expanse of symbiotes, while before him stretched a desolate wasteland, where the symbiotic trees appeared withered and contorted, as if dried by the wind. Peter, filled with curiosity, turned to Riot and inquired, "What has happened here?" The tumultuous being trembled like a mass of mire, declaring, "This is the domain where NAR is sealed, and here dwell NAR's minions." Upon hearing this, Peter was struck with a sudden understanding. The minions referred to by the tumultuous being were undoubtedly the Devourers. In the depths of Venom's realm, These monstrous entities consumed numerous symbiotes, plundering the codex of venom. However, they posed no significant threat to him or the Order of Mystics. With composure, Peter ventured deeper into the desolation, and after a span of 10 minutes, his gaze fell upon a colossal, tree-like structure. It was only then that a figure, imprisoned upon a black throne, came into view. The tumultuous being hastily leapt into Azazel's form, vanishing from sight. Surrounding the black throne were countless devourers, lingering and resting. Nar lifted his eyeless gaze toward Peter's direction. As their eyes met, the multitude of devourers also turned their attention to Peter in the distance. Chapter 68. The usurper prepares for battle. Regarded the figure clad in a trench coat, fury igniting within his gaze. It was one thing for this wretched creature to absorb his symbiote's divine essence, but the audacity to venture into Clinter was intolerable. I shall rend you to pieces, usurper. The voice of Gnarl, imbued with endless fury, resounded through the air. Once upon a time, he had severed the head of the exalted celestial beings. If not for the treachery of his rebellious offspring, he would not be ensnared in this accursed throne for a millennium. Gnarl's pallid skeletal claw pointed forward, and countless aberrations surged forth like a deluge towards Peter and his companions. The members of the Mystic Assembly, upon witnessing the tide of aberrations, remained unfazed. The tempestuous fireman, John, was particularly eager, having long desired to gauge his own formidable strength. Endless bouts with Robert had only resulted in him being either suspended in the air or encased in ice, a most unsatisfying experience. Peter glanced at the Iceman, Robert, signaling him to commence. Robert nodded, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He too had grown weary of their playful skirmishes. Stepping forward, his skin transformed into a chilling white, evolving into the deep blue visage of a frost giant. He grasped the ice magic box summoned from his chest, his crimson eyes fixated on the writhing aberrations. With a flourish, Robert unleashed the ice magic box, a colossal mist of frost erupting forth. The vanguard of the aberrations was the first to encounter the frigid fog, freezing into rigid sculptures in mere seconds. Observing this, the remaining aberrations began to scatter, their four trailing appendages thrashing wildly to accelerate their retreat. Robert, witnessing this turn of events, became increasingly exhilarated. He amplified the output of his icy powers, the mist swiftly enveloping half the battlefield. Peter, impressed by Robert's prowess, nodded in approval. His training had not been in vain. The fireman, feeling somewhat impatient, watched Robert with a hint of annoyance. Did this fellow only seek his own amusement while dispatching the foes? John hesitated momentarily as he observed Peter's retreating figure. Noticing this, Gnarl narrowed his eyes. The creature had brought forth unexpectedly formidable allies. Gnarl's claws struck the throne, and the colossal tree behind him emanated a dark glow. Soon, the ravenous entities surged forth from behind the throne, hastily filling the battlefield. Upon witnessing this, Peter raised his hand to halt Robert and turned to the members of the secret society behind him. You shall deal with the ravenous entities. I will confront Gnarl. The fireman, brimming with enthusiasm, clapped his hands, and before Peter could finish his sentence, he was engulfed in searing flames, plunging into the throng of ravenous entities. Peter, resigned to the situation, observed this scene. Very well, do as you wish. With that, Peter's form shimmered with blue light and vanished from sight. The werewolf reacted swiftly, transforming instantly into a fiery wolf, charging into the mass of ravenous entities. The bloodthirsty members followed Jack's lead, eagerly plunging into the fray. Owen and the Shadow Man positioned themselves beside Azazel, beginning to bombard the battlefield. Suddenly, Peter appeared behind Gnarl, his tentacle morphing into a lethal blade aimed at Gnarl's head. You are still too slow. Gnarl raised one claw, firmly grasping Peter's blade. In an instant, Peter swiftly transformed, as the blade morphed back into a tentacle. A beam of mental energy converged at its tip. Zing! The psychic beam scorched Gnarl's visage, leaving his skin charred. Possessing numerous abilities, Gnarl's burnt flesh rapidly regenerated, transforming his claws into dark, viscous tendrils that lunged towards Peter's chest. In response, Peter summoned magnetic URU steel, which coalesced into a formidable steel formation, pinning Gnarl's tendrils to the ground. The corners of Gnarl's mouth curled into a smirk as his tendrils morphed into a fluid-like symbiotic entity, ensnaring Peter's lower leg. Realizing the peril, Peter felt the symbiotic entity within him begin to resist Gnarl's invasion. Not enough. Not enough. You insolent wretch. Gnarl's symbiotic essence began to voraciously devour Peter's tendrils, startling Peter. The progenitor of symbiotes was indeed formidable. With determination, Peter's eyes emitted a psychic beam, decisively severing his own lower leg. Gnarl, witnessing Peter's plight, opened his mouth, producing a dry, raspy laughter reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against a wall. "Is this all you are capable of, pathetic usurper?" Peter, his expression grave, found himself momentarily unable to contend with Gnarl, who had completely surpassed his symbiotic prowess and regenerative abilities, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure within him. Gritting his teeth, Peter's pale symbiotic form began to surge, swiftly morphing into a colossal, pallid monstrosity. An ominous spider emblem adorned his chest, while countless tendrils writhed behind him, his hands transforming from claws into twisted appendages. Meanwhile, the throne behind Gnarl sprouted thick, dark tendrils that lunged towards Peter's face. In a fierce response, Peter's visage transformed into a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. Clamping down on the tendrils that Gnarl thrust towards him, the sharp fangs pierced through the tentacle, and with a swift motion, Peter tore it asunder. He chewed on Gnarl's appendage, his cheeks bulging with the effort. Gulp! After swallowing the pulverized tentacle, Peter felt a surge of pure vitality coursing through him. How unpalatable! His wide maw parted, a slick tongue flicking at non-existent lips. Gnarl, witnessing this scene, paused momentarily before bursting into a raucous, cackling laughter. "Ha ha ha! No one has ever devoured my flesh before. You are the first, and you shall be the last." A glint of malice flickered in Gnarl's eyes as the remaining tentacles surged menacingly toward Peter. With a flash of blue light emanating from his chest, Peter reappeared behind Gnarl. As the tentacles pierced through the throne and Gnarl's abdomen, the pale appendages writhed within Gnarl's torso, seeking the divine essence within. Gnarl, with disdain, gazed at the ghostly tentacles within his own body, violently thrusting his claws into the gaping wound to seize Peter's limb. This is merely insufficient. Gnarl crushed the tentacles within him, raising his gaze to find Peter's gaping maw. Peter seized Gnarl's head, crunching it with a resounding crack, chewing it thoroughly before swallowing it whole. Peter glanced at the severed neck, where black tentacles writhed, and in an instant, Gnarl's head restored itself to its former state. Enraged, Gnarl let out a furious roar, his claws lunging toward Peter's chest. Zing! The mental ray incinerated Gnarl's claws, and the tentacles behind transformed into colossal blades, cleaving both Gnarl and the throne in two. Peter noticed a shattered orb at the base of the throne, poised to reach for it when a massive black blade erupted from his back, piercing through his chest. In that fleeting moment, Gnarl and the throne regained their composure. Peter, astonished, felt the blade lodged in his chest, its obsidian edge suppressing his regenerative abilities. In an instant, he comprehended the true nature of this sword, the Black Death sword. Furthermore, its current wielder was none other than the God-Slayer, Jurl. Peter swiftly turned his head 180 degrees to glimpse Jurl emerging from the darkness, advancing with deliberate steps. Seeing his long-awaited ally arrive, Gnarl could not help but reveal his jagged teeth, his repugnant cackle echoing once more. "Gahaha! He has come. Today, I shall reclaim my freedom. Await your demise." Peter regarded Jurl with trepidation, noting how the dark aura surrounding him shifted with every step he took. From a distance, the barren, brown-gray earth morphed into an abyssal black upon Jurl's arrival, with sticky shadows slithering beneath the surface. Chapter 69. The complete divine authority. Jurl raised his right hand, and the Black Death sword that had been embedded in Peter surged forth, as if summoned, landing in Jurl's grasp. "Gnarl, do not forget your promise." Jurl's voice resonated ominously, his gaze fixated on the sole pallid figure in the colorless realm. "Gahaha! Of course, as long as you assist me in eliminating the usurper, I shall join you in assaulting the divine court. We will cleanse the world of all gods." Nar's already wide mouth seemed to stretch even further upon the arrival of Gr. Without uttering a word, Gr plunged the Black Death sword into the ground, causing countless dark creatures to emerge from the depths, rushing towards the battlefield. Peter sensed the impending danger. Dealing with Gr had already posed a challenge, and now Gr had entered the fray. To be prudent, Peter communicated telepathically with Robert, urging him to withdraw from the battle to provide support. With both hands gripping the ice magic box, Robert spun in place, freezing all aberrant entities within a several-kilometer radius into ice sculptures. Subsequently, he crafted a path of ice before him and swiftly glided towards Peter's direction. Gur lifted the Black Death sword, his form dissolving into a viscous liquid, vanishing from sight. Peter's spider sense flared intensely, alerting him to Ger's location behind him. Transforming his hand from a tendril into a claw, Peter reached back, seizing Gur by the neck. A sharp crack echoed as Ger's neck was twisted, rendering him incapacitated. Just as Peter pondered how fragile Gur seemed, his spider sense once again warned him of an impending threat, Nar's tendrils lunging towards him. With a swift motion, Robert raised his right hand, and the power of ice instantly froze Nar's tendrils into sculptures of ice. With a resounding thud, the frozen tendrils fell onto the dark earth. Nar gazed in astonishment at the icy figure of Robert, who wielded the ice magic box. A celestial level? In the previous skirmish, he had witnessed Robert's capabilities, but he had not anticipated him to possess such divine power. However, Null remained oblivious, for the Iceman's freezing abilities rendered the aberrations as insignificant as mere insects, both easily encased in ice sculptures before him. The black ooze from the blade held by Peter reformed into droplets behind him. The tendrils emerging from Peter instinctively retaliated, only to be severed by the Black Death sword in Gel's grasp. The twisted, pale tendrils fell to the ground, writhing incessantly, morphing into symbiotic entities. As Peter turned, his claws swept menacingly towards Gel, forcefully sending him flying into the distance. At that moment, Robert circled around Null, continually encasing Null's form in ice from the ground up. Attack the throne. The throne is the heart of it all. Peter shouted at Robert, his arms merging into a colossal blade, intent on cleaving the throne once more. Gel emerged from behind the throne, raising the Black Death sword above his head. Clang! Peter's massive blade collided with Gel's Black Death sword, a flash of darkness igniting in Gel's eyes. Instantly, countless tendrils, as fine as hair, surged from the Black Death sword, invading the blade forged from Peter's hands. A putrid stench of decay emanated from the colossal blade as the Black Death sword began to corrode Peter's weapon. Yet the corrosion did not cease. Dark veins crept along the blade towards Peter's arm. I have truly had enough of the conflict between symbiotes. Peter's resentment took form as a blade that severed the assault on his arm. This was the second time he had been invaded. He possessed divine essence himself. Why is it impossible to erode like the Black Death sword in Null? Yet it seems reasonable, despite Null's divine essence being lacking, his immense strength, accrued over countless years of existence, is undoubtedly formidable. The Black Death sword, the first symbiote in Null's weapon, has similarly endured for innumerable years. Peter, as a nascent symbiote sovereign, lacks such extensive accumulation, and his abilities in every aspect inevitably pale in comparison to the seasoned duo of sword and wielder. Peter rapidly regenerated 2 arms, a brilliant yellow light emanating from him, expanding relentlessly. Mind Beam, or rather, Psychic Storm. The energy of the Mind Stone surged from Peter's entire being, ultimately culminating in an explosive release centered around him. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Robert swiftly retreated, while Gerald vanished into the shadows. Null, bound and immobile, could only brace for the impending strike. Boom! The psychic energy erupted, shattering Null's form and throne in an instant, leaving a fragmented sphere of debris suspended in the void where the throne once stood. Robert! Peter shouted urgently, and Robert understood his intent. From the ice magic box, an endless torrent of frost surged forth, encasing the recovering Null in a frigid grip. Damn it! Null's voice resonated from beneath the throne. Infuriated that this infernal ice had ensnared him, the tendrils from Peter surged swiftly towards the divine fragment, intent on seizing it. Suddenly, Gur appeared beside the throne, wielding the Black Death sword, which cleaved through Peter's advancing tendrils. Peter was consumed by a desire for vengeance against Gur, who always intervened just when he was on the verge of success. Meanwhile, Robert continued to suppress Gnarl's regeneration with icy restraint, anxiously observing Peter. At that moment of imminent peril, an unexpected black hole materialized beside the divine fragment, and a sneaky head emerged, grasping the shard. It was Owen. Both Peter and Robert felt a surge of elation. As the black hole sealed shut, Gnarl's furious roar echoed throughout Clintor. Damnable thief! Damnable usurper! I shall rend you all asunder and devour you. Peter struck Gur aside with a palm, and a flash of blue light signaled his disappearance. Stop him, Gur! Gnarl urgently commanded, but it was too late. Seeing Peter's departure, Robert began to retreat swiftly. Owen crawled out of the black hole, examining the shattered orb in his hand. Is this the divine fragment? He pondered. Just as confusion clouded his mind, a flash of blue light revealed Peter's imposing symbiotic form before him. Hand it over to me, Owen, Peter implored, his urgency palpable. After battling for so long, he had finally obtained what he desired, and his excitement was evident. Without hesitation, Owen presented the fragmented divine essence into Peter's immense hand. Gazing at the shattered fragment, Peter felt a surge of triumph. At last, he had it. Peter inserted the divine essence into his chest cavity, and the original fragment of divinity immediately reacted with fervor. The two began to merge within Peter's chest. A surge of power emanated from his divine core, enveloping his entire being. As the last trace of fissure vanished, the complete symbiotic deity suspended itself within Peter's chest. He instantly sensed a profound transformation within himself. The fragment of divinity, albeit only a third of its potential, had fused with the shattered essence, culminating in a perfected divine form. Peter felt an unceasing flow of vitality from the entirety of Clinter, each genetic code within the symbiotic organisms resonating with life. At this moment, he truly became a god. Chapter 70. Shredding Gnarl. Peter felt the amplification of his power. The life force originally stored within the shards of divinity became accessible following the amalgamation of the divine essence. His strength, once 100 tons, surged threefold to an astonishing 300 tons upon acquiring divinity. However, the most significant enhancement lay within his corruption and devouring abilities. The energy of his tentacles became more formidable, augmented by the corrosive power of the Black Death Sword. The spider emblem upon Peter's chest expanded, ultimately enveloping his entire torso, while 3 radiant infinity gems glimmered atop the 6 spider legs. With exhilaration, Peter let out a thunderous roar, a sound that reverberated throughout the symbiotes of Clinter, instilling in them a pressure surpassing that of Gnarl. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward Gnarl, still ensnared upon his throne. At this moment, Gnarl appeared incredibly feeble, his previously malevolent visage now bearing the marks of age. In a flash of blue light, Peter materialized before Gnarl, who stared in terror at the pale monstrosity that had suddenly appeared, whispering a plea for mercy. Please, you are now the god of the symbiotes. I humbly beseech your forgiveness. I am willing to pledge my loyalty for 1,000 years, for eternity. Peter regarded Gnarl coldly, like a defeated hound. Weren't you the one who sought to tear me apart? Upon hearing these words, Gnarl trembled, his voice tinged with a humble plea. O great deity of the symbiotic entity, pale touch, I beseech you. Peter, disregarding Gnarl's entreaties, opened his immense jaws and seized Gnarl's head, tilting his head back and violently tearing it from his body. 2 powerful arms transformed into claws, gripping the sides of Gnarl's throne, exerting tremendous force to rend both Gnarl and the throne asunder. Observing this, Gel transformed into a cascade of dark energy, vanishing from sight. Peter consumed Gnarl and the throne, casting his gaze toward the spot where Gel had disappeared. Escape? The Mind Stone and telepathy activated, traversing the abyss that represented the father level. Dozens of consciousnesses at the father level turned their attention to Peter, scrutinizing this audacious intruder into their minds. What are you staring at? Peter's Mind Stone glimmered with brilliant yellow light, launching a piercing assault against the dozens of father-level minds. A series of anguished cries, akin to the lamentations of celestial fathers, resonated through the air. Peter, disregarding the plight of those around him, concentrated on locating Gur at the very edge of the universe. Emerging from the shadows, Gur cast a wary glance toward the direction of Clinter. What absurd promises, he mused. As he faced his impending demise, what concern was there for aiding Gnarl? On the brink of the mental realm, Peter discerned the frail silhouette of Gnarl, a faint smile gracing his lips. Found you, he declared, and in a flash of blue light, he vanished from beside the throne. Gur, sensing an intrusion into his psyche, felt a surge of terror and yearned to transform into fluid once more. But Peter's formidable form materialized behind Gur, his claws piercing through Ger's back, emerging through his chest. In terror, Gur turned to behold Peter in his symbiotic state, with slanted white eyes and a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. To slay a god? Show me another. Peter's claws unleashed a corrosive black energy that swiftly spread across Ger's upper body. The Black Death Sword, sensing the dire situation, emanated a dark light to resist the encroaching corruption within GR. The two forces clashed within Ger's being, intertwining fiercely. Peter's massive jaws clamped onto Gehr's shoulder, his dagger-like teeth sinking into Gehr's pallid skin. A pained scream erupted from Gehr, and with his other hand, the Black Death sword lunged toward Peter's head. Releasing his grip, Peter turned to confront the incoming sword, withdrawing his claws from Gehr's body. With a swift motion, he seized the sword's blade, exerting his strength to wrest it from Gehr's grasp. The black blade trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum. Defiance? Peter struck fiercely, sending the foe, resembling a lifeless dog, sprawling. With his mouth agape, he clamped down on the blade of the Black Death's sword. Crack! To everyone's astonishment, Peter's jaw exerted enough force to shatter the sword's blade, which fragmented and fell onto the ashen ground. Without hesitation, Peter gulped down the hilt of the Black Death's sword, beginning to chew. Crunch! Crunch! The remnants of the sword emitted a mournful hum within Peter's mouth, yet he remained unfazed. A resonant gulp echoed through the stillness as he astonishingly ground the Black Death sword to pieces and swallowed it whole. From Peter's chest, several tendrils emerged, deftly lifting the scattered fragments of the Black Death sword and directing them into his mouth. A surge of pure dark energy and symbiotic power flowed from his abdomen to his right hand. With a sudden burst, a spear tip, forged from the same material as the Black Death sword, pierced forth from Peter's right hand. He was intent on reconstituting a new Black Death sword. A colossal blade erupted from his hand, unleashing an intensely frigid energy that enveloped the entire gray planet. In no time, a spear, measuring 7 meters with dual tips, materialized from Peter's palm. The obsidian spear radiated an aura of dominance and chill, instilling fear in anyone who dared to glance at it. The original Black Death sword had been entirely transformed by Peter into this formidable spear, and as he caressed its surface, he sensed a faint trace of consciousness. Whoosh! Peter brandished his spear, a sound reminiscent of the tearing of space resonating from its tip. Satisfied with his weapon, he named it the Lance of Longinus. The spear emitted a hum, a sign of respect towards Peter. In Christianity, the Lance of Longinus is the weapon that pierced the side of Jesus, sanctified by the divine blood of the Savior, and is often referred to as the Holy Lance. Peter's choice to name his spear the Lance of Longinus was not merely to evoke sanctity. He intended for this spear to be bathed in the blood of deities as well. Now, Peter was ready to unseal the spear. He approached Gehr, who was struggling to rise from the ground, and thrust the spear through Gehr's skull. Gehr's pupils dulled, and the once mighty slayer of gods met his demise at Peter's hands. Tendrils extended from Peter's form, penetrating Gehr's body, drawing in the lingering dark energy. One pale tendril thus transformed into a profound shade of black. With a flick of his wrist, Peter withdrew the Lance of Longinus, shaking off the red and white remnants before vanishing from sight. He reappeared before the throne of Gnarl, turning to survey the battlefield where the members of the Mystic Society stood atop a mound of countless slain eldritch beasts, all gazing back at him. Peter nodded, the divine essence within him igniting, as every symbiote of Clintor heard his voice. I am the Pale Touch, the new god of all symbiotes. The old god Gnarl is dead. His rules shall be overturned by me. I shall lead all symbiotes to a new homeland. After Peter spoke, a brilliant blue light emanated from his chest as a colossal spatial portal materialized before him. Each symbiote sealed by Null is a hero of this battle, and I shall bestow upon you rewards, provided you traverse the portal and come before me. Simultaneously, Peter activated countless portals on Clintar, patiently awaiting the arrival of the symbiotes. Riot, emerging from Azazel, wormed its way to Peter, extending a symbiotic tendril. Esteemed Pale One, may I address my kin? Peter glanced at the tendril extended by Riot, nodded, and reached out his right hand to grasp it. Chapter 71. The accolade of the symbiotes utilizing the divine abilities bestowed upon him. Peter influenced each symbiote, allowing them to hear Riot's voice. My dear brethren, I am Riot, the captain of the squad venturing to other planets in search of suitable environments. On one of these worlds, I encountered the esteemed Pale One, who assured me of providing our race with a new planet for our survival. Now, our new deity is poised to fulfill this promise, and I implore you to trust in the divine word. Riot's coarse voice resonated within the minds of every symbiote, solidifying the resolve of even the previously hesitant powerful symbiotes, compelling them to crawl into the blue portal. 3 symbiotes, even more formidable than Riot, cautiously emerged from the portal and approached Peter. Behold, These are the mighty symbiotes that led the charge to seal Null. The tumultuous crowd, filled with fervor, addressed Peter, who had presumed they would not return. Peter nodded, extending for tendrils that penetrated the bodies of the tumultuous crowd and the other 3 symbiotic entities. A surge of pure life energy was transmitted into the 3 symbionts, causing their already considerable forms to expand further. Thank you for your divine gift. The generous touch of life. The life energy not only fortified the symbionts, but also elevated their potential, allowing them to grow ever stronger. Peter slightly inclined his head, his gaze devoid of emotion as he regarded the symbiotic entities. Brave souls are deserving of reward. Peter did not retract his tendrils, but instead encouraged their discourse. Comrades of Clinter, I am the abomination, the toxicity, the calamity. We summon you now. Please place your trust in the great pale touch. An unending stream of symbiotic beings emerged from the portal. Due to their overwhelming numbers, Peter continued to expand, ultimately transforming the portal into a colossal spatial gateway connecting to the heavens. Utilizing the spatial gem, Peter levitated into the air, his body manifesting countless tendrils that continuously bifurcated, each tendril sprouting dozens more, which in turn grew additional tendrils. Hovering amidst the clouds, Peter remained emotionless, gazing down at the multitude of symbiotic entities beneath him, both in the air and on the ground, completely occupied by the vast presence of the symbiotes. Peter's transformed tendrils resembled a monstrous canopy, penetrating the interior of each symbiotic being. My subjects, I shall bestow upon you my blessings. Sing your devout praises unto me. Upon uttering these words, Peter's life force began to flow into the tendrils, which then differentiated and spread into the myriad of symbiotic beings. Almighty Pale Touch, we shall pledge our unwavering allegiance to you. The tumultuous crowd proclaimed, their fervor palpable. The multitude of symbiotes commenced their adulation of Peter. While this sounded like ordinary speech to Peter and the symbiotes, to the human observers, it was an unsettling cacophony of writhing, slick entities shrieking towards Peter, who loomed above like a dark harbinger. The scene appeared profoundly sinister. Azazel and Orin stood upon the back of a symbiotic ray, gazing up at Peter. Azazel, are you certain our master is not an evil deity? Azazel momentarily faltered. Even though he was accustomed to tumultuous upheavals and had nearly instigated a third world war alongside the Black Emperor, the sight of the myriad shrieking beings and the overwhelming tendrils rendered those grand spectacles utterly mundane. So this is what constitutes a grand spectacle. I am uncertain, Azazel replied, suppressing his inner astonishment. In contrast, the fireman felt not dread, but an intrinsic yearning. Robert, when do you think I might attain such prowess? Robert cast a sidelong glance at John. You are not a symbiote. How could you possibly reach such heights? The fireman delivered a punch to Robert. I mean, when will I become as formidable as Mr. Peter? I shall not become a symbiote, Robert pondered. Peter had once inadvertently shared with him the trajectory of their destinies concerning the future of the Fire People, and he had gleaned some understanding. It cannot be far off. You only need to trust Mr. Peter. John nodded in agreement, continuing to witness the astonishing spectacle before him. Peter dispersed 90% of the divine life energy contained within him, retaining merely 10%. Yet, even this fraction, without the need to siphon energy from other life forms, could sustain him for several millennia. With a mere thought, countless tendrils, having delivered the life energy, withdrew from the myriad symbiotes and began to retract slowly. The symbiotes once again sang praises to Peter. This new deity was nothing like Null. He was generous and selfless, treating even those symbiotes who had not aided him with equal regard. In stark contrast, Null, the malevolent god birthed from primordial darkness, had become tyrannical, wicked, and selfish, ruling his progeny with an iron fist despite their kinship. Why did the symbiotes rebel? It was because Null's control over the original symbiotes was severed when they attempted to conquer other life-bearing planets. Many of the primordial symbiotes infiltrated the bodies of the benevolent life forms they were invading, and upon discovering Null's malevolence, they initiated their rebellion. Subsequently, they harnessed the power of the Codex to seal Null away. As for the question of which chaos would lead to the slaughter of humanity, it was undoubtedly due to his own race's innate goodness. Listening to the tsunami-like praises resonating beneath him, Peter raised his hand, calming the fervor in the air. The myriad symbiotes fell into an instant silence, all gazing upward at Peter. My subjects, I shall guide you to various suitable planets, but remember, It is imperative to preserve the ecology and the very essence of these worlds. The symbionts remained silent, and Peter's intention was to disperse them, allowing the symbionts to integrate into diverse ecological environments to achieve enduring development. The rebellion was the first to speak to Peter, stating, "In accordance with your will, I hope that each planet is led by a powerful symbiont to guide your people." Peter nodded in agreement, as this was indeed what he had in mind. It was only fitting. With that, a golden light emanated from Peter's chest, activating his telepathic abilities. His aim this time was not to connect with celestial beings, but rather with animals. He sought to utilize this connection to swiftly locate life-abundant planets. Soon, Peter discovered dozens of Earth-like planets teeming with life, and identified 5 that lacked intelligent beings, still reminiscent of the Jurassic era. Peter raised his hand, summoning a portal that appeared beneath his feet. He gestured for the symbionts before the portal to enter. After about 1/5 of the symbionts had passed through, Peter raised his hand to halt those eager to continue entering, signaling for a powerful symbiont to proceed before closing the portal. This process repeated 5 times until Peter gestured for the rebellion to enter. "As long as you require us, we shall vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." Peter, devoid of emotion, nodded slightly as he closed the portal with the last symbiote's entry. Descending from the sky to the ground, he sensed the presence of life on Clinter before activating the portal once more. Without uttering a word, he gestured for everyone to enter and then turned his gaze towards the depths below. The space stone activated, transporting a planet with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers into Clinter's gravitational field. Suspended in the cosmos, Peter watched as the planet breached Clinter's atmosphere. The reality stone within him illuminated, creating a colossal barrier at the point of impact. His expressionless eyes fixated on the breached Clinter, seemingly awaiting something. Chapter 72. The Gathering. A shadow emerged from the fragments of Clinter, swimming into the abyss of the starry sky. A glimmer flashed in Peter's eyes as the blue light of the space stone enveloped him, and he appeared before the shadow in an instant. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. Upon recognizing the form of the shadow, a writhing mass of black symbiotic organism resembling a tadpole, he knew instantly it was Nar. The shadow, startled by Peter's sudden appearance, changed its direction. The pale symbiote on Peter surged, transforming into a towering 6-meter-tall white monstrosity as the lance of Longinus materialized in his right hand. Raising the lance of Longinus, he hurled it towards Nar, the spear soaring like a meteor towards the fleeing creature. With a piercing sound, the spiraled tips of the lance penetrated Nar's symbiotic form. Nar let out a tortured shriek, still yearning to flee. Peter's right hand, gripping the spear of Longinus embedded within Nar's symbiotic form, seemed to respond to his summons, propelling Nar swiftly backward. Nar gazed despairingly at Peter's grotesque visage. "I curse you, pale touch. Your dominion shall be usurped by your offspring and subjects. You too shall descend into the endless darkness, wandering eternally." Peter observed Nar's furious invectives with calm indifference, as the creature's gaping maw revealed rows of sharp teeth glinting like daggers. "Curse away, Nar, do not cease even in the void of death." Momentarily taken aback by Peter's words, Nar regained his senses just as Peter's cavernous mouth loomed closer. "You will endure millennia of torment." Peter engulfed Nar, hearing his final utterance as he mercilessly ground Nar between his jaws. Gulp. As Peter swallowed the essence of Gnarl, a surge of energy far purer than that derived from consuming the Gnarl throne and the corporeal form of Gnarl flowed into him. The dark patterns belonging to Gnarl manifested at the tips of his tendrils. Peter felt himself once again empowered, and upon digesting Gnarl, he came to understand that the dark mass he had absorbed was known as the Gnarl essence, a manifestation of the symbiote god's ability to transform its very essence into a cohesive organism in times of peril. With a slick tongue, Peter licked his sharp fangs and lips, recognizing this as a commendable means of self-preservation, fortunate that he had chosen not to depart. This time, Peter realized that he could no longer rely solely on his own knowledge to gauge the capabilities of such powerful beings. There might be secrets akin to Gnarl-S that remained hidden from the untrained eye. What if Gnarl, having lain in wait for centuries, sought vengeance upon him? After a period of waiting, ensuring the complete annihilation of Clinter and the absence of any remaining trump cards from Gnarl, a flash of blue light enveloped him, transporting him back to Earth. Peter reverted to his human guise as he appeared in the headquarters of the Mystical Society. Although his lineage had long ceased to be human, Having lived 2 lifetimes as one, it was a challenge to accept a new identity as a different race. Azazel and the others gazed at Peter, who had just teleported in. Have all matters been resolved? They inquired. Peter nodded, a familiar smile gracing his face. This time, I have witnessed the true strength of the mystical society. I envision that the day when all members attain the status of cosmic-level power is not far off. Smiles blossomed on everyone's faces, with the fireman's expression particularly vivid. His grin was so broad it could scarcely be described as merely a smile. Resembling the gaping maw of a pallid Peter, John stepped forward, casually seizing a bottle of beer from the nearby table, and inquired of Peter, I believe this is an occasion worthy of a feast. Would the boss be interested in hosting a barbecue gathering? Peter nodded with a smile, for it had been quite a while since he had enjoyed a meal with the members of the mystical society. Then let us invite Tony, Connors, and Ethan as well. I happen to know a tavern in Queens renowned for its delectable barbecue. Upon hearing this, the fireman joyfully raised his beer and turned to the members of the mystical society, who responded with enthusiastic cheers. I'll contact Tony. We shall depart in 20 minutes. The group cheered once more and made their way towards the dressing area of the communal lounge. In Queens, at the Butcher's Tavern, Connors was elegantly slicing a piece of beef rib, while the green serpent's head emerged from behind him to snatch a piece of rib from his cutting board. Beside him, Ethan and Mobius were engaged in hushed conversation. The tavern owner, with a beaming smile, watched Peter and his companions from the kitchen's glass window. His plump face crinkled with joy, for it was impossible for him not to be pleased, as Peter's group had booked out his tavern with a generous sum. What did you say? Peter killed a deity. Tony slammed a glass of beer onto the wooden table with a thud, looking uncertainly at Fireman John. Quickly, tell me what transpired. Tony anxiously tugged at John, as they animatedly discussed Peter's exploits. Ethan and Connors, who had been dining, exchanged incredulous glances with their companions. Various individuals at the table recounted exaggerated tales of Peter's battles. With a swift motion, Tony shoved half a hamburger into his mouth and washed it down with beer. Rising from his chair, he raised his beer aloft and declared, "Let us toast to Peter." John was the second to stand, similarly lifting his beer high. Observing this, the others followed suit, rising to raise their drinks. Peter, with a smile gracing his lips, stood and addressed the members of the Round Table Society and their guest, Tony. This toast is equally for you all. I am grateful for your joining the Round Table Society. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to Tony for his assistance in my time of need, for extending a hand when I required help the most. Tony, with a grin, waved his hand dismissively and exclaimed, "Here's to the formidable leader of the society, the King of Britain in New York, the contemporary Arthur Pendragon, Peter Parker." Azazel shook his beer in hand and nodded at Peter, proclaiming, "To the pale touch." The chorus of toasts echoed around the dining table, as everyone clinked their glasses together and downed their beers in unison. Crack! The camera switch, suspended by Peter with the space stone, was triggered, capturing the moment when the members of the secret society raised their glasses in a toast. After 2 hours of mingling, they gradually began to depart. Azazel, supporting the nearly inebriated Tony, bid farewell to Peter, stating, "I must escort Tony home." Peter nodded and opened the tavern's large door. Azazel chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You really needn't open the door for me." With a thud, Peter stared at the vanishing Azazel and smacked his forehead, berating himself for such foolishness. He glanced at the chaotic dining table and chuckled, a flash of blue light enveloping him as he disappeared from the threshold. The entrance of the Starlight Tower apartment lit up with blue light, and Gwen, busy in the kitchen, seemed to sense something amiss as she peered out. "Peter?" Peter hung his coat in the closet and replied, "It's me, Gwen." Gwen joyfully dashed from the kitchen and leaped into Peter's arms. He affectionately kissed her forehead, glancing at the spatula in her hand, and inquired, "Are you cooking?" Gwen proudly tilted her chin, declaring, "I'm making lemon base. Would you like some?" Peter, keenly aware of a faint burnt smell wafting through the air, remarked, "The base seems to be overcooked." Chapter 73. Donning the iron armor of Earth. New York University. Peter gazed at the course schedule he had received, feeling a headache coming on. Am I allowed to opt out of these classes? I already have hundreds of millions of dollars. Gwen shot him a disapproving look and tapped his head lightly. Come on. This is New York University. How many people wish to attend but cannot? You think you can just dismiss it? Peter nodded. Perhaps because those individuals lacked the wealth he possessed. Gwen pinched Peter's side gently and turned her head towards the classroom. Peter smiled helplessly. pondering whether education could truly transform one's destiny. It could, but only a select few would succeed. Did Peter lack such potential? The answer was unmistakably no. In truth, Gwen too was not lacking. Even if Peter were to ascend to a supreme existence in the future, he would elevate Gwen to his level, piece by piece. Thus, Gwen need not concern herself with the notion of attending school. She simply had to await Peter's continuous ascent, which would eventually lift her alongside him. Peter shook his head, conceding that if others wished to learn, then so be it. It was certainly preferable to the current peril of striving for superhuman status alongside him. He quickened his pace to catch up with the departing Gwen, grinning playfully. Are you heading to class alone? How about we attend together? A radiant smile adorned Gwen's face as she linked her arm with Peter's. Of course, but don't let my boyfriend find out. The two entered the classroom, engaged in light-hearted banter. A week later, Peter observed the somewhat agitated Tony before glancing at Banner beside him. When had this wild idea been proposed? Banner shrugged. Having been invited to collaborate since the New York battle. Peter nodded and turned back to Tony, expressing, I understand your noble intentions, wishing to envelop humanity and the Earth in a suit of iron. However, consider this, Tony, an artificial intelligence capable of traversing the world's internet unrestricted, gaining knowledge of humanity through your commands. What might it first encounter? Tony, taking a sip of his coffee, felt the flush of excitement gradually subside as he heard Peter's words. He quickly interjected, No. This is not a newly born artificial intelligence. It is a protective weapon guided and governed by Jarvis. Peter, integrating Jarvis will avert the possibility of rebellion. Peter, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and retorted, But you must understand, the malevolence of humanity far outweighs its goodness. If a child were to learn about the world solely through the internet, the first thing they would undoubtedly encounter is the world's malice. Banner pondered Peter's words, realizing that both he and Tony were overly optimistic, and he could not guarantee whether the weapon birth would turn against humanity. And me, Peter, who modified Doom's robots. It was I, who rewrote their firewalls. It was still me. It is Tony Stark. Trust me, Peter. I assure you that what I have developed will not rebel against humanity. With each utterance, Tony advanced a step closer to Peter, until he stood mere inches away, allowing Peter to hear the slightly erratic breath that accompanied Tony's excitement. Banner found Tony's words somewhat peculiar and tentatively inquired, Wait, are you referring to Doom? Victor Doom? Tony, sensing the shift in mood, raised his hand to halt Banner's questioning and, with a hint of impatience, replied, All right, let's pretend you didn't hear that, okay? I'm not in the mood to explain anything about Doom. Banner, feeling somewhat helpless, raised his hands in surrender. At times, he found it challenging to tolerate Tony's arrogance and sharp tongue. Peter, however, shook his head and calmly stated, I cannot acquiesce to this matter, Tony. I cannot hand over the gem for your research. In frustration, Tony slammed his fist onto the nearby research table, exhaling heavily as his hands raked through his disheveled hair. He spun in place, once more facing the unperturbed Peter. Damn it, why does no one believe me? Am I truly destined to bring about the world's destruction? I admit, I am the largest arms dealer on the planet, but so what? Would you deny my contributions? Do you wish to witness the Chitauri soldiers once more breach the wormhole? Invading New York, invading Earth? Peter felt a sense of helplessness. Had Tony truly said anything wrong? On the contrary, he was correct. His starting point was entirely valid and beyond reproach. Yet, what was the outcome? Ultron's rebellion. Peter foresaw the future, which is why he adamantly opposed allowing Tony to conduct research. Banner hastily positioned himself between the two, striving to prevent the situation from escalating further. Wait, Tony. I comprehend your perspective, and I have pondered Peter's words carefully. I do not perceive a contradiction between the two viewpoints. What if we shift our focus away from Loki's scepter? Peter observed Banner, who acted as a mediator, but felt indifferent. Tony, once more tugging at his hair, gazed at Banner in the middle. How would you propose we change? Are there any suitable alternatives? Banner contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the lack of fitting options. Yet he began to speak resolutely. Let us think further. There must be a way. Peter reflected as a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Doom, Tony. You could easily replicate the destroyer robots. That is a commendable option. Gradually, Tony calmed down and concurred with Peter's assessment. He approached the holographic screen and revealed a concealed archive, prominently titled Doom's Plan. Peter, with enhanced vision, discerned the details clearly and noticed several distinct files adjacent to Doom's Plan. Anti-Hulk Initiative, Shockwave Project, and beside these, a document marked in red ink. Mordred. Who is Mordred? In the myth of King Arthur, Arthur's nephew is also the knight foretold by Merlin to be the one who will slay Arthur himself. This implication is unmistakable. It pertains specifically to the leader of the secret society schemes, namely Peter Parker. It may even extend to a plan targeting each member of the society individually. Peter cast a sidelong glance at Tony's profile, pondering whether there was indeed a plan directed solely at him. Tony's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and soon a spherical red holographic projection materialized at the center of the laboratory. With a flick of the controller in his hand, a blue spherical hologram of J.A.R.V.I.S. appeared beside the crimson orb. Tony circled the floating projection, nodding in approval. The plan is feasible. Doom's intelligent program for the Annihilation robots is far superior to J.A.R.V.I.S. I had previously contemplated emulating Doom to enhance J.A.R.V.I.S., and your comments have indeed reminded me of that. Peter, intrigued, regarded the artificial intelligence projection of the Annihilation robots and nodded in agreement. Undeniably, Doom's Annihilation robots are a groundbreaking invention. Upon hearing the name Doom once more, Banner felt a flicker of curiosity arise within him, but wisely refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Tony, perplexed. I do not comprehend, Tony. You clearly possess better alternatives. Why are you so insistent on utilizing the power of the scepter? Tony did not direct his gaze towards Banner, but rather towards Peter, for the true solution lay in the energies and the powers of the scepter. However, at this moment, they were left with no choice but to rely on Doom's program. In Chapter 74, Ultron, Peter nodded, yet he still dismissed Tony's suggestion. The power of the scepter was formidable, and it was precisely this strength that rendered the artificial intelligence created from it even more challenging to control. Banner acknowledged Peter with a nod, turning his attention to Doom's intelligent program. I believe it deserves a comprehensive examination, especially since you all referred to it as a groundbreaking study, he remarked. Peter agreed, casting a supportive glance at Tony. Very well, I shall proceed with that. But if given the chance, I still wish to explore the scepter's power. Noticing Peter's lack of response, Tony relinquished his final shred of hope. Feeling that he no longer belonged in this space, Peter excused himself. Surprisingly, Tony did not accompany Peter to the exit this time, leaving Peter at a loss for words. He had always assumed that the rift between them had vanished after the battle in New York, only to realize that it had merely been concealed. A membrane still existed between them. As he gazed at the Stark Tower behind him while standing beside his vehicle, he lit a cigarette, contemplating the narrative of the Age of Ultron. Perhaps Ultron would no longer rebel, nor would the Sokovia incident occur. Extinguishing the cigarette, Peter entered the car, as he still had to pick up Gwen. 2 days later, Peter sat in the office of the Hellfire Club, facing the White Queen. Mr. Parker, it is now time for you to fulfill your promise. With a tap of his finger, an image appeared on the screen of the desk, showcasing the White Queen's actions, assassinating the leader of the anti-mutant faction. Peter furrowed his brow as he looked at Emma Frost, a hypothesis flashing through his mind. Do you intend to bind me to your cause? Emma smiled gently as she approached Peter, placing her hands upon his shoulders. Please do not speak like that, Mr. Peter. I merely wish for you to mediate when the federal personnel arrive. Suddenly, tendrils emerged from Peter, swatting Emma's hands away as he furrowed his brow and inquired. Is this your intention, or Eric's? Emma remained silent, her smile fixed upon Peter, who, upon seeing her expression, comprehended everything. The Brotherhood intended to assassinate the leaders and key figures of the anti-mutant faction, subsequently enlisting Peter to aid the Brotherhood, thereby politically entwining the two factions. Furthermore, within Peter's domain resided a considerable number of mutants. Peter felt a headache brewing. He had assumed that Old Man was radical, yet he had not anticipated such extremity. At that moment, Azazel unexpectedly appeared in Peter's office. Bang! Upon entering, Azazel addressed Peter. The Washington people have arrived, claiming that a spy is concealed within the building. When Azazel noticed Peter's lack of reaction, he was puzzled, only to hear a familiar voice from behind him. Long time no see, Azazel. Turning in confusion, Azazel beheld Emma smiling at him. Emma? Azazel understood at once the purpose of the Washington delegation and Emma's identity. Very well, Azazel. Emma is here as a guest. Do not neglect her. I shall speak with the representatives from Washington. Azazel nodded, turning towards the coffee machine. The neglect Peter referred to meant ensuring that Emma did not leave. Emma, unconcerned, turned and settled into Peter's executive chair, fiddling with the ornaments on the table. Upon arriving at the lobby on the first floor of the building, Peter observed a dozen men clad in black attire, their faces obscured by sunglasses, standing at the reception. "I apologize, gentlemen, but our employer strictly prohibits unscheduled meetings. Please await our manager, who has been informed." The leader of the group furrowed his brow, signaling his companions to prepare for a forceful entry. "Wait, I am coming down," was heard from the leader as he turned to see Peter approaching, tempering his thoughts as he made his way towards him. "Hello, I am Peter Parker. Greetings, I am Roman Shaw." Peter was well aware that the lobby was not a suitable venue for discussions, thus he led them to a conference room on the first floor. "Mr. Parker, we suspect that a spy has infiltrated your building. We kindly request your cooperation in our investigation." Peter, wishing to avoid unnecessary dialogue, straightforwardly declined. "I'm sorry, but there are no spies within our premises, and you do not possess a search warrant from the New York Police Department. Thus you have no authority to search my building." The leader, realizing that intimidation would not sway Peter, retrieved his identification from his coat pocket, gesturing for Peter to take a look. "CIA?" Peter closed the man's identification and returned it to the leading figure, once again refusing. "I'm afraid that even the CIA lacks the authority to search my premises without a warrant from the police." The man frowned, visibly displeased. "Mr. Peter, this is a matter of great importance regarding espionage. We implore you to cooperate with us." Seeing the man's audacity, Peter's brow furrowed in disdain. How dare a wretched cur speak to him in such a manner? Suppressing his impulse, Peter gestured for the agents to leave. The man, undeterred by Peter's fierce demeanor, retorted, "We will thoroughly investigate your assets." Before striding away, Peter watched their retreating figures with a cold gaze. These lapdogs were undoubtedly destined for demise, but not on his territory. Just moments ago, Peter's psychic ability had quietly activated, awaiting these individuals to exit his building. He remained still, biding his time until they turned a corner, at which point his psychic powers surged forth. In unison, a dozen individuals drew their firearms, aiming directly at their temples. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of gunshots, the agents collapsed onto the ground, their blood creating a stunning tableau on the floor. Peter remained silent as he instantly transported himself back to the office on the top floor, where Emma was seated gracefully in his executive chair, savoring a cup of coffee brewed by Azazel. "My dear, your coffee-making skills remain impeccable," he remarked, unfazed by Emma's occupation of his chair. With a serious demeanor, he continued, "If you wish for me to align with the mutants, I have conditions." Turning to face Peter, who had appeared so unexpectedly, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "What?" Peter approached the boss's desk and knocked, saying, "Join us and become a force within the round table of the Secret Order, and I will assist the mutants." Emma was taken aback by Peter's audacity. She was well aware of Old Man's formidable strength, yet her understanding of Peter was limited to his solitary defense of the wormhole. "I cannot make that decision. You should consult Eric," Emma replied innocently, passing the responsibility to the enigmatic Old Man. Peter nodded in agreement. Such a significant matter could hardly rest upon Emma's shoulders alone. Reflecting on his relationship with the government, Peter considered that if he truly intended to incorporate the Brotherhood of Mutants into his own faction, the government would inevitably exert pressure on the Secret Order. However, Peter was unfazed. He had long been deprived of the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. The battles of the Secret Order were fought in Krakoa, leading the world to perceive Peter merely as a formidable superhuman. He intended to make it known to all of Earth that the Secret Order was no longer a mere minor faction, but rather a colossal force capable of standing prominently in the cosmos. Now, both the Secret Order and Peter aimed to reveal to humanity who truly held dominion over this planet. Chapter 75. I shall establish the rules. Peter's sudden appearance at the Brotherhood of Mutants camp triggered alarms from several mutants on guard. The young Magneto rushed from his quarters and, upon seeing the individual encircled by Brotherhood members, exclaimed, "Disperse. Our friend has arrived." Old Man cleared the crowd around Peter and stepped forward to shake his hand. "It has indeed been a long time." Peter smiled as he shook hands with Old Juan, exchanging a few pleasantries. "This is not the right place for conversation. Let us proceed to the conference room," he suggested. Nodding in agreement, they walked in succession towards the underground meeting room where the replication abilities had been discussed previously. Old Juan poured a cup of coffee for Peter, and they settled into their seats, facing one another. "What brings you to the Brotherhood this time?" Old One inquired, observing Peter as a chess master would his opponent. He was well aware that Peter had ventured alone into the Brotherhood's territory for matters concerning Emma, yet he feigned ignorance and posed the question nonetheless. Peter leisurely sipped his coffee before redirecting his gaze towards Old Juan, who sat with his arms crossed. You are undoubtedly aware of my purpose for being here, Eric. We are both astute individuals. Let us not squander our time. Old Juan nodded in agreement, fully understanding. I share your sentiment. So, have you decided to collaborate with us? A subtle smile graced Peter's lips as he shook his head. Old Juan, intrigued, straightened in his seat, eager for Peter's response. I do not intend to collaborate with you, but I possess a superior plan. Are you interested in hearing it? Old Juan, puzzled by Peter's cryptic proposition, pressed on with his inquiry. What is it? Peter uttered a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Swallow the Brotherhood of Mutants and make you my subordinates. Lao Wan's expression shifted, his fingers, which were clasped around his arms, slightly lifting. From the ceiling, steel bars extended like venomous serpents. Peter remained motionless, yet a faint glimmer ignited in his eyes as the steel bars, reaching towards him, halted midair. Lao Wan furrowed his brow, retracting his disregard for Peter, and raised his left hand towards the steel bars. However, the bars remained immobile, suspended in the air. Observing Lao Wan's actions, Peter exhibited no intention of intervening. Lao Wan, gazing at Peter's nonchalant demeanor, felt his frown deepen as he exerted all his strength to reclaim control over the steel bars. The bars quivered slightly in the air, but after Peter cast a fleeting glance, they returned to a state of stillness. The silent contest between the two unfolded without a sound for several minutes. Growing impatient, Peter raised his palm slightly, causing the suspended steel bars to pivot towards Lao Wan. How is this possible? Lao Wan exclaimed in shock as the steel bars slipped entirely from his grasp, for the first time doubting his own abilities. Peter continued to regard Lao Wan impassively as the steel bars slithered towards Lao Wan's neck like a venomous serpent. Lao Wan's complexion shifted dramatically as purple symbiotic tissues surged forth, instantly enveloping his form, transforming him into a towering, deep purple monstrosity standing 2 meters tall. Peter observed the now symbiotically encased Lao Wan with a hint of amusement. You intend to combat me with my own divided symbiote? Peter no longer maintained his arrogance as several steel rods, now beyond his control, clattered to the ground. Eric, either you join me in this endeavor, or I shall eliminate you and absorb the Brotherhood of Mutants. Within the symbiotic state, Old Man One opened his mouth wide and let out a roar directed at Peter. Upon witnessing this, Peter chose not to utter another word. The symbiotic organism within him began to surge, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 6-meter-tall, pallid symbiote. Old Man One gazed up at the towering figure, which exceeded the height of the conference room ceiling, and a sense of dread washed over him. Peter unleashed a powerful strike towards Old Man One's abdomen, a force equivalent to 100 tons, embedding him into the wall of the conference room with a resounding crash. With a swift motion, Peter slammed Old Man One's head against the ground, opening his mouth to emit a roar that sent shivers down the spines of the entire Brotherhood. The deep violet symbiote, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Peter, instinctively retreated back into Old Man One's body. Now returned to human form, Old Man One looked at Peter, who held him aloft like a mere chick, and he realized with a sense of despair that even the combined might of the Brotherhood could not defeat the white monstrosity before him. As Peter's enormous mouth gaped open towards his head, Old Man One hurriedly exclaimed, "No, hold on, let us discuss this further." Peter's enormous mouth halted just a few centimeters from Old Juan, who could distinctly perceive every detail of the sharp teeth within. If only it had been like this earlier. There would have been no need for such rigidity, he mused. Peter's colossal form gradually diminished, reverting to that of a young man standing at a mere 1.80 m, holding Old Juan's head in his hands. Old Juan regarded the now normal Peter with ambivalence, the complexity in his eyes shifting continuously. Peter gently placed Old Juan onto a chair and resumed his seat at the conference table, taking a sip of the still warm coffee. Old Juan glanced from the young man before him, who bore no resemblance to the monstrous figure just moments ago, to the coffee in front of him, lacking any desire to partake. With a sigh, Old Juan quietly inquired, "What do we stand to gain by joining you?" Peter had been awaiting this very question. The initial confrontation had occurred, and now it was time to offer the sweet reward. Joining the secret society will certainly not disadvantage you. Your compatriots will be assigned various roles based on their ranks. By becoming a part of my secret society, All the resources of the establishment will be directed toward you. Listening to Peter's words, Old One noted the absence of the political issues that mattered most to him and queried further, "What about our identities? You are aware that we can hardly be considered virtuous individuals." Peter nodded. "Your identities do not pose any trouble for me. It is time to unveil the fangs of the clandestine society." Upon hearing this, Old One felt his aspirations for the political standing of mutants crumble. Yet Peter's latter statement reminded him of Peter's monstrous physique. Gulp. Old One swallowed hard, fully comprehending Peter's intentions. Peter was prepared to confront the government and the nation directly. This revelation caused Old One to experience inner turmoil. His actions in defiance of the American government were merely aimed at employing violent means to attain a higher status and identity, aspiring for mutants to become a superior race. Far beyond humanity, he had no intentions of overthrowing the American regime. Peter discerned Old One's hesitation and, after sipping his coffee, spoke. "Eric, you must understand who is responsible for the misfortune and hardships faced by mutants, and what motivates my thoughts." "What?" Peter gazed at the coffee cup in his hands. "The rules, Eric. Much of the obstruction and suffering endured by mutants stems from the rules, more precisely, from the individuals who create those rules. My motivation for overturning the table lies in the very rules themselves." Peter's grip on the coffee cup tightened slightly. "Crack. Because I desire to establish my own rules. Only the architect of the rules can reap the greatest benefits from them." Old One gazed at the shattered coffee cup scattered across the floor, lost in thought. Chapter 76. Mental pollution. Peter emerged from the conference room, and the members of the Brotherhood within the camp noticed Magneto trailing behind him. "What is happening? Why is the leader following him?" "I have no idea. Did you all hear that terrifying roar we just received? It was truly chilling." "We did. It sounded nothing like a beast could produce." Peter paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, but turned to face Magneto behind him. "Announce your decision, Eric." Magneto sighed and stepped into the center of the gathering. The onlookers, noticing his movement, fell silent, eagerly awaiting his words. "My brothers and sisters, I stand before you to declare a matter of great significance for our kind. I have resolved to lead the Brotherhood in joining the organization established by Mr. Peter, for the sake of our brighter future and our struggle." Magneto's proclamation ignited the previously hushed crowd into a frenzy, with some audacious individuals boldly questioning him. "Why, leader? Why must we follow this young upstart? This is against the rules. Did you not gather us here to draw a line between ourselves and those ordinary people? Why should we join them? Exactly. Are we not fine just as we are?" Magneto observed the escalating emotions among the members and raised his hands in the air, urging them to quiet down. "Listen to me." The cacophonous crowd fell silent once more. However, unlike before, their gaze was no longer solely fixated on Magneto. Instead, they expressed a keen curiosity towards Peter, wondering how he had managed to persuade Magneto to align with his cause. Magneto surveyed the assembly, identifying those who had initially led the protest. "I do not make this decision to join the ranks of ordinary people, but rather for our future. The Brotherhood has pledged to provide every brother and sister with dignified employment and a better living environment. All you need to do is wait to receive the light for which we have long yearned." Upon hearing these words, the crowd ceased their clamor and turned to whisper among familiar companions, contemplating Magneto's declarations. "No, we have distanced ourselves from society. We do not seek to become subordinates to anyone. We fight for our race, and you have made this decision without our consent. This is a betrayal." As a black mutant stepped forward and shouted, several others, already discontent with Magneto, joined in the uproar, chanting, "Traitor! Traitor! Take your belongings and leave the Brotherhood. Traitor!" Although the majority of the crowd believed Magneto's actions were justified, there remained a faction with ulterior motives who vociferously denounced him. Magneto cast a frigid glare at the leading dissenters. These individuals had consistently resisted his decisions within the camp, and now, in such a pivotal moment, they chose to rebel again. A group of fools utterly unaware of what constitutes advantage and what leads to ruin. Peter's hand transformed into a tentacle, swiftly penetrating several of the most vociferous dissenters. The previously hesitant crowd erupted into screams and chaos. Stepping forward, Peter activated the space gem embedded in his chest, enveloping the assembly in a colossal cube. "Silence! Do not flee." Magneto, sensing the dire situation, immediately urged the mutants to calm down, uncertain of Peter's potential for carnage. The tumultuous crowd appeared oblivious to Magneto's plea, relentlessly battering against the Azure barrier. In accordance with his memories, Peter once again dispatched a rebellious mutant, further escalating the pandemonium as some individuals frantically hammered against the blue shield. Cease at once. Magneto summoned his telepathic abilities, soothing the previously chaotic scene, allowing the crowd to gradually regain their composure. Peter, utilizing his spatial powers, levitated above, surveying the mutants below. Your joining my organization is neither a suggestion nor a request. It is a command. With this proclamation, several tentacles extended from Peter's back, twisting and flailing in the air. A monster, an evil deity. He has come to punish us. Peter disregarded the reaction of the underground dwellers and instead focused on Magneto beneath his feet, coldly stating, "Manage your people. Come to the Mystic Assembly building to find Azazel by tomorrow." Magneto swallowed hard, stiffly nodding as he gazed at Peter, who continued to wield his tendrils in midair. In an instant, a blue light flashed from Peter, and he vanished from the spot. With Peter's departure, the blue barrier that had enveloped the camp also dissipated. Magneto, observing the slain individuals, felt a pang of regret. Why had they conspired against him? Reluctantly, he activated his mental abilities once more to pacify the mutants, proclaiming, "This is not a betrayal, my brothers and sisters. I have found a better ally. If we cooperate with him, our mutant community can attain improved treatment and may even rise to a status more noble than that of ordinary humans in the future." Peter materialized in a desolate wilderness, his expression shifting from icy detachment to perplexity as he stared at his own hands. The original Peter would never have resorted to murder due to the protests of others, yet as those individuals stepped forth from the crowd, vocally resisting, chaos had replaced clarity in his mind, overwhelming him with a desire to cleanse the camp of its inhabitants. How could this be? Peter furrowed his brow. The intensity of his feelings had not been as pronounced when he dealt with the CIA agents that morning. Why had he felt such a frenzy moments ago? He began to ponder the transformations within himself, but found no tangible event that could have influenced his mental state. Thus, Peter turned inward, invoking his psychic abilities to seek the root of his disquiet. Scenes from his memories flashed before him, from Uncle Ben's tragic demise to the tumultuous battle with Clinter. And then, Clinter, Gnarl. Peter delved deeper into the pristine recesses of his mind, searching for answers. At last, he uncovered the blinding, writhing mass of darkness lurking within. Extending his left hand within his psyche, he dared to touch that grotesque entity. Instantly, a torrent of chaotic emotions surged forth, overwhelming his consciousness with brutality and negativity. The once gentle azure sky morphed into a harrowing crimson, igniting a primal urge within Peter to rend the heavens asunder and shatter the ground beneath his feet. Clenching his teeth, he stifled his emotions. However, the onslaught of feelings ebbed like a receding tide, restoring clarity to his mind. Exhaling in bewilderment, Peter once again employed his psychic abilities to scrutinize the dark mass. How could this be? Once all seemed well. Peter instinctively associated the mass of flesh with the essence of Gnarl, entirely neglecting the notion of his own symbiotic divinity. In Peter's recollection, the divine presence had seemingly never exerted any influence upon him. That day, the dark mass appeared more intimately connected to Gnarl. Peter resolved to cease his probing into that sphere of shadowy consciousness. As long as he could maintain control over his emotions, he would not encounter the chaos of the day again. With a silent nod, Peter vanished from the wilderness through teleportation. Chapter 77. The joining of the Brotherhood. Peter materialized at the entrance of the Starlight Tower and opened the door. Observing the vacant apartment, his spirits gradually lifted. He surmised that Gwen was likely attending class at this hour, and he had no desire to disturb her. After a light snack, Peter reclined on the large bed, forcing himself into slumber. He was unaware of the duration of his sleep. Each time he awoke, he would compel himself back into unconsciousness until the gentle sound of Gwen's voice calling his name finally roused him. "Peter? How do you sleep at home?" Peter instinctively rubbed his eyes, but realizing that he did not need to do so, he lowered his hands. "I feel a bit fatigued today. I don't wish to remain at the office." Gwen tousled Peter's slightly disheveled hair and pressed a kiss to his forehead. "If you're tired, then don't go out. I shall prepare dinner for you tonight." Upon hearing the first part, Peter gently nodded in agreement. However, Gwen's suggestion of cooking seemed to awaken something within him, prompting him to spring to his feet and exclaim, "Wait a moment, I don't think I'm that tired after all. Let me cook instead." Gwen, taken aback by Peter's sudden burst of energy, quickly understood his reaction. "Hey, My cooking isn't that bad. The last time was quite decent. Peter gazed at Gwen, who appeared somewhat annoyed, and planted a kiss on her cheek. Of course, it's not lacking. I merely find it difficult to adjust to your cuisine. Gwen's specialty comprised classic Western dishes, rich in oil, high in calories, and abundant in protein. After indulging in the diverse and delectable flavors of Chinese cuisine, attempting Western fare felt like a form of torture, not only tormenting his taste buds, but also his stomach. Gwen playfully punched Peter in the side, but eventually acquiesced, nodding her head. All right then, you can cook. I will go write my assignments for today. Peter nodded contentedly and affectionately stroked Gwen's hair before heading to the kitchen. What would you like to eat today, Gwen? After a moment of contemplation, a vague dish name flickered through Gwen's mind. How about stir-fried rice noodles? Perhaps it should be called this. Peter contemplated, correcting himself. It's stir-fried rice noodles. Yes, that's it. I remember it being quite spicy, which I find quite to my liking. Peter gently nodded, turned, donned an apron, and stepped into the kitchen. Gwen and Peter reclined on the large bed in their bedroom, with Peter burying his head deeper into Gwen's embrace, inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped her. He softly inquired, "What would you do if I were to become an irredeemable villain one day?" Gwen was taken aback by Peter's sudden inquiry, yet she quietly responded, "I believe Peter will not turn into a villain. If he ultimately does, I shall strive to restore you to the gentlemanly Peter Parker." Peter remained silent, and the vast room descended into an eerie stillness. Just as Gwen was about to inquire about the reason behind Peter's unexpected question, she was enveloped in the steady rhythm of his breathing. Gwen parted her lips to speak, but ultimately tucked the blanket more snugly around her. The following day, Peter surveyed the now desolate room and shook his head. Today, he intended to check if Magneto had fulfilled his request. At noon, he needed to visit Stark Tower to assess Tony's Ultron project, as he wished to avert another Ultron crisis. After donning his attire, Peter vanished within the confines of the Starlight Tower. In the Round Table Brotherhood's headquarters, within the communal lounge, Azazel was orchestrating the arrangements for the Brotherhood led by Magneto. As a flash of blue light illuminated the hall, Peter materialized beside them. Just in time, Peter, Azazel remarked. I was about to call you to discuss the arrangements for these individuals. Peter cast a glance at Magneto standing nearby before turning his attention back to Azazel. Assign them tasks based on their ranks. Those with potential can serve as auxiliary combatants. Azazel nodded and added, half an hour ago, the president called me. He seems somewhat dissatisfied with our absorption of mutants. Peter waved his hand dismissively. Let him be displeased. We no longer rely on those individuals. When the time is ripe, you should take some members to the Pentagon and greet the president. Azazel nodded, already anticipating such a day. After all, the Brotherhood's growing strength would inevitably present challenges to the government. Peter approached Magneto, surveying the Brotherhood members behind him. Originally, around 200 individuals had arrived at the headquarters, but now only about 80 remained. Peter chose not to delve into excessive inquiries. Once these individuals are settled, seek out Connors. He will instruct you on the necessary procedures. Magneto nodded, feeling a sense of discontent regarding the Brotherhood's incorporation into the Brotherhood, knowing that his painstaking efforts had culminated in becoming Peter's subordinate faction. Who would find joy in such a fate? Peter disregarded Magneto's evident frustration and instead focused on Iceman, Robert, who had hurried over upon hearing about the Brotherhood's integration into the Brotherhood. As one of his kind, he felt compelled to extend greetings. What has transpired regarding the matter I discussed with John? Any progress? Robert inquired, shaking his head as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. John has located the Hydra stronghold, but it has already been overtaken by the Avengers. The twins you mentioned seem to have vanished. Yet there are several distinct craters around the stronghold that do not appear to be the result of bombardment. As he spoke, Robert displayed several photographs sent by John. Peter accepted the phone from Robert, observing the images where trees appeared to be snapped off, extending from the center of one crater. Another photograph depicted several small pits, entirely unlike the devastation wrought by artillery. After scrutinizing the images, Peter returned the phone to Robert. Have John pay attention to the towns surrounding the stronghold. The individuals we seek are likely hidden within one of those nearby towns. Robert nodded in acknowledgement. 3 days prior, Peter had contacted John, dispatching him covertly to the Hydra stronghold in Sokovia to locate a pair of twins, a male and a female. Just as Peter was about to leave, Robert called him back. By the way, Mr. Peter, it seems that the Fantastic Four had previously sought out John, intending to create trouble, but the situation was resolved by Owen and John. It remains uncertain what impact this incident may have on the clandestine society. After pondering for a moment, Peter shook his head, asserting that it would not pose a problem. If they dared to return, he would find a way to deal with them, for he had little patience for bothersome flies. Robert nodded in agreement. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Peter had already made his way to the elevator. He had forgotten to mention the matter concerning Dean Charles. However, he decided it could wait for later. Upon learning that the Brotherhood intended to join the Round Table Society, Charles privately reached out to Robert to inquire about the nature of this decision before deciding whether to join the Brotherhood. Lost in conversation about John and the Fantastic Four, Robert inadvertently overlooked this matter. As Peter pressed the elevator button, he sensed something was amiss. Turning around, he found himself in the mirror dimension, with the ethereal figure of the Ancient One hovering beside him. Chapter 78. Responding to Peter's plan, Peter regarded the Ancient One, refraining from rushing into conversation and instead waiting for her to speak first. "You must know why I have summoned you," her voice echoed, seemingly omnipresent. How could I possibly know?" Supreme Sorceress Gu-Yi floated outside a window, gazing at the overcast sky, which seemed to foreshadow the future. "No, Peter Parker. You are well aware of my current state and what will transpire after today." Observing Gu-Yi's contemplative demeanor as she stared into the distance, Peter refrained from contradicting her, instead choosing to stand beside her and share in her gaze towards the heavens. "All right, I confess. I know what will happen after your demise and the trajectory of the future. However, what purpose does your discourse serve?" Gu-Yi's ethereal essence nodded. For the first time meeting Peter's gaze directly, "I have witnessed over 100,000 possible futures, yet I have not discerned one that belongs to you, Peter. You resemble Archimedes, prying the very fabric of this universe, forcefully altering its course and steering it into the unknown." Peter, somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively. He had grown weary of such rhetoric. "What? Do I truly appear to you as a villain? Let us be straightforward. What is it that you have summoned me here for?" Ancient One inquired, her voice ethereal as she nodded slightly. "I hope you will abandon your intentions regarding Strange." Peter shook his head in refusal. "I cannot acquiesce to that request, Ancient One." Ancient One continued to gaze out of the window, lost in thought for a moment. "The Time Stone will undoubtedly fall into your possession in the future. I merely wish for you not to pursue Strange at this stage. This is my final request." Peter contemplated her words. He realized he was not in dire need of the Time Stone at present. Furthermore, the demeanor of Ancient One suggested that refusal might provoke her to take action. "Very well, I concede to your request, but I have one condition." Ancient One turned to meet Peter's gaze, awaiting his stipulation. "I demand all coordinates and methods of transportation for the vast dimensions." Ancient One was taken aback by Peter's request for information about the dimensional deities, her eyes widening in surprise. "Are you preparing to launch an assault on the dimensions?" Peter no longer gazed at the Ancient One, but instead emulated his demeanor, casting his eyes towards the sky beyond the glass. "You need not inquire further. As one on the brink of death, it is best you refrain from meddling too much in these matters." The Ancient One did not take offense at Peter's words. Instead, he nodded and then raised his right hand to gesture forward. The scene before Peter shifted, transporting him back to the elevator, where he could hear the ethereal voice of the Ancient One. "I shall relay your message to Strange, and I hope you will honor your promise." The pale touch. Peter lingered in the office until noon before driving to Stark Tower. As he exited the elevator, he noticed several Avengers engaged in conversation, paying them no heed. He made his way directly to Tony's lab. "Good afternoon, Tony." "Banner." "Good afternoon, Peter." The three exchanged pleasantries before Peter observed the object of their research. The blue holographic sphere of JARVIS had vanished, replaced by a silver-red holographic sphere that dominated the center of the lab. "Oh, it seems your research is progressing well," remarked Peter as Tony ceased his activities, equally focused on the silver holographic sphere. "Quite well indeed. Just as I anticipated. JARVIS is in command, with the Destroyer robot program assisting, and we've now integrated it with an Ultron body." Tony clapped his hands, and a section of the lab's wall opened to reveal a silver Ultron emerging. "Greetings, Mr. Parker," the robot intoned in JARVIS's magnetic voice, extending a hand toward Peter. "Hello, Ultron." Peter scrutinized the Ultron robot. Its head bore a striking resemblance to Tony's armor, while its form appeared elongated and graceful, enveloped in a matte silver finish. Peter nodded and turned to Tony. Are you certain you are fully prepared? To ensure that Ultron does not rebel, Tony waved his hand, exhibiting considerable confidence in Ultron's loyalty. He was certain that rebellion would be out of the question. He had established two fundamental protocols. First, that no harm should come to innocent humans, and second, that Ultron would act solely in the interest of humanity. Peter nodded reassuringly, recognizing that this iteration of Ultron was far superior to the one encountered in Avengers: Age of Ultron. Tony was on the verge of encasing the Earth in a suit of iron. When do you plan to initiate mass production? Tony pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps in some time. The previous Stark robots, controlled by Jarvis, did not elicit a favorable response. It seems the citizens of Sokovia are not particularly fond of these metallic contraptions. Peter nodded in understanding. It was only natural for the residents of Sokovia, a region long plagued by conflict, to harbor disdain for Stark, an American. This was yet another challenge for Tony. He needed to facilitate the world's acceptance of Ultron's existence. Speaking of Sokovia, there is something I need to inquire about, Peter said. Tony, slightly puzzled, asked, what is it? Were there not a pair of twins who impeded your efforts when you dismantled a Hydra stronghold in Sokovia? A flicker of concealed pain and anxiety crossed Tony's eyes, but it was quickly masked as he replied, no, everything proceeded smoothly, aside from a minor injury sustained by Barton. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Peter noticed that Tony was unwilling to respond, so he merely offered a casual remark, dismissing the matter, and continued to observe Ultron. He was uncertain of Tony's motives for concealing the existence of the twins, but since Tony was reluctant to share, he chose not to press further. Banner, observing the contrasting expressions on the faces of the two, was puzzled as to why they, once close friends, now appeared so distant. However, he wisely refrained from commenting. Just as Peter was about to take his leave, Tony called him back. There will be a celebration tonight. Would you care to join? Peter pondered for a moment before agreeing. Of course, I shall see you later this afternoon. Tony nodded, watching as Peter entered the elevator. After casually dismissing Banner, Tony cast a worried glance at Ultron, who stood nearby, seemingly observing them. Have you noticed anything unusual about Peter? Mr. Ultron, it seems that Mr. Peter harbors some dissatisfaction regarding your actions. I have observed a certain tension between you, perhaps stemming from the Madrid project. Tony, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated and dismissed Ultron's assertions, declaring that it could not possibly be the Madrid project, a matter I have not disclosed to anyone. Ultron stood quietly to the side, watching Tony, who pondered for a moment before turning to the computer, deftly accessing the system that housed confidential documents. He navigated to the Madrid project, examining methods such as the Red Devil's teleportation restraint, the Iceman's high-temperature limitation, and the Mobius constraint. As Tony scrutinized each method, he ultimately opened a document titled Severing Touch, which meticulously recorded all of Peter's exhibited abilities and various physiological data. If a detailed plan were to be formulated based on this document, Ultron nodded and began calculating mentally. Shortly thereafter, he raised his right hand, conjuring the silhouette of a figure. Victor Von Doom? Chapter 79. The Stark Tower Celebration. Stark Tower. Knight Peter emerged from the elevator, taking in the lively gathering before him, a smile gracing his lips. Hey, Peter, I didn't expect to see you here. The robust and boisterous Thor approached Peter with enthusiasm upon his arrival, poised to embrace him warmly. Peter had not encountered Thor that morning, speculating instead that he might have been seeking Jane in an attempt to rekindle their romance. Politely declining Thor's embrace, Peter opted for a courteous handshake, which Thor readily reciprocated, clasping Peter's hand firmly while grinning broadly. My friend, we scarcely had the chance to raise a glass together back in Asgard. Today, I have brought forth some vintage Asgardian mead. Would you care to indulge? Peter nodded gently, accepting Thor's invitation. Indeed, I still recall Asgard's roasted chicken. The flavor was truly exquisite. I can only imagine that your mead is equally delightful. Thor, pleased by Peter's commendation of his homeland's culinary delights, joyfully slung an arm around Peter's shoulders. That is undoubtedly true. When time permits, I shall escort you back to Asgard for a proper feast of its delicacies. Peter refrained from suggesting that Thor release his embrace. That depends on your availability. By the way, how is your brother faring? The two settled comfortably onto the sofa, oblivious to the glances of nearby luminaries and fellow Avengers. Since your departure, I too have expressed to Father my desire to remain in Midgard. However, Heimdall once remarked to me that Loki has shown considerable improvement compared to his previous self. Peter nodded in agreement, genuinely hoping for Loki's continued progress. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, while Natasha, the Black Widow, serving as the bartender, cast a curious glance at Peter on the sofa and inquired of the brooding Banner, "Did Tony invite that fellow?" Banner glanced over his shoulder and nodded at Natasha. He had invited her for lunch. Their relationship was quite amicable. Natasha casually wiped a wine glass clean and inquired once more. Previously, SHIELD had extended invitations to him, all of which he had declined. Banner downed the spirits in his glass, placing the empty vessel on the bar with a hint of haze in his eyes. "Honestly, Peter is a decent fellow. When we were researching Ultron, he frequently came by to offer suggestions." Natasha reclaimed the empty glass, showing no intention of refilling Banner's drink. "Are you still collaborating with Tony on research?" Upon hearing Natasha's retort, Banner realized he had misspoken and hastily shifted the topic, requesting another drink. Natasha furrowed her brow and replied, "You cannot drink anymore. Do you not fear the Hulk's rampage?" In a drunken stupor, Banner nodded and turned towards an unoccupied sofa nearby. Natasha, who had intended to inquire further about Ultron, opened her mouth but ultimately refrained, deciding instead to ask Captain if he was aware of the situation. Tony descended from the laboratory above, momentarily suppressing his inner turmoil as he surveyed the lively gathering. "Hey, Tony, I thought you wouldn't show up tonight." Hawkeye, Barton, tossed a beer bottle towards him, which Tony deftly caught. "Rest assured, even if you retire to a life of leisure, I shall still grace the parties with my presence." Barton merely smiled and nodded, having developed a yearning for a tranquil life with his family ever since his injury in Sokovia. Tony popped open the beer bottle with the edge of a nearby table and took a hearty swig. The attendees, noticing the host's arrival, greeted Tony warmly, and he finally reached the central sofa after much effort. "Welcome, Peter," he said, to which Peter nodded in acknowledgement. War Machine, Rhodes, also approached the sofa, pulling up a chair to sit down. "I remember you. During the Kilimanjaro incident, you were immensely helpful. Had it not been for your testimony, I might have faced a military tribunal," Rhodes remarked. Peter smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Tony's friends are my friends. It was a minor assistance." This led to a discussion about the dire virus incident, where Kilimanjaro's henchmen had used War Machine's armor to kidnap the president, leading to Rhodes being wrongfully accused. Thankfully, Peter had utilized his connections with the president to resolve the matter. "Come now, Rhodes, how many people in America do not know Peter?" The proprietor of the New Century Pharmaceutical Company, an exemplary youth honored in Washington, and a recognized collaborator from Latvia. These accolades alone could place you leagues ahead. Rod shrugged indifferently. "Why not compare yourself to Peter? That would be a considerable disparity." As the conversation shifted towards Tony, Peter found delight in the banter, occasionally teasing Tony, which alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. "Try this old vintage. It will surely challenge your palate." Thor placed a silver flask before Peter, adorned with intricate engravings from Asgard. Peter raised an eyebrow at Thor, skeptically uncorking the vessel. Instantly, a rich aroma of fruit-infused wine wafted into the air, intoxicatingly pleasant, enough to send one's thoughts wandering. "Indeed, this is exquisite wine. Might you share the recipe?" Thor tilted his head back, shaking it with pride. "Even if I told you, you could not replicate it. That remains to be seen. As of now, I can traverse to any corner of the universe if I so desire." The others were drawn in by Peter's proclamation, their eyes gravitating towards the flask on the table. "The recipe is quite simple. The finest celestial fruits from Alfheim, crafted by the hands of Asgard's god of wine." Peter nodded, acknowledging the complexity of the endeavor, realizing that the god of wine alone would pose a significant challenge. Without further words, Peter raised the flask to his lips, savoring a sip. The rich, fruity elixir flowed like a stream through his mouth, devoid of any bitterness, instead refreshing him with its delightful essence. Truly splendid wine. Peter gazed at the small bottle of liquor in his hand and sincerely praised it, declaring it to be the finest drink he had ever tasted. "Undoubtedly. Your drinking prowess is commendable as well. An ordinary human would require a full 2 days of slumber after just a sip." Thor seized the bottle from Peter's grasp and took a sip himself. "I find that hard to believe. Let me taste it and discern its flavor." At that moment, a trembling elder rose from the nearby table, attempting to take the bottle from Thor. "That won't do. If you truly drink it and fall asleep, I cannot save you." Within the laboratory, Ultron's consciousness scanned through all of Peter's records and the videos captured of him, subsequently delving into Tony's confidential files. The assessment commenced. seeking a more effective solution. After a brief silence, Ultron emitted a magnetic, electronic tone reminiscent of J.A.R.V.I.S. Assessment complete. A grave threat to Earth and humanity has been identified. In accordance with the principle of protecting the planet, the decapitation protocol is to be initiated immediately. Ultron's consciousness connected through the network to the distant Doomsday robot in Latvia. The genuine Doomsday observed the response plan displayed on the screen and glanced at the Tony Stark version of Doomsday connected via interface lines. Is this Ultron from Tony Stark? Shall I enhance the destruction of the robot to deal with Peter? Doom let out a light chuckle as he saved the proposal sent by Ultron. With both hands, he extended the interface lines and connected them to the display screen before him. The blue light on Ultron's face within the laboratory flickered, transforming into red, then swiftly reverting back to its original blue hue. Ultron's head scanned the laboratory before striding directly toward Tony's computer. Chapter 80. Raising the hammer of Thor. At the conclusion of the gathering, Thor produced his hammer, inviting everyone to attempt to lift it. Whoever can raise it shall be the new god of thunder. Are you fellows intrigued? Thor swung Mjolnir lightly and placed it on the table in front of the sofa. If I truly managed to lift it, would I then be eligible to be the future king of Asgard? Tony arched an eyebrow at Thor, who had already returned to the sofa. Of course, but I am certain you cannot lift it. This remark ignited Tony's competitive spirit. Without hesitation, he stood up. Just wait for me to claim my rightful place. Tony rolled up his shirt sleeves and flamboyantly tousled his hair. Thor, undeterred by the unfolding situation, nodded in agreement, drawing the attention of everyone present to Tony's forthcoming actions. Feigning casualness, Tony grasped the hammer's handle, seizing the moment when no one was watching, and exerted a sudden force. Yet, the hammer remained utterly unmoved on the table, eliciting smiles from the onlookers. Unfazed by the challenge, Tony tied a rope around his forearm attached to the hammer and attempted once more to summon his strength. The group could no longer contain their amusement. Bursting into hearty laughter, Tony rubbed his arm, marked with red indentations, and, somewhat defiantly, said, "Wait a moment, Rhodey, you come help me." With that, the two made their way to the rooftop, where Mark 47 and the War Machine armor awaited. Moments later, the two reappeared, donning their gauntlets. "If you manage to lift it, don't you dare try to claim it for yourself," Rhodey remarked, seizing the hammer's handle while casting a sidelong glance at Tony, who was a step behind. "I genuinely doubt you can lift it, Rhodey," Tony retorted, grasping the end of the hammer. After a shared glance of understanding, both activated their gauntlets' propulsion systems. A burst of blue flames erupted from the small power units, causing both of their expressions to shift slightly under the strain. Peter, aware of the original storyline, watched their antics with a smirk. It seemed that among the Avengers, only Captain America possessed the worthiness to lift the hammer. With that thought, Peter glanced at Steve, and Thor, standing beside him, noticed Peter's movement and turned his gaze towards Captain America, who was seated nearby. All right. This should be reserved for those worthy." Hawkeye, Barton, patted Tony and Rhodey's shoulders, signaling them to step aside. "Do you understand? Barton, if you can truly lift it, I shall bestow Stark Tower upon you," Tony remarked, taking a step back and playfully patting Barton's chest. I have no desire for Stark Tower. If you were truly to offer a gift, grant me a tractor that shall never break down," Barton retorted. Should Barton prove capable of lifting it, "I shall gift you the mountain goats of Jotunheim," Thor proclaimed, stoking the flames of their jesting, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he gazed upon Barton. "Then you both ought to be wary," Barton responded, subtly adjusting his stance before exerting force through his arms, endeavoring to lift the hammer. However, the situation remained unchanged. The hammer steadfastly affixed to the table as if welded in place, unmoving. "It seems I shall have to relinquish the reward," Barton conceded, raising his palms in surrender before returning to his seat. "My friend, I genuinely desired to gift you the mountain goats," Thor lamented, casting a look of commiseration towards Barton, eliciting laughter from the assembled company. Banner, with discerning awareness, feigned an attempt before resuming his seat. "Go forth, Steve, and do not disappoint the assembly," Thor encouraged, nudging Captain America, who was seated quietly to the side, with his large hand. "I suspect this to be a mere trick, but I am evidently unworthy of it." Steve replied, "Go forth, Captain, and remember to strike Thor's posterior with the hammer," someone jested. "Believe me, Steve shall be unable to lift it. Would anyone care to wager $10 with me?" Another voice chimed in. The assembled onlookers, never ones to shy away from spectacle, once again fueled the fervor surrounding Captain America, with Barton imitating Odin's intonation as he recited the enchantment. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Please, I almost feel this is merely a jest, Thor remarked, shrugging as he glanced at Captain America, who was preparing to rise. Go ahead, give Barton a taste of reality. Inform him this is no mere illusion. Captain America, with a resigned nod, chuckled as he approached the mighty hammer. Remember to exert yourself, do not feign effort. Peter, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly spoke up, his gaze fixed intently on Captain America's movements. I support Peter's sentiment. Do not pretend you can lift it. Tony, having evidently misconstrued Peter's words, also focused on Captain America's actions. Captain America smiled, grasping the hammer's handle and feigning exertion, ultimately chuckling in resignation. I am clearly not worthy. The group exchanged playful jabs, their attention shifting to Peter, the only one who had not attempted to lift the hammer. Come on, hero, give it a shot. Go on, mate. If you manage to lift it, the fine wine shall flow without limit. They all looked expectantly at Peter, who chuckled at the thought of whether he could indeed lift it. Rising from the sofa, he approached the hammer. Let it be known, if I succeed, I shall not be Odin's son. Thor took a sip from the last of his small bottle of mead, nodding in agreement. Then we must ask the All-Father if he acknowledges it. Laughter erupted once more before their gazes settled once again on Peter. Do you know why you cannot lift it? Peter grasped the handle of Mjolnir, casting a glance at the assembled Avengers. With a subtle exertion of his arm, he effortlessly lifted what had previously seemed like a weight of 1,000 pounds. Of course, it's because you are not me, he stated, and this declaration, along with the remarkable feat of raising the hammer, ignited astonishment among the onlookers. Barton exaggeratedly gaped. Oh, he truly lifted it. Thor, bewildered, stared at the hammer in Peter's hand, dumbfounded by the ease with which Peter handled it. I certainly will not be gifting you a tractor, Tony remarked, equally astonished, his words escaping him involuntarily. Peter shook his head with a smile, tossing the hammer into the air and deftly catching it once more. I genuinely suspect you might be Odin's illegitimate son, Rhodey jested, observing the relaxed demeanor of Peter, who then turned to Thor, whose expression was one of discomfort. It appeared that Thor was destined to pass on the throne. The others, equally intrigued, turned their gaze towards Thor, eager to witness his reaction. Guys, I have no intention of vying for the throne. Peter waved his hand dismissively, tossing the hammer towards Thor. Laughter erupted from the crowd, dissipating Thor's awkwardness. Thor silently regarded the hammer in his grasp, a wave of betrayal washing over him, akin to a beloved woman forsaking him. Peter returned to the sofa, patting Thor's shoulder. Don't take it to heart, my friend. I merely possess greater strength. As for qualifications, that honor belongs to Steve. Steve, suddenly the focus of conversation, hastily waved his hands, and the group cheerfully moved past this minor interlude. At that moment, the lights in the hall flickered, and Jarvis's voice briefly echoed, intrusion. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the lights returned to normal, as if the previous event had merely been a collective illusion. Peter was the first to react, glancing at Tony, who was preparing to inquire about Jarvis. You should check Jarvis's core. It seemed he mentioned some sort of intrusion, Peter suggested. Tony furrowed his brow, quickly rising from the sofa and dashing towards the laboratory upstairs. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Banner followed suit. Peter, feeling a sense of foreboding, stood up as well, intent on trailing behind Banner. The spider sensed a trigger, alerting Peter to something behind him outside the glass. With a swift motion, Peter's heel hooked the sofa, effortlessly lifting it into the air. Crack. Thanks to the shadow in the night for the gift, there's still a chapter this afternoon. Chapter 81. This is merely the beginning. Boom. The symbiote surged rapidly over Peter, transforming under his control into a pale creature merely 3 meters tall. A bomb exploded behind him, shrapnel flying throughout the hall, with several pieces striking Barton in the shoulder and chest. The minute wounds on Peter's body were quickly mended by his self-healing abilities. Roar. Peter let out an enraged howl, his crimson tongue whipping through the air. Black Widow Natasha swiftly rolled to her feet, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in her thigh. She glanced down to find a shard embedded in the inner side of her thigh, oozing blood. Ugh. To her left, she heard Barton gasping in pain. Barton. Natasha hurried over to his side, noticing the wounds on his chest and shoulder. She quickly pulled Barton backward, exclaiming, "Oh, Peter, 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 my dear friend. How I long to see you. Peter's massive form paused, turning to the source of the voice, where he beheld a dozen Ultron drones hovering outside the building. Ultron? No, it can't be. Who are you? Peter dismissed the possibility of Ultron's rebellion. Absent the consciousness from the Mind Stone, Ultron should not have turned rogue. Oh, how it saddens me to see you have forgotten me so soon. My dear friend. The voice emanating from the Ultron device placed great emphasis on the word friend, as if it were imbued with boundless hatred. Captain America rose from the ground, gazing at the pallid creature beside him and the floating Ultron outside the window. Rhodey hurriedly dashed towards the war machine on the rooftop, calling out to Tony as he ran. Peter observed the dozen or so hovering Ultrons and began to recall a most unlikely thought that flickered in his mind. Tentatively, he voiced his suspicion. Victor? Upon hearing this, the leading Ultron shot flames from its feet and charged toward Peter. You remember my name? You can still call it out. The Ultron extended 2 laser blades, aiming to plunge them into Peter's abdomen. In response, Peter unleashed tendrils from his back, shattering the advancing Ultron with a powerful strike. The hovering Ultrons, witnessing this, raised their arms and unleashed high-frequency sound waves toward Peter. Gripped by pain, Peter clutched his head and hastily activated the Space Stone to seal his own spatial dimensions, freeing himself from the torment of the sound waves. Kill me. Peter Parker, is this how you regard me as a friend? The Ultrons activated their palm cannons, simultaneously firing at Peter's form. Bang! Peter staggered back a step from the combined assault of the Ultron's palm cannons, lowering the arm he had raised to shield his head. He glared at the Ultrons. You replace me with a mere imitation of a destroyer, dividing my nation. Are you also intent on slaughtering my people to the last? The Ultrons' chests glowed with a cerulean light, their chest cannons mercilessly bombarding Peter. Effortlessly, Peter activated his magnetic powers, compressing the Ultrons into a colossal iron sphere. Just as he believed he had triumphed, his spider sense emitted an even more intense warning. Suddenly, the tendrils behind him entwined, forming a symbiotic shield. A powerful ray struck the shield with a resounding crash, sizzling as it seared. Peter retracted the tendrils and turned to see Tony's Mark armor. With one hand grasping the struggling Rhodey, the blue light of its reactor dimming gradually. Let us see who has fallen into my grasp, Colonel Rhodes, it taunted. Thanks to Peter's blunder, I shall bring about your demise without mercy. With that, the palm of Mark 47 pressed against Rhodey's dark head, the energy of its palm cannon beginning to intensify. Stop, Victor, Peter bellowed, causing Mark 47 to pause, turning towards the pale monstrosity standing amidst a pile of debris. Stop? Peter Parker, are you asking me to halt? Mark 47 replied, his confusion evident as he tilted his head, yet his grip remained unyielding. Did you consider stopping when you sought to kill me? Did you ponder our friendship when you rejected me? Let it go, Peter. In response, Peter activated his magnetic powers, attempting to wrench Mark 47's arm aside. However, as he did, Mark 47 continued to channel the blue light while gripping Rhodey's neck. And despite Peter's efforts to pull him away, the palm cannon still struck Rhodey's abdomen with a sickening thud. Rod's abdomen was blasted open, blood flowing like a stream from the gaping wound. Marco 47 discarded the lifeless body of Rod onto the ground and turned to Peter. This is merely the beginning. Suddenly, Peter's eyes glimmered with a golden light as he effortlessly severed Marco 47. A loud crash echoed as a green figure descended from the ceiling, shattering Marco 47's chest armor with a single step. At that moment, a pale, monstrous claw lifted, releasing a viscous black symbiote that accurately penetrated Rod's body. In his final moments, Marco 47 cast a glance at Peter, uttering, "This is just the beginning, Peter Parker." The sounds of hundreds of thrusters roared behind Peter as numerous silver figures soared out from Stark Tower, heading towards Latvia. With a loud bang, Tony's armored suits stored within Stark Tower followed in pursuit of the departing Ultron drones. Peter reverted to his human form, glancing at the retreating Ultron and Marco's suits. Frowning in confusion. How could Doom possibly return? Peter vividly recalled crushing Doom into a pulp. Is everyone all right? Tony stumbled down the stairs from the laboratory, surveying the ravaged hall. Natasha's trembling voice revealed a distinct panic as she shouted to Tony, "Tony, Barton is injured." Hearing Natasha's cries, Captain America rushed to Barton's side, who lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling around him. "Tony, the regeneration cradle. Quick!" Tony, upon hearing this, turned and dashed once more towards the laboratory upstairs, intent on activating the regeneration cradle. Peter, observing Captain America preparing to lift Barton, interjected, "Wait, let me give it a try." However, without even glancing at Peter, Captain America hoisted Barton and began ascending the stairs. Noticing that his pleas fell on deaf ears, Peter relinquished his attempt to assist and turned his attention to Rhodey, who had reverted to his normal self, lying at Banner's feet. Banner stared in disbelief at Rhodey's rapidly healing form, his mouth slightly agape. "How is this possible?" he murmured, crouching down to examine the shrinking wound on Rhodey. Through Hulk's enhanced vision, he clearly perceived the devastation inflicted upon Rhodey's lower abdomen. Peter approached Banner, crouching beside him to inspect Rhodey's injuries. "Did you do this?" Banner asked incredulously, gazing at the profile of Peter, who merely nodded in affirmation. "I'll inform the captain and the others right away. If we delay any longer, Barton may not survive," Banner stated, rising to sprint towards the laboratory upstairs. Peter, choosing not to impede Banner's actions, quietly observed Rhodey, gently placing his palm over the wound, channeling life force into the symbiote within Rhodey's body. The once child-sized wound, along with the shattered organs, was meticulously restored by the symbiote. Thor silently gazed out the window at the now invisible Ultron, then glanced back at Peter, who was crouched beside Rhodey, lost in thought. Chapter 82. Betrayed and Forsaken by Tony. Peter, hurry up, we need your help to save Barton. Natasha leaned against the railing, her reddened eyes eagerly fixed on Peter. Peter stood up, nodded at her, and ascended the stairs to the laboratory on the second floor. "Can you truly save him?" Tony inquired, a hint of guilt shadowing his gaze as he looked at Barton. "Yes," Peter replied softly, approaching the regeneration cradle where Barton's injury lay. He extended his right hand toward the wound on Barton's arm. Delicate tendrils emerged from Peter's palm, penetrating Barton's injury, tirelessly reconstructing the damage inflicted upon him. With a forceful expulsion, the shard that had lodged itself in Barton's chest was pushed out by the newly formed flesh, and the wound gradually returned to its normal state under Peter's healing touch. Peter withdrew his arm and turned to the anxious members of the Avengers, nodding in reassurance. "The wound is healed. Apart from necessary rest, there is nothing more to worry about." Natasha was the first to approach the regeneration cradle, her palm gently brushing over Barton's wound. She was astonished to find that the bleeding injury had fully healed, and with a trembling voice, she announced to the group, "It's true, the wound has genuinely healed." A collective sigh of relief swept through the Avengers, with Tony collapsing into a nearby chair. Thor, the god of thunder, descended the stairs slowly and fixed a questioning gaze on Tony. What was that all about? And who is Victor? Tony, taken aback by the words, glanced at Thor in astonishment, then turned to Peter standing nearby, his eyes seemingly seeking answers. Peter, recognizing the inquiry in Tony's gaze, could only shake his head in resignation. "Victor should have already been dispatched. I too am perplexed by today's events." Captain America, stroking his chin, surveyed the scattered equipment in the laboratory and turned to the somewhat dazed Tony, asking, "What about those robots? What is their significance?" Before Tony could respond, Banner interjected, "Those robots are Ultron, an artificial intelligence that Tony and I have been researching. As for tonight's occurrences, we are equally in the dark." Once again, all eyes fell upon Tony, as if he were the source of it all. Tony remained silent, swiftly picking up an undamaged transparent tablet from the table, connecting it to the laboratory's surveillance system. With a flick of his wrist, he projected the surveillance footage into the center of the room. The figures of Peter, Banner, and Tony appeared, and Tony clicked the screen to activate the audio of the recorded footage. "Regarding Sokovia, I was about to inquire of you. It cannot be the Mordred plan. I have disclosed this to no one. To formulate a strategy against Peter Parker, Ultron. Victor Von Doom?" The assessment commenced as Peter Parker confronted the peril posed to Earth. In a fleeting moment, the visage of Ultron transformed into a crimson luminescence, only to revert back to a cerulean hue shortly thereafter. Subsequently, he activated the mass production of Ultron robots through Tony's computer, infiltrating Tony's armor system and rendering him unconscious as he rushed in. Tony stood in a daze, observing Ultron's actions, then glanced at Peter, whose countenance bore no trace of emotion, coldly regarding the holographic projection of Ultron. "Victor Von Doom? Pray tell, is this the very monarch of Latvia?" Tony and Captain America exchanged glances, the latter furrowing his brow as he looked at the bowed head of Tony, whose silence tacitly confirmed Captain America's assertion. "Oh, For heaven's sake! Captain America exclaimed in indignation, striking the experimental table with his fist, turning his back to the assembly. So, Ultron's claim of substituting robots in place of Doom is also your doing? Captain America questioned Tony in a low, somber tone, the atmosphere thickening with tension. At this juncture, Tony could be regarded as an adversary to all humanity, allowing artificial intelligence to govern a nation and engineering Ultron to pose a threat to mankind. Should he be brought before a court, the judge would unfalteringly condemn him to millennia of imprisonment. The irascible Thor grasped Tony by the throat, lifting him with fury, demanding, "Why can you not set aside your arrogance? Have you not seen how your actions have harmed Barton?" Banner hastily intervened to prevent Sword from making a move. Yet Sword remained unyielding, resolutely raising Tony high. Observing this, Peter approached Sword, placing a hand upon the arm that constricted Tony, urging, "Release him." Yet, Sword disregarded Peter's plea entirely. However, Peter's subsequent action astonished him. With a seemingly frail arm, Peter exerted force, compelling Sword's arm downward. A tempest of emotions surged within Sword's heart. How could Peter effortlessly subdue him? To the onlookers, it appeared as though Sword had heeded Peter's words and gradually lowered Tony to the ground. Freed, Tony gasped for air, collapsing into a chair. Captain America, arms crossed, coldly questioned Tony, "Why did you choose to create this disaster yourself?" "Tony, even if you had shared your thoughts with us, today's calamity could have been averted." Peter furrowed his brow at Captain America's words, poised to intervene, but seated in the chair, Tony chuckled. "Why, Steve, do you truly believe that sharing my perspective would have garnered your agreement?" Captain America frowned. "We cannot operate like S-H-I-E-L-D. You merely need to inform us, Tony." Tony smiled, shaking his head. "Really? Have you all forgotten the Battle of New York? Who was it that embraced the missile to save the city? With an entire Chitauri army fixated on Earth, do you not feel even a hint of urgency? You possess the audacity to stand here and blame me. Yet where were you when the bombs needed carrying? Had it not been for your ostentation regarding matters you scarcely comprehend, today's events would not have transpired." Stark, upon hearing these words, rose abruptly from his seat, positioning himself before Thor. "Do you truly believe," he questioned, "that a deity from Asgard can resolve all issues? Whose brother has claimed the lives of so many innocents on Earth? How dare you accuse me when I am striving for the benefit of my own planet?" Odin's son, Thor, was evidently incensed by this proclamation and appeared ready to strike once more. However, Peter, quick to act, pressed his hand firmly upon Thor's shoulder, his immense strength effortlessly restraining the god. Turning to Tony, Peter spoke in a somber tone, "Perhaps it would be wise to temper your words, Tony." Tony, however, remained undeterred by Peter's plea, redirecting his ire towards him. "Oh, why don't you enlighten us about Ultron's threat assessment, Peter? Do you truly believe that the predicament with Doom was solely of my making?" Peter, his furrowed brow easing, responded, "Indeed, the situation with Doom was my doing alone. And the division of Latvia was my suggestion as well. This matter will be handled by the Illuminati, without the need for anyone's assistance." With that, Peter turned away, a flash of blue light enveloping him as he vanished from sight. Tony stood in stunned silence, watching Peter depart without hesitation, then glanced at the other members of the Avengers nearby. "Spare me," he muttered, before making his way down the stairs with urgency. Thor and the others observed Tony's descent, then glanced at Barton, who lay in the regeneration cradle, each lost in their thoughts. Tony stood amidst the ruins of the hall, catching sight of Rhodes sprawled upon the ground. "Oh!" Tony hurriedly rushed to Rod's side, observing the holes burned in his clothing by the palm cannon and the bloodstains on the ground. At that moment, a tendril of the symbiote surged from Rod's abdomen, enlightening Tony to the gravity of the situation as he gazed vacantly at the shattered glass beneath his feet. Chapter 83. The planet devourer Peter had teleported back to the Sanctum Sanctorum, and just as he was about to assemble the members, the voice of the AI butler resonated in his ear. "Sir, an unidentified silver entity has attacked the Fantastic Four. Mr. Azazel has instructed me to notify you immediately." Peter's arm, poised to press the assembly button, froze momentarily. The AI butler ceased its commentary, and a holographic projection materialized before Peter. A figure, gliding on a silver skateboard and entirely enveloped in silver, appeared before him. The image depicted this silver entity effortlessly penetrating the invisible woman's barrier. Furrowing his brow, Peter contemplated the additional complication arising at such a critical juncture. The silver figure was none other than the Silver Surfer, whose presence heralded the arrival of another cosmic powerhouse, the planet Devourer. Feeling a twinge of agitation, Peter poured himself a glass of water, pondering his next steps. Suddenly, Azazel's figure materialized abruptly before Peter, holding a grimoire, and inquired, "Did the butler brief you?" Peter nodded and looked up at Azazel. "This is a grave situation. Doom has been resurrected, and now we have the Silver Surfer to contend with." Unfamiliar with the implications of the Silver Surfer's arrival, Azazel curiously asked, "The Silver Surfer? That silver figure?" Peter shook his head, explaining to Azazel that the true terror did not lie with Silver Shadow, but rather with the formidable figure behind him. Azazel, still perplexed, awaited Peter's elaboration. The planet Devourer, the sole survivor of the sixth universe, a being more powerful than the Father of Heaven, commands the four primal forces of the cosmos, the power of the universe, the power of darkness. It dawned on Azazel that his own planet could potentially be consumed, a realization that sent shivers down his spine. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of Peter, "Is there any way to counter this?" Peter pondered for a moment, recalling the narrative of the Fantastic Four, before nodding. "There is a solution, though I cannot ascertain its efficacy." A glimmer of hope flickered in Azazel's eyes as he asked, "What is it?" "To collaborate with the Fantastic Four, persuading them to redeem Silver Shadow, ultimately leading him to a mutual demise with the planet Devourer." As Azazel listened to this seemingly fantastical proposal, the notion of reforming an emissary and orchestrating a shared demise felt utterly implausible. He found it more feasible to amass Earth's forces to confront the planet Devourer directly. "Are you certain?" Azazel raised an eyebrow at Peter, unable to fathom that he would take such a frivolous plan seriously. To Azazel's astonishment, Peter nodded earnestly and solemnly suggested, "Let us put aside the matter of doom for now. We must first address this crisis. Please contact the Fantastic Four." Azazel hesitated for a moment, then realized that Peter was entirely serious. "Very well. I shall reach out to them." With that, Azazel turned with some reluctance and vanished from the office. Peter approached the window, gazing at the light-polluted night sky as if attempting to pierce through the clouds to observe the planet Devourer. He had brought Gwen from the Stark Tower to the sanctuary of the Sanctum's protective floor. "Why are you suddenly making me stay at my parents' house?" Gwen inquired, perplexed, tugging at Peter's shirt with a concerned expression. "It's nothing serious. You can return to Stark Tower in a few days. Just consider it a chance to spend time with George and the others, all right?" Peter reassured her. Gwen bit her lip, studying Peter's eyes. "Will it be dangerous?" Peter shook his head. "It won't be very dangerous, just a bit troublesome. Just stay safe in the tower." Gwen nodded and stepped into the elevator leading directly to the Stacy apartment. Peter watched the elevator doors close before he vanished from sight. "This is preposterous. You attacked us before, and now you seek our cooperation?" Pyro exclaimed passionately, directing his ire toward Azazel. Beside him, Riddle restrained Pyro. "Jonathan, we should at least consider discussing this." "Discuss? I see no point in discussing this." A sudden flash of blue light appeared between the two groups, and Peter materialized before them. After surveying the surroundings to ensure his companions had arrived, he finally turned his gaze toward the Fantastic Four. The previously irritable Human Torch, upon recognizing Peter, looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Reed, noticing Jonathan's calmer demeanor, hesitated before releasing his grip and addressing the newcomer. "Hello, Reed." Peter stepped forward, extending his hand. Reed regarded Peter, who maintained the same courteous demeanor as before. Recalling that their previous encounter had led to the Fantastic Four being forcibly subdued due to a lack of handshake from Sue. "Hello, Peter." Peter nodded, a crimson glow emanating from his chest, transforming the laboratory into a conference room. He chose not to dwell on pleasantries. Time was of the essence. "I shall be brief. We, the Mystic Order, have come to collaborate with you in addressing the impending crisis." Reed raised an eyebrow, puzzled by how Peter was aware of such matters. However, he quickly reconciled the thought. Peter's family was vast and influential. It was unlikely they would be oblivious to such a situation. Reed opted to forego further niceties and proceeded directly to the point. "The Silver Surfer has informed us that the planet Devourer is approaching. At present, we lack effective strategies. We are curious if you have any suggestions." Peter nodded, taking it for granted, as the film never entertained the notion of persuasion. "We initially devised two strategies. First, to sway the Silver Shadow." Reed regarded Peter with skepticism, utterly perplexed as to how Peter's convoluted mind conceived such a futile plan. Yet he inquired with a glimmer of hope, "And the second?" Let us unite our strengths and confront the planet devourer head-on, interjected the fiery figure behind Azazel. Rising with fervor, I support this approach. All eyes turned to the standing fireman, while the nearby thunderfire seethed with frustration. Azazel, furrowing his brow, pressed the fireman back down and cast an apologetic glance at Peter. Peter, choosing brevity, addressed Reed once more. Within the Mystic Order, there are two individuals whose powers rival that of the Silver Shadow, myself and Robert. Furthermore, I am aware of a specific vulnerability of the planet devourer. Although Reed was astonished by the Mystic Order's might, which could indeed stand alongside the Silver Shadow, he patiently awaited Peter's revelation regarding the planet devourer's weakness. On the armor of the planet devourer lies a prison, entirely shrouded in darkness. This is its Achilles heel and the very confinement of its herald. Reed, frowning, questioned Peter. Are you suggesting we collaborate with the herald of the planet devourer? Surely you jest. Peter shook his head resolutely. The Fallen One is the inaugural herald of the planet devourer and the possessor of dark energy. With his assistance, Robert and I can vanquish the planet devourer.